The Original Vampire Chapter 1 to Chapter 81. Spring always came late in the northern frontier of the Radiant Empire. It was not until the beginning of April that the snow that had been raging for half a year finally retreated. The warm sunshine once again descended on the northern frontier, bringing with it the vitality of all living things. But it seemed that not everyone liked this kind of bright sunshine. For example, the man who had just walked out of Grey Castle. He was wearing a leather triangular hat with the brim pulled down very low, completely covering his eyes, but he still seemed to feel that the sunlight was too dazzling, so he raised his hand and pulled the brim down a bit. This man looked to be 17 or 18 years old, tall and handsome, wearing a black shirt with red stripes, scarlet cross-patterned night boots wrapped around his knees, which made his originally somewhat fluffy black trousers bulge. His almost knee-length burgundy coat made him look very noble. But his face was particularly pale, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. "Young Master Colin! Young Master Colin!" Along the way, the servants of Grey Castle all saluted and greeted the man. However, this young Master Colin seemed to have a lot on his mind, and his response to the servants' greetings was somewhat perfunctory. After a moment, he finally stopped in front of a small house, as if he was hesitating whether to go in or not. Meow in the corner, a kitten made a dissatisfied sound, as if blaming the man for blocking its sunlight. Colin Angeli came back from his contemplation, looking at the kitten at his feet, his tightly knitted eyebrows slightly relaxed, and the corner of his mouth also showed a trace of a smile. He squatted down, reached out and held the kitten in front of him. Meow. Unable to bear the humiliation, the kitten bared its fangs and brandished its claws for a while, but it was simply unable to break free from Colin's evil claws, so it accepted its fate and quieted down, only trying to open its eyes wide to stare at the stupid human in front of it. Colin's fingers gently stroked the kitten's slender neck, as if he was hesitating about something. Seeing the human in front of it slowly revealing his sharp canine teeth, the kitten was not to be outdone and bared its teeth at him. One man and one cat confronted each other for a moment. Colin suddenly laughed, and put the kitten back on the ground. Meow. Meow. Meow, as if it felt that it had successfully defeated the stupid human in the confrontation just now. The kitten proudly meowed a few times. Then, it skillfully lay down, turned over, and revealed its belly, indicating that the loser should quickly serve its master. Unfortunately, the stupid human did not pay any attention to it. Instead, it got up and walked into the small house. The maids who were busy in the room were surprised when they saw Colin. They quickly stopped what they were doing and asked carefully, "Young Master Colin, why are you here? Dinner will have to wait for a while. If you're hungry, we can prepare afternoon tea for you." "No need, I'm just looking around." Colin glanced around the kitchen and saw the bound reindeer in the corner. He then asked, "Is tonight's dinner venison?" "Yes, young master. Venison stew with carrots, vegetable soup, bread and butter and wine." Colin touched his chapped lips. "I don't need wine. Prepare me a cup of deer blood." "Okay." The maids were a little surprised, but they still nodded in response. In their impression, among the masters of Grey Castle, only the Baron liked to drink deer blood. Young Master Colin's taste had always been very light. After Colin finished speaking, he turned around and left. But when he reached the door, he seemed to have thought of something, so he turned back and ordered, "Also, add a portion of garlic, raw." "Yes, young master." The maids hurriedly replied. At the same time, they cursed in their hearts, "Young Master Colin's taste is really getting heavier and heavier." Night fell. The dining room on the top floor of Grey Castle was illuminated by a row of candles and the flames in the fireplace. The decoration in the hall was quite luxurious, but also had a rough atmosphere. A kite shield carved with a roaring bear's head was hung above the fireplace. The surroundings were decorated with paintings of different styles, as well as animal head specimens used to show off the master's strength. "Young master, the wine cellar just bought a few barrels of white wine from the Winst Manor a few days ago. Would you like to try it?" After the maids had set up the table, Butler Eamon stood behind Colin with his hands clasped behind his back and recommended in a low voice. Last year, the rainy season in Winst was relatively short, and there was plenty of sunlight. The quality of this batch of wine should be very good, just right for tonight's venison. After learning about young Master Colin's abnormal behavior in the kitchen today, Eamon was a little worried. In Eamon's heart, the boorish Baron Colin was already hopeless. But for young Master Colin, this butler who wholeheartedly wanted to improve the Angeli family's taste, he had high hopes. But he did not expect that young Master Colin would actually let the kitchen prepare deer blood and garlic today. Eamon felt that he had to do something. The Angeli family had to be elegant. Okay. Moved by the butler's words, Colin nodded in agreement. Eamon revealed a gratified smile and hurriedly poured a glass of white wine for Colin. Do you need anything else? Colin waved his hand. No need, you can go do your work. Okay. As the butler's footsteps disappeared outside the door, only Colin was left in the spacious dining hall. His father, Baron Angeli, was away at war, his mother had passed away many years ago, and his sister was already married. So, only Colin was sitting at the long and empty dining table. But, he did not seem to feel lonely at all. Quickly finishing the food in front of him, Colin drank the white wine while looking at the remaining deer blood and garlic in a daze. After finishing the glass of wine, he finally picked up the glass of deer blood, frowned slightly, and brought it to his mouth. There was no stench as expected, and he did not feel nauseous. Colin drank it all in one gulp. It was a little sweet. Colin licked the corner of his mouth, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. Did I really transmigrate to become a vampire? Colin muttered softly. Then, he put down the glass, took out a scroll of parchment and spread it on the table. Using a language that did not belong to this world, he wrote frowny face normal food will not produce any taste, nor will it cause a feeling of fullness. Drinking deer blood will bring a significant sense of satisfaction and can restore stamina. Other blood, to be tested. Putting down the quill, Colin sighed. What he wished the most now was to have a newbie's guide to transmigration or a vampire's survival manual for him to refer to, so that he did not have to guess blindly. Even if there was no such thing, at least he wanted to transmigrate to an existing species in this world, so that Colin could clearly know what he was, what leveling up path there was, and even find a master or something. But unfortunately, in this alternate world that was similar to the Western Middle Ages, there were no records of vampires. This world had elves, orcs, trolls, nagas, and the extinct giant dragons that once ruled the world. But there were no vampires. Colin felt that he might have become the first vampire in this world. This made him a little worried. This was because in his original world, vampires were creatures that only existed in fantasy. How strong they were, what weaknesses they had, were all imagined. And the settings in different works were not exactly the same. So, in order to fully understand his new body and new role, Colin could only experiment on himself. So far, he found that he was very similar to the legendary vampires. Photophobia, bloodthirsty, undying, yes, undying. Because, when he transmigrated this morning, he found that there was a dagger in his chest. In the dark and empty dining room, Colin carefully unbuttoned his shirt and used the candlelight to examine the wound on his chest. The wound had not healed and was not treated in any way. But there was no blood flowing out. Because he could now control the blood in his body. Perhaps, this was one of the vampire's innate abilities. Colin pressed on both sides of the wound and gently pulled on both sides. Hiss, a tearing pain made him suck in a breath of cold air. But, Colin was somewhat happy. At least, it meant that his nervous system was still functioning well. This made Colin feel that he was not much different from a normal person. The wound was pulled open into a small hole. Through the hole, Colin could clearly see his heart. It was no longer beating. Well, this was a little different from a normal person. Colin was a little sad. With a sigh, Colin released his hands and let the wound slowly heal under the pull of his muscles. Since it would not bleed, there was no need to bandage it. He just needed to observe how long it would take to heal, if it could still heal. To be honest, when Colin woke up this morning and found the dagger in his chest, he panicked for a while. At that time, he felt that he was probably the biggest failure of a transmigrator in history, dying as soon as he arrived. But then he found out that he could not die. His heart was pierced, but he still could not die. As for who was the one who stabbed him in the heart, Colin had no clue at the moment. In this transmigration, Colin succeeded in inheriting the memories of his predecessor. From these memories, he did not find out who wanted to kill him. However, Colin already had some ideas on how to lure out the killer hidden in the dark. But there was no hurry. Now, he was more interested in the new body that he had inherited, which was suspected to be that of a vampire. After buttoning his shirt, Colin turned his gaze to the last food on the long table, garlic. It was said that vampires were afraid of garlic. In the previous world, Colin did not know much about the vampires that filled novels and movies. Moreover, he did not know what settings the vampires in this world followed. He had no choice but to experiment slowly. Colin cut off a piece of garlic the size of an ant and carefully put it into his mouth. Ugh! Colin simply vomited all over the floor. It seems that the vampires of this world are also afraid of garlic. Young Master Colin, are you all right? The maid guarding outside the door heard the commotion and hurriedly came in to check. I'm fine. Blurg. Young Master, I'm afraid you're sick. I'll go look for Pastor Meg. No. Hearing the word priest, Colin was so shocked that he almost jumped up. He quickly stopped her. No need. I'm fine, really? But your face is really pale today, and you even vomited. I said, no need. Colin rubbed his stomach, suppressing the urge to vomit as he glared fiercely at the maid at the door. The maid seemed to be frightened by Colin's stern eyes. She didn't dare to insist anymore. She could only say, then please take care of yourself, and left in a hurry. Phew, Colin breathed a sigh of relief as he leaned back on the chair and panted. Vampires looking for a priest? That's crazy. Although the priests of this world may not be able to restrain vampires, Colin didn't dare to test it with his life. At least not now. Maybe in the future, when he is fully prepared, he will test the churches of this world. But, not now. After a while, Colin finally calmed down. He picked up the quill and continued to write on the parchment. Frowny face disgusted with garlic, eating it will cause vomiting. Carefully feeling the changes in his body, Colin added on the parchment. Frowny face, but it's not fatal. Staring at the words on the parchment, Colin frowned again. That's not right. Colin looked at the clove of garlic in front of him and suddenly realized that he had only eaten a very small piece. Measurement problem. Eating a small amount may not be fatal, but if he ate too much. Colin looked at the whole garlic in front of him and his face turned green. He didn't want to try it again. Forget it, I'll just stay away from garlic in the future. After hesitating for a while, Colin decided to stop this dangerous experiment. Rolling up the parchment, Colin got up and left the dining hall. The maid standing guard outside the hall saw Colin and quickly bowed. Tidy up. Colin glanced at the maid who didn't dare to look at him. Don't tell anyone about this. Yes, young master. Walking through the dimly lit hallway, Colin returned to his bedroom. It was still early, so Colin sat down in front of the desk. On the desk, there was an open book, Chronicles of the Radiant Empire. Colin had read this book when he was young, but his memory was not clear. Now that he transmigrated, in order to better understand this world and find clues about the existence of vampires, Colin decided to do some research. But, it was all in vain. There was no record of vampires in the book. Fortunately, Colin wasn't left empty-handed. He had reviewed the history of this human empire. More than 1,500 years ago, the legendary paladin serving the god of light, Garner Lorenzo, completed the unification of the human race and established the Radiant Empire, becoming the first emperor. In order to resist the enemies of the empire, Garner conferred the title of Duke to the 6 paladins under his command and ordered them to guard the 4 directions and constantly expand the territory. Thousands of years had passed, and only 4 of the original 6 dukes were left. The northern region where Colin was at was currently the territory of one of the 4 dukes, Duke Hilda. The northern frontier was originally the territory of the trolls, but they had been driven away by the Hilda family to the Sky Ice Field, which was further north. The trolls who were unwilling to lose wanted to regain this rich land, so they launched an expedition to the south almost every year. This year was no exception. And Colin's father, Baron Angeli, was currently at the front line of this war. As the night deepened, the candlesticks on the desk were extinguished, and the bedroom was quiet. Only the sound of Colin's steady and light breathing could be heard, as well as the hooting of an owl from far away in the kingdom of Grey Castle. When the dark clouds covered the moonlight, a black shadow suddenly appeared at Colin's bedside. He looked at Colin, who was sleeping soundly, and a trace of doubt flashed across his face. Because he clearly remembered that last night, he had clearly stabbed a dagger into Colin's chest. Why is he not dead? The black shadow was very confused. But he did not hesitate. He quietly pulled out the dagger and slowly placed it on top of Colin's chest. At this time, he suddenly remembered that someone once told him, although most people's hearts lean to the left, there were a few people who leaned to the right. Thus, this time, he quietly moved the dagger in his hand to the right a certain distance. Chi! The dagger fiercely pierced into Colin's chest. The immense pain woke Colin from his dream. He was about to open his mouth and scream, but a pair of big hands tightly covered his mouth. Woo! 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 Colin opened his eyes wide in fear, staring at the assassin in front of him. He recognized him. After a while, Colin's struggle gradually subsided. But the black shadow did not let down his guard. He waited for a full 10 minutes before removing the hand covering Colin's mouth. Then, he pulled out the dagger from Colin's chest and stabbed him in the throat. This time, you're going to die. The Lord has the right to receive the support of his subjects, but at the same time, he must bear the responsibility of protecting his subjects from all evildoers. In this dangerous world, although humans occupied the most fertile land in the center of the continent, they also had to bear the covetous gazes of the surrounding foreign races. Therefore, when the Empire of Light was founded, they established a Lord's Law, clarifying the rights and obligations of the Lord. According to this law, a noble who lost his territory would be stripped of his title. Knight Carter was a victim of this law. His family's title was stripped precisely because his territory was invaded by the trolls. Thus, Carter also became a wandering knight. Without the support of his territory, this knight's life was very miserable. He could not even take out the money to maintain his armor and weapons. Fortunately, Baron Angeli took him in. Carter also offered his loyalty to the Angeli family. But obviously, this loyalty did not stand up to the test. Because just now, Knight Carter had personally stabbed a dagger into the chest of Baron Angeli's son. He had even stabbed him twice. Carter looked at Colin's corpse, guilt flashing in his eyes, but soon he became determined again. Thinking of that person's promise to him, Carter felt that his dream of reviving his family was just around the corner. However, just as Carter stood up from the bed and was about to leave quietly, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Turning around abruptly, Carter only saw a cold light coming toward him, *chi. A sharp pain came from Carter's chest, causing him to roar in a low voice uncontrollably. But the physical pain completely could not cover the fear in his heart, that Colin, who was supposed to be dead, was actually alive again. Was he a devil? In his anger and fear, Carter subconsciously picked up the dagger in his hand that he had not put away and stabbed forward. Ah! A muffled groan came from the other side, followed by Colin's laughter. It hurts, doesn't it? You bastard, you stabbed me twice. Oh, no, it's 3 times. You. Carter only felt that the strength in his body was rapidly draining away, and his consciousness was starting to blur. Speak. Who sent you? But before Colin could ask anything, Carter's body gradually went limp, and blood flowed out from his mouth uncontrollably. Colin moved closer and heard the man's dying voice. Monster, he died just like that. He was too weak to take a stab. Colin looked at Carter, who had completely lost all signs of life, and suddenly felt a little regretful. He should have avoided the opponent's vitals. Now, their only clue had been cut off. Looking at the bloody corpse in front of him, Colin panted slightly, but he did not panic. First of all, he was just defending himself, so he didn't have any psychological burden. Secondly, this was not the first time he had killed someone. Of course, the he here referred to the previous owner of the body that Colin was currently occupying. In his previous life, Colin was a law-abiding citizen. Not to mention killing people, he had never been in a fight. However, the owner of this body had been on the battlefield. In his memory, there were many scenes that were 100 times more bloody and horrifying than what was in front of him. Therefore, after the memories were fused, this was just a small scene for Colin. Poof! The candle on the desk was lit. Colin spread out the parchment again and wrote, "Frowny face attacks on the heart and throat are no longer fatal." Thinking of the legend that vampires seem to be afraid of silver weapons, he added, "Frowny face normal weapons only. Silver weapons to be tested." At this point, Colin was a little worried. How was he going to test it? He could not possibly stab himself with a silver weapon, right? What if he really died from the stab? However, Colin immediately realized, who in their right mind would use a metal like silver to make weapons? Therefore, unless he deliberately exposed this weakness of his, no one would specially make a silver weapon to deal with him. Therefore, he did not dwell on this point. Putting down the quill, Colin picked up the wine glass on the table and went back to Knight Carter's corpse. Poof! The dagger in the corpse's chest was pulled out, and fresh blood flowed out. Colin's expression was calm as he placed the wine glass under the wound. The flickering candlelight shone on Colin's pale face. Coupled with the smell of blood in the air, it was especially eerie and terrifying in the dark night. Gulp, gulp, he tasted it lightly. It was very sweet. Colin smacked his lips, somewhat unsatisfied. Then, he closed his eyes and carefully felt the changes in his body. It seemed to be no different from the reaction after drinking deer blood. Apart from the slight signs of heat in his body. Colin thought that this was the after effect of the intense fight just now, so he did not pay much attention to it. I'll drink animal blood in the future. Colin still had some psychological barriers to drinking human blood. Since there were no additional benefits, there was no need for him to make himself uncomfortable. Putting down the blood-stained wine glass, Colin looked at the corpse in front of him and began to worry. Although he had already gotten rid of the murderer who tried to assassinate him, Colin also knew that Knight Carter was just a pawn. The real person who wanted his life was definitely someone else. The reason was simple: if Carter killed him, other than being chased to the ends of the earth by the Angeli family, he would not gain any benefits. Moreover, there was no personal grudge between him and Carter. Therefore, someone must have paid a large sum of money to buy Carter to assassinate him. Who could this person be? Colin searched his memory, but did not find any suspicious person. There was no other way, there were too few clues. This feeling of the enemy in the dark and him in the light made Colin feel very uncomfortable. Moreover, since this person could buy Carter, he could probably buy others. Was the butler Eamon involved in this matter? What about the others? Thinking of this, Colin suddenly felt that the current Grey Castle was very dangerous. Especially when Baron Angeli was out on an expedition. He didn't want to deal with rounds and rounds of assassinations. After all, he wasn't sure if he was truly unkillable. Although his current body didn't seem to have any fatal spots, if someone were to chop off his head, he doubted that he would be able to grow a new head. Moreover, even if he did not die, if this secret was leaked, he was afraid that he would be in a very bad situation. Therefore, looking at the row of swaying candles on the desk, Colin gradually made up his mind. The 2 or 3 hours before sunrise was the best time to sleep. Even the guards on duty couldn't help but doze off at this moment. However, they were soon awakened by a scream, "Fire! Fire!" The dark grey castle suddenly became lively. The servants and guards rushed to Colin's bedroom with buckets of water, trying to put out the raging fire. At the same time, Colin quietly jumped out of the window on the other side of the grey castle, rolled on the ground, and then hurriedly ran away under the cover of the night. Suddenly, Colin stopped, his right hand holding the hilt of the sword at his waist. With a rustling sound, a kitten came out of the bushes in front of Colin. Meow, the kitten seemed to recognize the stupid human that it had just defeated during the day, and suddenly became arrogant. Colin sighed in relief, grabbed the kitten by the back of its neck and pulled it in front of him, smiled and said, "Oh, since you found out, then you can come with me." Meow, well, you can be a mobile blood bag. Meow? When the first rays of the morning sun shone on Grey Castle, the fire in Colin's bedroom had already been extinguished. Fortunately, most of the building materials in Grey Castle were non-flammable rocks, otherwise, the fire would not have only burned down this room. In the messy room, Eamon stood with his hands behind his back, staring blankly at the charred corpse in front of him. Dong dong dong, with heavy footsteps, a tall figure appeared in the room. "Eamon, I've already ordered people to seal off the castle. At the same time, all the entrances and exits of Grey Castle town have been strengthened." "Humph, I don't believe that the murderer can escape this time." The person who came was at least 3 meters tall, as strong as a black bear. His whole body was wrapped in heavy armor, but he did not wear a helmet, revealing a big round bald head. Coupled with his fierce face, fierce expression, and the huge blood-stained axe in his hand, it was enough to scare all the children in Greycastle Town to tears. "Thank you for your hard work, Knight of Rigo." Aemon did not look back, his eyes still fixed on the charred corpse, but his focus was somewhat unfocused, as if he was thinking about something. Seeing this, Leg thought that the old butler was sad for the young master's death, so he sighed and said, "Sigh, let's tidy up the young master's body and wait for the old master to come back before burying him." Aemon did not respond. Leg touched his big bald head, thinking that the old butler was blaming himself, so he took a few steps closer to Aemon and whispered, "Aemon, I didn't see Knight Carter today, I suspect." Hearing Carter's name, Aemon's unfocused eyes instantly focused, then he turned to the servants who were still cleaning up the mess in the room and said, "Don't clean up here, you can leave." "Yes." After the servants left, Aemon slightly raised his head to look at the tall Leg and asked, "I remember, 3 years ago, you and Carter had a competition in the Knights tournament organized by Earl Oman?" Leg was somewhat puzzled, he did not understand why Aemon suddenly mentioned the previous Knights tournament, but he still replied, "Was that 3 years ago?" "It seems so." "Hee, I beat him up badly that time." Aemon smiled, "Yes, he was stabbed off his horse by your spear, broke his arm, and lost 2 teeth. Hee." At the mention of his glorious achievements, Leg suddenly felt a little embarrassed, but at the same time, he was also very puzzled. "Why are you talking about this now?" Aemon did not answer. Instead, he continued to ask, "Do you still remember the 2 teeth that Carter lost? Were they on the left or the right?" "How would I know?" Leg was a little anxious. Aemon's reaction made him very confused and dissatisfied. Aemon didn't care about Leg's attitude. Instead, he revealed a mysterious smile and pointed at the charred corpse on the ground. "If you can't remember clearly, you can go take a look for yourself now." Leg frowned and stared at Aemon with his bell-sized eyes for a long time. Seeing that Aemon didn't seem to be joking, he finally squatted down and reached out to pry open the corpse's mouth. Crack! The corner of Aemon's mouth twitched as he watched the clumsy Leg pull off the corpse's chin. Leg was also shocked, and then he hurriedly tried to put his jaw back in place. "All right, stop messing around. Take a closer look at his teeth." Aemon was speechless at the clumsy Leg. "Oh, okay. Hey. There are indeed 2 gaps in his lower left gums." Leg turned his head back with shining eyes and asked anxiously, "Did Carter lose his left tooth back then?" Obviously, this boorish man also realized that there was something wrong with this corpse. Unfortunately, Aemon shook his head. "I also don't know which 2 teeth Carter lost back then." Leg frowned. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Aemon say slowly, "However, I know that young Master Colin has never lost his teeth." "That's right." Leg stood up abruptly and shouted excitedly. But then, he seemed to realize that his voice was too loud and hurriedly lowered it. "So, this corpse isn't young Master Colin at all, but that bastard Carter." "No." Aemon smiled and shook his head. "Young Master has already been killed by Carter. You have to bring people to capture this evil traitor now." "What?" Leg's eyes widened again. "Are you stupid?" Aemon sighed and explained patiently, "Think about it. Why did young Master set this fire? And why did he leave without saying goodbye?" Leg touched his big, round, bald head and seemed to understand. "You're saying that young Master deliberately burned this corpse to make others think that he's already dead?" "Yes." "Why did young Master do this? Maybe he wanted to see who was behind Carter? What was his goal? Or maybe he wanted to hide himself. Anyway, since young Master has his own plans, then what we can do is to cooperate with him and continue with this plan." "Alright, I understand." Leg walked out with his head lowered. "I'll give the order to capture that bastard Carter now." Aemon watched Leg's tall figure disappear outside the door and silently added in his heart, "Or maybe young Master doesn't dare to trust us anymore. Why wouldn't I trust you?" Colin smiled and said to the old mercenary in front of him, "What I mean is, I'll pay you half of the commission first, and the other half will be given to you after you introduce me to a caravan going to Fallen Eagle City." "Then what if after I introduce you to a caravan, you refuse to pay the rest?" The old mercenary was obviously not satisfied with this method of paying a deposit first and then the final payment. "Do you think I'm someone who lacks money?" Colin took out a gold coin and tossed it up and down in his hand. The old mercenary's eyes instantly widened, and his gaze followed the gold coin up and down. It couldn't be helped. For people at the bottom of society like him, copper coins were the most commonly used currency. Silver coins were rare, and as for gold coins, they were something that only nobles and big merchants would have. "Then I want 30 copper coins." The old mercenary realized that the person in front of him was a fat sheep and immediately began to raise the price. 20. "Any more and I'll find someone else." "Deal." The old mercenary happily caught the 10 copper coins that Colin threw at him and began to lead the way. A moment later, the two of them arrived at the western part of Grey Castle town and walked into an old tavern. Bearded Tavern. After entering, Colin discovered that the name of the tavern was indeed true to its name. At a glance, the people drinking inside were all bearded men. The old mercenary was obviously very familiar with this place. He greeted the crowd while leading Colin inside. The two of them arrived at a long table in the corner of the tavern. The old mercenary bent over and whispered into the ear of a bearded man sitting at the head of the table. The bearded man followed the direction of the old mercenary's finger and sized up Colin. He then waved his hand, indicating for Colin to come over. "This is the leader of the Firefox mercenaries, Sir Saru. Sir Saru is a second-rank warrior, and he's also heading to Fallen Eagle City. You'll definitely be safe if you follow their team." The old mercenary first introduced the bearded man to Colin. He then turned to the bearded man, his attitude clearly much more attentive. "Sir Saru, this is my nephew. Don't look at him because he doesn't look strong, his martial arts are quite good." "He's your nephew?" Saru sneered, interrupting the old mercenary's words. "Yes. Yes." The old mercenary was slightly stunned, a trace of panic flashing through his eyes. He then hurriedly explained, "Don't look at how he doesn't look like me. The main thing is that this kid looks like my brother-in-law. Moreover, I've been running around outside for so many years that my old face has long since changed. You should know that when I was young, I was also handsome and confident, with an extraordinary temperament." Saru sneered, interrupting the old mercenary again. "Your nephew is a knight?" Hearing the word knight, the old mercenary felt as if someone had suddenly grabbed him by the neck. His bragging words were immediately stuck in his throat. Colin's pupils instantly contracted. The atmosphere in the Big Beard pub was still noisy and lively. However, the atmosphere in the corner where Saru and the others were at suddenly stagnated. "Knight? Knight?" The old mercenary opened his mouth wide and looked at Colin in shock. He knew that Colin's identity was not simple, but he did not expect him to be a knight. One should know that the knights in this world were fundamentally different from the warriors on the streets. Any well-developed commoner who could afford to eat meat, as long as they had a few silver coins, could learn how to activate battle energy in the warrior union and become a warrior apprentice. But knights were different. To become a knight apprentice, one must first have a certain level of talent, and more importantly, one must accept the baptism ceremony conducted by the priests of the Church of Light. The baptism ceremony in this world was completely different from the one on earth that was only symbolic. The baptism ceremony in this world was performed by the priests of the Church of Light to communicate with the God of Light and engrave a sacred brand on the baptized person. This process was very taxing on the priests, so each priest could only conduct a limited number of baptisms in their lifetime. Therefore, these baptisms were very precious, and were basically monopolized by the nobles. It was almost impossible for commoners to come in contact with them. It was easy to imagine the scarcity of knights. For example, Baron Angeli only had 3 loyal knights under his command. Including himself and his son Colin, there were only 5 knights in the Baron's territory. Among them, Colin had not even entered the ranks, and was only a knight apprentice. The professions in this world could be divided into 9 ranks, with rank 1 being the weakest and rank 9 being the strongest. Of course, there was still the apprentice rank below rank 1, which was set up for the rookies who had not officially entered the ranks. Knights and warriors of the same rank did not have a huge difference in battle strength. Knights did have a slight advantage, but in a direct confrontation, they might not be able to win against warriors. After all, they had to consider martial arts, willpower, weapons, equipment, and other factors. The real reason why the nobles flocked to the knight profession was because of its potential. The peak of the warrior profession was rank 6. That's right, looking at the whole continent, there had never been a rank 7 warrior, whether it was humans, trolls, beasts, elves. There had never been one. According to the first pope of the Church of Light, His Holiness Peter Mercel, for mortals to enter the Holy Realm, they need the blessing of the gods. Above the 7th level was the saint level. Thus, knights of the 7th level were also known as holy knights. Therefore, according to this theory, warriors who had not been baptized would not be able to receive the blessings of the gods and would not be able to reach the 7th order. Currently, in this world, there were only 5 people who could break through to the 6th tier. And without exception, they were all professions that believed in a certain god. They were the human knights who served the god of light, the troll warriors who served the god of war, the elven rangers who served the goddess of fate, the Naga royal guards who served the god of storms, and the beastmen who served the god of destruction. Even those spellcasters who claimed that they did not believe in gods and only believed in the truth of arcane spells were unable to break through to the 6th level. However, they could release forbidden spells of the 7th step or even above. However, casting such a forbidden spell required the caster to pay a terrible price, so it couldn't be considered a conventional attack. Of course, it was not easy for knights to enter the sage realm. Once a clan gave birth to a holy knight, the entire clan would become extremely prominent. And all clans that had given birth to holy knights would receive the honor of having the word holy in front of their family name. For example, the master of the northern frontier of the Empire of Light, the Hilda family, was the descendant of the founding holy knight of the empire, so they were honored as the House of Saint Hilda. In the entire history of the Empire of Light, there were only 7 holy knight clans. The difficulty of entering the sage realm could be seen from this. As for the 8th order, it was called the legendary realm. The founding emperor of the Empire of Light, Garner Lorenzo, was a holy knight in the legendary realm, and the only one recorded in history. For more than 1,000 years after him, there had never been another holy knight who entered the legendary realm. Not to mention the 9th order. The 9th order was also called the demigod realm, and it was said that only the dragons who had once dominated this world could reach it. After their extinction, no race could give birth to another demigod. As for the realm above the 9th order, it was the realm of the gods. In short, knights were a noble and rare profession that could even be said to only belong to nobles. Obviously, they should appear in castles and not places like the Big Beard Tavern. Generally, knights would not choose to follow mercenary groups to another city. After all, they had their own squires, servants, and even an army. Therefore, Colin's appearance was particularly strange. Just as the atmosphere in the corner became more and more solemn, a small furry head suddenly popped out of Colin's shirt. Meow, as if it was very dissatisfied that its good sleep was disturbed, the kitten roared at Big Beard. Colin smiled slightly, stuffed the guy who woke up grumpily back into his clothes, and then asked Big Beard, "How did you know that I was a knight?" In fact, Colin felt that he had been careful enough. He did not equip any armor, and his sword was just a standard one-handed sword. His clothes were also the casual clothes of a guard who was about the same size as him. Moreover, according to the memory of his predecessor, although warriors and knights did have different battle performances, there should be no difference if they did not fight. Moreover, for Colin, who had not yet entered the knight apprentice level, because he could not activate the holy light to assist in battle, even if he really fought, there would be no difference between him and a warrior apprentice. Was there really a way to distinguish between these two professions at a glance? Colin felt that this might be the blind spot of his predecessor's knowledge. But who knew? Saru smiled slyly, "I guessed." I was fooled. Colin immediately realized that he was fooled by this seemingly reckless and honest Big Beard. Saru should only be suspicious, but Colin's subconscious reaction made him confirm his identity as a knight. The main reason was that Saru's appearance was too confusing. Colin did not have much vigilance, and as a result, he was tricked into revealing his true profession. Firefox mercenaries. Hee, no wonder it was called that. He looked like a bear, but was actually as cunning as a fox. I have been in the mercenary world for more than 40 years, and I don't know how many people I have seen with my eyes. Hee hee, you brat, although you are dressed plainly, you don't look like a commoner at first glance. Sure enough, you were exposed when I tricked you. Colin took a deep breath, and kept reminding himself in his heart that he must be very careful when dealing with an experienced veteran like Saru. But on the surface, Colin appeared calm and composed, and was not nervous at all when his identity was exposed. He first took out 10 copper coins in front of Saru and threw it to the old mercenary, indicating that he could leave first. Then, he pulled out the chair beside Saru and sat down naturally. I admit that the little trick just now was not appropriate, and I apologize to you. But you wouldn't refuse a knight to travel with you, right? Your name? Saru stopped smiling, and stared into Colin's eyes as he asked. Colin looked straight into Saru's eyes, and replied with the most sincere tone, Khan Sudwa. Suduo? Saru stroked his large beard as a figure suddenly flashed through his mind, Viscount Suduo of Ice Stone City R? That's my father. Colin acknowledged his new father without batting an eyelid. Ever since he realized that the leader of the Firefox mercenaries in front of him wasn't easy to fool, Colin understood that if he were to lie again, he would have to be more skillful and not be as unreliable as the old mercenary he hired for 20 copper coins. Khan Suduo was a real person. Of course, Colin wasn't familiar with this guy at all. He had only learned of this name from a recent letter from his sister Caitlin, as well as his recent encounters. The reason why Colin had chosen to impersonate this person was because of Khan's recent tragic encounters. It made it very reasonable for him to appear in a place like the Bearded Tavern as a knight. I heard that 3 months ago, Ice Stone City was breached by trolls? Saru naturally connected this to the news he had heard before. That's right. Colin nodded somewhat dejectedly. At the same time, his eyes were filled with unwillingness, hatred, anger, all sorts of emotions. The acting skills he displayed at this moment surprised even himself. Saru seemed to have been fooled as well as he sighed, I heard that your father would rather die than retreat and die with the city. He is indeed a knight worthy of respect. Thank you. Colin seemed to be holding back his tears as he asked with reddened eyes, You know my father? Oh, no. I've only admired Viscount Suduo for a long time. Colin let out a huge sigh of relief. One was a viscount's, the other was a mercenary leader. These two people weren't even from the same world. If they could even know each other, then Colin felt that he was really unlucky. Then, Mr. Saru, can I follow your mercenary group to Fallen Eagle City? The reason why Colin wanted to go to Fallen Eagle City was because his sister Caitlin Angelo was there. In this current situation where danger lurked everywhere, he could only trust relatives who were related by blood. And because his father was still fighting on the front lines, Colin could only seek help from his biological sister. Of course. Saru finally believed Colin's fabricated identity. Furthermore, he even thought that he had guessed the reason Colin had gone to Fallen Eagle City. I remember that the wife of the Lord of Fallen Eagle City, Earl Oman, is the elder sister of Viscount Suduo. So, you're going to seek refuge with your uncle, right? That's right. In fact, Colin had learned from his sister's letter that the real Khan Suduo had already arrived at Fallen Eagle City and became a knight under Earl Oman. He was currently discussing with the Earl how to reclaim the Suduo family's fief. However, it was clear that Saru did not know about this. He no longer doubted Colin's fabricated identity. A downtrodden knight who had lost his fief and his family had been destroyed. With nowhere else to go, he wanted to head to Fallen Eagle City to seek help from his uncle. That made sense. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, the caravan that hired us will gather in front of the Bearded Tavern. Alright, I'll be there on time. Haha, then now, respected Knight of Khan, let me treat you to a cup of ale. My pleasure. The second day. The weather was gloomy, and the grey fog made the roads in the wilderness even more difficult to traverse and even more dangerous. This was the reason why Colin had to find a caravan to travel with. Otherwise, with his abilities as a knight apprentice, he would have been killed by bandits or wild beasts in the wilderness if he were to travel alone. Perhaps it was because of the large number of people in the caravan, or because of the reputation of the Firefox mercenaries, but in any case, there were no accidents on the first day. At night, the experienced Saru found a place with a small hill and not far from a water source to set up camp. Colin built a fire and boiled some water. Then, he soaked the hard bread until it was soft and stuffed it into his stomach. Since he could not taste it now, it did not matter if the food was good or bad. The kitten had long disappeared. It probably went to hunt for food by itself. Sure enough, not long after, he saw it return with a mouse in its mouth. At this time, Colin had already taken out the sheepskin scroll that he carried with him and added a sentence on it: "Frowny face human blood can help you advance." Yes, Colin discovered that he had advanced from a knight apprentice to a first-rank knight. It must be known that from an apprentice to an official knight, Colin had been stuck at this hurdle for 3 whole years, and the reason for his sudden advancement, Colin now suspected that it was because of the assassin's blood he drank the night before. After drinking the blood that night, Colin noticed that his body had started to heat up, but because of the urgent situation at that time, he did not pay too much attention to it. For the next 2 days, the fever persisted and only stopped at noon today. Then, he discovered that he had advanced. Because drinking deer blood did not cause such a fever, Colin guessed that it was because of the human blood. Of course, he had another guess. Assassin Carter, who was killed by Colin, was a first-rank knight. Therefore, perhaps only the blood of a professional could help him advance. In short, this guess needed to be further verified. Is this the Elven language? Colin turned his head and saw a fat middle-aged man standing behind him, staring at the words on the sheepskin scroll and guessing. Yes. Colin put away the sheepskin scroll and said casually. He recognized that the fat man was the owner of the merchant group, Oliver. I did not expect the Knight of Con to be so knowledgeable, even proficient in the Elven language. Oliver immediately flattered, and then sat down beside Colin. I know a little. Colin frowned slightly. He did not have a good impression of merchants like Oliver. From his point of view, these merchants who pursued profits were too purposeful. Now that they took the initiative to curry favor with him, they must have some ulterior motive. Is this your pet? Oliver looked at the kitten that was fighting with the dead mouse and tried to find something to talk about. Yes. You are really interesting. Oliver smiled like a chrysanthemum. Does it have a name? Colin was stunned, as if he did not think that there was a need to name this mobile blood bag, but then he said on the spot, it's called Whitey. Whitey? Oliver looked at the pure blue short-haired cat beside the fire, and the smile on his face froze. Then, he immediately returned to normal. What a good name. Mr. Oliver. Colin also smiled. You are really hypocritical. Thank you very much for your compliment. Oliver did not mind at all. The thickness of his skin was amazing. The two of them then chatted casually. After they became more familiar with each other, Oliver suddenly lowered his voice and said, That's right. Knight of Con, if you want to take back the Suduo family's fief, I might be able to provide you with some help. Colin, who was originally sleepy, suddenly became alert. He turned his head and looked at the fat merchant beside him with a faint smile. Do you know what you are saying? According to the Radiant Empire's Lord's Law, nobles who lost their land would be stripped of their title. However, there was a way to regain their original title. That was to rely on their own strength to reclaim their land. Otherwise, even if the land was reclaimed, it would be rewarded to the new nobles who contributed to the reclamation, and not to the old lord. This kind of survival of the fittest rule also ensured the metabolism of the empire's noble system, preventing the emergence of nobles who only relied on their ancestors' protection to eat and wait for death. The real Khan Suduo chose to go to Fallen Eagle City to look for Count Oman after his family was destroyed, and not to look for the Suduo family's lord, the Duke of St. Hilda, because he had considered this point. If he went to the Duke of St. Hilda, even if the Duke sent troops to reclaim Ice Stone, he would not return it to the Suduo family. But it was different if he went to his uncle, Count Oman. Although Count Oman would not help Khan without asking for anything in return, he would definitely take into consideration his relationship with the Suduo family and take care of him. At the very least, Ice Stone would return to the Suduo family. And now, the real Khan still did not know how his discussion with his uncle went, but Colin's fake Knight of Khan already had a sponsor. Mr. Oliver, thank you very much for your kind intentions. However, building an army capable of attacking cities and recruiting a mercenary group to escort merchant caravans are not the same. The cost of the two are completely different. Of course I understand. Oliver chuckled, a strange light flashing in his eyes. My father was once a quartermaster, but because of some mistakes he made, he was removed from his position. However, I have some understanding of the cost of building a real army. Oh? Colin finally looked at the fat merchant beside him. If it was said that Oliver was a crazy speculator who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth in Colin's heart before, then now, he had turned into an extremely daring crazy speculator. Although he knew that he was an imposter, Colin was still interested, wanting to probe the background of this ordinary-looking merchant. Then, how many gold coins can Mr. Oliver sponsor? Hee, well, of course I don't have that much money to build an army for you. Actually, it's our Chamber of Commerce that is interested in sponsoring you. Chamber of Commerce? Yes. Please allow me to reintroduce myself. I am one of the stewards of the Tulip Chamber of Commerce. If you, Knight of Con, are willing to accept the sponsorship of the Chamber of Commerce, I can submit an application to the President. After that, the Chamber of Commerce will consider your strength and the cost of reclaiming Ice Stone City to determine the scale of the sponsorship. Of course, there is also the return after the matter is completed. Tulip Chamber of Commerce? Colin suddenly felt that the name of the Chamber of Commerce sounded familiar. After searching his memory for a while, he asked, the Ice Lake town from 2 years ago? That's right. Oliver straightened his chest and nodded proudly. 2 years ago, Baron Billy received the sponsorship of the Tulip Chamber of Commerce to reorganize his army and recapture Ice Lake town. The status of merchants in this world was not high. After all, no amount of money could buy a noble title. However, it was clear that there were already some astute and bold merchants who were trying to use the gold coins in their hands to expand their influence. The Tulip Chamber of Commerce seemed to be one of the best. Then, what kind of return did Baron Billy give your Chamber of Commerce? My apologies, Knight of Con, this is a trade secret. Please forgive me for not being able to reveal it to you. All right. Colin rubbed his chin and changed the way he asked, then, what do you want from me? As for the specific conditions, we can discuss them in detail when you see our president, Oliver replied without missing a single detail. I need to think about it. Of course, once you have thought about it, you can come find me at any time. Oliver narrowed his small eyes and added with a smile, however, I can assure you that whether it is the Duke of St. Hilda or Count Oman, they will not be able to provide you with more favorable conditions than the Tulip Chamber of Commerce. But the help you provide will definitely not be able to compare to the Duke or the Count. Of course, but our appetites are also much smaller. Colin nodded, suddenly feeling that this Tulip Chamber of Commerce was very interesting. Although he was an imposter and did not need the other party's sponsorship, he still asked, does your Chamber of Commerce have a station in Fallen Eagle City? Of course, it is next to the slave market in the western part of Fallen Eagle City. We will welcome your arrival at any time. Colin secretly made a note of this location in case he needed it in the future. Then, he changed the topic and started chatting with Oliver about everything under the sun. This Oliver had been doing business all year round and could be said to be experienced and knowledgeable. In addition, he was deliberately trying to curry favor with Colin. The two immediately chatted enthusiastically, as if they regretted not having met earlier. Unknowingly, the night gradually deepened and the camp gradually quieted down. Most of the mercenaries had already gone to sleep. Oliver tried his best to invite Colin to rest in his tent, but Colin slightly declined. Seeing that the other party's tent was indeed quite luxurious, he nodded and agreed. Just as everyone was sleeping soundly, Colin was suddenly awakened by a faint sound. He immediately stood up and listened attentively for a while. Then, he suddenly shook Oliver awake. Wake up, wake up. Someone is approaching our camp. Oliver was also quite alert and hurriedly got up. But after listening carefully for a while, he asked doubtfully, really? Why didn't I hear anything? Listen carefully again. Colin said confidently. He found that his hearing was greatly enhanced at night. Even a small movement a kilometer away could not escape his ears. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Sure enough, the mercenaries in charge of the night watch also discovered the enemy and immediately shouted. Calm down, don't panic. Light the torches, look for your companions, be on guard, and don't leave the camp. The Firefox mercenaries' captain Sarua's rough and loud voice immediately sounded, calming the chaotic camp. "I'll go out and take a look." Oliver was worried about the safety of his goods. After hesitating for a moment, he ran out of the tent. Colin followed him out and saw that the enemy who had rushed into the camp had already started fighting with the Firefox mercenaries. He did not join the battle. After all, Oliver did not pay him a commission. He did not need to risk his life for this fatty. But after watching for a while, Colin was relieved. The attackers should be a group of bandits. They were very weak and did not even have a warrior who was ranked. There were not many of them, only about 70 to 80 people. He did not know where they got the courage to attack the camp of the Firefox mercenaries, which had more than 100 people. After the initial panic, the Firefox mercenary group quickly regained their footing and forced the bandits to retreat. In less than half an hour, this group of bandits finally broke down and fled in panic after leaving behind more than 30 corpses. "Don't give chase, don't give chase." Saru calmly shouted loudly, stopping those hot-headed fellows from chasing into the deep forest. After the bandits ran out of sight, Saru began to arrange for people to clean up the battlefield. Oliver also hurried to check on his goods and count the losses. Colin quietly walked to a remote and dark corner, squatting in front of a bandit's corpse and taking out a dagger and a water bottle. TCH. Gulp, gulp. The morning sun dispelled the darkness in the forest and took away the worries that lingered in everyone's hearts. After the battle last night, everyone was busy cleaning up the battlefield, and at the same time, guarding against the enemy's return, so most of them did not continue to sleep. Now that the sun was out, everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Some who were really tired and sleepy began to catch up on sleep. Some of the mercenaries began to prepare breakfast, while Captain Saru was still arguing with Merchant Oliver about the compensation for the casualties. In fact, both sides had already agreed on the standard of compensation before they set off. The reason why they were arguing now was entirely because of an unlucky person who was mistakenly killed by his own people. Oliver insisted that this person was the responsibility of the Firefox mercenaries and should not be paid for by him, so he quarreled with Saru. Colin did not care about the matter at this time. He was squatting by a fire, leisurely drinking water from a kettle. The rising sun was a little dazzling, so Colin lowered the brim of his hat a little, almost completely covering half of his face. Then, he took out the sheepskin scroll and crossed out the sentence he wrote yesterday: "Human blood can help with advancement." This was because he found that the blood that he secretly got from the corpse of a bandit last night had no effect on increasing his strength. Just like deer blood, other than satisfying his appetite and replenishing his energy, it did not have the same effect as Knight Carter's blood. Perhaps the blood of ordinary people had no effect. Only the blood of professionals could help with advancement. Moreover, it probably needed the blood of professionals who were of a higher level than him to have an effect. Thinking of this, Colin unconsciously glanced at the only rank 2 warrior here, Captain Saru. Then he shook his head. Let's not talk about whether he could beat Saru. Even if he could, he did not want to kill an innocent person in order to advance quickly. Colin felt that he still had a bottom line. While his thoughts were running wild, Colin found that the argument between Oliver and Saru had finally ended. The chubby merchant was walking towards Colin, looking a little unhappy. It seemed that he had not gained the upper hand in the dispute just now. As they approached, Oliver glanced at Sarua's silhouette and complained to Colin, "What a troublesome fellow." Colin looked at the merchant who had proudly said that he would sponsor an army the day before. Now, he was haggling over every penny because of a mercenary's pension. He couldn't help but laugh. Forget it, I'll just treat it as appeasing the people. After all, there's still a long way to go before we reach Fallen Eagle City. It's not a wise choice to fall out with the Firefox mercenaries now. I know. If I hadn't considered this point, I wouldn't have given in to that old fellow Saru. Oliver obviously understood this point, but he was still unwilling to accept it and complained in a low voice. "Do you want to try the jerky I brought? It's much better than bread." Then, the fat merchant became generous again. Colin accepted Oliver's kindness with a smile and chatted with him casually. After everyone had finished their breakfast and rested for 2 hours, the merchant group packed up their tents and prepared to set off again. At this moment, Saru suddenly stopped everyone. He then laid down on the ground and pressed his right ear to the ground. Seeing this, Colin frowned slightly. His hearing in the day was far inferior to at night, so he couldn't hear any abnormal movements. On the other side, Saru suddenly jumped up from the ground and roared, "Horse! Hooves! Quick! Everyone, be on alert!" Following Saru's shout, the entire campsite was in chaos. Oliver's face instantly turned pale. He knew the severity of the situation. This was different from the attack last night. The bandit group couldn't afford to raise horses. If the people coming now were enemies and not friends, it would be very troublesome. Ta. As time passed, Colin finally heard the sound of hurried hooves. The ground began to tremble slightly, which made the mercenaries even more flustered. Even Big Beard Saru's roar couldn't calm them down. Colin squinted his eyes and saw a grey line suddenly appear in the forest not far away. It was like a sharp arrow rushing towards the campsite. It was a group of cavalry. There weren't many of them, only about 20 of them. But looking at their overwhelming momentum, Colin had no doubt that the defensive position that the Firefox mercenaries had put together with all their might would immediately crumble if they charged at them. This was the terrifying pressure of the King of War in the era of cold weapons. Rumble, the ground rumbled. The cavalry was approaching. The mercenaries were trembling. Oliver closed his eyes in pain. Saru carried a huge half-shield and stood at the forefront of the defensive line like a boulder. Colin couldn't care less about the glaring sunlight. He sighed helplessly, took off his triangular hat, and pulled out the one-handed sword from his waist. Just as everyone was preparing to fight to the death, the charging cavalry suddenly stopped about 30 meters away from the campsite. Nay, a series of hoarse cries could be heard as 20 warhorses stood in the air. Good horsemanship, Colin couldn't help but praise in his heart. At the same time, his tense mood relaxed a little. They shouldn't be enemies anymore. But, seeing how they didn't slow down at all and came to a sudden stop, it was obvious that they wanted to show off their strength to the Firefox mercenaries. So, they might not have any good intentions. Oliver, the shrewd merchant, also noticed this point. He didn't take the initiative to step forward, but instead signaled for Saru to go forward and negotiate. Saru was helpless. After all, he had received a commission and was obligated to help Oliver solve any problems he encountered along the way. So, he could only put down his half-shield and sword and step forward empty-handed. At the same time, he shouted, "Friends on the other side. I am the captain of the Firefox mercenaries, Saru. I am escorting some goods from the Tulip Chamber of Commerce to Fallen Eagle City. Is there anything I can help you with?" The cavalry on the other side didn't react, as if they had suddenly turned into statues. The forest was silent. The wind seemed to have suddenly stopped, and the air was so heavy that it was suffocating. Saru suppressed the fear and uneasiness in his heart and braced himself to continue forward. After taking a few steps forward, he finally saw the insignia on the chest of the cavalry leader. He immediately gasped in shock, "Sir, are you a knight of the House of St. Hilda?" Saru's loud voice also reached the rear. So, a small commotion broke out among the mercenaries. But at the same time, everyone couldn't help but lower their weapons to the ground. It was as if the name St. Hilda had a terrifying magic that made people not dare to be enemies. Yes. On the Empire's northern frontier, the name St. Hilda was a symbol of absolute authority. Even the Empire's royal family didn't have such terrifying appeal and influence here. Clang. The leader of the cavalry finally moved. He lifted the mask of his helmet, revealing a pair of cold eyes. He nodded at Saru, acknowledging his identity. Then, he took out a scroll of parchment from the pouch in front of his saddle and threw it at Saru's feet. At the same time, he announced with an unquestionable tone, "Under the orders of the Duke of St. Hilda's son, Marquis Charles, you have been urgently recruited." Marquis Charles? Marquis Charles is the eldest son of the Duke of St. Hilda, the first in line to the throne. Nonsense. Of course I know who Marquis Charles is, but why would his knight appear here? Why is he urgently recruiting us? Isn't Marquis Charles fighting the trolls at the border? Are we going to the border? How is that possible? This place is so far from the border. Even if there was an urgent recruitment, they wouldn't come here to recruit soldiers. And look, the order clearly says that we have to gather at Mirror Lake within 2 days. Where is Mirror Lake? It's not far from here. Follow this river and head north for about 50 kilometers. Then should we go? I don't want to go to the battlefield. But this is an urgent recruitment order from the House of St. Hilda. But it wasn't personally signed by the Duke. Won't Marquis Charles be the Dukes of the North in the future? That will have to wait until he inherits the title. Moreover, I don't want to die. You might not die. Perhaps this is a good opportunity to make a name for yourself. Ha, idiot. Who are you scolding? So what if I scold you? When Saru brought Marquis Charles's urgent recruitment order back to the camp, everyone immediately exploded. Some agreed, some objected, and they quarreled. The reason for this situation was that this urgent recruitment order came from Marquis Charles and not his father, the Duke of St. Hilda of the Northern Frontier. Marquis Charles St. Hilda's title was fake and did not have any actual land. It was only a confirmation of his first in line to the throne, similar to the position of crown prince in ancient China. Although the crown prince's status was noble, he was not the emperor. Therefore, if it was the Duke of St. Hilda who issued the urgent recruitment order, anyone who received the order from the Northern Frontier would not dare to resist. However, if it was Marquis Charles who issued the urgent recruitment order, looking at the noisy Firefox mercenaries, one could see its effectiveness. Enough. All of you, shut up. Saru roared in annoyance, stopping his men from quarreling. Then he turned to look at Oliver and asked, "Does Marquis Charles have the authority to issue an emergency draft?" I remember that Marquis Charles shouldn't have such authority. Oliver was a little uncertain. He turned to Colin for help. Knight of Con, am I right? According to the law, Marquis Charles does not have such authority. Colin searched his memory. However, there is a similar precedent in the history of the Northern Frontier. Oliver's face, which had just turned for the better, turned gloomy again. He absolutely did not wish for the Firefox mercenaries to be urgently recruited at this time. Without the escort of the mercenaries, his caravan would be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. It would be impossible for them to reach Fallen Eagle City safely. Then, Captain Saru. Oliver's tone was a little bitter. Are you prepared to accept this recruitment order? Saru's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. It was obvious that he was also very dissatisfied with this urgent recruitment order. After thinking for a while, he slowly shook his head and said, "No." As soon as he finished speaking, Oliver's face was immediately filled with joy. However, the mercenary leaders behind Saru immediately exploded. "Captain, you can't reject Marquis Charles's recruitment order like this." "Yes. The House of St. Hilda won't let us go. And that cavalry. I think they really have the guts to kill." Saru suddenly turned his head and fiercely swept a glance at the noisy mercenaries behind him. The scene instantly quieted down. "Do you know what we will face if we accept this recruitment order and go to Mirror Lake?" Hearing Captain Saru's question, the mercenary leaders looked at each other and then replied, "It should be to prepare for war. Although it's dangerous, it's still better than defying the orders of the House of St. Hilda." "War?" Saru sneered, "We are going to die." "What? Captain, why? Going to war doesn't necessarily mean that we are going to die. Moreover, if we win, we might be able to get some military merits." "You are dreaming." Saru mercilessly interrupted his subordinate's delusions. "Think about it carefully. Why would Marquis Charles's army appear at Mirror Lake?" The mercenaries looked at each other. Colin's eyes flickered. He seemed to understand what Saru meant. Oliver immediately shouted, "That's right. I also suspect that Marquis Charles retreated all the way to Mirror Lake." "What? How is this possible? How could Marquis Charles lose?" The mercenaries all expressed their disbelief. It was no wonder that they had such blind faith in Marquis Charles. This was because in recent decades, the trolls had been completely suppressed by the Army of the North. 5 years ago, even the troll court was forced to move north under the threat of the Northern Frontier. A large area in the southern part of the Firmament Ice Plains had almost become a hunting ground for the Army of the North. If not for the harsh climate of the Ice Plains, which made it unsuitable for planting crops and building manors, the Northern Frontier's territory would have extended even further north. Under such circumstances, no arrogant person from the northern frontier would have thought that the House of St. Hilda would actually be defeated. But thinking about it carefully, Saru and Oliver's guesses made sense. In recent months, there had been no good news from the front lines. Instead, a few towns at the border had been breached one after another, and a few families had lost their lands. At first, everyone thought that the trolls were desperate and had sent small groups of troops to bypass the front lines and enter the northern frontier to harass them. Although the private armies of a few families had been temporarily repelled, as long as the main forces of the northern frontier led by Marquis Charles returned to reinforce them, they would definitely be able to wipe out the invading troll army and recover their lost lands. But now, it seemed that this might not be the case. This was because Marquis Charles's army had actually appeared at Mirror Lake. That was no longer the border, but the hinterland. In the memories of this generation of northern frontier people, the trolls had never had the ability to penetrate deep into this place. Most of the mercenaries fell silent, evidently afraid. But there were some who did not think so and encouraged, even so, we can still go to Mirror Lake and help Marquis Charles defeat the invading trolls, idiot. Saru scolded sternly, with the army retreating, you still want to turn the tide? Just based on us, mercenaries who were urgently recruited? It's not just us, the nearby mercenary groups must have received the urgent recruitment order, just a bunch of cannon fodder. Saru knew very well what kind of people his subordinates were. These fellows could even kill their own people when fighting with thieves. Calling them a motley crew was a bit of a compliment. And they still wanted to go to the battlefield and fight with the regular army. They were really looking for death. Saru finally made up his mind. He ignored the voices of opposition from his subordinates and resolutely turned around, walking towards the cavalry of the House of St. Hilda. Looking at the back of Saru's departing figure, everyone looked at each other with different expressions. Colin suddenly realized that his father, Baron Angeli, had not written back for a few months. This was obviously a bit unusual. It seemed like someone was deliberately blocking the news from the front lines. Could it be that the situation at the front lines was really bad? You dare to reject Marquis Charles's recruitment order? No one knew what Saru said, but the leading knight of the House of St. Hilda suddenly shouted angrily. Sir Knight, I just want to know, enough. Rejecting the urgent recruitment order is treason. The knight rudely interrupted Saru's explanation and said to the Firefox mercenaries gathered in front of him, whoever kills this traitor will immediately be promoted to centurion. The mercenaries were suddenly in an uproar. Some were filled with righteous indignation, some sneered disdainfully, but there were also some whose eyes flickered. Sir Knight. Saru did not even turn his head, confidently showing his back to the people behind him and continued, I respect the House of St. Hilda and Marquis Charles, but we also have the right to know the situation of the place we are about to go to. Saru's words stopped abruptly halfway through. Because a long sword pierced through his chest. Saru spat out blood and tried hard to turn his head. After seeing the face of the young man behind him, his expression suddenly became extremely complicated. Bang! The corpse fell to the ground. Very good. The knight on horseback nodded in satisfaction and looked at the young man who was holding the long sword dripping with blood. Tell me your name. Respected knight, my name is Sar. Sar? What is your relationship with this Saru? He is my father, respected knight. Are you willing to be mercenaries for the rest of your life? Don't tell me you're willing to live this kind of life where you lick blood from the edge of your blade and live in constant danger? Are you willing to fight only for money, and not for glory forever? No, there is an opportunity in front of you, a chance to change your destiny, a chance for you to make a name for yourself. It's a chance for you to get rid of your commoner status and become nobles. You can even get your own land, take your weapons and follow me, Marquis Charles, and the House of St. Hilda. Defeat the trolls. Looking at the group of mercenaries who were stirred up by Sar's speech, Colin suddenly smiled and said to Oliver beside him. You don't say, this filial son is really a qualified speaker. I was almost incited by him. He's just a despicable guy. Oliver's expression was extremely ugly. He was at a loss for what to do. What should we do? Are we really going to Mirror Lake? Do we still have a choice? That kid even dared to kill his own father. But Oliver was unwilling to give up. However, he also knew that he had no other choice. Without the escort of the Firefox mercenaries, there was no way he could safely bring these goods to Fallen Eagle City. But if they really went to Mirror Lake, there was a high probability that these goods would be detained and used as military supplies. In this regard, there was no need to overestimate the conscience of the army, especially during wartime. Moreover, according to his guess, the Marquis army gathered at Mirror Lake was most likely a defeated army. If this was true, then going to Mirror Lake would be even more dangerous. Compared to the hesitant Oliver, Colin changed his mind and wanted to go to Mirror Lake. Baron Angeli had followed Marquis Charles to the war. If Marquis Charles's army was defeated and retreated to Mirror Lake, then Colin could find his father there. Since his father was right in front of him, there was no need for him to go to Fallen Eagle City to seek help from his elder sister. As for the danger of the battlefield, in any case, Colin could play dead. Moreover, there was probably no one who could act as well as he did. On the other side, Sar had completely taken control of the situation. He began to appoint the sub-leaders, and then told everyone to pack up and prepare to leave. The cavalrymen from the House of St. Hilda had long since left. They were probably searching for other unlucky bastards in the surrounding area. All that was left was a pile of horse dung and Sarua's lonely corpse. A corpse? Colin suddenly stepped forward. "Where are you going?" Oliver shouted from behind. He was extremely insecure at the moment. He felt that Colin was the only person in the entire camp who could make him feel at ease. "To bury Mr. Saru," Colin said without turning his head. "You?" Oliver's eyes widened. He couldn't understand why Colin wanted to collect Sarua's corpse. "Are you that close to Saru?" Was he not afraid of angering Sar? After hesitating for a long time, Oliver did not follow. Thus, Colin walked alone to Sarua's corpse and began to dig a hole. Ever since he advanced, Colin found that his strength had greatly increased. Moreover, he could already control the holy light energy to circulate in his body, thus speeding up the recovery of his physical strength and gaining a slight increase in strength. Using the opportunity of digging a hole, Colin could test and adapt to his new strength. Soon, a hole that was about a meter deep was dug. When Colin climbed out of the hole, he saw the expressionless Sar. "Let's carry him together?" Colin smiled and pointed at Sarua's corpse. Sar stood still and said coldly, "Collecting the corpse of a traitor will damage your reputation, Knight of Khan." "Haha, it's okay. I'm a wandering knight who lost his fief. I don't have any reputation to begin with." Seeing that Sar was unwilling to help, Colin dragged Sarua's corpse into the hole alone. At the same time, he muttered in his heart, "What does Colin Angeli have to do with Khan Suduo's reputation?" Bang! The corpse fell into the hole, splashing up smoke and dust. "Knight of Khan, you should be going to the Mirror Lake camp with us, right?" Sar's voice came from outside the hole. "Of course, this is my responsibility as a knight. Moreover, this is also the best opportunity to restore the Suduo family's honor." Colin replied seriously. "Very good. We will leave in half an hour. I look forward to continuing to travel with you." "Okay, I'll be right there." Colin squatted in the hole and wiped his sweat. After the footsteps above gradually disappeared, he quietly took out his dagger and water bag. Gee! Gulp! Gulp! When the Firefox mercenaries saw the military camp by the Mirror Lake from afar, the sky was completely dark. The sentinels patrolling the periphery had already discovered this group of people. After seeing the emergency conscription order in Sar's hand, they instructed them to gather at the location. Oliver followed the team forward, looking like he had nothing to live for. Colin drank the water in the water bag as he walked. He did not seem to be in a good mood either. This was because he found that the blood of the rank 2 warrior, Saru, could not help him increase his strength. The effect of drinking it was exactly the same as the deer blood and the thief who was nothing. It could only restore stamina. Colin felt that there were 2 possibilities for the effect of the blood. One possibility was that the previous advancement was just a coincidence, and it was not because of Knight Carter's blood. This was obviously the worst-case scenario, which meant that the blood did not have the effect of increasing his strength. There was another possibility. That was, not all the blood of high-grade professions had the same effect. Perhaps only the blood of high-grade knights could help Colin increase his strength. Therefore, further experiments were needed. Thinking of this, Colin suddenly felt a headache coming on. After all, compared to the warriors on the streets, the number of knights was small, and most of them were of noble status. Their blood was not easy to get. After entering the military camp, Colin realized that the area was huge, and he could not see the end of it at a glance. The camp was crowded with people, and he did not know how many people had gathered. However, Colin could see that the people gathered in the camp were obviously not regular soldiers. They should be miscellaneous soldiers like the Firefox mercenaries who were temporarily recruited. Their weapons and equipment were not uniform, and some of them even held farming tools like hoes. It made people wonder if they were farmers who were urgently recruited directly from the fields. It seemed that the people gathered here were really a group of cannon fodder. After settling down in the camp, Oliver came over again. "Knight of Khan, do you see the situation in the East Camp? That should be the regular army camp of the House of St. Hilda." The military camp by the Mirror Lake was divided into two large areas. Unlike the messy West Camp where Colin and the others were, the East Camp was obviously orderly and heavily guarded. "That's right. I tried to take a few steps in that direction, but before I could get close, I was blocked by the patrolling soldiers." This was not surprising. The regular army camp would definitely not allow people to enter as they pleased. Colin looked at the eager Oliver and immediately understood what he meant. "You want to go to the East Camp?" "Yes." Oliver nodded repeatedly. "You have seen the situation here. Once a fight breaks out, we will definitely be cannon fodder, therefore, we had better find a way to sneak into the camp of the regular army in the east. It will be safer there. However, I can't get in there." "But you are different. As long as you say that you are from the Suduo family, you will definitely be able to get in." Colin was a little hesitant. Because he knew that he, the fake Khan Suduo, could deceive the Firefox mercenaries and Oliver, but if he really went to meet the real nobles of this world, there was a high probability that he would be exposed. Of course, he could also go there with his real identity. This way, it would be easier to find his father, Baron Angeli, if he was also in this camp. "But if Baron Angeli wasn't here, Knight of Khan, after you go there, please inform the Marquis that I am willing to contribute all the goods I have brought to the House of St. Hilda free of charge." Colin looked at the fat merchant in front of him in surprise. He admired the other party's decisiveness. "You are really willing. What can I do if I am not willing?" Oliver reluctantly squeezed out a bitter smile and then encouraged again. "Of course, I will not forget the help you have given me. If I survive this time, I and the Tulip Chamber of Commerce will thank you greatly." Looking at Oliver's serious and enthusiastic eyes, Colin could only nod and say, "Okay, I will try." After leaving the tent, Colin went all the way to the east. Just as he was still hesitating whether to reveal his true identity, a voice suddenly sounded. "Young Master Colin, is it really you?" "Master Colin, it's really you." Colin was shocked. He turned around and saw a group of patrolling cavalry gathering behind him. The leader quickly dismounted and took off his helmet, revealing a face that Colin was very familiar with. Raymond Morben. He was one of the two knights who were loyal to Baron Angeli. "Master Colin, why are you here?" Colin looked at Raymond, who was bowing to him. He did not know how to explain it to this knight, so he changed the topic. "Where is my father? Is he in the camp now?" Raymond's expression changed, and his eyes showed sadness. "Didn't you receive the letter I sent back?" "What letter? How long ago did you send it?" "About a month ago. The messenger crows should have arrived in Grey Castle long ago." "I didn't receive any letter." Colin frowned. His previous guess was right. Someone was blocking the news from the front line. How could this be? Raymond was also surprised. "What did you say in the letter?" Raymond lowered his head, and his voice became low and sad, but also full of guilt. "I'm sorry, Master Colin. At that time, I was writing to tell you that Lord Baron had unfortunately been killed in the battle more than a month ago." "What?" Colin was stunned. Although Colin did not have any feelings for this cheap father of his, he was still caught off guard by this sudden bad news. The protection that he expected was gone just like that. And it was gone forever. But, if this was the case, then the title of Baron of the Angeli family would fall to him. No, title. Colin suddenly realized a problem. If he did not travel to this world, his predecessor should have been assassinated and killed. So, after Baron Angeli died in the battle, and Colin was assassinated, the title should fall to his sister, Caitlin Angeli. So, Colin suddenly realized that the person who benefited the most from this assassination was his sister Caitlin, therefore, she was the most suspicious. Colin suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Her own sister was actually plotting to kill her. Fortunately, he did not go to Fallen Eagle City. Otherwise, wouldn't he be walking right into a trap? In addition, Colin noticed another problem. That was, his sister must have found out about his father's death. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to make a move on Colin. After all, if Baron Angeli returned to the Kingdom of Grey Castle alive and found out that his only son was dead, he would definitely not let it go. Even if Caitlin's hands were clean and the Baron could not find the murderer, he was still in the prime of his life. He could marry again and have children. Caitlin might not get the title. Under such circumstances, Caitlin would never take such a huge risk to harm her brother. Therefore, Caitlin must have found out about her father's death on the front lines through some means, and that was why she had such evil intentions. Just as Colin was letting his imagination run wild, Raymond unsheathed the long sword at his waist and knelt down in front of Colin with one knee, offering the long sword with both hands. I didn't protect the Baron well and went against my promise. Young Master Colin, you have the right to judge me. Colin came back to his senses and looked at Raymond, who was kneeling in front of him. He suddenly asked, "Where is Knight Vala?" Raymond was obviously stunned. He obviously did not understand why Colin would suddenly ask this, but he still answered honestly, "Knight Vala was separated during the battle, I'm afraid, so you didn't see Vala's body." No. Vala Oman, the husband of Colin's sister Caitlin, the illegitimate son of the Lord of Fallen Eagle City, Earl Oman. At first, Baron Angeli was against the idea of marrying Angeli. Although Vala was the Earl's illegitimate son, his bloodline was not pure and his status was low. Baron Angeli was not the kind of person who would cling to the rich and powerful, so he was not willing to let his daughter marry an illegitimate son. But unexpectedly, Caitlin and Vala fell in love with each other and acted as if they were willing to do anything for love. It almost turned into a Romeo and Juliet story from another world. In the end, the Baron could not do anything about his daughter, and seeing that Vala was indeed outstanding and was already a level 2 knight at such a young age, he finally agreed to the marriage. This time, Vala was also on the front lines, and he actually went missing during the battle. This time, Colin was 90% sure that Vala was the one who sent the news to his sister. As for why his news was not blocked, it was probably because Earl Oman had played a part in it. Perhaps Earl Oman was the real mastermind of the assassination. After all, after Caitlin inherited the title, her child with Vala would be the next in line. This way, the Angeli family's Baron position would naturally flow into the Oman family. Earl Oman, Colin mulled over this influential name in the northern frontier, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Then, he took the longsword from Knight Raymond, who was half kneeling in front of him, and slowly swung it at his neck. Raymond closed his eyes and did not move. The longsword fell on Raymond's shoulder. But it did not move forward. "Knight Raymond Mobin, are you willing to pledge your loyalty to me?" Raymond suddenly raised his head and looked at Colin. His eyes were mixed with shock, guilt, and a trace of relief from surviving a disaster. Of course, Colin would not kill Raymond. Through the test just now, he had already confirmed Raymond's loyalty. A traitor would not expose his neck to his master's longsword. Colin admired Raymond's almost pedantic loyalty. Especially after experiencing Knight Carter's betrayal and witnessing the filial son Sar's act of killing his father for glory, an honest man like Knight Raymond was hard to come by. Bang. Raymond's left hand hit his chest fiercely, maintaining his half-kneeling position, and loudly swore, "I, Raymond Mobin, today offer my unparalleled loyalty to the great roaring white bear, Baron Colin Angeli, for as long as I live, your will be my goal, and where your sword points, I will follow. I swear in the name of the Mobin family's ancestors, that I will always be loyal to you." The roaring white bear was the emblem of the Angeli family. As for the Baron position, strictly speaking, Colin had not yet obtained it. After all, he still needed to be recognized by the Duke of St. Hilda. However, as the first successor of the Angeli family, and with the death of the old baron, it was not wrong for Raymond to address Colin as such. After all, as long as the Angeli family's territory was not lost, and Colin did not betray the country, then, even the Duke of St. Hilda could not stop him from inheriting the baron position. Get up. Colin smiled as he got Raymond to stand up and returned the sword to him. He then asked, "What about you? Where is Marquis Charles's tent? I would like to pay him a visit and understand the current situation of this army, as well as their next move." Marquis Charles. Raymond's expression suddenly became awkward. Marquis Charles is not in the camp. What? The Marquis is not here? Yes. Then where is he now? In the center of the camp on the east side of the Mirror Lake, in the largest and most luxurious tent, a man and a woman were talking. If Colin were here, he would immediately recognize the man kneeling on the ground as the knight of the House of St. Hilda who had issued an emergency recruitment order to the Firefox mercenaries. That knight who had been so arrogant was now bowing and groveling in front of him. The Marquis, he. Faced with the woman's question, the knight was hesitant. Knight Bliss, if this question involves military orders, you don't have to say it. The woman did not make things difficult for the knight and said softly. This was a tall and slender woman, wearing a slightly loose snow-white fox fur coat. Her beautiful golden hair hung down from her shoulders and back. Her hair flashed with light as if it had some kind of magic, making people not dare to look closely, but they couldn't help but be captivated by it. A layer of translucent black veil covered her face, but the elegance and nobility that went deep into her bones could not be hidden. Her every move had an irresistible temperament. This kind of bossy temperament could only be possessed by real aristocrats. However, the mage hat on her head and the purple staff in her hand showed that she was a mage. This was somewhat strange. Because, in the human empires of this world, although nobles and mages could not be considered as mortal enemies, they were two kinds of creatures that did not fit in. The reason was simple: mages had no faith. In the eyes of these spellcasters, only the arcane truth was the eternal pursuit. The gods were just powerful mortals who had mastered the arcane truth. Therefore, in the eyes of the noble knights who believed in the god of light, mages were a group of complete blasphemers, heretics who should be burned at the stake. However, in the Empire of Light where the nobles held absolute power, mages were not too persecuted, although they were not welcomed. The reason was simple: mages were strong enough. Of course, mages who did not believe in gods were the same as warriors. The limit of their strength was the 6th grade, and there had never been a sanctuary-level mage. However, there were some differences between them and warriors. Even if mages could not enter the sanctuary level, they had a way to exert strength above the sanctuary level. This method was a forbidden spell. With sufficient preparation, expensive casting materials, and a frightening price, a Tier 6 mage could cast a forbidden spell. During the most intense period of the battle between the Radiant Church and the Mage Parliament, there were once 10 mages of the 6th step who joined hands to release the forbidden spell, Falling Stars. This terrifying forbidden spell had once erased a city with a population of over 1 million from the map. Of course, the mages had also paid a heavy price for this forbidden spell. 7 of the 10 level 6 mages died on the spot, and the remaining 3 died within 5 years. However, their sacrifice also made the church and the nobles deeply understand the terror of mages. In the end, both sides reached a certain level of reconciliation. However, the enmity left over from 1,000 years of conflict was not something that could be easily resolved. Coupled with the irreconcilable conflict in their beliefs, the nobles and the mages were basically two different forces. Therefore, the fact that the knight of the House of St. Hilda treated her with such respect, and the fact that she was a female mage who seemed to be a great noble, was extremely strange. Seeing that the female mage did not continue to ask about the whereabouts of Marquis Charles, Knight Bliss heaved a sigh of relief. However, after hesitating for a moment, he reminded her, "Miss Vera, you'd better leave this camp as soon as possible. This place is not safe. There's no such thing as safety on the battlefield." The female mage looked at the knight strangely and said indifferently, "Since I'm here, I'm already prepared to fight." "No, you don't understand what I mean." Knight Bliss slightly emphasized his tone, "What I mean is that this place is very dangerous." The female mage's expression changed and she stared at the knight who was half kneeling in front of her through the black veil. She asked, Knight Bliss, what is the task that the Marquis gave you? My task is to patrol the west side of the camp and maintain order. Knight Raymond said to Colin. The two of them walked in the east side of the camp, which was much quieter than the messy west side of the camp. However, it was a little too quiet. Colin frowned as he looked at the situation in the camp, and the uneasiness in his heart became more and more serious. Only patrol and maintain order? Didn't he ask you to stand guard around the perimeter? No. Raymond shook his head. It was obvious that he had the same doubts. It's not just our team, I haven't seen any cavalry team spread out to act as sentries. Colin's frown deepened. The importance of vision in war was self-evident. But now, this camp stationed by the Mirror Lake had directly given up on scouting the surrounding situation. This was simply a form of tactical suicide. Other than the possibility that Marquis Charles was an idiot commander, it could only mean that the importance of this camp was very low. Or, this place was simply a bait. I'm afraid the main forces of the army have long left the camp. Colin looked at the overly quiet east side of the camp and asked Raymond. Yes, young master. There have been troops leaving the camp these days, but they have not returned. That's why the main forces of the regular army have already left quietly. Now, only those mercenaries and commoners who were summoned by the emergency conscription order are left here. Of course, there are also downtrodden knights like you who have lost their lord. Yes, our real task is actually to watch over those small fries and prevent them from running around. It seems like. Colin was halfway through his sentence when he saw a group of cavalry coming out from the center of the camp. The one leading the group on a white horse was actually a woman. Moreover, Colin recognized the knight following closely behind her at a glance. It was the one who issued the emergency conscription order to the Firefox mercenaries. This was a big shot. Colin, who had already realized that he was in danger, immediately walked over. Since he could not find Marquis Charles, then, finding this big shot in front of him should be able to help him escape the fate of being cannon fodder. However, Colin had only taken a few steps when he was frightened by the ear-piercing sound of the bugle. Woo! Colin suddenly turned his head and saw a flock of birds in the forest in the north. Then, as the earth trembled, a thin black and white line appeared on the horizon. The trolls were here, like a drop of water dripping into a boiling pot of oil. The entire Mirror Lake camp immediately boiled. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Don't run around. Line up! Line up and face the enemy! The shouts of the officers had no effect at all. The motley crew that had gathered in the west side of the camp was suddenly startled and in complete chaos. This was the consequence of not having a sentry cavalry. When the enemy attacked, there was simply no time to react. In fact, even if there was enough time to react, it was impossible for the small fries in this camp, who had been urgently conscripted, to resist the trolls' regular army. Colin was very clear that what was about to happen would definitely be a one-sided massacre. Thus, he pointed at the woman who was hurriedly running east and said to Raymond, "Let's go. Let's follow her closely. Kill." The enormous giant demon army was like a wave from hell. It carried a power that could crush everything as it swept toward the Mirror Lake camp. For a moment, it was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting apart. The weak defensive line that the Mirror Lake camp had barely managed to organize collapsed under this attack. Plop! Plop! Under the assault of the troll army, the collapsed human army was squeezed into the icy lake. Only in the east and west were a few scattered human soldiers who saw that the situation was not good and managed to escape before the troll army closed in. Oh woo, the ground began to tremble amidst the wolf howls. 2 wolf cavalry units split off from the flanks of the troll army, one in the east and one in the west, chasing after the human deserters. Splash! A huge wave suddenly appeared on the calm surface of Mirror Lake, charging toward the troll demon wolf cavalry on the east side of the battlefield. Stop advancing! The leader of the wolf cavalry roared. However, the charging wolf cavalry could not control their momentum at all. The huge wave was like a terrifying hand smashing down. Bang! Hundreds of wolf cavalry were instantly swallowed. There was no trace of blood, nor were there any pieces of flesh or broken bones. The huge wave immediately froze when it came into contact with the ground, forming an ice wall more than 10 meters tall in front of the troll demon wolf cavalry. Within the ice wall, the troll demon wolf cavalry still maintained their charging posture when they were alive. It was lifelike. This terrifying turn of events caused the wolf cavalry behind to stop in their tracks. They hesitated in front of the ice wall, their faces filled with fear. Just as the human deserters were about to run further and further away, a bright red spear shot out from the center of the troll army, drawing a long trail of blood in the sky before finally piercing into the ice wall. Crack! A crack appeared on the ice wall. Then, even more cracks extended from where the spear had pierced, covering the entire wall like a spiderweb. Bang! The ice wall shattered. Countless pieces of ice fell to the ground along with the remains of the wolf cavalry. Chase! Following the leader's order, the wolf cavalry unit regrouped and once again chased east. But this time, the wolf riders were no longer as arrogant as they were at the beginning. There's a magician among the human deserters? A troll general riding a white wolf picked up the blood-red spear that had fallen to the ground as he stepped on the shattered ice. It was obvious that he was the one who had broken the ice wall blocking their way. Quake, you go after it too. This should be a big fish. Another troll riding a white wolf came over and said to the troll general who had picked up the spear. The mounts of the trolls were dire wolves. These ferocious beasts were larger than normal warhorses and were generally gray in color. However, there were a few dire wolf species that had white fur. Such a white wolf was sacred in the eyes of the trolls. It was the incarnation of the war god, also known as the white wolf war god, that they worshipped. Therefore, only the high-status trolls had the right to use a white wolf as a mount. Yes. Quaker bowed respectfully, then led a team of wolf riders to the east, whistling through the air. The ice wall spell here was only a small interlude. On the main battlefield, the human army that had been put together at the last minute had long been defeated. They were either kneeling and begging for mercy or being chased into the mirror lake by the trolls. Only a few people were still resisting with all their might, trying to fight their way out of the encirclement. In fact, there were quite a few remnants of the human army that had managed to escape. Because the trolls seemed to have some misgivings, they didn't put all their forces into the encirclement to intercept the scattered human army. Instead, they left more than half of their elite troops in the rear as a reserve, as if guarding against something. The slaughter was still ongoing. The flowing blood kept converging into the mirror lake, dyeing half of the lake's surface a dazzling red. The suffocating smell of blood attracted flocks of vultures. They anxiously circled above the battlefield, ready to swoop down and feast at any time. The sun gradually set in the west, and the flames of the setting sun began to burn on the horizon. However, the sounds of slaughter by the mirror lake showed no signs of stopping. At this time, a commotion suddenly came from the rear of the troll army. A troll messenger quickly rushed in front of Quaker and loudly reported, "General, a human army has been discovered at the rear. There are about 40 to 50,000 people." Quaker was not alarmed. Instead, he was overjoyed. He laughed loudly and said, "Good. That little lion finally dares to show his face. Haha, let's teach him a good lesson." The emblem of the House of St. Hilda, the master of the northern frontier, was a golden lion. The little lion that Quaker mentioned was obviously the son of the Duke of St. Hilda, Marquis Charles. This Marquis should have been the highest commander of the human side in this battle, overseeing the Mirror Lake camp and fighting the trolls to the death. However, he was clearly unwilling, or rather, did not dare to face the troll army head-on. Instead, he issued an emergency conscription order and recruited a group of troops and militia to fill the Mirror Lake camp as bait. He himself led the real army to launch a sneak attack from the rear while the trolls were attacking the Mirror Lake camp. Even though the entire plan was a little cruel, it was still a good one. If they could really catch the trolls off guard and cause them to be unable to take care of each other, they might be able to win the battle. Unfortunately, for some reason, this plan was clearly seen through by the troll army's commander in advance and they had made preparations to deal with it. Thus, when Marquis Charles led his army to charge to the rear of the troll army, he did not have an irresistible force as he had expected. Instead, he met with an iron plate. A fierce battle thus began. It was late at night. A half-moon hung in the sky, its cold radiance scattering across the forest. A group of human cavalrymen were setting up camp in the forest, but they did not dare to start a fire to cook. They were worried that they would expose their target and attract their pursuers. It had been 3 days since the defeat at the Mirror Lake. After 3 days of fleeing, killing, and bloodshed, this team of more than 500 people was now left with a little over 100 people. It was indeed a miracle that they could last until now under the encirclement of the troll demon wolf cavalrymen. Of course, this was also because their battle strength was indeed strong. Furthermore, there was a spellcaster among them. In a head-on battle, a mage would be completely defeated by a knight or even a warrior of the same level. This was because no one would foolishly stand in place and wait for a mage to finish chanting without interrupting or dodging. However, on the battlefield, the role of a mage would far exceed that of a knight of the same level. The ice wall that blocked the wolf cavalrymen was a good example. It was a level 3 spell that ended the lives of hundreds of wolf cavalrymen in an instant. However, if a level 3 knight faced hundreds of wolf cavalrymen, even if there were no professionals among the wolf cavalrymen, he would still die of exhaustion under the siege of the enemy. At most, he would drag a few dozen of them down with him. The forest was quiet, with only the occasional neighing of horses and the faint howling of owls. In the camp, most of the people were eating hard bread in silence. Only a few leaders were gathered together, softly discussing how to get rid of the pursuers behind them. Meow. Whitey, don't run around. Colin chased after Whitey's figure and came to the center of the camp. Sorry, it's a little naughty. It's fine. The female mage grabbed the kitten that was trying to climb onto her body and held it in her arms to pet it. Seeing this, Colin also sat down and did not regard himself as an outsider. The female mage seemed to have noticed Colin's little scheme, so she did not chase him away. Instead, she asked, "Which family's knight are you?" Colin raised his head and looked at the female mage. The black veil covered half of her face, leaving only a pair of deep blue eyes that seemed to reflect everyone's deepest desires. "My name is Colin, Colin Angeli." This time, Colin told them his real name. He knew that the people in front of him were not the same as the Firefox mercenaries. If he continued to use the fake identity of Khan Sudwa, the chances of him being exposed would be high. Moreover, he did not know who wanted to kill him before. Now, since he already knew who the murderer was, there was no need to hide anymore. There was only one thing he wanted to do: revenge. Angeli? The female mage frowned. She felt like she had heard this name before, but she could not remember where. Lord of Grey Castle Town, Baron Angeli, Roaring White Bear. Knight Bliss reminded her. Yes, it is my father. Colin put his left hand on his chest and bowed, making a standard aristocratic salute. The female mage hesitated for a moment, then stood up and bent her knees. Her right hand pressed her lower abdomen, and her left hand lifted the skirt of her mage robe. Sure enough, Colin's heart skipped a beat. This female mage was really a noble. Hee, a mage among nobles. This is really interesting. Moreover, looking at the respectful attitude of Knight Bliss, and the way he protected her all the way, this female mage probably had a close relationship with the House of St. Hilda. However, Colin did not have the intention to investigate her real identity. Now, the relationship between the nobles of the Empire and the Mage Parliament was cold, so this female mage who was born a noble was naturally an awkward existence. She had been hiding her face all this time because she did not want others to know her real identity. Colin came here with the help of Whitey, hoping to establish a relationship with the real owner of the northern frontier, the House of St. Hilda. This was the key to him being able to avenge his predecessor and completely get himself out of danger. I didn't expect Knight Colin to be in the Mirror Lake camp. Bliss looked at Colin expressionlessly, his indifferent eyes had a trace of scrutiny. It's just a coincidence. Colin answered vaguely, then changed the topic and asked about the purpose of this trip. May I ask, what are we going to do next? Knight Colin, do you have any suggestions? Bliss did not answer Colin's question. Although Colin's identity gave him the right to join the discussion, it did not mean that he would automatically gain the trust of Bliss and the others. Colin didn't mind Bliss's wariness. He picked up a tree branch and drew a simple map on the ground. If I remember correctly, the closest city to us is Fallen Eagle City. It's in the southeast direction, and it's about 4 to 5 days away. According to the direction we're heading, that should be our destination, right? Yes. Seeing that Colin was so familiar with the surrounding environment, Bliss did not deny it. Colin smiled faintly as the tree branch in his hand continued to draw circles around the Fallen Eagle City. Then do you think we can hold on until we reach Fallen Eagle City? Bliss stopped talking. However, Colin still caught a hint of uncertainty in his eyes, which were pretending to be firm. Along the way, the small cavalry team left behind by the house of St. Hilda in the Mirror Lake camp had suffered heavy casualties. However, the pursuers behind them seemed to be endless, and they were getting closer and closer. Obviously, Bliss was beginning to feel that the situation was not good. "Knight Colin, do you have any suggestions?" This time, it was the female mage who asked. Colin smiled as he drew a big X on the Fallen Eagle City and said firmly, "We can't go to Fallen Eagle City. That's a dead end." The female mage frowned, seemingly unhappy with Colin's assertion. However, Knight Bliss beside her asked, "Then, in your opinion, which direction should we go?" Seeing that Bliss did not deny his words, Colin immediately understood. Bliss must have noticed that a large net was quietly forming around them, waiting for them to fall into it. Since Fallen Eagle City was their most likely escape route, the trolls would definitely have set up many obstacles in that direction. "Go north." Colin drew a huge arrow on the ground, pointing north. "North?" The female mage suddenly exclaimed, "Then aren't we going back again?" That's right, if they went north, they would be in the direction of the Mirror Lake camp. Bliss did not speak, staring blankly at the simple map on the ground. Colin raised his hand and gestured for the other party to calm down. He then explained, "If you also think that going north is an impossible choice, then it means that the trolls will not expect us to turn back." But isn't that walking right into a trap? There is indeed a large net around us, and it's getting tighter and tighter. Colin opened his right hand and clenched it tightly. However, the weakest part of this net is the north. If we want to break free, the best choice is to turn back and go north. Furthermore, Colin paused, Marquis Charles's real army should be in the north. Knight Bliss' eyes flashed, but he remained silent. The female mage did not have any qualms about this, nor was she surprised that Colin could guess Marquis Charles's intentions. Instead, she asked directly, "Do you think Marquis Charles has a chance of defeating the troll army?" Colin spread his hands and shook his head. He did not even know how many troops Marquis Charles had, how strong they were, or how well they could command on the spot. How could he guess the outcome of the battle? Whether Marquis Charles wins or loses, it doesn't have much to do with us. Because, what we need to do now is to jump out of the encirclement that our pursuers are weaving. After we jump out, we can release the sentries and scout for information on the Mirror Lake battlefield. Then, we can make further plans. That way, we'll have a lot more room to maneuver. The female mage thought about it and felt that Colin's words made sense. However, she had focused on arcane research since she was young and had not received any military education. She could not make up her mind about Colin's bold suggestion, so she could only look at Knight Bliss for help. Bliss pursed his lips and thought for a while before finally nodding, "I agree." Colin immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Although turning around and heading north was indeed the best chance to break free of the encirclement, he did not say the real reason why he did not want to continue forward. Further ahead was Fallen Eagle City, and the biggest suspect for the murder of his predecessor, his sister Caitlin, was there. If it was only Caitlin's scheme, then Colin was actually not too afraid. However, if the Lord of Fallen Eagle City, Earl Oman, was also involved, then he would really be walking right into a trap if he went there now. "All right. Then we'll turn around tomorrow and head north." Seeing that Bliss had agreed to Colin's plan, the female mage made up her mind. She then returned the kitten in her arms to Colin and asked, "Why do you call it Whitey?" Colin smiled as he took the pure blue short-haired cat. "Is the name Whitey not nice?" "No, it's a little unexpected." "Haha." Colin laughed and replied pointedly, "Is it a good thing to always let others guess what you're thinking?" The female mage laughed as well, her large eyes turning into crescent moons. "That makes sense." Beside a small stream in the forest, a troll demon wolf rider was fetching water. Around him, 4 of his companions were on guard. Those who were experienced in surviving in the wild knew the importance of a water source, but it was also because of its importance that it became a natural trap. One of the wolf riders finished fetching water and signaled to his companions to take over. At this moment, he suddenly sensed an uneasy aura and immediately pulled out the curved sword at his waist. The other 4 wolf riders were also shocked by their companion's actions and immediately looked around nervously. But nothing happened. The forest was silent, and only the rustling of the trees could be heard. The wolf riders did not let down their guard, but instead became even more nervous. Because it was too quiet. Whoosh! 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 The sound of an arrow whistling through the air suddenly broke the suffocating silence. Then, there were 2 screams. The remaining 3 troll demons did not even have time to check if their 2 companions were dead or alive. They quickly climbed onto their dire wolves and ran. Chase! Night Bliss shouted and took the lead to rush out. Behind him, hundreds of human riders galloped out. The quiet morning was completely broken, and the bloody prelude to a massacre was played once again. Normally, dire wolves were better than warhorses when it came to sprinting over short distances, but their stamina was relatively weaker when it came to long-distance attacks. Therefore, after the 3 troll demon wolf riders charged out for a distance, not only did they not shake off the pursuers behind them, they were getting closer and closer. Furthermore, after they closed the distance, the arrows of the humans came flying again. Not long later, 2 more wolf riders were killed by the arrows. Seeing this, the last remaining wolf rider stabbed his blade into the dire wolves but with bloodshot eyes. Awoo! In pain, the dire wolf instantly sped up and pulled some distance away from its pursuers. But, the speed buff from self-harm did not last for long. The dire wolf that had lost too much blood was slowly losing its stamina. In the end, it was still caught by the human riders and fell to the ground after being shot by an arrow. The troll rolled a few times on the ground, then got up pathetically and wanted to continue running forward. Whoosh! Bliss urged his horse to catch up and cut off the troll's head with a single slash. Before he could catch his breath, there was a commotion in the forest in front of him, and then, more troll demon wolf riders jumped out. He was still 1 step too slow, Bliss sighed inwardly. He knew that he hadn't dealt with the troll sentinels fast enough and had attracted even more enemies. Line up! After estimating the distance between them and the wolf riders, Bliss knew that he couldn't avoid this battle, so he ordered loudly. Advance! The human cavalrymen who had just run for a while took a breather. Under Bliss's orders, they pulled down their visors again and prepared to face the enemy. Speed up! Fortunately, there weren't too many wolf riders attacking them, so they could still fight. Charge! As the distance between them narrowed, both sides entered the sprinting stage at the same time. There was no retreat, no evasion, and no mercy. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave wins. Kill! Kill! Ah! Pung! With a loud crash, blood and broken bones splattered everywhere. It was bloody, savage, and tragic. Life became the sacrifice, and blood was the decoration. The tranquil forest instantly turned into a terrifying altar. After a fierce battle, the humans finally gained the upper hand. This group of cavalrymen from the House of St. Hilda was indeed elite. Furthermore, Colin's guess was right. The trolls didn't deploy a large number of troops in the direction of the north. Clearly, the trolls didn't expect that this group of human deserters would dare to return to the main battlefield. Chase! Seeing that the remaining dozen trolls wanted to escape, Bliss immediately gave the order to pursue. He couldn't let these fellows escape, or they would definitely attract more troops. At this moment, a blue light suddenly bloomed in the forest. It was as if the season had suddenly changed in the direction the trolls were retreating in. A layer of frost covered the ground and treetops at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, it instantly enveloped the dire wolves, making it difficult for them to move. It's magic! The leader of the wolf riders cried out in pain, despair in his eyes. Yes, the female wizard hiding at the back had finally completed her incantation. A grade 3 spell, Frost Nova, was cast at the perfect moment, slowing down the speed of the wolf riders' escape. Kill them all! Bliss took the opportunity to lead his troops forward, beheading the trolls that seemed to have been slowed down. Colin rushed to the front of the leader of the wolf riders and chopped off his right hand that was holding the weapon, but didn't kill him with another strike. I'll see if I can get any information out of him. Colin dragged the half-dead leader of the wolf riders and shouted at Bliss. All right. But you better hurry, we can't stay here for too long. Bliss nodded and then loudly ordered his subordinates, hurry up, hurry up. I'll give you 10 minutes to clean up the battlefield. Yes. Young Master Colin, do you need help? Raymond came over. No need, I'll do it myself. Colin rejected Raymond's kind intentions and dragged the leader of the Wolf Riders behind a large tree. He asked, tell me, are there any other troll troops nearby? Bah. The leader of the Wolf Riders spat out a mouthful of bloody spit and angrily rebuked, I won't tell you even if I die. Colin tilted his head and nimbly dodged the spit. He then took out his dagger and cleanly slit the leader's throat. All right, then go to hell. Huff, huff. The leader of the Wolf Riders stared with round eyes, as if asking, why didn't you follow the rules? When the leader had completely stopped breathing, Colin raised his head and looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he quietly took out his water skin. Gulp, gulp, that's right, Colin's real goal wasn't to interrogate him. He had already noticed in the previous battle that this leader of the Wolf Riders was a warrior. Similar to human knights, warriors were a unique profession of the trolls. They served the god of war and thus had the potential to advance to the Holy Realm. After discovering that the blood of warriors had no special effects, Colin felt that he should try to see if the blood of a troll warrior was the same as that of a human knight and could help him increase his strength. Furthermore, the strength of this leader of the Wolf Riders should be between level 2 and level 3, and should be higher than Colin's current level. Thus, if the blood of a warrior really had an effect, he should soon find out. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Colin hid the water skin that was filled to the brim and returned to the group. The battlefield had been cleaned up. All the trolls and their mounts had been killed, and their corpses were strewn about the forest. The dead of the humans had been hastily buried. After this battle, there were less than 100 people left in this small group of escapees. Colin did a rough count and found that there were only 70 or 80 people left. With a sigh, Colin mounted his horse and prepared to set off. At this moment, Bliss led the female wizard's warhorse to Colin's side. Knight Colin. Ma'am, what can I do for you? The female wizard lowered her head slightly, as if avoiding Colin's gaze. There was a trace of shyness in her voice. Excuse me, may I ride the same horse as you? Even through the black veil, Colin could still see that the female mage's face was flushed red. It was only then that he noticed that the female mage's blonde hair had turned white. Furthermore, there was a frosty aura around it. She was losing control of her arcane energy, no wonder she needed help. Of course, it would be my pleasure. Since the female had asked for it, Colin would not be pretentious. He also understood that the reason why she chose him was not because she suddenly took a fancy to him, but because he was the nobleman with the highest status in the team. That's right, class discrimination. But in this world, it was so natural. Even if Knight Bliss was powerful and could kill Colin with one hand. But as long as he was not conferred a title or became the heir of a title, then in the eyes of the real nobleman, he could only be considered as a reserve nobleman and had not stepped into the nobleman's threshold. There was a saying that could describe the awkward situation of the knight. In the eyes of the commoners, they were noblemen, but in the eyes of the nobleman, they were commoners. So, the female mage of noble birth would rather choose Colin than let Bliss, who she was more familiar with and trusted, get close to her. Of course, it could also be because Bliss needed to lead the team and could not be distracted. As Colin's thoughts ran wild, he got off the horse and rode on the female mage's warhorse. There was no soft fragrance, only bone-chilling coldness. All of a sudden, the little wildfire that rose in Colin's heart was completely extinguished. The female mage stiffly shrank into Colin's arms, as if looking for warmth and support. Bliss looked at Colin with a slightly warning gaze, then turned to reorganize the team and prepare to leave. Sorry, Knight Colin, my angels have used too much magic and are a little tired. That's why I need to trouble you. Don't say that, you are only like this because you want to help us get out of danger. Don't worry, I will take good care of you. The team set off again. As the speed was not slow, the horse's back was very bumpy. The female mage's body was weak and she almost completely relied on Colin's embrace to not fall. Are you okay? Colin could feel the female mage in his arms trembling slightly, so he whispered into her ear, do you need me to slow down? It's all right, there's no need for that. The female mage gritted her teeth. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. All right. The journey was bumpy, and the two of them were stuck close to each other, so it was inevitable that there would be some friction. Then, Colin awkwardly discovered that all the blood in his body seemed to be converging towards a certain part of his body. It seemed that vampires had that ability as well. I'll write it down when I have the time. Fortunately, Colin could now freely control the flow of blood in his body. He took the initiative to disperse the concentrated blood in a certain part of his body again to avoid embarrassment. What's your name? In order to distract himself, Colin asked. The female sorceress hesitated for a moment before she replied, Vera. But she didn't say her surname. Colin raised his eyebrows. Flower of Truth? Do you even understand the Elvish language? Vera asked in surprise. Of course, this is a necessary skill for an elegant aristocrat, Colin replied casually. In fact, this was just some knowledge that the butler, Eamon, wanted to enhance the style of the Angeli family. Therefore, he tried his best to force some knowledge into Colin's head. However, Colin only learned a little bit of the Elvish language and he could barely be regarded as a dabbler. Therefore, he was just like a blind cat that bumped into a dead mouse. Ainu koimas quivi, laurel and lucamiola. A series of Elvish words came out of Vera's mouth. The elves were the first race to learn how to use the arcane energy. Therefore, many of their spells had to be recited in the Elvish language. Therefore, the Elvish language had become a must-learn language for all the mages. Huh? However, Colin was caught off guard. Hee hee. Vera was in a good mood when she saw Colin's awkward expression. What an arrogant woman. What? Vera suddenly frowned. What language did you just speak? Take a guess. Colin smiled proudly. Of course, he would not tell Vera that he was speaking Chinese just now. It sounds a bit like the Kunya language, Vera guessed. However, she immediately shook her head. That is impossible. The Kunya language was the exclusive language of the High Elves. However, it had already disappeared from the world like the High Elves. The current elves and the Naga sirens were actually the descendants of the High Elves. Therefore, whether it was to trace the footsteps of their ancestors or to explore the ancient arcane books that no one could understand, the Kunya language had always been the focus of the two races and the mages' research. Unfortunately, the results of thousands of years of research were only enough to piece together the pronunciation of a few dozen words. Therefore, Vera felt that it was impossible for Colin, who could not even speak the Elvish language fluently, to know the Kunya language. However, the pronunciation of the words that he just spoke was very similar to the pronunciation of the words that they had deciphered so far. What kind of language is the Kunya language? This was the first time that Colin had heard of this term. Vera secretly said, as expected. It used to be the exclusive language of the High Elves, but it has long been lost. Oh. Colin responded casually, and then he curiously asked, how did the High Elves disappear? Has the Mage Council found anything? No. Vera shook her head, it has been too long, and the only ancient book that may have recorded what happened at that time was written in the Kunya language. Colin rolled his eyes, and he seriously doubted the ability of these mages to decipher the language. But. Vera wanted to say something but hesitated. But what? However, the Mage Council has some speculations. Tell me about it. The time when the dragons and the High Elves disappeared was about 5,000 years ago, and the god of light, the god of war, the goddess of fate, the god of storm, and other gods began to spread their faith around the same time. Therefore, there is likely to be a connection between the two. How dare you make wild guesses about the god of light? Colin interrupted forcefully. He had to do this. Although he felt that Vera's speculations were somewhat reasonable, and he did not have much respect for the so-called gods, as a knight, he had to stand his ground. This was his persona. Otherwise, he would be ostracized by the entire noble class. Vera obviously felt that she was a little silly, and she actually discussed this issue with a fanatical knight. She sighed, and it seemed that she had lost interest in talking. Colin also stopped talking, and he pretended to be offended. As time went by, Colin found that the body in his arms gradually became warmer. Obviously, the female mage was gradually recovering from the arcane spell that she had lost control of. However, this way, the physical friction between the two of them became even more erotic. Colin had to work harder to control his blood and not gather in a certain place where it should not be gathered. Even so, the faint fragrance of the rose continued to enter his nose, stirring up his restless heart. Finally, when the sky gradually darkened, the team stopped to rest, and Colin got off the horse with relief. However, at the same time, he felt a little reluctant. "Thank you so much for your help today, Knight Colin." "You are welcome." Colin bowed, and after taking a few steps, he turned around and asked, "By the way, what did you mean by that sentence in the Elvish language?" Vera hesitated for a moment before she said, "I believe in the truth, not the lies." "Understood." Colin nodded with a smile, turned around, and left. Vera lied. Colin happened to know the last word in the Elvish language. However, Colin did not expose Vera's lie because he understood that she had lied to him because she wanted to take care of his feelings. The last word in the Elvish language was not a lie, but a god. Therefore, the real meaning of the sentence that Vera had said in the Elvish language was, "Believe in the truth, not the gods." The blood of the troll warriors cannot be used to enhance one's strength. Colin was writing on the parchment under the faint morning light. That's right, he had drunk all the troll warrior's blood last night, but he didn't see any strange reaction from his body. Did it have to be the blood of a knight? Colin was a little depressed as he looked around the camp. Knight Raymond was sitting not far away from Colin, sipping water in small sips. "This is not good. After all, he is my loyal servant." Knight Bliss was urging everyone to hurry up and get ready to leave. "This is not good either. Maybe I can go to the Mirror Lake battlefield to take a look." However, the battle has been going on for so long. Even if the corpses were not eaten by the beasts, they would have already become dry corpses. A familiar fragrance wafted over, interrupting Colin's wild thoughts. "Good morning, Knight Colin." "Good morning, Miss Vera." Colin looked at the female wizard standing gracefully in front of him, a smile involuntarily appearing on his face. "You look much better today. How do you feel? Do you need any help?" "No, I should be able to do it myself today." "Okay, if you need anything, just let me know." During the conversation, Colin's eyes gradually shifted to Vera's white and slender neck. He suddenly thought of something. He did not know if the mage's blood would work. Vera also noticed that Colin was staring at her neck. She immediately felt a little embarrassed and gave him a fierce glare. She said coquettishly, "Let's go quickly. Knight Bliss is already urging us." "Okay." Colin mounted his horse and moved to Vera's side, walking side by side with her. Intimate physical contact was the best way to get closer to a man and a woman. Of course, Colin was very clear about this. After riding together yesterday, he was convinced that he had already occupied a place in Vera's heart. Perhaps even she herself was not aware of this point. Vera was not really angry and she was talking and laughing with Colin again. The group continued north, and as expected, the journey was much more peaceful. They didn't encounter any more troll armies. There were only a few ignorant bandits and some reckless beasts, but they were all easily dealt with by Knight Bliss. It seemed that Colin's plan was indeed effective. They had temporarily shaken off their pursuers. In order to conserve horsepower, the team gradually slowed down. Colin also took the opportunity to quickly familiarize himself with Vera. However, he still couldn't find out the other party's true identity. She only knew that she had just returned to the northern frontier from Yevil, and when she passed by Mirror Lake, she happened to meet a mercenary group that had received an emergency recruitment order from Marquis Charles, so she followed them to Mirror Lake camp. Yevil, also known as the Arcane City, was located between the eastern border of the Empire of Light and the Radiant Moon Forest. It used to be the territory of the elves, but after they retreated to the Radiant Moon Forest, it was occupied by the mages. Nominally, Yevil belonged to the Empire of Light, but the highest authority in the city was the Parliament of Mages. Neither the Duke of the Eastern Region nor the Emperor of the Empire of Light had any actual control over the Arcane City. Through the conversation, he learned that Vera had gone to Yevil to learn arcane magic when she was very young. So far, she had not returned to the northern frontier for more than 10 years. Her familiarity with the city was even worse than Colin, who had received the memory of his predecessor. Moreover, Vera took the initiative to go to Mirror Lake Camp to help when she saw the emergency recruitment order from Marquis Charles. It could be seen that she had a very close relationship with the House of St. Hilda. There were indeed some nobles who liked to find a mage to accompany them when they went to war. After all, although a mage was not good in a one-on-one battle, they were very useful on the battlefield. However, considering the contradiction between the nobles and the mages, most of the arrogant mages would ignore the nobles. Even if there were a few mages who were willing to accept the employment of the nobles, they would generally offer a very high price. It was simply unheard of for a mage like Vera to take the initiative to help when she saw the recruitment order. In the evening, the team set up camp again to rest. However, it did not take long for the scouts to come back and report the situation. "Sir Bliss, we have found traces of a small group of humans in front of us. We suspect that they are the defeated soldiers who escaped from the Mirror Lake battlefield." "Defeated soldiers? Bring them over." When they heard that there were defeated soldiers who escaped from the Mirror Lake battlefield in front of them, Colin and Vera hurriedly followed them. Now, they urgently needed to know the situation at the Mirror Lake battlefield and whether Marquis Charles's plan had succeeded or not. When the suspected defeated soldiers were brought to the camp, Colin discovered that there was actually an old acquaintance among them. "Respected knight, do you still remember me? I am Sar from the Firefox Mercenaries. You were the one who personally handed me the emergency recruitment order from Marquis Charles." Bliss looked at Sar, who was in a sorry state among the defeated soldiers, and immediately remembered who this person was. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, this filial son had killed his father and joined the army, leaving a deep impression on him. "How is the situation at Mirror Lake Camp?" "Terrible. It's too terrible." Sar immediately burst into tears. "There are too many trolls in the mountains. They are killing everyone they see. We can't fight them at all. Many of our brothers have died." Sob. "If I hadn't jumped into the lake when I saw the situation, I am afraid that I would have died." "Did you see the army led by Marquis Charles?" "Marquis Charles?" Sar thought for a moment before he said, yes, we did see a golden lion flag appear behind the troll army, but what?" "Stop hemming and hawing," Bliss scolded impatiently. Yes. Sar did not dare to hesitate anymore. He had no choice but to tell the truth. "But the army led by Marquis Charles seems to have retreated." Everyone fell silent immediately. Retreated, this was obviously Sar's way of saying it. The real situation was that they had retreated. This bad news made everyone a little confused for a while. They did not expect that they would have to face an even more terrifying troll army right after they got rid of their pursuers. Just as everyone was still digesting this bad news, Bliss suddenly asked, "Are there any pursuers behind you?" Sar quickly replied, "No. There was indeed a small troll army chasing after us in the first few days, but they gradually disappeared. Maybe they don't think that we are important anymore." Bliss was relieved. He turned around and looked at Vera. "Miss, what should we do next?" Vera hesitated for a moment before she subconsciously turned to look at Colin. Colin had gradually become the person she relied on because he had successfully helped everyone get rid of their pursuers. Colin glanced at the group of defeated soldiers and lowered his voice. "We still have to find out the whereabouts of the troll army before we can make further plans. However, the first thing we have to do now is to get rid of this group of defeated soldiers." "Why? They're also humans," Vera cried out in alarm. Colin rolled his eyes and patiently explained in a low voice, "The reason we were able to shake off the pursuers before was because we are all cavalry and have high mobility. Now, if we don't abandon these two-legged soldiers, Sir Knight." The Firefox mercenaries were almost wiped out in the battle at the Mirror Lake. "However, I am still willing to follow you and avenge our brothers who have died." Sar seemed to have realized something and he immediately shouted loudly. Moreover, under his incitement, many of the defeated soldiers also began to shout. "That's right. Avenge our brothers. Sir, please lead us back. Don't abandon us. Revenge. Revenge." Seeing that many of the cavalry soldiers were also incited, Colin had no choice but to shut up. He then looked at Vera with a serious expression, hoping that she would make the right choice. However, Vera looked at Colin and said, "They are also my companions. I will not abandon them." After that, she turned around and calmed down the excited soldiers. Colin sighed helplessly and frowned as he looked at the filial son. Sar also looked at him. As soon as the two of them met each other's eyes, they immediately looked away. Colin did not think that he was a saint at all. However, he did not expect to meet someone like that. However, this was not surprising at all. Although Vera was very powerful, she was still young after all. Moreover, she spent most of her time studying arcana in the Viel Tower. She had not experienced the cruelty of the world yet. Therefore, it was understandable that she was naive and a saint. However, what made Colin feel helpless was that Knight Bliss was very clear that he should abandon these defeated soldiers. However, no matter how Colin persuaded him, the Knight of the House of St. Hilda refused to disobey Vera's will. This made Colin angry, but he was also somewhat puzzled. What was Vera's real identity? In Colin's opinion, Bliss's strength was already at the 4th step. A knight of that rank could definitely be considered a core member of the St. Hilda family. His status definitely wouldn't be low. So, why was he so obedient to this female mage and even willing to sacrifice his own life for her? If he did not know that the Duke of St. Hilda only had 3 sons and no daughters, Colin would have suspected that Vera was the daughter of the Duke. Although Colin was disappointed with the future of this team, he did not panic too much. After all, even if the wolf cavalry caught up with them, he could still pretend to be dead and escape. Presumably, there was no one in this world who was better at pretending to be dead than him. Colin was very confident about this. As for the others, they could only pray for their own good. There was nothing he could do. For the next 2 days, everything was still calm. There were no trolls chasing after them, and they did not even encounter any bandits. On the contrary, they encountered several waves of defeated soldiers who had escaped from the Mirror Lake battlefield. Of course, Vera did not hesitate to accept them. This time, the cavalry team, which was originally less than 100 people, quickly expanded to more than 1,000 people. Although the number of people increased, anyone with a little bit of military knowledge would know that their combat strength did not increase by much. When marching to war, more people was not always better, especially when there was a strategic shift. It was obvious that Vera did not have any military knowledge at all. However, under Sar's persuasion and flattery, she became more and more confident when she saw the number of people in the team increase. She even had the absurd idea of continuing to gather the defeated soldiers and fight to the death with the troll demons. However, other than these bad things, there was also good news. The recent wave of defeated soldiers told them that after the giant demon army defeated Marquis Charles, they took the opportunity to chase after him to the north. Therefore, the area around Mirror Lake was actually safe. This news caused everyone to cheer and jump for joy. In this way, the only thing left for the fleeing team to face was the wolf cavalry that was chasing them. Although the wolf riders had misjudged the direction they were going to break out of the encirclement, they should have figured it out by now after so many days. According to Colin's thinking, the most sensible thing to do now was to abandon the scattered soldiers and continue north before the wolf cavalry caught up. They would then find and hide in the nearest human town. Instead of continuing to receive the scattered soldiers like this, which would slow down the marching speed and allow the wolf cavalry to catch up again. The development of the situation was just as Colin had expected. After another 2 days, the traces of the giant demon cavalry were finally found behind the fleeing team. Young Master Colin, I am afraid that the wolf cavalry from before will catch up with us soon. Why don't we quickly leave the team and escape on our own? Raymond apparently realized that something was wrong and quietly suggested to Colin. Colin was not panicking now. He even wanted to see what would happen to this group of people who did not listen to his advice. Perhaps there would be a chance to get the blood of Knight Bliss and Mage Vicky. In this regard, Colin did not feel much guilt. This was because he did not deliberately murder the 2 of them for the sake of blood. On the contrary, he had already warned them earlier, but these people insisted on seeking their own deaths. Therefore, he had no choice but to adhere to the principle of not wasting and make use of the waste. But, Colin glanced at Raymond who was beside him. For this loyal knight, he did not want him to die here. You run on your own, I still have to, young master. If you don't leave, I will never leave. Obviously, Raymond misunderstood the meaning of Colin's words. However, Colin did not know how to explain it. After all, he could not tell Raymond that he was very good at pretending to be dead. Just as Colin was thinking about how to persuade the stubborn Raymond to leave, a soldier ran over to him and said, "Sir Colin, Sir Bliss has asked you to come over." Okay. Colin had no choice but to temporarily calm down and follow the soldier to a tent in the center of the camp. In the tent, in addition to Vera and Bliss, the filial son Sar was also there. In the past few days, Sar had obviously become Vera's henchman by virtue of his excellent eloquence, clever mind, and flattering attitude. Colin could not help but admire Sar's methods of currying favor. However, at the same time, he also felt disgusted with this annoying guy. "Knight Colin, you are here." Vera smiled and nodded at Colin. It seemed that there was no estrangement between them because of the previous dispute about receiving the defeated soldiers. Bliss still nodded indifferently. Sar bowed and greeted Jiang Yuning with a warm smile on his face. "I did not expect to see you again, dear Sir Khan, Pa." Colin immediately lashed out with the whip in his hand, interrupting the filial son's words. "Knight Colin, what are you doing?" Vera was startled by this sudden turn of events, and immediately questioned him. Colin sneered and pointed at Sar, who was lying on the ground. "Mercenary boy, remember my name, Colin Angeli." Sar was obviously stunned by Colin's whip. At this time, he still did not understand how the previous Khan pseudo had become Colin Angeli. However, the burning pain on his body reminded him of what he should do. "I am sorry, dear Sir Colin. I have remembered wrongly." As a civilian, Sar could not question a noble, even if the noble had indeed lied. "Humph. Your punishment is to lead Knight Colin's horse." Vera, who felt that she had figured out the cause of the matter, snorted softly and didn't blame Colin anymore. She even felt that the punishment of one whip was a little light. In this hierarchical world, if a commoner called a noble by the wrong name, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he would be hanged. On the surface, Colin looked furious, but on the inside, he was secretly laughing to vent his anger. He had been unhappy with this filial son for a long time, and he wanted to take this opportunity to take revenge. Of course, he could also prevent the other party from revealing that he had used a fake name before. "Well, Knight Colin, this time we have called you here to discuss the direction of our next move. I think you should know that the wolf cavalry is catching up with us again." In the face of Vera's question, Colin did not answer immediately. Instead, he ordered Sar, who was still kneeling on the ground, "Get out of here first." Sar quietly clenched his fist, but he did not dare to refute Colin. Instead, he looked at Vera for help. However, he obviously overestimated his position in Vera's heart. "Sar, you can leave now." "Yes." Sar had to get up and leave. However, at the same time, he lowered his head deeply, not wanting to let anyone see the anger in his eyes. "Why are you targeting a small mercenary like him?" After Sar left, Vera asked in a mischievous tone. Obviously, Vera could also see the hostility that Colin had towards Sar. However, she thought that the two of them were just jealous of each other because of her. As she thought of this, her small face that was covered by the black veil blushed a little. However, she could not help but feel a little happy in her heart. A woman always liked to see men fighting for her, even if she did not like any of those men. "A person who dares to kill his own father is not worthy of my respect," Colin said righteously, and he did not hesitate to expose Sar's background. "What?" Vera was very surprised. "Indeed, Sar is a poisonous snake." "We need to be careful," Bliss said. This knight obviously looked down on this filial son who had killed his own father. "I understand," Vera nodded, and she blacklisted this small mercenary who she thought was a little clever. "Well, let's get back to the main topic." Vera began to introduce the specific situation that the Sentinel Knight had found out to Colin. At this time, they were certain that there were two groups of wolf cavalry that had caught up with them. Each group was about 700 to 800 people. The total number of wolf cavalry was almost the same as the current number of people on their side. However, the other party was the most elite wolf cavalry in the troll army. On the other hand, except for the less than 100 elite cavalrymen, the rest of the wolf cavalry were all defeated soldiers who had escaped from the Mirror Lake camp. Moreover, these defeated soldiers were all mercenaries and civilians who had been temporarily recruited by the emergency conscription order. They were completely a group of motley crew. Under such circumstances, even Vera, who did not have any military knowledge, began to panic. Therefore, she quickly looked for Colin to discuss countermeasures. Colin sighed and made a last effort. If we abandon the defeated soldiers now, we will still be able to escape with the cavalry. Isn't there a better way? Vera was still unwilling to give up. In Colin's opinion, the female mage's kindness was misused. He could only persuade her once more. I know you don't want to abandon them, but even if we stay, we won't be able to save them. We'll only lose our lives. Vera did not say anything, but the look in her eyes was still as stubborn as ever. Colin could only turn his head to look at Bliss, hoping that this battle-hardened knight could be more rational. However, Knight Bliss's eyes were filled with determination. I was the one who dragged these people into this battle. I've already abandoned them once. I don't want to abandon them a second time. At this time, Colin finally realized that Bliss had not agreed to accept the defeated soldiers because of Vera's order. Instead, he had agreed to accept the defeated soldiers because he felt guilty. Although in Colin's opinion, he was only acting on the Marquis' orders and could not be considered his fault. Looking at the determined Knight Bliss, Colin sighed in his heart. He knew very well that once a determined person like Bliss had made up his mind, it would be very difficult for him to be persuaded by others. However, Knight Bliss was also very clear that this time, they were really doomed. Therefore, he looked straight into Colin's eyes and pleaded with him in a serious manner. Knight Colin, I hope that you can take Miss Vera with you and leave first. No. I will not leave. Vera refused immediately. Miss Vera, I will not leave. These are my people and I have the responsibility to protect them. The atmosphere suddenly became emotional. Colin felt a headache coming on and he felt as though he was watching a melodramatic drama. However, he was surprised when he heard Vera say the words "my people" in a hurry. Only a member of the St. Hilda house would have the right to say something like that, and a direct descendant at that. However, the Duke of St. Hilda did not have a daughter. Was she an illegitimate daughter? No. Colin thought about it again. Although the aristocratic laws in this world were very similar to the Middle Ages on Earth, there were still some differences. In this world, illegitimate children had absolutely no right to inherit. The aristocrats here were particularly obsessed with the purity of their bloodline. Even if all the children of the direct line died, the aristocrats would rather choose an heir from the collateral line of the family than pass the title to an illegitimate child. Therefore, even if Vera was really the illegitimate daughter of the Dukes of the North, she was not qualified to say the words "my people." Just as Colin was thinking about Vera's true identity, the argument between the two men in front of him also subsided. Unsurprisingly, Bliss failed to persuade Vera to leave first. Although she was a little bit naive, the female mage had indeed shown admirable courage. There was a moment of silence in the tent. After a long time, Bliss suddenly spoke. Knight Colin, you should leave this place. Presumably, you have already heard from Knight Raymond that your father, Baron Angeli, has died in the battle. Therefore, you need to go back and inherit the title. Colin suddenly raised his head and looked at Bliss's expressionless face. He asked slightly abruptly, why hasn't this news been sent back to the Kingdom of Grey Castle? Bliss hesitated for a moment, but he still told the truth. Since the end of last year, the Marquis has ordered to block all news from the front line. Why? Bliss did not answer. However, Colin could guess the answer. It was because the situation at the front line had taken a turn for the worse since then. Marquis Charles had the motive to block the news, whether it was to protect his face or to prevent the people at the rear from wavering. However, he probably did not know that such a move had indirectly caused the death of Colin's predecessor. Charles St. Hilda. Colin had already secretly bore a grudge against this name. Knight Colin, you should go back to the Kingdom of Grey Castle first. They need you there. Vera was obviously hearing the news for the first time. She immediately sympathized with Colin and wanted to persuade him to leave first. However, Colin put on an impassioned posture and righteously refused. I will not leave either. Whether it is to avenge my father or to protect the glory of the human race, I must stay and fight with the trolls. Of course, Colin would not leave at this time. However, it was not because of any high-sounding reasons, but because he did not want to waste the blood of a high-level knight and mage, Colin. Vera's beautiful big eyes were full of splendor. You are a real knight. Even Bliss was moved, as if he suddenly looked at Colin with new eyes. The three of them looked at each other for a long time, and the atmosphere in the tent was filled with the atmosphere of sacrifice. Unfortunately, what Vera and Bliss did not know was that Colin was already thinking about how to pretend to be dead. When the three of them gradually calmed down, they finally began to discuss countermeasures. Since they had already decided on the principle of not abandoning, not giving up, then with so many burdens, it was only a matter of time before the wolf cavalry caught up to them. A battle was inevitable. Bliss first began to talk about his battle plan, where to meet the enemy, how to build a simple fortification, how to cooperate with the cavalry and infantry, and so on. Vera listened attentively. However, only God knew how much this female mage, who lacked military knowledge, understood. Colin listened absent-mindedly, as if he was thinking about something else. Night Colin, night Colin? What? Colin came back to his senses and saw that the two people opposite him were staring at him. Do you have any other opinions about this battle plan? Colin did not answer this question. Instead, he said, Sorry, I was absent-minded just now. I was thinking that maybe we might be able to avoid this battle. Really? How? Vera asked hopefully. She did not want to be a martyr unless she had no other choice. Moreover, the previous successful breakthrough gave her confidence and made her think that Colin might be able to create another miracle. Colin unhurriedly drew a simple map on the ground with his horsewhip, and then gently pointed at a bend in the river. We will hide here. At the first glimmer of dawn, the group began to pack up and prepare to set off. As the wolf cavalry drew closer and closer, restlessness began to spread amongst the fleeing group. Sar stuffed the remaining half of the hare he had eaten yesterday into his robes, ignoring his companion who was constantly muttering to himself. Instead, he looked around the camp, searching for that beautiful figure. Very quickly, Sar locked onto his target. Unfortunately, there was another man standing next to that figure. Sar touched the left side of his face. The whip mark was still throbbing. His companion Pam looked at Sar, who was in a daze, and could not help but snicker. All right, Sar, stop looking. That noble young lady is not someone a commoner like you can get close to. Who said that a mercenary can't like a noble young lady? Sar retorted impatiently. Haha, do you really understand the difference in status between a commoner and a noble? Silly boy. Don't call me silly boy again. Sar turned back and glared at Pam. All right, all right. Pam shrank back in fear, hurriedly begging for mercy. Only then did Sar let him off. His gaze once again followed that figure, and he said in a deep voice, Pam, do you know Count Oman? Of course, he's the lord of Fallen Eagle City. That's right. Then do you know how Count Oman's title came about? Wasn't it passed down from his father? Yes. Then, do you know how his father's title came about? His grandfather passed it down. Pam felt that this question was rather silly. No. Sar shook his head slowly. It was passed down from his grandmother to his father. So? Pam scratched his bird nest-like hair, confusion written all over his face. Why was it passed down from his grandmother and not his grandfather? Sar's eyes flashed with a strange light, because Count Oman's grandfather was actually a commoner mercenary. How is that possible? Pam exclaimed. But that's the truth. Earl Oman's grandfather married the daughter of the former lord of Fallen Eagle City as a mercenary. Later, the son of the lord of Fallen Eagle City died, and the title was passed down to Earl Oman's grandmother, and then to the earl's father, the son of that mercenary. Pam opened his mouth wide as if he was listening to a fairy tale. Sar's eyes flashed with a strange light. It was something called ambition. He moved closer to Pam and lowered his voice as if he was making an oath. So, the son of a mercenary can also become a noble. With that, Sar strode towards the figure. Pam stared blankly at his companion's tall back with mixed feelings. However, what Sar didn't tell Pam was that the mercenary who married the Count's daughter was a rank 6 warrior, and also the president of the Northern Frontier Mercenary Guild. Back then, he was known as the strongest person below the Sanctuary realm. Good morning, Miss Vera. Good morning, Knight Colin. Please allow me to lead your horse for you as an apology for offending you yesterday. Colin looked at the obedient mercenary in front of him and felt annoyed. He waved his hand as if he was waving away a fly. No need. Are you unwilling to accept my apology? Sar immediately put on an aggrieved look, and then deliberately revealed the left side of his face. There was still a trace of blood on the whip mark on his face. Colin, a real knight, should know how to forgive. Vera seemed to be deceived by the mercenary's pitiful appearance, and she actually spoke up to help him. Sar was happy, but at the same time, he felt pain in his heart. He was happy that Miss Vera spoke up to help him out. He felt pain because she actually called Colin by his name without adding the suffix knight. This was an extremely intimate way of addressing him. She was too unreserved. No, I just think that it is a waste to ask the leader of the Firefox mercenaries to lead my horse. In fact, I have a more important task for you, Commander Sar. You think too highly of me. Sar instinctively felt that something was wrong. Why? Are you unwilling to help me? Colin did not give the other party a chance to refuse. Of course, I am willing to help you. It would be my honor. Sar had to bite the bullet and agree, but he was already regretting it in his heart. Very good. Colin grinned, revealing his sharp canine teeth. In order to get rid of the pursuers behind us, we need to mislead them so that they will not be able to figure out our real movements. So, I will ask you to lead 50 people, pick the young, strong and fast, and move quickly all the way to the north. After about 20 to 30 kilometers, you will reach the bank of the Rapids River. At this time, you have to deliberately leave some traces of crossing the river to the north, but in fact, you don't really need to cross the river. You just need to quietly follow the Rapids River all the way to the east. After about 10 kilometers, you will meet up with us. Of course, when you go down the river, you have to eliminate the traces of your march. You can't attract the enemy, do you understand? Sar listened with cold sweat. He increasingly felt that Colin was using his position to get rid of him. You want me to be the bait? No, not the bait, but a decoy. Colin said seriously. Moreover, we will cooperate with your actions. As long as you strictly follow my instructions, there will be no danger. How to cooperate? Sar was still not at ease. Colin suddenly frowned. If this was in the regular army, if Sar dared to ask such a question, the commander-in-chief could directly chop off his head. This was because the commander-in-chief had no obligation to explain his overall strategy to every general under him. After every general received a military order, they only needed to act according to the requirements of the military order. Instead of asking all sorts of questions, hesitating, and being picky. Even if the commander-in-chief really gave you a suicidal mission, you could only carry it out. A military order was like a mountain. Even if it really wanted to crush you to death, you could not hide. Unconditional obedience was the first priority of a soldier. But clearly, a mercenary like Sar did not have the qualities of a true soldier. Colin was very helpless. He could only patiently explain. Our cavalry will all spread out and search for the sentries of the wolf cavalry behind us. We will ensure that the enemy will not be able to see our specific movements in the next 1 or 2 days. So, as long as you hurry, you will not be caught. Sar thought for a moment, then asked, so, your plan is for me to lead a small group to deliberately create the illusion of crossing the river to confuse the enemy, while the main force finds a place to hide? That's right. Then how do you know the enemy will fall for it? No matter how carefully we clean up the traces of our march, as long as we investigate carefully, we will eventually find some clues. Because, we will hide in a place that the enemy will never expect. What place? Colin gradually became impatient. Mr. Sar, have you been to the Rapids River area before? No. Then you will not understand. Colin gently squeezed the horse's belly and slowly moved forward. Do as I say. When you reach the south bank of the Rapids River, make the illusion of crossing the river, and then follow the river all the way to the east. You will then meet up with the main force at the hiding place that I said. You will understand by then. Knight Colin. Sar took a few steps forward and wanted to ask more questions. Mr. Sar, I believe that you will be able to complete this mission, right? Vera said gently. Sal immediately raised his head and puffed out his chest, patted it, and said loudly, of course. I will not let you down. Unfortunately, this little mercenary who was lost in Vera's charm couldn't see that Colin, who had taken a few steps forward with his back facing him, was revealing a mocking sneer. Under the radiant glow of the setting sun, a group of people were following the rapid flow of the South River towards the east. They were walking very carefully, and they were cleaning up the traces behind them as they walked. "Sar, do you think we can fool the trolls like this?" Pam asked in a low voice as he patted his sore back. "I don't know," Sar replied with an impatient and disdainful look on his face. "You will have to ask Knight Colin about this." Of course, Pam did not dare to go. He was not as courageous as Sar. When he met a noble, he was just like a normal civilian. He would never be able to straighten his back. "Move faster, don't be lazy," Sar urged everyone. The west end of the river was connected to the Mirror Lake. The river was not wide, and the current was very fast. However, Sar was a very good swimmer. He looked at the river in front of him and felt that it should not be a problem for him to cross it. Therefore, the ambitious young mercenary's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, Sar finally led his team to meet up with the main force. He was secretly relieved. It seemed that Colin did not lie to him. He was not an abandoned person. However, Sar did not feel grateful to Colin. Instead, he looked at the knight who was standing on the shore talking and laughing with Vera. He felt even more resentment in his heart. In his opinion, since Colin had arranged such a mission, if it wasn't to frame him, then it must be to get him away from Vera's side. What a despicable knight. "Miss Vera, Knight Colin, I have completed the task according to your instructions." "Well done." Colin looked at Sar playfully. Then, he pointed at the river in front of him and asked, "Do you know why the flow of this river is so fast?" Sar looked at the river under the moonlight and suddenly realized that the flow of the river here was indeed faster than what he had seen upstream. "Why?" Sar began to feel uneasy. Colin traced the shape of the flowing river and drew a few words in the air. "The Rapids River made a big turn here. Silt accumulated and the river channel became narrower. Of course, the speed of the water flow became faster." Colin pointed downstream and continued, "Moreover, after this sharp bend, there is a waterfall downstream." "Waterfall?" Sar exclaimed. His tone had changed. "Yes, a waterfall." Colin's smile was somewhat unpredictable. "The drop is about 70 to 80 meters. It's not too high, but it's high enough to kill someone." Sar's heart sank. "So, there is no way for us to cross the river from this part of the river, right?" Vera suddenly felt that she finally understood Colin's intention. "In addition, the river here is like a pocket, wrapping us up. The only way in and out is from the south. It's simply a hopeless situation. The trolls will definitely not expect us to hide in such a place, just like how they did not expect us to break through the encirclement in the north." "Smart," Colin praised with a smile. "The most dangerous place is the safest place." Vera's big eyes curved into a crescent moon. After being exaggerated by Colin, she seemed to feel that her military skills had greatly improved. But what if the trolls are not fooled?" Sar's voice trembled. "The possibility of this is very low." Colin looked at Sar deeply. "When they find the traces of you crossing the river upstream, they will inevitably think that that is the direction that we escaped in. All the traces that point to this bend will be suspected of being a trap." "Yes." Vera began to patiently teach the young mercenary. "The trolls will definitely think that we are stupid enough to hide in a place where we can't escape. Therefore, when they cross the river in the wrong direction, we will be able to walk out of the bend safely and turn to the south." Vera was very excited. She felt that she had finally grasped the essence of war. She then looked at Colin expectantly, seeking approval from her teacher. Colin resisted the urge to laugh and nodded seriously to express his approval. Sar, who was standing at the side, had already turned pale. Fortunately, it was late at night and no one noticed this. Except for Colin. "Mr. Sar, when you came from the upstream, did you follow my instructions and clean up the traces?" "Of course." Sar replied loudly. His slightly exaggerated performance made it seem like he was trying to cover it up in the eyes of those who were observant. However, Colin seemed to believe him. "That's good. As long as you don't leave any obvious clues, you should be able to fool the trolls." That night, Sar tossed and turned in bed and could not sleep at all. Several times, he wanted to escape under the cover of the night, but he was worried that he would run into the trolls head-on. From time to time, he would curse Colin and complain about how the other party came up with such a stupid countermeasure. After a while, he began to regret it. He regretted that he thought that he was smart enough to do those little tricks when he went down the river. Of course, most of the time, he was thinking about Vera's graceful figure and fantasizing that he could persuade her so that she could use her magic to bring him across the moat in front of him and escape from this place of death. From then on, he would live a happy life without any shame. Sar. What happened? Sar opened his eyes in a daze. The fantasy of Miss Vera disappeared, leaving only Pam's black and ugly face in front of him. It's over. It's completely over. The trolls have discovered us, and they are turning around and heading this way. Sar felt cold all over, and the last trace of hope in his heart disappeared without a trace. At this time, Vera, Bliss, and Colin were sitting opposite each other in the tent in the center of the campsite. What should we do now? Vera asked as she tried to suppress her trembling voice. The female sorceress had just thought that she had mastered the essence of war, but now, she was suddenly beaten back to her original state. Colin was not flustered at all. What is the specific situation that the scouts have discovered? Bliss was also calm as he replied, there are two groups of wolf cavalry. One of them is crossing the river upstream and the other is coming towards us along the river bank. It seems that the enemy is not sure if we are really hiding here. Colin smiled before he asked, how many people are there in the group of wolf cavalry? About 700 to 800 people. Then what are we waiting for? Colin spread out his hands. Then, let's fight. But. Vera's eyes were full of panic. Although they had more people on their side, Vera knew that in terms of combat power, they were absolutely no match for the wolf cavalry. Although Vera was prepared to die generously when she decided not to abandon the defeated troops, she was still prepared to die. However, Colin's plan later gave her hope. If one had some understanding of psychology, they would know that once a person was determined to commit suicide, it would be difficult for him or her to muster up the courage to die even if the obstacle disappeared. Vera was in such a psychological state now. She hesitated and was afraid. On the other hand, Knight Bliss, who had been through many battles for a long time, had a much better mentality. He still had a cold expression on his face, as if nothing in this world could move him. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and asked, Knight Colin, did you expect this situation from the beginning? Yes. Colin wanted to deny it, but he did not know why he chose to be honest with her. What? Vera's eyes widened and she felt as if this was the first time she had seen the young knight in front of her. Then, what about the plan? We will make it look like we are crossing the river, but in fact, we will hide in the most dangerous part of the river. Didn't you say that the most dangerous place is the safest place? That was a lie. Colin looked into the female mage's eyes. We have already fooled those wolf riders once. How can they be fooled again so easily? You. Vera took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. She was not lacking in courage, and she only lost her composure because her hope of escaping was suddenly shattered. Why are you doing this? Vera had a complicated expression on her face. The glorious image that Colin had built in her heart was collapsing. We can't run away. Colin sighed and his tone gradually became cold. From the moment you made the decision not to abandon the defeated soldiers, you should have been aware of this. This is a battlefield of life and death. There is no room for mercy and innocence, even if my plan deceives the soldiers and makes them think that we have really crossed the river and gone north. How long can we deceive them? They are wolf riders and we have a large group of infantry on our side. By the time they realize that something is wrong after crossing the river, it will only take them 1 or 2 days to catch up with us. We can't avoid this battle, therefore, since we cannot avoid this battle, the only thing we can do is to choose the most advantageous location for the battle. Colin pointed his finger at his feet and said, this is the most dangerous place, but it is also the place where we have the best chance of winning. Why? Vera felt that she could no longer trust Colin. Before Colin could answer, Bliss had already opened his mouth and said, because there is no way for us to escape from here. That's right. Colin took a deep look at Bliss. Only a rabbit that is forced into a corner will turn around and bite back. The same goes for those defeated soldiers. If we were to be caught by the wolf riders in the open, then without a doubt, as long as the enemy charges, the scattered soldiers we gathered would definitely collapse and scatter in all directions. Therefore, they had to ensure that they had nowhere to run. Since we don't want to abandon them, we can't let them abandon us. Either we win this battle, or we die here together. Colin's powerful remarks made Vera feel very confused. She did not know how to evaluate the young knight in front of her. He didn't know if what he did was right or wrong. Whether it was her childhood in Winter City or her academic career in the Yule Tower, everything that Vera encountered was simple and beautiful. Of course, this was also because she was well protected due to her noble status. However, Vera knew a thing or two about evil. However, she had never met someone like Colin. A brave and fearless knight? A genius who was full of schemes? An elegant and polite gentleman? A devil who plays with people's hearts? Vera did not know which one was his real face. Or, were these all fake? Compared to Vera, who had not fully matured yet, Bliss's reaction was much simpler. The experienced knight paid more attention to practical results. Are you sure that your plan will work? You should know that Marquis Charles also had a similar plan. Are you talking about the Battle of Mirror Lake? Colin seemed to have known that Bliss would ask this question. Yes. Yes, I have to admit that my plan was inspired by Marquis Charles, Colin said seriously. In fact, he had already rolled his eyes in his heart. Fighting with one's back to the river, cutting off all means of retreat, and so on were not new strategies in another time and space. However, it had never appeared in this time and space. Marquis Charles's arrangement at Mirror Lake was indeed a prototype of fighting with one's back to the river. However, in Colin's opinion, Marquis Charles's handling of the details was terrible. The details determined the success or failure of a battle. Similarly, Xianxia was able to fight with his back to the water in Jingxing, while Ma Su could only retreat in defeat and become a laughingstock for all eternity. Colin was confident that he would not become another Ma Su. Bliss obviously did not have such confidence, and he continued to ask coldly, Marquis Charles's plan did not succeed at Mirror Lake. Why do you think that you can use a similar plan to succeed at the Rapids River? Because Marquis Charles made two big mistakes. First of all, his heart is not ruthless enough. Although the Mirror Lake camp is facing the river, it is not really a desperate situation. Just think about those defeated soldiers. Many of them had to jump into the lake to escape. Therefore, I chose this bend of the Rapids River. This place is surrounded by water on three sides and the water flow is rapid. There is a waterfall cliff downstream. There is no way to escape. Here, they can only fight to the death. Bliss's expression changed slightly, and he continued to ask, what about the second mistake? Marquis Charles's second mistake is that he did not leave behind someone in the Mirror Lake camp who could lead the miscellaneous soldiers to fight to the death. Colin waved his hand at Bliss. I am not saying that you are not qualified, indeed, I am not qualified. Furthermore, I fled at the last moment. Bliss did not mind at all. Colin's admiration for this cold-faced knight grew. He nodded and continued speaking. He nodded and said, under the circumstances at that time, the Mirror Lake camp needed a noble with sufficient prestige, a lord with a title, to stabilize the miscellaneous soldiers who were recruited at the last minute and make them resist with all their might, causing enough trouble for the trolls. This way, Marquis Charles would lead the army to attack from behind the trolls. Only with a pincer attack would there be a chance of victory. Unfortunately, Marquis Charles did not leave behind someone of sufficient importance in the Mirror Lake camp, but we will not make such a mistake. After saying this, Colin stepped forward and approached Vera. He stared into her eyes and said, so this time, I will stay at the river bend as the first heir of the Baron of the Kingdom of Grey Castle. I will live and die with the soldiers. Miss Vera, I don't know if you... Of course, I will also stay. Vera said without hesitation. At this time, she had decided to believe in Colin again. Of course, she had no other choice. In fact, everyone here had been plotted against by Colin. Colin nodded and turned to Bliss. Knight Bliss, please lead the cavalry away from the river bend temporarily. When the trolls attack us, you will lead the army to attack from behind. Bliss's eyes flashed. Why don't I stay at the river bend, and you lead the cavalry? No. Colin immediately rejected Bliss's proposal because he knew that Bliss was testing them. The people who stayed at the front of the battlefield would be in the most danger, but the one who led the cavalry would still have the possibility to escape. Therefore, in order to make Bliss believe in him, Colin had no choice but to choose to stay. The people who stay at the river bend need to have enough weight. I am more suitable than you to stay. Moreover, the cavalry is your subordinate, and they will be able to fight better under your leadership. Bliss's eyes changed slightly, as if he finally recognized that Colin had passed his test, and he nodded in agreement. Then, Colin glanced at Vera. I know that you have a noble status, so if you can reveal your true identity before the battle, then it will greatly encourage the soldiers. Of course, if you have any concerns, I will not force you. Vera was stunned, but she did not speak. Just when Colin thought that Vera was unwilling, he heard a clear and firm voice. Okay. Ta. As soon as Knight Bliss led the cavalry away from the river, the entire camp suddenly fell into a state of panic. The news that the troll cavalry was about to catch up with them had already spread. Everyone was already in a state of panic. Now that they thought that Bliss and the others had fled, it was as if they had poked a hornet's nest. Many people had already quietly gathered together, packed up their things, and were ready to escape. At this moment, Vera and Colin appeared in front of everyone and calmed them down temporarily. When they saw that the two nobles with the highest status in the entire camp had not left yet, everyone felt that there was still hope and that they had not been abandoned. However, the news that Knight Bliss had left and that the troll cavalry was approaching made everyone's faces full of anxiety. Everyone's nerves were stretched to the extreme and they could not withstand any more stimulation. They stared at the figures of Vera and Colin closely, hoping to get some good news from them. Most of the civilians in this era were a group of confused lambs. They were ignorant, and timid. They were unable to control their own destiny, and they did not even dare to control their own destiny. Therefore, they put their own destiny in the hands of the nobles, hoping that the nobles would guide them to prosperity and glory. However, what they did not know was that the nobles' guidance often came at the price of slavery. At this time, Vera could see the confusion and desire in everyone's eyes. Of course, she would not let them down. She did not speak. It was just a simple action, but everyone in the camp was completely stunned. She lifted her veil. The first rays of the morning sun sprinkled down, outlining the beautiful face under the veil. Time seemed to have stopped. The restless crowd held their breaths at this moment. It was as if they were afraid to disturb the beautiful, determined, and slightly shy girl. However, before everyone could enjoy this beautiful scene, Vera spoke. Even the sound of the rushing river could not drown out her soft but steady voice. My name is Vera St. Hilda, and I am the adopted daughter of the Duke of St. Hilda, the Lord of the Northern Frontier. Adopted daughter, so, she was the adopted daughter of the Dukes of the North. Colin's eyes widened, and there was a huge wave in his heart. One had to know that in this world, adopted children had the right of inheritance. Unlike those illegitimate children who were spurned by the nobles, adopted children were the legal heirs recognized by the Senate of the Empire. His right of inheritance was second only to that of the direct line of descent. Therefore, in order to become an adopted son or daughter of a noble, one must first have a pure and noble bloodline. If one of the parents was a commoner, then he or she could never be legally adopted by a noble. Secondly, if they wanted to adopt an heir, they had to pay an adoption tax to the Senate of the Imperium in exchange for the Senate's recognition of the adopted child. In order to prevent the nobles from abusing their adoption rights and disrupting the normal order of succession, the adoption tax was extremely high. Most lesser nobles would not be able to afford it even if they went bankrupt. Even for a great noble like the House of St. Hilda, paying an adoption tax would be painful for a long time. Therefore, the nobles were extremely cautious about adoption. Generally speaking, only those who were rich and did not have any children of their own would choose a descendant from the collateral branch of the family as their adopted child. This way, they could prevent their title from falling into the hands of someone they did not like. Colin did not understand why the Duke of St. Hilda, who had 3 sons, would adopt Vera and send Vera to Yevil to be trained as a mage. However, this did not affect Vera's position as the 4th heir of the Dukes of the North. This was the reason why Knight Bliss had pledged his loyalty to her. This was also the reason why she was qualified to say my people. Therefore, when she revealed her true identity at the bend of the Rapids River, the soldiers who were originally panicking were so shocked and excited. Most of them were already holding the hilts of their swords in their hands, ready to fight to the death for her. They were all waiting for her to say those words. I know that all of you are very scared and panicked. Dara slowly swept her eyes across the crowd and looked at them one by one. Me too. I am scared and panicked. However, I am not desperate. Even if there is no way out now, this is because I know that all of you will not abandon me. Just like how I did not abandon all of you in the first place. No matter how critical the situation is, I will always remember my mission and my duty to all of you. As the adopted daughter of the Duke of St. Hilda, I have sworn to protect the people of the northern frontier forever. As the people of the northern frontier, I also hope that all of you will have the courage to pick up your weapons and fight with me to protect the northern frontier against the invading enemies. I promise that I will fight with all of you until the last moment. For Miss Vera. Colin stood up and shouted at the top of his lungs. Originally, he had prepared a long speech and wanted to use his identity as the son of the Baron to win the hearts of the soldiers. However, it seemed that he did not need to do so anymore. He did not even need to emphasize his identity anymore. Vera's identity was more than enough to arouse the fighting spirit of this group of soldiers. The House of St. Hilda had ruled the northern frontier for thousands of years and its prestige was unparalleled. Vera's noble identity, her beautiful face, and the kindness that she had shown throughout her journey had made her a goddess in the hearts of these soldiers. They would never allow those dirty and ugly trolls to blaspheme this goddess, even if they had to pay the price with their lives. For Miss Vera. For Miss Vera. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Rumble. A flash of lightning tore through the sky, followed by the roar of thunder. The rising sun did not even have time to wake up the sleeping earth before it was covered by dark clouds. At the bend of the Rapids River, the human soldiers were already waiting. They held their breaths as they looked straight ahead, allowing the raindrops to fall on their bodies. They were motionless like statues. The rain was gradually getting heavier. The wind was also gradually getting stronger. A gray line appeared on the horizon and quickly spread out like a raging tide, sweeping towards the human camp at the bend of the river. Awoo, the troll cavalry was here. Kill. For Miss Vera. For Miss Vera, facing the terrifying troll cavalry, the human soldiers burst out with courage that was not inferior to the elite soldiers of the army. This was because they knew that there was no way out for them. Since there was no way out, they would fight to the death. Moreover, Vera's existence had given these confused soldiers endless fighting spirit and firm belief. They believed that even if they died here, their stories would still be passed down in the northern frontier. Everyone would know that they had sworn to protect Vera St. Hilda. Even if the worst situation happened, they would still be lucky enough to return to the arms of the God of Light together with their goddess. Kill. Colin took the lead and stood at the forefront of the battlefield. At this time, he must not back down. What greeted him was hundreds of sharp spears, like a suffocating forest of death. Boom. Colin collided with the leader of the troll cavalry without any fancy moves. After that, he felt as if he had collided with a tank. Whoosh, Colin only felt that his vision turned black, and the great pain almost made him lose his mind. He could even clearly hear the cracking sound of his bones breaking and the sound of the spears tearing his chest. He did not know how far he had been sent flying, and when he landed on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he was depressed. He wanted to pretend to be a hero, but he did not expect. As soon as he came up, he encountered a high-level troll warrior, F***CK. Wasn't this death a little too fast? Young Master Colin. Colin. On the chaotic battlefield, only two people noticed that poor Colin had been sent flying by the impact. One of them was Raymond, and the other was Vera. Raymond was guarding Colin's side, but he did not expect that Colin would be sent flying. It was too late for him to rescue him. Since he was in the front row of the battlefield, Raymond did not have time to check on Colin's condition. He could only grit his teeth and fight against the trolls. As for Vera, she had not been paying attention to Colin the entire time. From the moment the troll wolf riders appeared, she had been hiding in the back row to prepare her spells. She had no time to care about the situation in the front row. Until she was startled by Colin, who had descended from the sky and landed at her feet. Fortunately, she had just finished casting a spell and was resting. Otherwise, she would have been shocked by Colin's appearance. Colin. Are you okay? Dara looked at Colin in front of her, and she was at a loss. This was because Colin's injury looked really scary. A spear had pierced through his chest and nailed him to the ground. With such an injury, even if Vera wanted to save him, she did not know where to start. At this time, Colin was in so much pain that he was gritting his teeth. The waves of pain made him lose consciousness. He wanted to simply pass out, but when he saw Vera next to him, he suddenly changed his mind. Now was not the time to play dead. If he did not take this opportunity to show off and leave a deep impression in Vera's heart, it would be a waste. After all, this young and beautiful female mage was the fourth successor of the Dukes of the North. She was a proper big thigh. If Colin wanted to deal with Earl Oman, who was secretly plotting to seize the Angeli family's title, this was an opportunity that he must seize. Miss Vera, help me. How can I help? Pull it out. No. You will die. Even if I die. I also want to die standing. Instead of being nailed to the ground like a bug. Colin's performance fully demonstrated the basic qualities of an iron-blooded tough man. Dara was so shocked that she was speechless. Hurry up. Dara grabbed the spear in front of Colin's chest with her trembling hands. Then, she hesitantly looked into Colin's eyes. There, she saw no trace of cowardice or fear of death, only determination. Dara took a deep breath before she clenched her teeth and pulled on the rope with all her might. Ah! Colin screamed. He hated himself for not being immune to pain. Colin! Dara shouted as her eyes turned red. At the same time, she quickly stepped forward to support Colin, who was barely standing up. It was a familiar soft touch and a familiar fragrance. However, Colin did not have the time to be intoxicated. The intense pain made it impossible for him to remain calm, let alone stand alone. At this time, he realized that it was not easy to be a hero. Forget it, I will just lie down and pretend to be dead, don't worry about me. Colin shouted. Hurry up and prepare the spells. The soldiers who are fighting in front of the formation need your help more than I do. Okay. Dara did not hesitate. She first helped Colin to sit on the ground before she turned around and began to cast the spells. At this time, the two sides were engaged in a fierce battle. However, Colin discovered that the troll cavalry was not able to penetrate the humans' formation. Instead, they were trapped in the formation and were tightly entangled by the soldiers who were not afraid of death. This time, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the troll cavalry was trapped in the formation and lost their speed advantage, then the humans would have a chance to win this battle. Moreover, ta-ta-ta. The crisp sound of the horses' hooves could be heard again. It was Knight Bliss who had led the cavalry team back. This cavalry team of less than 100 people appeared at the most critical moment. They were like a sharp arrow that pierced straight into the troll army's back. The reinforcements are here. Kill them. No one knew who shouted, but the human side suddenly erupted with an amazing momentum. On the other hand, the troll army fell into chaos because they were surrounded by enemies. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Colin only felt a sudden burst of cold air behind him. Then, he saw countless raindrops falling from the sky, instantly freezing into ice blades and smashing into the center of the troll army's formation. Dara also began to show her power. Kill that sorcerer. The troll army also realized the existence of Vera and wanted to eliminate this long-range spellcaster. However, how could the human soldiers who were fighting for the goddess let the troll army succeed? They crazily surrounded Vera and formed a human wall in front of her to block the troll army's path. Blood and bones were splattered everywhere. The battle had reached its most tragic moment. Suddenly, Colin only saw a flash of red light and a blood-red spear broke through the human wall and suddenly appeared in front of Vera. This was a good opportunity. Without the slightest hesitation, Colin leaped in front of Vera, blocking her. Chi! The spear pierced Colin's chest again. It was as if he could feel that his heart, which had stopped beating for a long time, had been shattered into pieces by the 2 consecutive spear strikes. Colin! Colin! Dara rushed forward and tears flowed down her face uncontrollably. Why? Why? Colin wanted to be emotional like some melodramatic television dramas, but the intense pain was about to overwhelm his will. At this time, he knew that he had to use the simplest action to leave the deepest impression in Vera's heart. Therefore, he said softly, "I hope that I can bring one of your personal belongings with me when I am buried." "No, you will not die. You will not die." Vera cried and shook her head. Colin stopped talking and slowly reached out his hand to touch Vera's earlobe. Vera did not stop him. She allowed Colin to take off one of her diamond earrings. Colin held the earring tightly in his palm and slowly closed his eyes. "This is too painful," Colin screamed in his heart. However, he felt that his performance just now was not bad. He believed that he would be able to leave an indelible impression in Vera's heart. Moreover, through this rather ambiguous action, he also vaguely expressed his feelings of adoration. He believed that this would have a great impact on Vera, who was ignorant and inexperienced. Poor Vera did not know that the guy in her arms was pretending to be dead and was even using this opportunity to plot against her. However, after crying for a while, she immediately wiped her tears away. Now was not the time to be sad. Vera gently put Colin down and then turned around resolutely. She raised the staff in her hand high and started chanting. A powerful arcane energy began to gather around her. The rain seemed to be getting heavier. The wind seemed to be getting stronger as well. Vera's blonde hair turned pure white again. Even her blue eyes became pale white like ice that had not melted for thousands of years. An invisible force slowly lifted her up. The female mage stood proudly in midair and looked down at the battlefield in front of her like a god. At this moment, the extreme cold had arrived. Colin, who was on the verge of fainting, was also shivering from the cold at this time. He quietly opened one of his eyes to see what was going on. Due to the angle, he could only see Vera's robe fluttering in the air, as well as the exposed part of her, pink. Pft. 2 lines of blood spurted out from his nose. Colin's injury was even more serious. As night fell, a bonfire lit up at the bend of the Rapids River. After a fierce battle, the humans finally won the final victory. It was a Pyrrhic victory. More than half of the original team of more than 1,000 people were killed or injured, and those who survived were all injured. However, after this battle, the momentum of this group of soldiers had changed qualitatively. It was as if they had turned into a regular army after the baptism of blood and fire. The camp was filled with a strong smell of blood, and various mutilated corpses had not been cleaned up yet. However, the survivors did not care. They enjoyed the rare hot food while bragging about their heroic performance during the day. Sar did not participate in the lively conversation of his companions. Instead, he picked up a skewer of grilled black fish and walked towards the tent in the center of the camp. His left foot seemed to be injured, and he was limping and walking with difficulty. However, such a small injury was not a problem at all in this camp. There was a knight whose upper body was covered with bandages outside the tent. Sar knew that this was the knight of the Angeli family. His name was Raymond. The knight was leaning on his sword with his head lowered and his eyes closed. He seemed to be repenting and praying at the same time. Sar walked past him, but he did not respond at all. It was as if he was a statue. "Miss Vera, do you want to eat something?" "No, it's okay." Vera did not look back, but she refused softly. Sar quietly raised his head, but he could only see Vera's beautiful back and long white hair. "You have to pay attention to your body. You should eat something." Sar was still trying to persuade her, but Vera still did not respond. She was just staring blankly at the man in front of her who seemed to have fallen asleep. That man was naturally Colin. However, Colin was not pretending to be dead to gain sympathy at this time. He had really fallen asleep. After all, the injury that he had suffered before was too serious, and he had lost too much blood. Of course, perhaps he was also stimulated by the last scene that was not suitable for children. In short, Colin had completely fallen asleep. If he was not still breathing, perhaps everyone would have thought that he was already dead. No one thought that Colin would be able to survive such a terrifying injury. In fact, in the eyes of everyone, it was already a miracle that he could endure until now. Vera was the only one who did not want to give up. She continued to bandage Colin's wounds and continued to take care of him. When Vera noticed that Colin's lips were a little dry and cracked, she quickly dipped a handkerchief in some water before she gently wiped Colin's lips with it. When Sar saw this scene, he was filled with jealousy. He even wished that he was the one who was lying on the bed and being taken care of by Vera right now. "Miss Vera, let me take care of Knight Colin. You can go and rest now." "No need," Vera rejected Sar's offer once again before she waved her hand to signal the mercenaries to leave. Sar could only bury his disappointment deep in his heart and leave the tent. Meow Little White suddenly appeared out of nowhere and moved closer to Colin before he gently licked his cheek. It seemed as though he was trying to wake up his human slave. Vera put down her handkerchief and stared at Colin's pale face for a long time. After that, she crossed her hands and clasped them in front of her chest as though she was praying. "Almighty God of light, please have mercy on this brave and fearless knight." This was the first time in Vera's life that she had ever prayed. Perhaps, this was also the first time that she had ever prayed to the God of light. "If I am lucky enough to witness your grace and mercy, then I will serve you for the rest of my life." This female mage who had always pursued the truth of the arcane arts was now willing to offer her faith to God for a man. He wondered if the God of light had heard the mage's prayer. Would he be willing to accept such a heretic? There was no beam of light that fell from the sky. There were no angels that suddenly appeared. Colin did not wake up miraculously. It was as though nothing had happened. Knight Bliss, who had just walked out of the tent, suddenly stopped. He seemed to have realized that he might have heard something that he should not have. After a long time, when there was no more sound coming out of the tent, Bliss stepped back into the tent. This knight was also a seriously injured person. His entire right arm had been cut off, and his body was covered with bandages that were still bleeding. However, he still had a calm and indifferent expression on his face, as if he did not care about his injuries at all. "Miss, the preliminary casualty statistics have been completed. In this battle, we have lost 428 soldiers and more than 350 people are seriously injured. The rest of the soldiers have only minor injuries." Vera did not have any concept of such casualty statistics, so she just listened quietly. However, for a veteran like Knight Bliss, this battle was definitely a miracle. One had to know that such a ratio of casualties was enough to cause the entire army to collapse, even if it was the most elite regular army. However, the soldiers of the River Bend barracks fought tenaciously to the end and even won the battle. Perhaps Vera had contributed a lot to this. After all, her identity had enough appeal. However, Bliss was very clear that this was mostly due to Colin's strategy of fighting to the death. Thinking of this, he looked at Colin on the bed with a look of admiration and regret, and continued to ask, "Miss, what should we do next?" When she heard this question, Vera was a little confused. "What do you think?" "There were 2 wolf cavalry units that chased us to the Rapids River. Although we have just defeated one of them, we are not completely out of danger yet. This is because the other wolf cavalry unit has been confused by our arrangement and has already crossed the river to the north. However, I believe that they will soon discover that something is wrong and turn back. However, the victory that we have just achieved will definitely make the other party hesitate. They will not be able to figure out our specific strength and will not dare to chase after us easily. Therefore, my opinion is to continue to stay at the River Bend and send a messenger to the nearby cities to ask for reinforcements. As long as our reinforcements arrive before the trolls gather more soldiers, we will be safe." Vera was a little speechless. She could hear the uncertainty in Knight Bliss's words, but she could not come up with a better idea. At this time, she naturally turned her eyes to Colin, who was still sleeping. If he could wake up, there must be a better way. "Okay, we will do as you say." "Yes." After leaving the tent, Bliss walked with his head down. He was considering which directions he should send the messengers to, and how he could avoid being intercepted by the trolls on the way. Da-da-da, the sound of horse hooves interrupted Bliss's thoughts. He raised his head and saw 2 cavalrymen running towards the camp. He quickly recognized that one of the cavalrymen was the one that he had sent to guard the perimeter. However, he did not know the other person. However, he recognized the armor that the other person was wearing. This kind of pure black armor was only worn by one army in the entire Empire of Light. The Black Cavalry. Bliss was ecstatic. He couldn't help but look back at Vera's tent as a thought flashed through his mind. Did the God of Light really answer Mrs. Prayer? Have you heard? The Black Cavalry is nearby. They will send someone to pick us up soon. The Black Cavalry? Is that true? Of course it's true. last night, I saw a scout from the Black Cavalry enter our camp. Miss Vera even personally received him. So, we are safe? Nonsense. With the Black Cavalry nearby, how would the trolls have the guts to come? Similar conversations were going on in every corner of the camp. The tense atmosphere in the air was completely swept away, and it was replaced by the excitement of surviving a calamity. It was as if the name Black Cavalry had some kind of special magic power. As long as they were nearby, it meant that they were absolutely safe. The reason was very simple. The Black Cavalry was the most powerful army in the northern frontier of the empire. Yes, they were the most powerful. The number of people in this army was actually not that big. There were only 50,000 of them. However, this was an army made up of pure cavalry. This army of 50,000 cavalry was worthy of being the guardian of the northern frontier. It was also a nightmare that the trolls could not get rid of. Dong dong dong, as noon approached, the earth suddenly began to tremble. A black torrent appeared on the horizon and quickly rushed towards the river Bend camp. However, the people in the camp did not panic at all. This was because they had already seen the flag of a black lion fluttering in the wind. The emblem of the House of St. Hilda, the master of the northern frontier, was a golden lion. Therefore, no other family in the northern frontier dared to use a lion as their emblem. The person who came was naturally from the House of St. Hilda. However, the average person from the House of St. Hilda would not dare to change the golden lion's emblem to black. There was only one exception. He was the younger brother of the current Dukes of the North and the highest commander of the Black Cavalry, Marquis Garcia St. Hilda. Unlike the eldest son of the Duke, Marquis Charles, who had a fake title, Marquis Garcia was a feudal lord. He was also the only marquis on the northern frontier. His territory occupied almost a quarter of the entire northern frontier. It was this vast land that allowed Marquis Garcia to support the Black Cavalry, an army of pure cavalry. As the army approached, Vera also came out to greet them personally. Behind her, there were excited and even fanatical soldiers. In the northern frontier, almost all aspiring youths viewed joining the Black Cavalry as the highest honor. However, the Black Cavalry's recruitment standards were extremely strict. It was so strict that it made people wonder if the Black Cavalry didn't want any more recruits. Huff huff huff, amidst the neighing of the horses, the Black Cavalry started to slow down. The leading knight in a black cloak lifted the visor of his helmet, revealing a dignified face. Uncle Garcia. Vera could not help but shout out loud as tears flashed in her eyes. The hardships, fights, and parting of life and death that she had encountered along the way had drained the 18-year-old noble girl both mentally and physically. Now that she had finally seen her pillar of support, she could not help but lose her composure. Marquis Garcia dismounted from his horse and walked in front of Vera with a gentle smile on his face. Welcome home. Vera did not care about maintaining the aristocratic etiquette anymore. She quickly took a few steps forward and threw herself into the arms of Marquis Garcia. Ha ha ha. Marquis Garcia suddenly laughed out loud as he stretched out his hand and patted Vera's back gently. It seems that you were really frightened by the trolls. Don't be afraid, Uncle will avenge you. Uncle Vera suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Don't worry, those trolls who invaded the northern frontier will not be able to return alive. Marquis Garcia looked at Vera's white hair and his eyes flashed with a cold light. That's what I said. When such arrogant words came out of Marquis Garcia's mouth, it sounded particularly natural. No one present dared to doubt whether Marquis Garcia had the ability to fulfill his promise or not. This Marquis who commanded the Black Cavalry was like a god on the battlefield. Greetings, Marquis Garcia. Knight Bliss also hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. Knight Bliss. Marquis Garcia noticed that the other party's right arm was missing. It is a pity that you have lost an arm. My opponent is even more regretful because he has lost his head. Ha ha ha. Good. This is what a knight of the northern frontier should be like. Marquis Garcia thumped Bliss's chest a few times and did not hide his appreciation for him at all. Knight Bliss, who had always been calm and even indifferent, at this time, showed a rare look of respect and even fanaticism in front of the god of war of the northern frontier. Not to mention the soldiers behind him, most of them were seeing the legendary Marquis of the northern frontier for the first time. All of them were so excited that their faces turned red, as if they were waiting for Marquis Garcia's order to kill the trolls. Even Tsar, who had always been a filial son, was almost unable to control himself when he looked at Marquis Garcia's tall figure at this time. I want to be like him too. Tsar secretly vowed in his heart. After Marquis Garcia appeased the fanatical soldiers, Vera finally had time to step forward and ask. Uncle, there are still many wounded people in the camp. Please immediately arrange for doctors and priests to treat them. In addition, there is also a knight who is seriously injured. Don't worry, after I received the news, I specially brought the doctors and priests who were accompanying the army. Marquis Garcia pointed to an old priest with grey hair behind him and introduced him to Vera. I even brought Archbishop Raven with me. It is my honor to be able to serve you. Archbishop Raven bowed to Vera. Then I will have to trouble you. Vera was relieved. Although she did not know Archbishop Raven, she knew that the position of an archbishop was not something that an ordinary priest could hold. In the entire northern frontier, the Church of Glory had only arranged 3 archbishops. The profession of a priest was not a fighting profession, and their combat power was not strong. Their main job, in addition to serving the God of glory and spreading the glory of the Lord, was to preside over baptisms and treat the sick and the wounded. It was a standard auxiliary profession. Therefore, unlike other combat professions such as warriors, knights, and mages, this profession could not be divided by strength. However, generally speaking, the higher a priest's position in the church, the stronger his healing ability would be. In Vera's opinion, this Archbishop Raven should be the God of Glory's response to her prayers. Therefore, she did not dare to hesitate and quickly led Archbishop Raven and others to the tent where Colin was. Marquis Garcia also followed. He was very curious about the background of the knight who could make his niece so nervous. When they arrived outside the tent, Vera and Raven went straight in. However, Marquis Garcia stopped in his tracks. What is your name? He had already noticed the man who had been standing outside the tent. Previously, when everyone had gathered around to welcome him, this man was the only one who had stayed behind and refused to budge an inch. Dear Marquis, my name is Raymond Mauben, and I am a knight of the Angeli family. Then the one inside is the son of the Baron, Knight Colin Angeli. Marquis Garcia nodded and patted Raymond's shoulder twice to comfort him, and then walked into the tent. How is Knight Colin's injury? Not very good. Archbishop Raven frowned and said, in fact, it is a miracle that he is still alive with such an injury. Please do your best. Vera pleaded from the side. Raven glanced at Vera, and then looked back at Marquis Garcia. He then took out a delicate small bottle. Then, I can only try the holy water. Colin had a dream. It was a very long dream. In the dream, he was entangled by a huge silver python. Moreover, it was getting tighter and tighter. The terrifying pressure crushed his bones and internal organs, and even his blood was being squeezed out. He felt like an orange that had been thrown into a juicer. He was afraid that becoming a dried corpse was his unavoidable fate. Of course, Colin was unwilling to give in. But his limbs were tightly entangled, and he could not move at all. So, he could only bite the python's body. And suck crazily. If you squeeze me, then I'll suck you too, this was Colin's plan. However, he found a serious problem, he couldn't suck anything. The python's body seemed to be empty, and there was nothing in it. As time passed, Colin's consciousness gradually blurred. The python's body gradually tightened, and Colin was getting closer and closer to the dried corpse. He didn't know how much time had passed. Just when Colin was about to give up resisting, he suddenly found that he could suck blood from the snake's body. It was as if a long drought suddenly fell on the earth. That mouthful was sweet. It was the taste of vitality, however, there was only one mouthful. Colin tried his best to drink milk, but he couldn't suck any more. Aha! Under extreme anger, Colin woke up. Great! Colin, you're finally awake. Colin opened his eyes, but he could only see a blurry shadow. He could vaguely recognize that it should be Vera's voice just now. What am I drinking? Colin opened his mouth, wanting to drink more. You're drinking holy water. Holy water? Colin was stunned. You're giving a vampire holy water to drink? Before he could breathe, Colin fainted again. Colin? Colin? Vera was a little anxious and looked at Archbishop Raven for help. The Archbishop calmly opened Colin's mouth and poured a few drops of holy water into it. Then, there was no reaction. The Archbishop refused to believe it and poured a few more drops into his mouth. There was still no reaction. The Archbishop gritted his teeth and gulped down the entire bottle. He then looked at the empty bottle with a pained expression. After all, the water he gave Colin was pure holy water. Normally, the holy water used by the church for treatment was diluted 1,000 times with water. Although he only had a small bottle in his hand, after dilution, it was enough for a parish to use for a whole year. But even so, there was still no reaction. The Archbishop checked Colin's breathing, then pried open Colin's eyelids to take a look. After fiddling with it for a while, he said in an uncertain tone, his injuries seem to have stabilized. He should be fine after some rest. Vera heaved a sigh of relief and quickly thanked him. When Marquis Garcia and the others saw this, they left the tent and let Colin rest. Vera was the only one who stayed behind. When Marquis Garcia saw this, he did not say anything, but he frowned slightly. After leaving the tent, he asked Knight Bliss, "Tell me about Knight Colin." "Yes, sir." Bliss followed behind Marquis Garcia and explained, "He is the son of Baron Angelo, the Lord of Greycastle Town. He was on the way to Eagle City with a mercenary group when he was sent to Mirror Lake Camp by Marquis Charles, mercenary group." Marquis Garcia was a little confused. He is the son of a baron, why would he follow a mercenary group to Eagle City? It should be to hide his identity. I asked the son of the leader of the mercenary group, and he said that Knight Colin used the false identity of the son of the Suduo Viscounts to sneak into the mercenary group. Bliss had indeed checked Colin's identity and origin, and the filial son Tsar obviously would not help Colin hide anything, so he told him everything truthfully. "Is the Angeli family close to the Suduo family?" "As far as I know, the two families do not have much contact. However, recently, the territory of the Suduo Viscounts has been occupied by the trolls, so Colin probably thought that pretending to be a knight of this family would not be easy to be seen through, and he would not be investigated." Marquis Garcia nodded and made his own judgment, yes. Pretending to be an identity, and no one from the Angeli family following him. I am afraid that something has happened to the Angeli family. Bliss thought for a moment, and then he provided another piece of information. "Sir, Baron Angelo unfortunately died in battle when he was following Marquis Charles." "That's right." Marquis Garcia smiled indifferently. "I guess it is a matter of the inheritance of the Baron, haha, there is nothing else new." Obviously, the fight for the Baron's title would not attract Marquis Garcia's attention, so he mentioned it lightly, but did not ask any more questions. Instead, he let Bliss continue his story. Miss Vera also happened to be on the way back to the northern frontier when she received the conscription order, and she also came to the Mirror Lake camp. As Bliss spoke, he observed Marquis Garcia's reaction. Especially when he mentioned that Marquis Charles used all the urgently recruited soldiers as bait. Bliss looked at Marquis Garcia with a slightly nervous look. Marquis Garcia was expressionless. "We fled all the way to the south, but we could not get rid of the wolf cavalry behind us. Knight Colin suggested that we turn around and go to the north, in the direction where the wolf cavalry least expected to break through. On the way to the north, we encountered the defeated soldiers who escaped from the Mirror Lake battlefield. After gathering the defeated soldiers, we were gradually caught up with. Colin suggested that we hide in the bay of the Rapids River and arrange some soldiers. In the end, we had no choice but to fight back, and we won." After Bliss finished speaking, he stood quietly aside, waiting for Marquis Garcia's instructions. Marquis Garcia looked at the turbulent Rapids River in front of him, but he did not speak. After a long time, he asked, "What kind of person do you think Knight Colin is?" Bliss was stunned, but he quickly said bluntly, "Brave, loyal, intelligent, and a person who was born to be on the battlefield." Garcia smiled non-committally. "It seems that you have a high opinion of him." Bliss nodded solemnly. If it was before the battle at the bay of the Rapids River, Bliss's impression of Colin was not very good. This was because although Colin showed a very high sense of the battlefield, after all, he had lied and wanted to abandon the defeated soldiers. However, after the battle at the bay of the Rapids River, Bliss's impression of Colin had completely changed. Whether it was giving up the last chance to escape and choosing to stay, or fighting in the front row of the battlefield, or risking his life to block a bullet for Vera, the glorious image that he had shown made the previous small flaws seem insignificant. Therefore, Bliss was willing to put in a few good words for Colin in front of Marquis Garcia. He could see that the Marquis also had some appreciation for Colin. He is indeed a talented general. Marquis Garcia nodded, but he frowned slightly. However, he is a little bit off track. Fortunately, he is still young. Looking at the puzzled Bliss, the Marquis did not explain too much. Instead, he changed the topic. Well, let's not talk about him. This time I am here to clean up Charles's mess. So, I need you to do something for me. Please tell me. I will give you a team of cavalry. Go to Cold Winter City immediately to meet my brother and ask him for a military order for me. What military order? Send troops to support them. The trolls are already at home. How can I sit back and do nothing? Send troops? Bliss was a little puzzled, but he immediately reacted and his face turned pale in an instant. Didn't you receive the Duke's order to send troops to support them? No. Marquis Garcia looked at Bliss with interest. I sent troops without permission. Bliss only felt a chill run down his spine, and a terrible thought emerged in his mind uncontrollably. However, he still lowered his head and said in a deep voice. Yes, Marquis. I will set off now. Colin woke up. He looked around and found that he was still in the original tent. He did not know how many days he had been in a coma. He could only judge from the surrounding light that it was night time. In addition to him, there was one other person in the tent, Vera. She was lying quietly on the edge of the bed, seemingly asleep. Colin looked at Vera's white hair, and there was a trace of warmth in his heart. It was undeniable that his previous actions were indeed a show by relying on his undying body. But it seemed that he had gone a little too far. Now that he thought about it, when he was injured for the first time, he was still able to control the injury. But the second time, when he blocked the bullet for Vera, he could not control it anymore. The severe pain and the severe wound made Colin unable to stop the bleeding in time. In addition, he also saw some scenes that were not suitable for children. In short, Colin felt that this accident should be caused by excessive blood loss. It seemed that he must stop the bleeding immediately if he was injured in the future. Colin secretly warned himself. Then, he remembered that he seemed to have woken up once before. Moreover, at that time, there was a priest pouring holy water into his mouth. However, the holy water did not seem to cause any harm to him. Instead, it helped him recover from his injuries. No. It was not just recovering from his injuries. Colin carefully felt the changes in his body. He found that his body was slightly hot, just like the situation when he drank Knight Carter's blood. Could it be that the holy water could also help him improve his strength? This was interesting. Colin suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and decided to wait a few more days to see if his strength really improved. If the holy water really had the same effect as the knight's blood, then, the vampire settings in this world were a bit strange. Or, there was something wrong with the holy water of the Church of Brilliance. Also, there was the silver python that he had dreamed of in his coma. It seemed that it was not just an inexplicable dream. He always felt that the taste of the blood of the giant python was a bit too real. It was so real that it did not feel like a dream. Colin lay on the bed, his thoughts running wild. He had just woken up from a coma and could not sleep. So, he waited until dawn with his eyes open. Good morning, Miss Vera. Ah, Colin, you're awake. When Colin saw the genuine surprise in Vera's eyes, he felt a little guilty in his heart. Was it really a good idea to deceive such a naive little girl? But soon, Colin shook off this thought. After all, although he had planned to play dead, he had almost succeeded. Therefore, Vera's good impression of him could be said to have been exchanged with his life. According to the plot of a melodramatic TV drama, Vera should have already given herself to him by now. How long have I been unconscious? 3 whole days. So long? That's right. It's all thanks to Archbishop Riven's holy water. Colin secretly remembered Raven's name, and at the same time inquired, then I must thank him. I wonder why Archbishop Riven is here. He came here with my uncle, Marquis Garcia. By the way, my uncle brought the Black Cavalry to support us, so we are safe. Marquis Garcia is here too. Then we are indeed safe. Yes. You must be hungry, right? I'll go and find you something to eat. Vera said as she got up and walked out of the tent. Looking at the girl's graceful figure, Colin suddenly felt that this injury was not a loss. Meow. Little White also found that his human slave had woken up. He excitedly came over and licked Colin a few times, and then found a comfortable position on the bed and continued to sleep. Colin touched the kitten's soft fur and began to search for information about Marquis Garcia in his mind. Then, he found that his predecessor was actually an admirer of Marquis Garcia. Well, who was not a young man of his age in the northern frontier. However, Colin also found some interesting things from his memory. For example, although Marquis Garcia was the first person in the Northern Frontier Army, and the Black Cavalry in his hands was also an invincible army. However, he had already retired from the front line against the trolls 3 years ago. Although it was Marquis Garcia who took the initiative to retire from the front line, and he also advertised that he wanted to take a vacation and let the Black Cavalry soldiers take a break. However, in the eyes of discerning people, this official story was obviously not the truth of the matter. There was only one reason why Marquis Garcia retired from the front line: suspicion from the Dukes of the North. Although there was no such thing as a high merit overshadowing the master in this world, the truth was the same. There was no difference in people's hearts. The prestige of Marquis Garcia and the strength of the Black Cavalry had made the Dukes of the North restless. Even if Marquis Garcia was the younger brother of the Dukes of the North. However, in the face of power, not to mention brothers, even father and son were unreliable. A terrifying force like the Black Cavalry could make the trolls not dare to set foot in the northern frontier. They could also sweep across the northern frontier and change the owner of chilly Winter City. Therefore, Marquis Garcia was transferred away from the front line. The sharp blade of the Black Cavalry was also forced to be sheathed. The one who replaced him at the front line was the eldest son of the Dukes of the North, Marquis Charles. The Dukes of the North obviously hoped that their son could take over this heavy responsibility and hone a powerful army for the northern frontier. An army that truly belonged to the House of St. Hilda. This was to balance the influence of Marquis Garcia. Unfortunately, Marquis Charles was a little disappointing. He had held on for 3 years at the front line, but in the end, he could not hold on. The trolls had attacked. Therefore, Marquis Garcia had to be used again. However, Colin was a little worried. If Marquis Garcia lived up to expectations this time and once again defeated the trolls like he had repeated countless times, then, how would the Duke of St. Hilda reward his meritorious subject? It was impossible to promote his title. Above the Marquis was the Duke. And the northern frontier could only have one Duke. As for the territory, the size of Marquis Garcia's territory had far exceeded the standard of an ordinary marquis. Moreover, more territory meant more taxes and more people, which also meant greater military potential. Although the Black Cavalry was powerful, it also cost a lot to support them. Therefore, their scale had never exceeded 50,000 people. But if they were given more nutrients and allowed to continue to expand, that would be even more difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, Colin suddenly felt a little sympathy for Vera's adoptive father. Asking the Black Cavalry to come to the rescue showed that the situation at the front line was really critical, but it was inevitable that it was like drinking poison to quench one's thirst. Of course, if Colin knew that Marquis Garcia sent troops without the Duke's order this time, he would be even more worried. On the 7th day after Colin woke up, the Black Cavalry finally set out again. However, the speed of the army was very slow. It was so slow that it did not seem like an elite cavalry at all. This speed was very suitable for Colin. After all, he had not fully recovered from his injuries. He didn't know where Raymond had gotten his hands on a flatbed trailer, but he had covered it with some straw to cushion it. Colin felt quite comfortable lying on it. The spring sun was warm and gentle, making people sleepy. Even though Colin, as a vampire, didn't like the sun, he slowly began to doze off under the sun. Although he was in the most elite army on the northern frontier, Colin still felt like he was on a vacation. Vera was not nearby. After all, she was the adopted daughter of the Dukes of the North. Even if she had a good impression of Colin, she would not stay by his side all the time. Otherwise, wouldn't he be a bootlicker? Even if he wanted to bootlick, Colin should be the one taking the initiative. After all, Vera's identity was much nobler than Colin's. However, looking at Colin's expression, it was obvious that he did not intend to strike while the iron was hot. Flirting with a girl was a must. This was the painful lesson that Colin had learned from his failed bootlicker career in his previous life. Just like that, the army leisurely marched north. As they gradually approached the Mirror Lake camp, they encountered more and more defeated soldiers. Marquis Garcia did not refuse any of them. He gathered all of them and arranged them to be auxiliary soldiers at the rear of the army. From these defeated soldiers, Colin slowly learned more about the details of Marquis Charles's defeat. This war had actually started last year. At the beginning of May last year, under the leadership of the troll prince Gambic Vulcan, an army of 300,000 trolls gathered at the border and were ready to move south. On the northern frontier, Marquis Charles led an army of 200,000 to fight against the trolls. Out of the 200,000 soldiers, 100,000 of them came from the House of St. Hilda's personal army, the Golden Lion Legion. The other 100,000 were the private armies of the various lords of the northern frontier. For example, Colin's father, Baron Angeli, personally led 3,000 soldiers to the front line after receiving the order from the Duke of St. Hilda. Although they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, the humans were not at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. After all, in recent decades, the northern frontier had never lost a battle against the trolls. In particular, the commander of the troll army, Prince Gambic, was an old acquaintance of Marquis Garcia who had beaten him to the ground in various postures. Under such circumstances, it was inevitable for the northern frontier to lower their guard. But most people didn't realize, or were unwilling to admit, that Marquis Garcia and his black cavalry were the guarantee of victory on the northern frontier. Now that this guarantee of victory had disappeared, could Marquis Charles alone bear the burden of guarding the border? Obviously, things did not develop according to the northern frontier's expectations. From the beginning of the confrontation, Marquis Charles seemed to be unable to do anything. In the small-scale probing battles, Marquis Charles was in dire straits and exhausted. At this time, the troll commander, Prince Gambic, had already figured out the true situation of the Duke's son and understood that Marquis Charles's ability to command the battlefield could not be compared to the previous Marquis. As a result, the trolls gradually strengthened their attacks, and in the winter of last year, they broke through the defensive line set up by the Northern Alliance and killed their way in. Marquis Charles retreated until he was near Mirror Lake. There, he issued an emergency conscription order and placed the recruited soldiers in the Mirror Lake camp as bait while he led the main army to ambush nearby. Then, when the troll attacked the Mirror Lake camp, Marquis Charles led the army to attack from behind. Unfortunately, he still failed. Other than the two fatal errors in Colin's analysis, there was another important reason for Marquis Charles's defeat. His plan was seen through by the troll in advance. It was not known if Prince Gambic really had great foresight, or if he had discovered the tracks of Marquis Charles's army, or if someone had leaked military secrets. In short, when the troll attacked the Mirror Lake camp, they did not attack with the whole army. Instead, they arranged the main forces at the back and waited for Marquis Charles to enter the trap. Thus, Marquis Charles was defeated again. The 200,000-strong army was almost wiped out in this series of defeats. Even Marquis Charles himself was being chased by the troll and his whereabouts were unknown. Oh, no. Marquis Charles's whereabouts were soon clear. On the 13th day after the Black Cavalry left the Rapids River, they met with a large-scale defeated army. This defeated army had about 5,000 people, and the one leading this defeated army was Marquis Charles. Behind them, there was a troll army of about 8,000 people chasing after them. However, when this army saw the flag of the Black Cavalry from afar, they decisively turned around and gave up the chase. They did not even have the courage to test the attack. Marquis Charles was finally saved. However, his tragic fate had just begun. After knowing that Marquis Charles was in this defeated army, Colin also left the trailer and prepared to watch the show. Colin definitely did not have a good impression of this Marquis Charles. First of all, the death of his cheap father was most likely caused by this fellow's mistakes in command. This also led to the death of his predecessor and the assassination of Knight Carter. Furthermore, after he escaped from Greycastle Town, he was sent to the Mirror Lake camp by Marquis Charles's emergency conscription order to be bait. Then, there was this series of pursuit and near-death experience. Therefore, when Colin saw Marquis Charles's current sorry state, he gloated. "Uncle, At this moment, Marquis Charles was half kneeling in front of Marquis Garcia with a gloomy expression. Although the two of them were both marquises, their status was worlds apart. Furthermore, this series of defeats completely caused Marquis Charles to fall from his pedestal. Furthermore, it also highlighted the importance of Marquis Garcia. "You fought a good battle." Marquis Garcia did not let Charles get up. Instead, he scolded him with a cold face. "Uncle, I was careless, Pa." Under everyone's gaze, Marquis Garcia directly whipped Charles, who was trying to find an excuse, to the ground. The entire place was silent. Some timid people even lowered their heads and did not dare to look again. Although Marquis Garcia was Marquis Charles's elder, he was still the first successor of the Duke and the future Lord of the Northern Frontier. He had actually been whipped in front of so many people. Bastard. A loss is a loss. Other than being useless, what other reason do you have? When Charles heard this, his entire body trembled. He immediately crawled at the feet of Marquis Garcia and shouted, "Uncle, I was wrong. I was wrong. I've let down the house of St. Hilda, I've let down the dead soldiers, I've let down the people of the Northern Frontier, boo-hoo." A dignified Marquis, the future Lord of the Northern Frontier, actually in public, cried. After nightfall, the temperature began to drop. The spring night in the Northern Frontier was also quite cold. In the camp, the soldiers lit a bonfire to warm themselves and boil water to cook. At the same time, they began to chat. The content was, of course, the meeting between the two marquises during the day, Marquis Garcia's whip, and Marquis Charles's cry. Colin blended in among these soldiers in a low-key manner, listening to their idle chatter. Then he suddenly realized that the attitude of these soldiers towards Marquis Charles had an unexpected change. Before today, these soldiers, especially the defeated soldiers who escaped from the Mirror Lake battlefield, had an extremely bad attitude towards Marquis Charles. Contempt, disgust, disdain. Of course, it was not surprising for a defeated general to have such a bad reputation. Moreover, this Marquis Charles had also issued an emergency conscription order and used the people who were recruited as cannon fodder. It could be said that if he was not the eldest son of the Duke, if it was not for the House of St. Hilda's reputation in the Northern Frontier, Marquis Charles would have been swallowed alive by these angry soldiers. However, Marquis Charles's cry during the day seemed to have gradually changed the direction of public opinion. Colin listened carefully to the discussion of the soldiers and gradually came back to his senses. He did not know whether Marquis Charles's cry was a display of his true feelings or a political show. However, it did have the demeanor of a big-eared Lou. That person was an expert in this aspect. The more he cried, the more he would win the hearts of the people. In addition, regarding Marquis Garcia's whip, Colin felt that there was a deep meaning behind it. At that time, Colin's first impression of this was only one word, domineering. This whip was not only aimed at Marquis Charles, but also at the Duke of St. Hilda's face. Colin originally thought that this was Marquis Garcia venting his dissatisfaction with the Duke. After all, this fiasco was ultimately because the Duke had hidden the Black Cavalry back then. But now that he thought about it, it also meant to help Marquis Charles get rid of the blame. "I have already whipped him in public, so you should not resent him anymore." That was the gist of it. From the looks of it, Marquis Garcia was actually taking care of Marquis Charles. While Colin was lost in his thoughts, a soldier suddenly came up behind him. "Knight Colin, Marquis Charles invites you in." Colin was shocked. He hadn't expected the Marquis to come looking for him. "All right, please lead the way." Colin wondered why Marquis Charles was looking for him as he followed the soldiers all the way to a luxurious tent in the middle of the camp. "Greetings, Marquis." As the first successor of the Angeli family, Marquis Charles was qualified to receive Colin's kowtow. "Knight Colin, please rise." Marquis Charles quickly stepped forward and pulled Colin up affectionately. This Marquis looked to be in his 30s. His face was weathered, and his naked upper body was wrapped in bandages. It was unknown whether he had really suffered so many injuries or if he was just putting on a show. However, Colin didn't care about this. He wasn't like those soldiers who would be forgiven and sympathized with just a few cries from the higher-ups. "May I know what orders the Marquis has for me?" Colin discreetly shook off Marquis Charles's overly affectionate hands and bowed as he asked. Marquis Charles didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned around and took a two-handed sword from a guard, solemnly handing it over to Colin. I'm sorry, Knight Colin. Your father, Baron Angeli, unfortunately died in the front lines. It's all my fault. This is his sword, please. My condolences. Marquis Charles started sobbing again as he spoke. Colin couldn't help but admire his acting skills. His tears came at the drop of a hat, much better than some of the dead-faced young hunks. Marquis Charles, don't be like this. My father sacrificed his life for the country, it's his honor, not your fault. Colin also tried his best to squeeze out a few tears, his face impassioned. I swear that I will kill all the invading trolls and avenge my father. Please give me this opportunity, Marquis Charles. Marquis Charles's eyes lit up, obviously not expecting Colin to be so tactful and cooperative. He held Colin's hands and said loudly, "Don't worry, Knight Colin. I promise you that I will kill all these damn trolls and avenge Baron Angeli and the other soldiers of the northern frontier who sacrificed their lives." Colin suppressed the disgust in his heart and said, "Thank you, Marquis Charles. This is what I should do, Knight Colin." The two of them held hands and looked at each other with tears in their eyes. The atmosphere gradually became a little more intimate. After a long time, the two film kings finally calmed down from the atmosphere just now. Marquis Charles collected his emotions and pulled Colin to sit down together with him. "Knight Colin, I heard from Vera about your experience of escaping, so on behalf of my father and the House of St. Hilda, I want to thank you for protecting Vera from the trolls. This is what I should do." Marquis Charles nodded, and then his tone suddenly became a little ambiguous. "Knight Colin, from my sister's story, I can clearly feel that she values you. Moreover, I heard that she personally begged Archbishop Raven to treat you with pure holy water. Haha, I have never seen my sister value another man so much in all these years. Miss Vera's kindness, I will never be able to repay it." Colin understood that Marquis Charles probably saw his military talent from Vera's narration, and that was why he wanted to buy people's hearts now. However, if Marquis Charles had extended an olive branch to him before this battle, Colin would not hesitate to be loyal to him. But now, Colin would not easily get on this broken boat that was in danger of capsizing. "However, Knight Colin, even if you inherit the title of Baron of the Angeli family, I am afraid that if you want to marry my sister, you will not be able to." Marquis Charles continued speaking, as if he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. "Marquis Charles, how would I dare to have such thoughts? Miss Vera is a goddess-like figure. How would I dare to blaspheme her?" Colin would not admit that he had such thoughts. "Haha, Knight Colin, you don't have to belittle yourself like this." Marquis Charles smiled and waved his hand. "With your talent, you will definitely be able to make contributions on the battlefield, and it will not be difficult for you to be promoted. Marquis Charles, you are overpraising me. Fighting for the northern frontier is my lifelong wish, and I dare not ask for more." Colin felt a little despised in his heart. This Marquis Charles actually used his sister as a bargaining chip to buy people's hearts. What's more, Colin did not believe that Marquis Charles had much say in Vera's marriage. Of course, Marquis Charles may not really want to help Colin marry his sister. The promise of such a political figure was as unreliable as the boss's "do well, and I will definitely give you a promotion and a raise in the future." Therefore, Colin was flattered on the surface, and even showed some attachment, but he was secretly vigilant in his heart. Marquis Charles did not seem to see Colin's perfunctory attitude, and he still treated him warmly. The two talked for a long time, and it was as if they regretted not having met earlier. It was not until late at night that Colin got up and said goodbye. Marquis Charles personally sent him out of the tent. Just as Colin was about to bow and say goodbye, Marquis Charles suddenly looked behind Colin and said in surprise, "Huh? Sister, it is so late, and you are not asleep yet." Colin turned around and saw Vera standing not far away from him. Under the cold moonlight, Colin was surprised to find that the Duke's adopted daughter was not wearing the loose mage robe. Instead, she had changed into a pure white noble dress. Her long blonde hair was still wet and it seemed that she had just finished bathing. Her sea blue eyes sparkled with a mesmerizing halo, revealing a trace of surprise after seeing Colin. "I couldn't sleep, so I came out to take a walk." "Didn't you sleep too?" "Haha, I just exchanged my experience with Knight Colin about fighting against the trolls." Marquis Charles patted Colin's shoulder and gave him an ambiguous look. "I will go to sleep first. You two can talk." After saying this, Marquis Charles decisively went back to his tent, leaving Colin and Vera alone. Colin suddenly realized that he had not seen Vera for a long time after his injury got better. Looking at the delicate face of the other party, Colin suddenly smiled and made a bold evaluation. "Your dress is much better than the mage robe." Indeed, the mage robe was too loose and it could not highlight Vera's beautiful figure. When she heard Colin's rather explicit and slightly rude evaluation, Vera's face faintly flushed. She glared at Colin fiercely but did not reprimand him. Of course, Colin would not be scared off by a glare. A woman's non-forceful resistance was actually a form of encouragement. Therefore, Colin greeted her and stood side by side with Vera. The night was quiet, and only the faint sound of insects could be heard. Vera raised her head and stared at the bright moon, as if she didn't realize that there was a man beside her. Colin did not break the rare silence, and he also looked up at the moon. There was a faint fragrance in the air. It seemed to be roses. What was the flower language of roses? Colin began to let his imagination run wild again. "You know my brother?" Vera suddenly said. She felt that the atmosphere at the moment was too ambiguous and she was not used to it. "No, this is our first time meeting. But you two seem to be very familiar with each other." "That's because we get along well." "Is that so?" "Yes." Colin stopped talking and continued to look at the moon in the sky, as if it was something more attractive than the beauty beside him. The two of them fell silent again. Vera was waiting for Colin to speak, but Colin was waiting for Vera to speak instead. He purposely created silence to make the women feel awkward so that they could not help but take the initiative to break the silence. This was a simple and practical trick to pick up girls. Don't be afraid that women will be angry. As long as it was used properly, they wouldn't. On the contrary, she would find such a cold man even more attractive. On the other hand, those men who always took the initiative to find topics to talk about were noisy. Women usually called these men lapdog. "What are you holding in your hand?" Sure enough, Vera opened her mouth again. Colin was happy, but he put on a sad expression on his face and said in a deep voice, "This is my father's legacy." "Ah, I'm sorry." Vera's heart ached and she quickly apologized. "My condolences." Colin heaved a sigh of relief and it seemed like he wanted to squeeze out a few more tears. However, he did not succeed. No matter how good an actor was, he still needed a good partner. At this time, Colin suddenly missed Marquis Charles. "I'm fine. It was my father's lifelong wish to die on the battlefield. It is also the best ending for the knights on the northern frontier. Baron Angeli was a great knight." Vera bowed slightly and paid her respects to the sword in Colin's hand. "May the god of light bless his soul." Colin was stunned. He almost suspected that he was hallucinating. The female mage in front of him was actually praying to the god of light. Was this still the same heretic who only believed in the truth and not the gods? Vera raised her head and saw Colin's shocked face. She immediately realized why the other party was surprised. She explained softly, "My lord, yes, I have decided to serve the god of light." Really? Vera nodded her head gently with a firm and sincere expression on her face. "Why?" Colin still could not believe it. He knew that if a mage became a believer of the god of light, it would cause a lot of trouble. The mages in Yevil would go crazy. I just felt that the previous experience of escaping was too thrilling. It was as if the gods were protecting me. Therefore, I have decided to convert to the god of light." Vera's eyes were a little evasive, and there was a strange blush on her face. This female mage was obviously not good at lying, and Colin could easily see through her lies. However, he was not stupid enough to expose her lies. "You have made the right choice. The god of light deserves everyone's sincere service." Colin responded with a sincere expression on his face. At the same time, he could not help but wonder if the Duke of St. Hilda had already planned for Vera to go to Yevil to study arcane magic and then return to the northern frontier to serve the god of light. But why? Was it really a wise move to intensify the conflict between the nobles and the mages at this time? Vera seemed to have seen through Colin's worries and she quickly explained. "Don't worry, I will not publicly announce that I have become a believer of the god of light. I do not want to cause any unnecessary trouble." Colin heaved a sigh of relief. However, he could not help but be curious about the real reason why Vera had changed her faith. Of course, Vera would not tell Colin the real reason. At least not now. She seemed to have thought of something shameful, and her little face turned red. Of course, this attracted Colin's attention. However, before Colin could ask her any questions, Vera quickly said goodbye to Colin and ran back to her tent. She looked like a frightened deer. Colin looked at Vera's back as he recalled the cute and shy look on her face. He could not help but touch his chin. Then, he thought to himself. Is my charm really that great? It must be because my face is so similar to the reader's face. After feeling proud of himself, Colin walked back to his tent. Knight of Con? Halfway back, a voice suddenly called out to Colin. Of course, he did not respond because it was not him who had called out to him. Knight of Con? The other party called out to him again. Are you calling me? Colin turned around and saw a figure walking towards him. Of course. The person who had come was a young lady. However, the exquisite plate armor on her body, the silver sword on her waist, and the knight's boots on her feet all indicated her identity. She was a female knight. A valiant female knight, however, Colin did not recognize her. You must have mistaken me for someone else. My name is Colin. Really? The female knight showed a mysterious smile as she stood in front of Colin. The light fragrance of jasmine wafted into Colin's nose and he could not help but wonder. Was he really lucky today? Sure enough, the appearance of the Lord Reader was still too lethal to women, but in the next second, when the female knight announced her name, Colin's smug smile immediately froze on his face. My name is Xianxia. The female knight smiled deeply. Xianxia pseudo. What were the consequences of lying? Pinocchio's nose would grow longer. Vera's face would turn red. Marquis Charles, well, for a guy like Marquis Charles, lying was as easy as eating and drinking. Colin admitted that his acting skills might not be as good as Marquis Charles's, but when he lied, it was difficult for ordinary people to see the clues. However, this did not mean that there would be no consequences for lying. Now, the consequences were here. When he heard that the female knight's surname was Suduo, Colin finally reacted. No wonder she called him Knight of Con. When Colin sneaked into the Firefox mercenaries to hide his identity, he used Con Suduo's alias. Now, the real Suduo found the fake Suduo. I think there might be some misunderstanding. Colin took half a step back, feeling a little guilty. What misunderstanding? Xianxia took a step forward and asked aggressively, My good brother, I haven't seen you for a few months and you have changed a lot. I almost didn't recognize you. Well, it turned out that this girl was Con Suduo's sister. These days, the Black Cavalry went north and gathered a lot of scattered soldiers from the front line. The Suduo family's ice stone city had long been occupied by the trolls, and the family army had long been defeated. So, it was not strange that Xianxia would appear here. What Colin found strange was how she knew that he had pretended to be her brother. There were only a few people who knew that he had used a fake identity, so someone must have told on him. For some reason, the first figure that appeared in Colin's mind was Sar. This filial son had always been at odds with him, and his thoughts were complicated and he liked to sow discord. So, Colin felt that it was very likely that this guy had instigated Xianxia to find trouble with him. Miss Xianxia, please listen to my explanation. Okay, go ahead. Actually, it's like this. Hey. Why did you draw your sword? Colin was scared and stepped back. Didn't you let me say it? Yes, you can say it, but I won't listen. Xianxia held her sword with both hands and assumed a charging posture. Mother said to never trust a man who has lied to you. What nonsense. Colin suspected that there was something wrong with this woman's head. Don't come over. This is a military camp, private fights are not allowed. For the sake of the Suduo clan's reputation, I want to duel you. Draw your swords. Cried Xianxia, throwing down a white glove. I don't accept it. Colin ignored the white gloves on the floor. He couldn't understand why this woman didn't even listen to his explanation and wanted to duel. Was there such a big grudge between them? Haha, coward. I will count to 3, and then we will attack. Xianxia obviously didn't care about the military rules that forbade personal fights. These things were actually used to restrain the lower-ranked soldiers. For the nobles, they were not very useful. 1. Cynthia's voice was as hard as iron. Cold sweat seeped out of Colin's forehead, and his right hand involuntarily gripped the hilt of his sword. He already understood that this woman would not listen to reason. Since she couldn't be reasoned with, he wasn't afraid of fighting. Colin had once faced the charge of nearly 1,000 wolf cavalry, and he was fearless in the front row. Now, it was just a woman, so of course, it couldn't scare him. Moreover, thanks to Archbishop Raven's holy water, Colin had already been promoted to a Tier 2 knight. At his age, Tier 2 was already quite a high standard. The crazy woman opposite him looked to be about the same age as him, so she shouldn't be more than this rank. 2. Cynthia counted again, her expression cold. Colin took a deep breath and pulled out the longsword at his waist. Then, he saw the female knight opposite him immediately turn into a golden bolt of lightning and charge towards him. Fuck. Didn't you say to count to 3? Bang. Colin only felt a huge impact. It was as if he had been hit by a tank, and his entire body flew backwards. F***ck, this crazy woman was probably a Tier 3 knight. The Lord of Light, illuminate the world. Cynthia still had time to chant a prayer. Coupled with the golden holy light emitted from her body, the scene was extremely chunibu. However, Colin didn't have time to complain because the other party slashed at him again. Clang. Colin barely managed to block it, but the huge impact made his hands numb and he almost couldn't hold the sword. My heart is holy, cleanse the evil. Cynthia's pupils had already turned pure golden, without a trace of human emotion. She was as cold as a god. Bang! Colin was sent flying by a kick. This time, he flew further and directly smashed into a nearby tent. The soldiers in the tent ran out in a panic, only to see Cynthia emitting golden light. Then, they tacitly put away the swords in their hands and obediently hid at the side to watch the battle. The two knights were fighting, so the soldiers naturally didn't dare to meddle in other people's business. Pfft. Colin spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt that many of his ribs should have been broken, and the injuries that he had almost recovered from previously had relapsed. Woman! Don't go too far. Of course, this little threat would not be taken seriously by Cynthia. She still resolutely raised her sword and rushed over, fearless, unparalleled. The other party's unreasonable and arrogant attitude finally angered Colin completely. Ah! Colin let out a beast-like roar. In his memory, an indescribable anger and hatred surged out and instantly dominated his will. That was a will that did not belong to Colin, did not belong to his predecessor, and did not even belong to this world. It was as if it came from the ancient abyss, crossed tens of thousands of years of time and space, and suddenly descended. The moonlight flowed and shone behind Colin. There. Vaguely. It was as if a terrifying shadow had appeared. It was revealing its bloody fangs and spreading its huge black wings. Cynthia's golden eyes also appeared for a moment in shock. She thought that she was hallucinating, and her forward momentum was also interrupted. But soon, she calmed her mind again, firm and devout, slash through the thorns, /NM. Colin roared and instantly erupted with an unprecedented terrifying power. He stabbed out with his sword, with a clang. The armor on Cynthia's chest was actually pierced through, and the scattered iron pieces flew everywhere. Blood dyed her shirt red, and a few buttons on her chest were also broken, revealing some beautiful scenery. However, Cynthia seemed to be completely unaware, and she was not frightened by Colin's extraordinary performance just now. She calmly steadied her body and prayed again. Firm and devout, slash through the thorns. Then, she charged again. It was as if nothing could stop this woman. Colin, on the other hand, was somewhat lacking in stamina at this moment. Although the effect of the attack just now was terrifying, it actually allowed him to cross the gap of one level and suppress Cynthia. However, it also almost drained all his strength. Therefore, facing the crazy woman who charged at him again, Colin's eyes flashed with hostility. He made a decision. The longsword shone with a golden light and pierced toward Colin's chest like lightning. Colin didn't dodge at all. Chi. Cynthia looked at the longsword in her hand piercing through her opponent's chest, but her heart was filled with fear. Because Colin's sword. It was right at her throat. Let go. Colin's mouth was bleeding, but his tone was calm and unyielding. The golden light in Cynthia's eyes slowly faded, and her rationality slowly returned. So, facing this man with blood-red eyes, she was afraid. Madmen were always afraid of madmen who were even crazier. So, Cynthia let go of her sword. Colin didn't care about the long sword that pierced through his chest, as if it didn't exist. Who told you that I used your brother's name? Don't you need to treat your wound first? Don't talk nonsense. Colin used a bit of force, and the long sword drew a small wound on Cynthia's throat. Dark red blood flowed down slowly. I don't want to ask a second time. Madman, Cynthia cursed in her heart. In this world dominated by men, Cynthia, as a female knight, naturally had to bear more criticism and suspicion. So, she used her crazy appearance to cover herself with a thick layer of armor. Madwoman from the Suduo family, the church's fanatic bloodthirsty wild rose. Although these titles didn't sound good, they did make Cynthia untouchable in Ice Stone City. But now, looking at this man with a long sword in his chest and an extremely indifferent expression, Cynthia could only lower her arrogant head. Oliver. Hearing this name, Colin was stunned. It wasn't the filial son Sar, it was the fat merchant who had once hired Firefox mercenaries to escort the caravan to Fallen Eagle City. That guy actually didn't die in the Mirror Lake camp. He was really lucky. Where is he? As soon as Colin asked this question, he saw a fat figure in the crowd flashing, as if he was about to run away. Oliver. I see you. Get over here if you don't want to die. That fat figure looked as if he was struck by lightning, and instantly froze in place. After struggling for a while, he finally walked over dejectedly. Speak, how did you meet this crazy woman? And why did you betray me? Oliver shook his head repeatedly. I didn't betray. Speak. Colin said sternly. Oliver was so scared that the fat on his body trembled. Finally, he began to tell the truth. It turned out that when the Mirror Lake camp was attacked, Oliver had decisively jumped into the Mirror Lake to survive. He wasn't a good swimmer. However, he had a lot of fat on him. It was common knowledge that fat was less dense than water. Therefore, it was very easy for fat people to float on the water. Oliver floated in the lake for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, when he was about to faint from hunger, he reached the shore. At this time, the troll's main force had already left Mirror Lake. Therefore, Oliver managed to avoid a calamity. Then, he ran into another wave of deserters and ran south with them. Along the way, they met Cynthia, who was rushing over from Fallen Eagle City to provide support. When Cynthia heard that the Black Cavalry was heading north, she borrowed a few hundred men from her uncle, Count Oman, to provide support. Actually, after the death of Viscount Suduo, his first successor, the guy that Colin had once impersonated, Con Suduo, should have led the army to retake Ice Stone City. This way, the Suduo family would be able to regain their title and glory. However, not everyone could regain their confidence after a crushing defeat and once again step into the bloody and cruel battlefield. Knight of Khan was clearly a guy who was scared out of his wits. Therefore, he could only rely on his sister, Cynthia Suduo, to lead the army. However, the Suduo family's army had been defeated long ago. Count Oman obviously couldn't lend all his forces to the Suduo family. Giving his niece a few hundred soldiers was already quite generous. Therefore, Cynthia, who was extremely short on troops, naturally wouldn't let Oliver's group of deserters go. She took them in without any explanation and forced them to continue fighting for the Suduo family. Strictly speaking, her actions were illegal. However, the Suduo family's territory was gone, so how could Cynthia care about this? Moreover, she was a crazy person in the first place. However, Oliver was in trouble. He had finally escaped from the Mirror Lake battlefield, but now he was being forced to do something beyond his ability. Already traumatized, he didn't want to be cannon fodder anymore. Therefore, Oliver found Cynthia and wanted to persuade her to let him go. He had some confidence in this. After all, he felt that he and the first successor of the Suduo family, Knight of Khan, were old acquaintances who had gone through trials and tribulations together. However, when Cynthia saw this merchant who claimed to have traveled with her brother to Fallen Eagle City, she immediately exposed him. The real Kansu duo had fled to Fallen Eagle City with her, so how could he be related to a merchant group? Xianxia obviously felt that this was a lie. Poor Oliver was given a good thrashing, and then he behaved himself. However, after Xianxia led her army to meet up with the Black Cavalry, Oliver saw a glimmer of hope. This was because he saw an old acquaintance among the logisticians of the Black Cavalry, the filial son Sar. From Sar's words, Oliver finally understood why he was beaten up by Xianxia. This was because that Knight of Khan was actually a fake. Oliver felt aggrieved, but he didn't dare to say anything. After all, as a commoner, how could he report a noble? However, under the urging of Sar, who wanted the world to be in chaos, Oliver still confessed everything to Xianxia. He claimed that the one who lied was not him, but Colin. However, Xianxia wouldn't easily believe a commoner. In her opinion, the knight Colin was a noble, so why would he pretend to be her brother? The Suduo family was now on the verge of collapse, so what was the benefit of pretending to be their successor? In the face of Cynthia's questioning, Oliver panicked. He also couldn't understand why Colin would lie. In a moment of desperation, he suddenly remembered that he had promised Colin that he would help him build a bridge and use the Tulip Merchant Guild's financial resources to recruit soldiers for the Suduo family and retake Ice Stone City. At the time, Colin didn't agree. Of course, he didn't object either. Since he didn't object, then it was basically the same as agreeing. Therefore, Oliver decided to stick to the idea of sacrificing friends rather than oneself and told Xianxia that Colin had pretended to be the successor of the Suduo family in order to cheat the Tulip Merchant Guild of their financial support. This seemed to be the only reasonable explanation. Thus, Xianxia was furious. Someone actually dared to use the Suduo family's name to cheat outsiders. Now that the Suduo family had fallen to the point that they only had a name left, Xianxia naturally couldn't let this name be tarnished. After she had Oliver identify Colin from the camp, she took advantage of the fact that he was alone to come cause trouble. After listening to Oliver's explanation of the cause and effect of the matter, Colin felt a burst of anger in his heart. As expected, his guess wasn't wrong. It was Sar who had interfered in the matter. Colin glared fiercely at Xianxia. I can tell you clearly that there was a reason for using your brother's name, and I have never used the Suduo family's name to scheme anything. Now that I have suffered a blow from you, let's call it a day. After saying this, Colin withdrew the long sword that was pressed against Cynthia's throat. Xianxia snorted coldly and turned around to leave. This crazy woman seemed to be very unconvinced. However, this matter was originally Colin's fault, so he couldn't do anything to Xianxia. However, Colin didn't plan to let Sar and Oliver off so easily. So, Colin turned to Oliver and ordered, "Go find Sar and bring him to see me. Tell him not to think about running away, otherwise he will have to bear the consequences." "Okay, but your injury?" Oliver looked at the longsword on Colin's chest and was secretly shocked. "I'm fine." As soon as Colin's voice fell, he heard Vera's anxious voice. "Colin. Colin, what's wrong with you?" It seemed that the commotion here had alarmed the female mage. At this time, Knight Colin, who was still as steady as Mount Tai, suddenly became shaky. He pressed his chest hard and screamed with a slightly exaggerated expression, "I can't, ah." Then he fell down. But the timing of his fall was quite coincidental, and he just fell into the arms of Vera, who was rushing over. When he felt the familiar soft touch, Colin spat out a mouthful of blood. "Quick. Go find Archbishop Raven, holy water." Vera had a tearful expression on her face, but the Archbishop has already used up the holy water last time. Colin. The spring sun was shining brightly and there were no clouds in the sky. The little farce last night did not have much of an impact on the army. As soon as the sky brightened, the army set off as usual and continued to chase the traces of the trolls to the north. Of course, the word chase was not very appropriate. This was because the speed of the Black Cavalry was too slow. Colin always felt that Marquis Garcia seemed to be deliberately waiting for something. Moreover, at such a slow speed, the troll army had probably already retreated from the northern frontier. Perhaps, this was Marquis Garcia's plan, when without a fight, although he was full of doubts, Colin did not dare to question the supreme commander of the Black Cavalry. Moreover, here, and even in the entire northern frontier, no one dared to question Marquis Garcia's military orders. At the rear of the army, Colin once again lay down on the flatbed trailer that he had just left. In fact, his injury this time looked very scary, but it was not dangerous at all. Vera, on the other hand, was quite frightened. She once again looked for Archbishop Raven and asked him to personally cast a healing spell on Colin. The healing spell cast by the Archbishop was indeed very effective. After only one night, Colin could already feel that his wound was itching and showing signs of healing. However, he was not too happy. After all, what he wanted was not the healing spell, but the holy water. Unfortunately, the Archbishop had really run out of holy water. Sigh, it was a waste of a good show. It seemed that he would have to find a way to get some holy water from the church in the future. After all, compared to the blood of a high-ranking knight, pure holy water was relatively easier to obtain, although it was rare. Moreover, it was safe and stable without any risks. Just as Colin was lying on the trailer and began to have ideas about the church, Oliver quickly rushed over and reported, "Sir Colin, he ran away?" Colin glanced at the sweaty fatty, and a sinister look flashed across his face. If Sar really dared to run away, then Colin would definitely label him as a deserter so that he wouldn't be able to survive in the northern frontier. No, he didn't run. Could it be that he dares not to come? This time, Colin was a little surprised. A mere mercenary dared to disobey the orders of a noble? Just as Colin was about to order Raymond to slaughter that filial son, he heard Oliver shake his head. No, Sar has already joined the Suduo family's team. And when I asked Knight Cynthia for the person, she... What did she say? Colin's voice was cold. Oliver shrank back and whispered, "She said, you don't have the right to order the people of the Suduo clan, he." Colin's face turned green. This filial son could see the situation clearly. He actually managed to latch onto another thick thigh so quickly. And that crazy woman from the Suduo clan, it looked like she really planned to fight Colin to the end. Taking a deep breath, Colin calmed himself down. He felt that he didn't need to be anxious. The Suduo clan that had lost their fief was just yesterday's flower. How long could that crazy woman protect Sar? Sooner or later, Colin would send that filial son to hell to reunite with his father. But this time, Colin seemed to have miscalculated. Because in just a few days, Ice Stone City was reclaimed by the Suduo clan. Moreover, the entire reclaiming process was unbelievably simple. When the Black Guards slowly made their way north, they discovered that not only did they not encounter any troll armies along the way, the trolls had even completely abandoned the cities that they had once occupied. Yes, completely abandoned. The troll soldiers had all left, as if they had never been there. And so, the fleeing lords and nobles that Black Cavalry had gathered along the way were instantly energized. They led their defeated soldiers and killed their way back into the empty cities, announcing that they had reclaimed their lost territories. Because Black Cavalry was maintaining order. There was no fighting over territory. The lords all tacitly only led their armies into their original fiefs and didn't steal anyone else's cities. There were even a few clans whose heirs had all died, and no one dared to take over their territories. After all, the victory this time was completely built on Black Cavalry's reputation. The other lords were just following behind Black Cavalry to take advantage of the situation. If they still didn't know what was good for them and took over something that didn't belong to them, then Marquis Garcia wouldn't be polite to them. In the eyes of the lords, those ownerless fiefs naturally had to be handed over to Marquis Garcia to deal with. So, no matter how much Colin gritted his teeth and cursed the Suduo clan's bullshit luck, Cynthia had reclaimed Ice Stone City without shedding a drop of blood. The revival of the Suduo clan seemed to be in sight. Afterwards, Black Cavalry set up camp on the outskirts of Ice Stone City. Ice Stone City was the largest city closest to the Sky Ice Plains in the northeastern region of the northern frontier. Marquis Garcia seemed to be preparing to stay here for a long time and didn't have any intentions of continuing north to attack the trolls. Cynthia, who had reclaimed Ice Stone City, was feeling proud of her success. She immediately invited Marquis Garcia and the other nobles into Ice Stone City and announced that a banquet would be held 3 days later to celebrate this great victory. Colin also received an invitation to the banquet, but he felt that the crazy woman didn't have any intentions of letting bygones be bygones. Although it couldn't be considered a banquet at Hongmen, Colin felt that Cynthia definitely wouldn't let him have an easy time at the banquet. Of course, Colin wouldn't be scared. He really wanted to see what kind of program that crazy woman had arranged for him. He hoped that it wouldn't disappoint him. Oliver. Colin put down the banquet invitation in his hand and called out. Sir, what orders do you have? For the past few days, Oliver had been ordered around by Colin like a servant. It could be considered his punishment for revealing Colin's secret of using a fake identity. I need a set of formal attire for the banquet. Do you know which tailor shop in Ice Stone City can make it? Colin had snuck out this time by hiding his identity, so he naturally wouldn't bring something like formal attire with him. Hearing this, Oliver hurriedly put on a flattering smile. Sir Colin, our Tulip Merchant Guild has a branch in Ice Stone City. There are definitely excellent tailors there who can make a beautiful formal attire for you. Colin looked at Oliver with a smile that wasn't a smile, but didn't say anything. Until the fat merchant felt his hair stand on end and sweat appeared on his forehead. All right, then let's go to the place you mentioned. Yes. Oliver let out a long sigh of relief. Ever since he saw the viciousness Colin displayed in his battle with Cynthia that night, Oliver was especially afraid of this heir to the title of Baron. Even though Oliver had faced other nobles with higher titles before, no one had been able to give him such a strong sense of oppression. When Colin didn't immediately agree to Oliver's suggestion, he immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. That was because the Tulip Merchant Guild was Oliver's territory. When he suggested going there to find a tailor, it was obvious that he wanted to take the opportunity to break away from Colin's control. However, Colin had agreed. This made Oliver even more anxious. The banquet was in 3 days. Time was tight, so the two didn't delay and immediately went to the Tulip Merchant Guild's branch that Oliver had mentioned. The Tulip Chamber of Commerce's outpost in Ice Stone City was located in the center of the east side of the city. This outpost occupied a large area and was quite luxurious. Your Tulip Chamber of Commerce has developed quite well here. Hee hee. You flatter me. Oliver could not hide his happiness. This place is very close to the Sky Ice Field. Most of our transactions with the trolls come from Ice Stone City, so this place is actually second only to the Chamber of Commerce's headquarters. That's right. Although the northern frontier and the trolls were fighting each other to the death, the trade between the two sides had never stopped. War was war, trade was trade. These were two different things. After all, the benefits involved were too great. Even the nobles of the northern frontier were unwilling to stop their trade with the trolls. Of course, not just any merchant had the qualifications to engage in this kind of foreign trade. For the Tulip Chamber of Commerce to be able to get a share of the profits, they clearly had some background. Where's your Chamber of Commerce's headquarters? Fallen Eagle City. Oliver said the name of a city that Colin was very familiar with. Wasn't Fallen Eagle City the city where Colin's sister had married off? And the lord of that city was Earl Oman. So the Tulip Chamber of Commerce's background was actually him. Colin's expression was somewhat amused. He had always suspected that the assassination attempt on him was instigated by this Count Oman. Since the great noble behind the Tulip Chamber of Commerce could also be Count Oman, then wouldn't it be throwing himself into a trap by following Oliver into the other party's sphere of influence? However, Colin was not too worried. Count Oman would not be stupid enough to assassinate a baron's successor within his sphere of influence. That way, he would not be able to escape responsibility. Sir Oliver, it's great that you're all right. I heard that you went to the Mirror Lake main camp, I thought. Just as he entered, a little girl with a face full of freckles shouted excitedly at Oliver. Oliver nodded reservedly. Of course I'm fine. Go find Jack, there's a lord who needs his help making a banquet dress. The freckled girl looked embarrassed. I'm sorry, Sir Oliver. Mr. Jack was summoned into the castle by the Suduo family, saying that he wanted to design dresses for the lords attending the banquet. Oliver was stunned. He turned around and said to Colin, Sir Colin, I didn't expect that the Suduo family had already arranged it. I believe that you will soon be invited to the castle to have your measurements taken. Really? Colin sneered. He didn't think that the crazy woman would be so kind as to ask someone to make a suit for him. He even had a hunch that this was Cynthia's way of getting back at him. Thinking of this, Colin asked the freckled girl, Do you know how many tailors the Suduo family has hired to the castle? I heard that all the slightly famous tailors in the city have been recruited. Many of the adults who attended the banquet this time didn't seem to have brought their formal attire because they were in a hurry. That's why the Su Duo family is preparing to rush it. True enough. This time, Colin was finally convinced that the crazy woman most likely wanted him to make a fool of himself over the issue of his formal attire. Seeing that Colin was silent, the freckled girl kindly suggested, "Sir, if you need to make a formal attire, Mr. Jack's apprentice is still in the shop. He may be able to help you, apprentice?" Before Colin could speak, Oliver scolded loudly, "Let that clumsy guy make a formal attire for a noble? Are you out of your mind?" The freckled girl shrank her head and didn't dare to speak. Colin wouldn't feel at ease leaving the production of formal attire to a tailor's apprentice. Of course, he wouldn't go to the Su Duo family's castle to beg that crazy woman. So, how could he find a suitable formal attire in such a short time? Colin rubbed his chin. After thinking for a while, he suddenly asked, "Do you sell armor in your shop?" "Of course." Oliver hurriedly said loudly, "Please come with me." Colin followed Oliver to a room. At a glance, there were all kinds of armors. "Sir, these are the finest items collected by our Chamber of Commerce. There are plate armors, chain armors, and even enchanted armors." "There are enchanted armors?" Colin was suddenly interested. The so-called enchantment was the method of carving a magic circle on the surface of the armor and asking a mage to enchant the magic circle so that the armor would have various arcane characteristics. This wasn't a simple matter. First of all, to carve the complex magic circle on the armor required an extremely high level of forging skills. Secondly, the price of enchantment by a mage was also extremely expensive. Therefore, an enchanted armor could often be sold at a sky-high price. The armor that Colin had left in the Kingdom of Grey Castle was not enchanted. The only set of enchanted armor in the Angeli family was of course worn by his father. Unfortunately, that set of enchanted armor had died in battle with his father and should have become the troll's spoils of war. Therefore, Colin excitedly followed Oliver's lead and came to the only set of enchanted armor in the room. This was a set of pure white armor, carved with beautiful and mysterious lines that emitted a faint icy aura. This set of armor is enchanted with the rank 4 magic circle, Frost Blessing. When attacked, it can explode with frost and cause damage to the attacker. Oliver explained at the side. A rank 4 magic circle. Colin remembered that the set of enchanted armor passed down in the Angeli family only had a rank 2 magic circle carved on it. "How much is this set of enchanted armor?" Colin was tempted. Oliver turned back and muttered to an old blacksmith for a moment before giving a sky-high price, 50,000 gold coins. "How much?" Colin had a face of disbelief. One had to know that the entire Angeli family's annual tax revenue was only 3,000 gold coins. In other words, even if the Angeli family did not eat or drink for 10 years, they would still not be able to afford this set of armor. It was no wonder that the rank 2 enchanted armor of the Angeli family was treated as a family heirloom. Colin reluctantly looked at the set of enchanted armor, then decisively turned around. This was not something he could afford. Even if he sold everything he had, he would not be able to afford to maintain it. "How about this set?" Colin asked as he changed into another set of armor without enchantments. "This set is 2,000 gold coins." Colin took a deep breath, feeling a little pained. However, he also knew that this kind of exquisite armor would not be cheap. "Can I pay a deposit first? I will inform Greycastle to send the rest of the money." Hearing this, Oliver thought for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, "Sir Colin, if you like this set of armor, I can give it to you for free." "For free?" Colin smiled playfully. He did not believe that there were free things in this world. Everything had a price, it was just that some prices did not appear in the form of money. "That's right," Oliver said in a deep voice, "I previously accidentally destroyed your relationship with the Su Duo family and caused you to be injured. Therefore, this set of armor is my apology to you." Sure enough, after returning to the Tulip Chamber of Commerce, this fatty began to think of ways to get out of Colin's control. This set of free armor was actually Oliver's redemption fee. "Good. I'll accept your apology." Seeing that Oliver's apology was sincere, Colin decided not to pursue the previous matter. Then, he found a pen and paper and drew a roaring bear head with some thorny patterns on the back of the eagle shield emblem. Help me engrave the Angeli family's emblem and send it to my residence within 3 days. Okay. After finishing his instructions, Colin was ready to get up and leave. Sir Colin, about the dress for the banquet. Oliver kindly reminded him. I already have a way to deal with the dress, you don't have to worry about it. Colin turned around and revealed an unfathomable smile. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Suduo family's banquet arrived as scheduled. As night fell, the front of the castle in the center of Ice Stone City was bustling with activity. Many nobles had gathered to attend the banquet. It had to be said that Cynthia Suduo's timing was ingenious. Originally, with the Suduo family's influence, it was impossible to invite such a large number of nobles to attend the banquet. However, at this time, the troll army had retreated from the northern frontier, and the lost castles were easily recovered. Although it was somewhat self-deceiving, it could still be considered a victory. Moreover, the only 2 marquises in the northern frontier were coincidentally in Ice Stone City. Under these circumstances, unless the Duke of St. Hilda personally hosted the banquet in cold winter, Ice Stone City was destined to become the focal point of the northern frontier tonight. The banquet started at 6, and Colin arrived at 5:30. He had come alone. This was a high-class banquet for nobles, so it was naturally impossible for the guests to bring in commoner attendants. The knight Raymond originally had the qualifications to attend, but he had already been sent back to Grey Castle Town by Colin to report the news. Colin felt that he was now someone who could establish a relationship with the 2 heirs of the House of St. Hilda, so Count Aldman wouldn't dare to be too presumptuous. Therefore, he didn't need to cower in the dark anymore. Thus, he sent Raymond back to report to prevent the family from thinking that he was dead and causing trouble. Apologies, sir, please show me your invitation. When the guard at the castle's entrance saw Colin, his expression immediately became very interesting, and he hurriedly stopped him to ask. Colin took out his invitation and handed it to the guard. The guard hurriedly took it and carefully checked it. After confirming that there was no mistake, he could only let him go. Apologies, Sir Knight Colin, for the trouble. Welcome to the banquet. Please enter. Only then did Colin slowly enter the castle. Along the way, when everyone saw him, they all looked at him with astonishment. Many even secretly pointed at him and whispered about something. Colin didn't care about these gazes at all, and continued to walk towards the banquet hall with his head held high. Sir Knight, please wait a moment. Unfortunately, he was still stopped by the Suduo family steward at the entrance of the hall. The butler recognized the badge of the Angeli family at a glance, so he smiled and said, You must be Knight Colin, right? Yes. Colin crossed his arms in front of his chest, wondering if he should smash the fake smile on the butler's face with a punch. Perhaps the butler had heard of Colin's reputation, or perhaps he sensed danger, but the butler took a step back and said, I'm sorry, Knight Colin, but you can't wear your armor to this banquet. Yes, Colin couldn't find any formal attire, so he simply wore the armor that he had just bought. Logically speaking, this was indeed quite rude. However, Colin was already prepared. He calmly asked, Then what should I wear? Of course you should wear formal attire. The butler looked at her as if she was looking at a fool. He even began to use his eyes to signal the guards next to him, preparing to chase this rude knight out of the castle. Formal attire? Colin sneered. Suddenly, he smashed his fist on his breastplate and shouted, The Northern Territory has just suffered a great humiliation. The troll army has just retreated, and they're returning unscathed with a bountiful harvest. You all still have the mood to dress up and sing and dance. What about our counterattack? What about our revenge? What about our courage? Why didn't we do anything? I'm just a small knight. I don't have the right to question your decisions. But, I feel sorry for my father, Baron Angeli, who died in the front lines, as his only son. I swear that I won't take off my armor if I don't take revenge. The whole hall was silent. Colin's righteous words seemed to have pressed the pause button on the scene. Everyone stared at this strange person who came to the banquet in armor, dumbfounded. Especially the old butler of the Suduo family. Until now, his brain was still buzzing. He didn't know if he was shocked by Colin's loud voice, or shocked by what he said. At this time, he also knew that he couldn't chase this rude knight out of the castle according to his original plan. Colin was indeed rude, but he had the moral high ground. Strictly speaking, this banquet did have the taste of whitewashing the peace. But this wasn't because the previous defeat was too sudden, and the giant demon army's retreat was too unexpected. So, those lords and nobles who easily recovered their lost land, urgently needed a chance to cover up their previous failures and announce their current victory. So, this banquet to celebrate the victory was promoted by all parties. But they didn't expect that now, someone would stand up and ruthlessly tear this false mask of victory, and smash it heavily on the faces of the nobles. Xianxia Suduo was also in the crowd. She wanted to see the ugly state of Colin, this annoying guy, being chased out of the castle, but she didn't expect that she would see this scene. Xianxia almost clenched her silver teeth, but at the same time, a trace of regret appeared in her heart. This banquet was originally an excellent opportunity for the Suduo family to become famous, but now, it seemed to have become a joke. It was all because of one person. A person who was originally insignificant. A person she wanted to humiliate with some small tricks. Perhaps she shouldn't have done so. Colin didn't know that the crazy woman Xianxia was also watching him, and he still had that awe-inspiring righteousness. He ignored the gazes from the surroundings and strode forward as if no one was around. Bang! The old butler, who was still in a daze, was knocked down by Colin. But he didn't dare to stop him. He watched as Colin, wearing the pure white armor, walked into the banquet hall. Many nobles who were attending the banquet had already gathered in the hall. When they saw Colin's figure walking into the hall, everyone had different expressions, whispering to each other, and discussing. Obviously, Colin's loud voice had already spread those bold words into the banquet hall. So, he naturally became the temporary focus of the banquet. However, no one came forward to greet him. Obviously, Colin was isolated. But he didn't care at all. His heart was even filled with joy. After all, this was the banquet that crazy woman had tried every means to plan. She wanted to make a name for the Suduo family, but now, it seemed to have been completely destroyed by Colin's words. There was still some time before the banquet officially began. Therefore, the nobles attending the banquet were still arriving one after another. The newcomers clearly felt that the atmosphere in the hall seemed to be a little wrong. After asking around, they found out that it was Colin's doing. Therefore, more and more gazes were cast at Colin. Colin also felt a little annoyed and simply closed his eyes. As time passed, the status of the newcomers became higher and higher. Until Marquis Charles appeared at the entrance of the hall. Then, the banquet suddenly fell silent again. This wasn't because Marquis Charles had a high prestige among the nobles. On the contrary, due to the series of previous defeats, his reputation among the nobles of the northern frontier was very bad. But his appearance still made the entire hall fall silent again. Because he was also wearing a suit of armor. When Charles stepped into the banquet hall, he was full of confidence. When everyone looked at him in surprise, he was full of confidence. However, when the banquet hall fell into a long silence, he felt a little strange. He had specially prepared for tonight's outfit for a long time. He had even prepared an impassioned speech, waiting for someone to ask him, "Honorable Marquis, why are you wearing armor to attend the banquet?" But, why didn't anyone ask? Marquis Charles was deeply disappointed. These people were too stupid. They didn't even know how to pass him a message. So, he coughed a few times and prepared to answer his own question. "You must be very curious why I'm not wearing a formal dress, because I don't have the face to wear it." Marquis Charles took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes were filled with tears. The troll army retreated, but did we really win? All of you, ask yourselves. When Marquis Charles said this, he swept his gaze across the hall with a bitter and hateful gaze. But at a certain spot, he suddenly froze. Because, he saw the maverick figure in the crowd at a glance, Colin. Then, he felt unwell all over. Colin also saw Marquis Charles at this time. Then, he felt unwell all over. "I wore armor to attend the banquet because I was forced by that crazy woman to the point that I had no choice." "What kind of show are you putting on?" The entire banquet hall was silent. 10 seconds had passed. 20 seconds had passed. 30 seconds had passed. "Night, Colin." Finally, Marquis Charles let out an affectionate roar, breaking the awkward silence that made one feel uneasy. He took a few quick steps and came in front of Colin. Colin faced Marquis Charles, who was wearing a couple's outfit with him, and instinctively panicked. He subconsciously retracted his hands. But, unfortunately. However, it was still caught by Marquis Charles in a flash. "Knight Colin." Marquis Charles held Colin's hands tightly. "I knew that there would always be warriors like me on the northern frontier who are unwilling to indulge in false victories and who are brave enough to pick up weapons, don armor, and fight the trolls to the death." Colin resisted the urge to pull his hands back. He quickly adjusted the expression on his face and put on an impassioned look. "I, who should cooperate with you, can only do my best to perform." However, compared to the acting skills of Marquis Charles, Colin still felt a little inferior. For example, the other party's exquisite control of holding back the tears that welled up in his eyes. Colin knew that he couldn't do it. "Lord Marquis." Colin's voice gradually choked with sobs. "As long as I don't avenge my father, I won't take off my armor. Lord Marquis, please reorganize the army and lead us to attack the Sky Ice Plains. Don't worry, I won't let you down." The two best actors looked at each other affectionately. "But you've already disappointed us." A calm voice came from the entrance of the hall. The voice was not loud, but it made the entire hall quiet down. Moreover, this person's words revealed his disdain for Marquis Charles. However, no one present dared to refute him. Even Marquis Charles himself, although his carefully prepared performance was abruptly interrupted, he only showed an awkward and guilty expression when he heard the words. At the same time, the crowd immediately separated to both sides, making a spacious passage for the person at the door. Marquis Garcia appeared at the door. Vera, who was dressed up, followed behind him. The two armored men finally stopped looking at each other emotionally. They turned around and bowed to the two who walked into the hall at this time. Marquis Garcia was wearing a dark blue suit today. He had a cold expression on his face as he walked quickly through the crowd. When he passed by Colin and Marquis Charles, he did not stop. He did not even look at the two of them. It was as if he did not care about the farce caused by the two of them. As the person with the highest status in today's banquet, Marquis Garcia's attitude was very important. When they saw that he did not pay attention to the two armored men, all the nobles who attended the banquet breathed a sigh of relief. However, although Marquis Garcia was worthy of being the focus of today's banquet, the real focus of the banquet was someone else. At least, all the men at the banquet were looking at the slender and graceful figure behind Marquis Garcia. Of course, Colin was no exception. Vera was breathtakingly beautiful tonight. She was wearing a pure white dress with a slit. Her dazzling blonde hair was draped over her smooth shoulders, and her blue eyes were as pure as the sea. Her height of 1.7 meters was extremely proportionate, and the tight-fitting dress highlighted every part of her body, weaving into mesmerizing curves. What made the male nobles at the banquet even more irresistible was that Vera had an almost perfect and delicate face. Moreover, the mystery of a mage, the dignity and elegance of a great noble, and the gentleness and grace of a young girl were perfectly combined on her body, exuding a fatal attraction. "Who is she?" Many of the male nobles had already begun to inquire about Vera's identity in a low voice. The adopted daughter of the Duke of St. Hilda was indeed very mysterious. Colin could not find any information about her in the memory of his predecessor. It was as if the Duke of St. Hilda was deliberately covering up her existence. However, Marquis Garcia seemed to be officially introducing this beauty to the people of the northern frontier today. "Before the banquet begins, please allow me to formally introduce this beautiful lady next to me." Marquis Garcia led Vera to the high platform in the front row of the hall and introduced her. Vera St. Hilda, the adopted daughter of the Duke of St. Hilda. Wow! After hearing Vera's true identity, the eyes of the male nobles under the stage became even more blazing. There was only one thought left in their minds: to marry her, one must always have a dream. Otherwise, what was the difference between them and a salted fish? Marquis Garcia seemed to have seen through the thoughts of the crowd. Therefore, he did not delay any longer. He immediately picked up a wine glass and said loudly, "Tonight's banquet officially begins. Everyone, enjoy yourselves. Praise the Marquis." As soon as Marquis Garcia's voice fell, beautiful music began to play. The banquet officially began. As expected, Miss Vera was immediately surrounded by many male nobles of the right age. Regardless of their status, almost all of the unmarried men present wanted to have a try to see if they had a chance to win the heart of the beauty. After all, a woman like Vera, whose appearance and status could be said to be the best choice, was the best marriage partner. As for whether it was a good idea or not, they would have to give it a try first. Vera skillfully dealt with the nobles who came to talk to her, as if such a scene was nothing to her. Her every move revealed the temperament of the duke's daughter, and she politely and firmly rejected the men who came to her. "Aren't you going to give it a try?" Marquis Charles nudged Colin, who was next to him, with his elbow. "Of course," Colin said with a calm look on his face. "But I have to give others a chance to try first." Marquis Charles could hear the strong confidence in Colin's words, and he was a little surprised. "Hey! Don't blame me for not reminding you. There are many young men at the banquet today who are better than you in terms of status and appearance." Colin shrugged his shoulders and ignored Charles's warning. Instead, he picked up a glass of champagne from the tray of a passing waiter and tasted it carefully. When Marquis Charles saw this, he rolled his eyes and felt that he had been worrying for nothing. At this time, there were already many couples dancing in the center of the banquet hall. However, Vera had not accepted any invitation from any of the men yet. Finally, after waiting for the people around her to leave one by one, Colin put down his glass of champagne and walked towards Vera. "Beautiful and noble lady, may I have the honor of dancing with you?" Colin bowed slightly and stretched out his right hand towards Vera. Vera's face was slightly flushed, and she obediently placed her right hand in Colin's hand. "Okay." Accompanied by the melodious music, pairs of men and women danced on the dance floor of the banquet hall. They were dancing the most traditional palace dance of the Empire of Light. It was similar to the Vienna waltz on Earth. The male and female dance partners needed to borrow each other's strength to complete a series of reverses, swings, and spins in a harmonious manner at a very fast speed. The entire dance was light, smooth, and elegant. In such a fast rotation, everything around them would become blurred, and only the face of the dance partner in their arms could be seen clearly. Spin, spin, and spin again. It was as if they were going to dance together until the end of time. However, the music would eventually come to an end. The song was over. Colin completed the last rotation with Vera, who was as light as a feather. Then, he reluctantly withdrew his right hand from Vera's smooth back, stepped back slightly, and bowed. "Thank you, Miss Vera. This is the most unforgettable dance I have ever danced." Vera's small face was still red, and she was panting slightly. It seemed that she had not recovered from the dance just now. When she heard Colin's flattery, she smiled slyly. "Knight Colin, why do I feel that you have said this to many girls?" Colin raised his head and did not panic at all. He knew very well that at this time, what he should do was not to defend himself, but to attack. So, he smiled and said, "Please believe me, from now on, I will only say such words to you." Sure enough, Colin's slightly straightforward words made Vera feel a little overwhelmed. "Sweet words." Vera snorted and rolled her eyes at Colin, but there was an embarrassed smile on her face. At this moment, Colin could already feel the gazes filled with killing intent all around him. Obviously, after successfully becoming Vera's first dance partner, Colin had naturally become the public enemy of all the male nobles present. However, he obviously did not care. He was determined to hug this thick thigh of Vera's, because he had already seen Earl Oman's figure in the crowd. The fear of being assassinated instantly shrouded Colin's heart, and he had no choice but to think of ways to raise his value so that the other party would be wary of him. After sending Vera back to Marquis Garcia's side, Colin politely said goodbye. He knew that going too far was as bad as falling short. Therefore, it would be foolish for him to continue pestering Vera at this time. But before he could walk far, a young man blocked in front of Colin. Was the supporting character that was sent to be slapped in the face already appearing so quickly? Colin smiled politely while letting his imagination run wild. "May I ask who you are?" The young man smiled coldly. "Knight Colin, I heard that you used my identity." "Why? Don't tell me you can't recognize me?" Colin paused for a moment and immediately realized who the person in front of him was. No wonder she looked familiar. She looked just as annoying as that crazy woman. They were indeed siblings. "So it's Knight Con Pseudo. It's an honor to meet you," Colin said, but there was no respect in his eyes. Con was obviously very unhappy with Colin, and he said sarcastically, "Knight Colin, If the Honorable Miss Vera knew that the knight she was dancing with just now was actually a liar, how would she react? Faced with Khan's threat, Colin shrugged as if he did not care at all. Why don't you try and find out? Khan's face suddenly sank, as if he could not tell whether Colin was really fearless or just pretending. But before he could continue to probe, Colin suddenly lowered his voice and said, "However, if I were you, I would first care about your good sister." "What happened to my sister?" Seeing that the other party had taken the bait, Colin smiled and said, "You should know that the one who really led the army to reclaim Ice Stone City was your sister, Knight Xianxia. So, according to the rules of the feudal lord, shouldn't she be the one to inherit the title of Duke of the Pseudo family and not you?" "Nonsense." Khan was like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, and he suddenly exploded. "I am the first in line to inherit the Pseudo family. You should save this kind of words for the Duke of St. Hilda." Colin spread his hands, indicating that this matter had nothing to do with him. Khan almost could not control his anger when he saw this annoying look, and he stared fiercely at Colin, breathing heavily. It was as if he wanted to beat up this abominable person in front of him. But soon, Khan calmed down. Because a palm pressed on his shoulder. Khan turned around, and his expression immediately became respectful. "Uncle." Colin's pupils shrank as he looked at the person who had come, Count Aldman. "Lord Count." Colin carefully lowered his head, not wanting the other party to see the fear hidden in his eyes. Count Aldman was a mature and elegant middle-aged man. He always had a faint smile on his face, as if he was courteous to everyone. However, from time to time, his wine-red eyes would reveal a trace of hidden coldness, indicating that this count was not a kind and nice person. "Colin, I'm so happy to see that you're fine." Count Aldman patted Colin's shoulder lightly, his face brimming with a smile from the bottom of his heart. "I heard that you were assassinated in Grey Castle. What exactly happened? Who was so daring?" Colin raised his head, his face already wearing a friendly smile. "The assassin was Knight Carter. As for who ordered him to do it, it's still under investigation." "Carter?" Count Aldman snorted and said angrily, "That ungrateful wretch is a disgrace to the world of knights. Don't worry, I will send someone to investigate this matter. If there is any news, I will definitely inform you." "Thank you very much for your help, Lord Count." Colin looked at the righteous count in front of him and suddenly felt that this person's acting skills were not inferior to Marquis Charles's. Count Aldman chuckled and said a few words of concern to Colin, as if he was really a friendly elder. Colin also dealt with him carefully, as if he had never suspected that his assassination had anything to do with this count in front of him. Before leaving, Count Aldman lowered his voice and asked, "Did you and Marquis Charles discuss wearing armor to attend the banquet together?" "No, we just happened to think of the same thing." Colin found it strange that the other party would suddenly ask this. Count Aldman said meaningfully, "Oh, that's good then. But you have to be careful. Don't get too close to Marquis Charles." "Why?" Colin asked directly. Count Aldman did not answer, but the Knight of Khan beside him mocked arrogantly. "Idiot. Marquis Charles lost so miserably this time, and lost 200,000 northern frontier troops. Does he not have to take responsibility for this? You actually dare to get close." "Shut up," Count Aldman growled. The Knight of Khan immediately shrank back, turning into a quail again. Count Aldman turned his head and said to Colin, "Remember, our loyalty will always be to the Duke of St. Hilda, not to some marquis." Looking at Count Aldman's departing figure, Colin suddenly narrowed his eyes. Only then did he realize that tonight's banquet seemed to be brewing a dangerous undercurrent. People were divided into different classes. The nobles were no exception. There were big nobles, small nobles, and knights who were nobles but not completely nobles. This banquet of the Suduo family was divided into such a clear hierarchy. Marquis Garcia, Marquis Charles, and Vera. These three were the core circle of the banquet. Countless people tried their best to get close to them, but they only dared to greet them for a short while. They did not dare to stay for long. Otherwise, they would be considered rude and overestimating themselves. Outside the core circle, there was a circle led by Earl Ullman. There were 3 earls gathered here, as well as the host of the banquet, the Suduo family. Further out were a group of viscounts and barons. The last circle, which was also the most numerous, was the knights, including Colin. In fact, strictly speaking, Colin was also qualified to go to the Circle of Barons. However, he had now realized that this banquet was not as simple as it seemed on the surface, so he began to deliberately reduce his presence. He was prepared to be a qualified bystander. Although Colin and Marquis Charles seemed to appreciate each other before, if the Marquis was really unable to protect himself, then Colin would never let himself be dragged into the water in order to help him. If it was Vera, then Colin might consider how to save the damsel in distress. But Marquis Charles, who liked to pull people, cry, and act, good luck, the banquet was still going on, but the atmosphere seemed to have quietly changed. The music was still going on, but the center of the dance floor was already empty. Even though he was in the outermost circle of the banquet, Colin had already felt that the atmosphere around him had begun to become heavy. With his enhanced hearing at night, Colin eavesdropped on the discussions of the knights around him. He did not know when it started, but everyone had stopped talking about this lucky victory and turned the topic to their own losses. Indeed, the series of defeats commanded by Marquis Charles had almost destroyed 200,000 troops on the northern frontier. Of these, half of them were under the direct command of the House of St. Hilda, but the other half were the private armies of the various feudal lords of the northern frontier. In addition, the territories near the front lines had been conquered by the trolls. Even if they had reclaimed them now, the trolls would not return empty-handed. Therefore, this time, the lords of the northern frontier suffered heavy losses. Someone had to take responsibility for such a heavy loss. Thus, the topic gradually became unfavorable to Marquis Charles. Of course, the House of St. Hilda still had its prestige, so no one dared to rebuke the House of St. Hilda directly. They could only make a few indirect complaints. In Colin's opinion, such complaints wouldn't hurt Marquis Charles's foundation at all. At most, it would make his reputation a little worse. Perhaps it would make the House of St. Hilda feel guilty for this crushing defeat. Perhaps they would compensate the lords a little later, but that was all. If Count Almond hadn't been bluffing earlier, this little action shouldn't have been the main dish of this banquet. Thus, Colin continued to wait. As expected, Colin waited for a truly explosive piece of news. Did you hear? This time, Marquis Garcia led the Black Cavalry to reinforce the front lines without the Duke's orders. What do you mean? Are you saying Marquis Garcia sent his troops on his own? That's right. That's why the Marquis stopped in Ice Stone City. He's waiting for the Duke's orders. Huh. He already sent his troops on his own, why is he still waiting for orders? Shoo. Why are you being so loud? Are you looking for death? Colin was speechless. These people seemed to be whispering, but they didn't try to hide it at all. Moreover, he had already discovered that this rumor had spread throughout the banquet. At this moment, he suddenly realized what was going on with this hidden undercurrent. Without a doubt, Marquis Charles was still the true target of these people. However, he was still the Duke's eldest son, and the House of St. Hilda's prestige was unparalleled in the northern frontier. The lords and nobles who had suffered heavy losses could only be angry at Marquis Charles, but they didn't dare to say anything. However, if someone was leading them, then it would be different. This person had already made his position clear. The first time he saw Marquis Charles after his troops had been defeated, he had whipped him in public. Before tonight's banquet began, he had once again interrupted a carefully planned performance by Marquis Charles. He was naturally the commander of the Black Cavalry, the number one person in the Northern Frontier Army, the Duke's younger brother, Marquis Garcia. Only when Marquis Garcia clearly expressed his dislike for Marquis Charles did the other nobles dare to complain behind him. However, at first, they only stopped at complaining. However, when everyone knew that Marquis Garcia had secretly mobilized the Black Cavalry without the Duke's orders, the situation changed. Although the Black Cavalry was Marquis Garcia's private army, in name, of course, they were under the Marquis command. However, this was the northern frontier after all. The Duke of St. Hilda was the real owner here. Moreover, the Black Cavalry had already left the Marquis territory. Shouldn't they have gotten the Duke's approval first? Therefore, for some reason, this rumor that had spread throughout the banquet vaguely revealed a signal. It was a dangerous signal. Marquis Garcia and the Duke of St. Hilda were not on good terms. In fact, a smart person would have noticed the Duke of St. Hilda's fear of his own brother when he hid the Black Cavalry 3 years ago. However, at that time, Marquis Garcia did not disobey his brother's orders. But now, could it be that after the crushing defeat of Marquis Charles, Marquis Garcia was finally dissatisfied with his brother's nepotism and started to take the initiative to rebel? After all, the Black Cavalry was an extremely terrifying army. Although there were only 50,000 people, no one doubted that in the hands of Marquis Garcia, they could not sweep the northern frontier. Moreover, due to the crushing defeats of Marquis Charles, the military strength of the northern frontier had been severely weakened. In this way, the Black Cavalry seemed even more terrifying. That was why this piece of gossip had such a terrifying effect. Marquis Garcia had repeatedly humiliated Marquis Charles. Did he really want to teach the younger generation a lesson, or did he want to take the opportunity to express his dissatisfaction with the Duke of St. Hilda? He then thought of Earl Oman's hint and the current turbulent undercurrent in the banquet. Colin suddenly realized that a terrifying storm was brewing. Once it took shape, it would have the terrifying power to sweep through the entire northern frontier. Just as the atmosphere in the banquet was becoming more and more serious, Knight Khan Sudo suddenly appeared in front of Marquis Charles. He first bowed respectfully, then raised his head and asked in a righteous tone, "What's the matter?" "Sir Marquis, I would like to ask, for the crushing defeat of the northern frontier this time, should someone take responsibility for it?" Marquis Charles was stunned. Marquis Garcia was expressionless. The entire banquet was silent. The storm had officially arrived. Khan Suduo felt a little smug as he enjoyed the attention of everyone. Especially Miss Vera's clear gaze. Khan was so excited that his face turned red and his whole body trembled. The heir of the Suduo family suddenly felt that if he went to ask Miss Vera for a dance now, he might not be rejected like before. He felt that he was a hero now. However, Colin looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. He did not expect that this guy would be the one to stand up for him. All the nobles present were excited when they saw the Knight of Khan questioning Marquis Charles. Except for one person. This person was Khan's sister, Cynthia Suduo, the crazy woman Colin called Cynthia Suduo. She looked at her brother with eyes full of horror. Why did this banquet, which was supposed to make the Suduo family famous, become like this? If possible, she just wanted to seal her brother's mouth and lock him in the basement, never letting him out. Cynthia knew very well that Marquis Charles might have really angered everyone, but he was still the first heir of the House of St. Hilda. Her brother was just the heir of the Viscounts, so what right did he have to question him? No, although her brother was stupid, he was definitely not someone who had the guts to do so. Otherwise, when Cynthia led her army to reclaim Ice Stone City, he would not have continued to hide in Fallen Eagle City. Thinking of this, she suddenly turned to look at Earl Aldman. It seemed that this good uncle had whispered something in her brother's ear, causing Khan to rush forward. Cynthia felt a chill in her heart. She suddenly felt that the future of the Suduo family seemed to be bleak. Knight of Khan, you are right. Marquis Charles did not care about the other party's offense at all. He took a deep breath and asked sincerely, "Then, what kind of punishment do you think can make up for my previous mistakes?" Khan did not expect Marquis Charles to be so easy to talk to. At this time, when he saw the dignified Marquis waiting for his judgment so humbly, Khan trembled even more. However, after the excitement, Khan also felt a little lost. He opened his mouth but did not dare to say what punishment was suitable for Marquis Charles. Quietly turning his head, Khan looked at his uncle, Earl Yuman, with a pleading gaze. But Count Almond's head was lowered, as though he had no idea what was going on. Khan's heart sank. However, just as he was about to retreat, he suddenly saw Vera staring at him. In Khan's eyes, it was a gaze filled with encouragement, admiration, and even admiration. Thus, the Knight of Khan was once again filled with power, even the pimple on his nose was faintly glowing red. For a moment, he felt that he was super brave. "My title?" Khan's sharp voice echoed in the hall. "As punishment, you should voluntarily give up your Marquis title." Whoosh, everyone was stunned. Even Marquis Charles, who had always been outstanding in acting, did not know how to react. Colin looked at Khan with eyes full of pity. This was a look of concern for the mentally retarded. At this time, Cynthia's face was full of despair. She did not know whether the title of Marquis Charles could be kept, but it seemed that the title of Viscounts of the Suduo family would be lost. The title of Marquis Charles was a fake, and it represented his qualifications as the first successor of the Duke of St. Hilda. It also represented the face of the Duke of St. Hilda. Asking Marquis Charles to give up his title was no longer a punishment for Charles, but a slap in the face of the Duke of St. Hilda. It was forcing the Lord of the Northern Frontier to admit his mistake. It was forcing him to abdicate. The music finally stopped. The atmosphere in the banquet hall was so stagnant that it was almost suffocating. The eyes of the audience were focused on Marquis Charles and the Knight of Caen. The Knight of Caen originally enjoyed the feeling of being the focus of the audience, but now, he felt uneasy. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. Caen once again looked for the gaze of the goddess in his heart, Vera. But Vera was no longer looking at him at this time. Instead, she was looking at her brother, Marquis Charles, with a worried look. Caen's face instantly turned pale, as if he finally realized what a stupid thing he had done. Marquis Charles's face was also very ugly at this time. He also did not know how to deal with it. He could not agree to give up his title, and he did not dare to agree to it. This was no longer a matter of his honor and disgrace alone. It involved his father's face, and even the prestige of the House of St. Hilda. Since when did the Lord of the Northern Region allow a bunch of inferior nobles to tell him what to do when it came to his successor? Marquis Charles did not look at the uneasy Caen again. This idiot was just a gun that was pushed out. He looked past Caen and slowly swept across the audience. But he did not see any friendly and supportive eyes. At this time, he gradually realized that this storm was probably premeditated. It was not only against him, but also against his father. Then all the more he couldn't back down. If he took a step back, he would be smashed to pieces. So, Marquis Charles took a few steps forward, walked past Caen, and faced the nobles in the hall. With a serious expression, he said, "Anyone else who thinks that I should give up my title, please stand up." He did not want to pay attention to Caen, who was just a puppet. Instead, he wanted to force the real mastermind behind the scenes to come out. Moreover, he did not believe that the House of St. Hilda, which had ruled the northern frontier for thousands of years, would be in danger of falling apart immediately after a fiasco. The audience was silent. The House of St. Hilda had been in power for thousands of years, and it was not a simple matter in the northern frontier. So, the banquet became awkward again. After a long time, a voice finally broke the silence. "Oh, I'm sorry, Marquis Charles. Caen is still young and insensible. If his words offended you, I hope that you can forgive him." The one who stood up was Earl Oman. However, he did not continue to target Marquis Charles. Instead, he excused Caen. He also gave Marquis Charles a way out. Colin suddenly had some doubts. Could it be that Earl Oman was really loyal to the Duke of St. Hilda and did not participate in this conspiracy against Marquis Charles? But very quickly, Earl Oman's next sentence dispelled Colin's previous thoughts. "Marquis Garcia, what punishment do you think is suitable for Marquis Charles's previous mistakes?" When Marquis Garcia heard this, he seemed to have woken up from his relaxed state of being a bystander. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly stood up and walked to the front of the stage, standing side by side with Marquis Charles. Marquis Charles could only bow slightly, take half a step back, and give up the center position. Facing the Knight of Caen, Earl Oman, or any of the nobles present, Marquis Charles would not back down. However, Marquis Garcia was an exception. Because this commander of the Black Cavalry really had the ability to flip the table, Marquis Charles was not sure whether his uncle wanted to flip the table or not. Was all of this caused by the nobles of the northern frontier who were dissatisfied with him, or was it secretly planned by Marquis Garcia? If it was the former, Charles was not too worried. If it was the latter, Charles. Marquis Garcia finally spoke. "Uncle." Marquis Charles lowered his head slightly, waiting for the trial with a heart full of anxiety. 200,000 northern frontier soldiers, what are you going to use to atone for your crimes? Kaboom! Marquis Charles felt as if he was struck by lightning. He was stunned on the spot. What else could he use to atone for his crimes? Marquis Charles raised his head in shock, looking at his uncle with a face full of shock. It was as if he was truly seeing him for the first time. Colin watched this scene from afar, and a word flashed in his mind: the dagger was revealed. It was already late into the night. The grand banquet in Ice Stone City had finally come to an end. However, the nobles that left the banquet had different expressions on their faces. Some were excited, some were terrified, some were expectant, some were fearful. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Carrier pigeons took off from Ice Stone City one after another, dispersing towards the northern frontier. They were going to deliver an earth-shattering piece of news. The eldest son of the Duke of St. Hilda, Marquis Charles, had announced that he would renounce his title under the questioning of Marquis Garcia. Charles's title was an empty title in the first place, and it didn't have any corresponding territory. What it truly represented was the inheritance rights of the Duke of St. Hilda. Renouncing this title meant that Charles had renounced his inheritance rights. Of course, strictly speaking, only when the Duke of St. Hilda approved Charles's request would he be officially stripped of his title as a marquis and lose his inheritance rights. However, what was truly thought-provoking, or perhaps even more frightening, was that Charles was forced by his own uncle to renounce his title. Since Charles wouldn't inherit the title of the Duke of the House of St. Hilda, then who would inherit it? Would it be the Duke's second son, or would it be the Duke's younger brother? Logically speaking, as the Duke's younger brother, Marquis Garcia's inheritance rights should be behind the Duke's 3 sons, and even behind the Duke's adopted daughter, Vera. But now, no one could be sure who would inherit the title of the House of St. Hilda. And would that golden lion flag become a black lion? A terrifying storm was quietly approaching the empire's northern frontier. Some people were overjoyed, trying to take advantage of this opportunity to rise. There were also people who were deeply worried, scared out of their wits by the hidden danger. Colin quietly walked on the streets of Ice Stone City, thinking about how the Angeli family would deal with the upcoming storm. To be honest, he didn't want the northern frontier to become chaotic at this time. This was not because he was loyal to the Duke of St. Hilda, or because he sympathized with Marquis Charles, nor was he worried that this storm would involve Vera. Instead, it was because he knew very well that if the northern frontier fell into civil strife at this time, who would benefit the most? Without a doubt, it would be the trolls. After all, the 300,000 troll army on Firmament Icefield hadn't retreated very far. They might even be eyeing the northern frontier right now. Once Marquis Garcia and the Duke of St. Hilda got into a fight, the trolls would definitely take the opportunity to invade the south again. The northern frontier would also be plunged into misery and suffering. Colin did not care about the power struggles of those in power, but as a human, he certainly did not want to see the northern frontier become a place where the trolls wreaked havoc. However, it was a pity that his words carried little weight and could not change the current situation. He could only hope that the Dukes of the North, who were far away in Winter City, would retain a trace of rationality and make appropriate concessions. Colin returned to the inn, removed his armor, and fell asleep immediately. When he woke up, the sun was just right. Although the atmosphere in Ice Stone City was slightly tense, there was no chaos. It was as if everything that happened last night was just an illusion. After breakfast, Colin went out for a walk and walked his cat. Of course, Little White wasn't too willing to be walked, but Colin insisted on dragging it out. After his protests were ineffective, the angry Little White burrowed into Colin's clothes and continued to sleep. Actually, Colin was not really wandering aimlessly on the streets. He had a destination, the Church of Glory. The Church of Glory in Ice Stone City was not far from the west side of the Suduo Castle. It was a tall tower made of pure white rock that seemed to be close to 100 meters tall. The sharp top of the tower stood upright as if it was going to pierce the sky. Colin was no longer as fearful of the Church of Glory as he was when he first transmigrated. After all, he had already drunk the holy water and even advanced because of it. Actually, when he successfully advanced into an official knight and could activate the energy of the holy light, Colin already had a guess: the vampires of this world should not be restrained by the church. Thus, he openly walked through the church's door. The guards at the door saw that Colin was dressed extravagantly and did not stop him. In the spacious prayer hall, there was no one. There were only rows of tables and chairs and a statue erected in the front row. The statue was naturally the image of the God of Glory. It was a middle-aged man wearing a simple robe. His long hair draped over his shoulders. He held a scepter in his right hand and his left hand pointed forward. The only strange thing was his face. There were no facial features. According to the church, the reason why the God of Glory did not have facial features was because he could be anyone's image: an elegant noble, a poor commoner, or even a lowly slave. Colin raised his head to look at the legendary God who protected mankind, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity suddenly emerged in his heart. He thought for a long time but could not figure out where this sense of familiarity came from. "Honorable Knight, is there anything I can help you with?" Just as Colin was thinking about the statue of the God of Glory, an old voice suddenly woke him up. "Hello, Honorable Pastor, please call me Colin." The old pastor's turbid eyes flashed slightly and smiled. "So it's Knight Colin. I've heard of your name." Colin was a little surprised. Obviously, he did not expect that he was already so famous now. The old pastor seemed to see Colin's doubts and explained with a smile, "Previously, Archbishop Raven came here and mentioned you to me." Colin suddenly realized that he had left a deep impression on Archbishop Raven. He probably remembered that he had drunk a whole bottle of pure holy water. "Humph, stingy bishop," Colin cursed in his heart, but on the surface, he looked deeply honored. "I didn't expect Archbishop Raven to remember me." "What an honor. May I know what brings you here, Knight Colin?" "Well, I actually want to buy some holy water so that I can save myself if I'm seriously injured next time." Since the last advancement, Colin had the idea of the church's holy water. Now that he had some free time, he naturally wanted to get some holy water to drink. "So that's how it is. Then please follow me." The old pastor nodded and led Colin through the prayer hall to the back hall. In fact, it was normal for the church to sell holy water. Moreover, the price was extremely expensive. The church did not feel ashamed of this, but justified it. God's gift comes with a price. The two quickly came to a small house in the back hall. The furnishings in the house were simple, with only a bathtub-sized holy water pool in the center. The surface of the pool was as smooth as a mirror, with a milky white holy light. Of course, this was holy water, but it was diluted. Colin resisted the urge to loot the church and handed the water bag to the old pastor. "Please fill it up for me." "Okay." Gulp. Gulp. The old pastor quickly filled the water bag and returned it to Colin. "Knight Colin, a total of 30 gold coins." What a scam! One had to know that this holy water was diluted, not the pure holy water that Archbishop Raven had given Colin to drink. As for how many times it was diluted, according to Colin's understanding, the church's common practice was 1,000 times. Therefore, the true content of all the holy water in the church's holy water pool in front of him was probably not as concentrated as the small bottle in Archbishop Raven's hands. And now, the entire water bag that Colin had spent a huge sum of money to buy was probably diluted from 1 or 2 drops of pure holy water. Colin felt a pang of pain, but he could only hand the 30 gold coins to the old pastor. "Let's see if it works first." Colin bid farewell to the old pastor and left the black shop. Strolling on the streets of Ice Stone City, Colin rubbed his stomach and burped. He had just come out of the church and drank his fill. However, the advancement he was looking forward to didn't come. Even his body didn't heat up. Colin thought that it probably wouldn't take effect that quickly. He needed some time to react, so he waited patiently. They waited from early morning until the sun set in the west. Still no reaction. At noon, he felt a slight heat in his body. However, it wasn't obvious. Could it be that the dosage was too low? Colin was a bit confused. However, he was also a bit helpless. Last time, Archbishop Raven had extravagantly used an entire bottle of pure holy water to save him because of Vera and Marquis Garcia. Now, if he wanted to get some holy water to drink, he could only buy it with money. However, when he thought of the expensive price, Colin felt a pang of pain. He was afraid that even if the Angeli family went bankrupt, it would only be enough to buy that pool of holy water in the Church of Ice Stone City. However, with that diluted holy water, it probably wouldn't be enough for him to advance to the 3rd rank. Depressed, Colin went to the small tavern next to the hotel and ordered a cup of dear blood wine to drown his sorrows. Night once again enveloped Ice Stone City. Colin's hearing also became more sensitive at night. Therefore, the slightly drunk Colin began to sit in the tavern while eavesdropping on all kinds of gossip. After listening for a while, Colin found that the most discussed topic was the banquet last night where Marquis Garcia forced Marquis Charles to give up his title. Moreover, most of the people thought that Marquis Garcia's actions were very appropriate. Marquis Charles had to pay the price for his previous defeat. However, not many people realized how big of an impact this matter would have on the northern frontier. This wasn't surprising. After all, they were just a bunch of ignorant commoners. What did they know about politics? Many people did not really support Marquis Garcia. They just wanted to see Marquis Charles suffer. Just like how the arrest of a corrupt official would always cause the masses to cheer, the tragic experience of a superior would always give the inferior some psychological balance. As for whether this superior really deserved it or not, that was secondary. In addition to the unlucky Marquis Charles, the other person who was the most talked about in the pub was the Duke's adopted daughter, Miss Vera, who was making her first public appearance at the northern frontier. This was especially so when it was late at night and they drank more wine. Everyone gradually forgot about Marquis Charles, and Miss Vera's name became the new focus of discussion. Some people even described Vera's appearance as if they had seen her with their own eyes. There were also some people who were mysteriously talking about Vera's true identity as a sorcerer, and this immediately attracted a lot of attention. Colin took a closer look at the person who had revealed Vera's identity as a sorcerer, and he found that the person looked a little familiar. He guessed that the person was someone who had experienced the Great Escape together with him. However, he did not care much about it. Among the people who had escaped together with him, Colin only wanted to find the filial son, Sar, and teach him a good lesson. However, some of the comments about Vera in the pub later attracted Colin's attention. This was because many people were speculating about Vera's biological parents. Colin suddenly discovered that Vera's biological parents seemed to be a mystery. However, since she was chosen by the Duke of St. Hilda to be his adopted daughter, Vera's biological parents must also be great nobles. Who could they be? Just as Colin was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly heard some drunkards saying very disrespectful words about Miss Vera. Some of their words were really unpleasant to the ears. Colin was furious when he heard these words, and he was about to beat these idiots to a pulp. However, he found that someone had already beaten him to it. As a result, the pub instantly became lively. There were people who were fighting, people who were watching, and people who were cheering. Some of them pretended to stop the fight, but in fact, they were deliberately instigating the fight. Some of them were just watching the fight but were accidentally injured. Some of them were so excited that they even joined the fight. The whole scene was chaotic and it was full of hormones that had nowhere to vent. The owner of the pub was the only one who was trying to stop the fight with a sad face. However, these drunkards who were provoked by Vera's name could only vent their anxiety through the most primitive physical conflict. How could they be stopped by a few words of persuasion? Colin ordered another glass of deer blood wine as he sat in the corner and watched with great interest. Finally, the fierce fight attracted a team of city guards. In front of the fully armed soldiers, these drunkards suddenly lost their temper and were subdued one by one. They were then squatted on the ground to be interrogated. According to the punishment for private fights in the city, these people had to pay a fine of 30 copper coins. Otherwise, they would have to stay in prison for 10 days. Some of them paid the fine honestly. However, there were also some poor people who could not even afford 30 copper coins. There were also some who would rather stay in prison. The latter two were naturally taken away by the city guards. The pub suddenly became a lot more spacious. However, it also became a lot more boring. Colin finished his glass of wine and was about to go back to sleep when he suddenly saw an acquaintance walking in. Knight Bliss. Yes, the person who came in was the knight of the House of St. Hilda who had escaped with Colin. Knight Bliss followed the voice and found Colin. There was a rare smile on his cold face as he walked over and sat down next to Colin. Your right hand. Colin noticed that the other party's right arm was empty. After the battle at the Rapids River, Colin directly fell into a coma. Knight Bliss had received orders from Marquis Garcia and left before Colin woke up. Therefore, Colin did not know that Bliss had become a one-armed hero. It's nothing. I was injured in the battle at the Rapids River. Knight Bliss said casually. Seeing that the other party did not want to say more, Colin did not dwell on this topic and asked, "What would you like to drink?" "It's on me." "What are you drinking?" "Deer blood wine." Knight Bliss looked at Colin in surprise. It seemed that he did not expect the seemingly gentle Baronair to have such a strong taste. "Then give me a cup of the same." Colin smiled and ordered a cup of deer blood wine for Bliss. After the battle at the Rapids River, where did you go? Winter City. Colin's eyes narrowed slightly and quickly asked, "Where did you go?" But he seemed to realize something and quickly added, if it's not convenient to say, then forget it. It's not inconvenient. After the battle at the Rapids River, Night Bliss seemed to have recognized Colin and seemed to have a stance of not hiding anything. I was ordered by Marquis Garcia to go to Winter City to ask the Duke for a military order. Colin thought to himself, as expected. Then he asked again, so, what military order did you bring back? This time, Night Bliss hesitated slightly, but he still said, the Duke ordered Marquis Garcia to command the Black Cavalry to pursue the Troll army that was retreating from the northern frontier. The news of the Duke's military order quickly spread throughout Icestone City. The city was filled with a scene of jubilation. Everyone believed that as long as Marquis Garcia personally took action, then this battle of revenge would be a sure thing. Of course, saying it was a sure thing was already being modest. After all, ever since the Black Cavalry had officially formed an army, they had never tasted defeat. However, Colin wasn't very happy. Moreover, as the days went by, his worries grew deeper. Because Marquis Garcia didn't seem to have any plans to lead his troops north. Moreover, the private armies of the various lords of the northern frontier were continuously converging towards Icestone City, almost turning the entire city into a huge military camp. As more and more soldiers entered Icestone City, the confidence of the people in the city also grew. In their eyes, this should be the various lords responding to Marquis Garcia's call to gather their troops and cooperate with the Black Cavalry to attack the Sky Ice Plains. However, Colin, who knew the original text of the Duke's military order, wasn't so optimistic. Because he clearly remembered that Night Bliss had personally told him that the Duke's order was for Marquis Garcia to lead the Black Cavalry to chase after the trolls, but never for him to gather the private armies of the various lords to attack together. Could it be that Marquis Garcia had lied about the Duke's military order? What was he planning to do by gathering so many troops? Was he really planning to attack the Sky Ice Plains? Colin's bad premonition became more and more serious. For the next 10 days, the Black Cavalry still didn't make any moves, but the private armies of the various lords of the northern frontier were gathering more and more. Seeing that the situation was about to slide into the most dangerous abyss, and that Icestone City was about to become a huge barrel of gunpowder, Colin had already made plans to escape. However, at this time, he suddenly received a message from Vera. Miss Vera wants to see me? Yes. Under the gaze of the maid, Colin hesitated for a while before finally sighing, all right, lead the way. The maid led Colin into the Suduo clan's castle and arrived at a garden in the backyard of the castle. In the garden, Colin saw Vera's figure at a glance. After not seeing her for a long time, this female mage had lost a lot of weight. It seemed that she was also worried about the current tense situation. Colin, you're here. Vera looked calm and serene under the morning sun. She wasn't dressed in noble attire today. Instead, she was dressed casually. She was wearing a thin white shirt and a short black skirt. There was a small rose embroidered on the left breast of the shirt and the corner of the skirt. However, even with such a simple disguise, it was hard to hide her beauty. When Colin came in, she was concentrating on taking care of a plant in the garden. After seeing Colin, Vera smiled and waved at him, as though she was a young girl who was waving at her first love. He didn't know why, but as soon as he saw Vera, Colin's anxious heart suddenly calmed down. He walked over and bowed, "Good morning, Miss Vera." "Good morning, Colin. Have you had breakfast?" "Yes, I have." "Then, would you like something to drink?" "Coffee." Vera gestured for the maid to bring a cup of coffee. Colin thanked him and took it. He took a sip. After the rich bitterness entered his mouth, it turned into a faint sweetness, with a fragrance that seeped into his soul. Not bad, right? Vera smiled when she saw Colin's expression. "This is the Suduo clan's treasure." "Haha, then I am still taking advantage of you." Colin held the cup of coffee and squatted down beside Vera. He looked at the plant in front of her and asked, "Is this the flower that you planted?" "This is not a flower." Vera shook her head. "This is the twin grass. It is an extremely precious plant for mages. Moreover, I did not plant it. It was given to me by the Knight of Khan." "Is that so?" "It seems that the Knight of Khan is really generous. First, he gave her a cup of coffee, and then he gave her a precious plant." Did this night of con empty the Suduo clan's coffers just to please Vera? Although Colin praised this kind of man on the surface, he was already cursing him in his heart. TSK, this kind of man could be said to be the public enemy of all men. This was because their behavior raised the psychological expectations of girls and greatly damaged the interests of other men. For example, Colin did not know what gift to give to Vera now. He did not know what gift to give her. He could not even afford to give her a better gift. Vera did not know what the man next to her was thinking. She stared at the twin grass in front of her and suddenly sighed. Do you know? This twin grass looks like a single plant, but it is actually a pair. Ever since it was born, the branches of this pair of twin grass have been entangled together to support each other. However, because they are entangled too tightly, they torture each other. Do you see that drop of light green juice? That is the result of their branches entangling and squeezing each other. As she was speaking, the drop of juice gradually formed and suddenly fell to the ground. When it fell to the ground, it did not seep into the soil. Instead, it turned into an amber-like green gem. Vera carefully picked up the green gem and explained, "This is the crystallization of the twin grass's juice. It is an extremely precious spellcasting material. However, this is actually the blood and tears that they shed when they torture each other." This was the first time that Colin had seen such a magical plant. He could not help but look at it a few more times out of curiosity. However, he immediately realized that Vera's words seemed to be implying something. The Duke of St. Hilda and Marquis Garcia. Was the relationship between the two brothers similar to this twin grass? Were they supporting each other, but at the same time, they were also fighting against each other? Vera put away the crystal of the twin grass. She then turned around and said to Colin, "You should know that my father and uncle are in a bad situation right now. So, can you help me persuade them?" Your father and uncle are in a bad situation right now. Colin was speechless. However, on the surface, he comforted her and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen. However, I am an outsider. It is not easy to persuade them." "Have you tried to persuade them yourself?" "Of course I have." Vera puffed up her cheeks and seemed to be a little angry. "However, my uncle did not listen to my advice at all. As for my father, I have already written 2 letters and sent them to Winter City. However, both letters have been ignored." Colin was silent. Vera was a little anxious. "Do you know? Recently, I have received news that the Golden Lion Legion has begun to assemble. It seems that they are planning to march towards Ice Stone City." Colin was shocked. The Golden Lion Legion was the direct army of the House of St. Hilda. If this army was also mobilized, did it not mean that the Duke of St. Hilda had already shown that he would not compromise and was even prepared to die together with them? "Colin, you are always able to come up with a solution in a desperate situation. This time, you must help me." In the face of Vera's gentle request, Colin could not say no at all. At this time, he finally understood what it meant to be a femme fatale. "Okay. I will go with you to see Marquis Garcia." "Thank you, Colin. Don't be happy too early. I can only try my best to persuade them. As for whether it will succeed, whether it succeeds or not, I will be grateful." "Is the Marquis not in the castle?" "Yes, the Marquis has gone to the outskirts of the city to hunt." Colin and Vera both failed to find the Marquis Garcia in the castle at the moment. "Then, can I trouble you to take us to see him?" "Of course, it would be my pleasure." In the face of Vera's request, the Marquis bodyguard certainly would not refuse. Therefore, Colin followed the Marquis bodyguard to the stable to get the horse while Vera went back to change into a set of clothes that was more convenient for riding a horse. When Colin arrived at the stable, he bumped into an old acquaintance. "Good morning, Knight Xianxia." Colin greeted her with a smile on his face, but in his heart, he was already cursing her as a crazy woman. Xianxia seemed to have just come back from outside and she was stunned when she saw Colin. She then asked him with an unhappy expression on her face, "What are you doing here?" "I am not here to look for you." Colin saw that this crazy woman was being so rude and he could not help but retort back. Xianxia glared at him and her right hand reached for the sword that was on her waist. Colin was shocked. This woman was really crazy. She wanted to start a fight because of a disagreement. The Marquis bodyguard who was standing next to them was also shocked by the two of them and he did not understand the situation at all. However, when he saw that the situation was getting out of hand, he quickly stood up and explained. Knight Cynthia, Knight Colin was invited to the castle by Miss Vera. He is now going to the outskirts of the city to meet the Marquis Garcia. Cynthia was about to scold the bodyguard when she saw that he dared to interrupt her. However, when she heard the name Marquis Garcia and saw the black lion emblem on the other party's breastplate, she suddenly stopped. She had to look at the owner before she hit the dog. The bodyguard of the Marquis Garcia was not an ordinary bodyguard. Although Cynthia was crazy, she was not stupid. When Colin saw that Cynthia was scared, he was about to say a few words to ridicule her. However, when he turned around and saw the servant who was holding the horse for Cynthia, he suddenly smiled. It was another old acquaintance. Filial son, Sar. Knight Cynthia, the servant holding your horse looks good. Are you willing to sell him? Not for sale. Cynthia rejected without even thinking about it. Colin wasn't surprised by Cynthia's answer. Instead, he said calmly, "Don't be in a hurry to reject me. Don't you want to hear my offer?" Cynthia's sword-like eyebrows rose slightly. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded and said, "Then tell me about it." Hearing this, Colin's lips immediately curled up. He took the bait. Even though Sar kept his head down, Colin still keenly noticed his clenched fists and his body instantly stiffening. He was a poisonous snake. This was Knight Bliss' evaluation of Sar. Colin couldn't agree more. A person who could even betray his own father, what else couldn't he betray? Cynthia thought that if she protected Sar, Sar would be grateful. However, Colin was very clear that as long as Cynthia revealed the slightest intention of selling Sar to Colin, then the seed of hatred would be planted in Sar's heart. 10 gold coins. Colin said casually. Cynthia sneered, "Knight Colin, is your Angeli family already so poor? If you want to buy a servant at this price, I suggest you go to the slave market in the west of the city." To be honest, 10 gold coins was not a low price. Of course, it wasn't high either. In fact, as long as Colin's price didn't far exceed what Sar was worth, then Cynthia would definitely not agree to it in order to disgust Colin. And Colin didn't want Cynthia to agree. He only wanted the other party to inquire about the price. The seed of hatred had been planted, waiting to take root and germinate. Hearing Cynthia's rejection of Colin, Sar's body immediately relaxed. But just as Colin expected, Sar's resentment towards Cynthia was deeply buried. At this time, Sar suddenly remembered something his father once said, "Don't get too close to the nobles, we are cows and sheep, they are tigers and leopards. We eat grass, they eat meat, what they eat is our meat." Sar had always looked down on his father. He felt that he was too conservative, too timid, and didn't have enough initiative and adventurous spirit. But Sar agreed with the above words. These nobles had never treated the commoners as the same kind of creatures, and had never cared about their lives. However, Sar didn't completely agree with his father's words. In Sar's opinion, he wasn't destined to eat grass for the rest of his life, he also wanted to eat meat, eat the nobles' meat. Colin didn't expect that what he had buried in Sar's heart was not only the resentment towards Cynthia, but also the resentment towards the entire noble class. This resentment was slowly accumulating bit by bit, and one day, it would become a frenzy that would sweep across the entire northern frontier. After Cynthia left with Sar, Colin waited for a long time before Vera finally arrived. It couldn't be helped. Women always changed their clothes very slowly. Moreover, the speed was usually inversely proportional to the beauty of the clothes. Of course, when Colin saw Vera after changing her clothes, he still felt that it was worth it no matter how long he had to wait. He saw that she had changed into a purple chiffon shirt with a white military uniform on the outside. Her tight breeches outlined a pair of round and straight legs, firmly attracting the attention of a certain LSP. Vera seemed to have noticed Colin's gaze, and her small face blushed a little. "Let's go, Colin." "Okay." The three of them got on their horses and went all the way to the outskirts of the city. The spring morning was bright and sunny. Even though Colin hated direct sunlight because of his bloodline, he had to admit that it was a beautiful morning. It was suitable for a spring outing. Unfortunately, the atmosphere was not right. The current tense situation made Colin and Vera not in the mood to talk, and they were only focused on galloping all the way. Under the guidance of the Marquis bodyguard, the three of them gradually approached the Black Cavalry's camp outside the city. Facing the strong murderous aura, Colin didn't even have the time to peek at Vera's vigorous figure as she rode the horse. The situation seemed to be wrong, wasn't it just a hunt? Why was there such a murderous aura? Colin frowned as he tried to think of a way to persuade Marquis Garcia later. To be honest, he was not very confident. In his opinion, since that night when Marquis Garcia forced Marquis Charles to give up his title in public, there was no room for negotiation. To be honest, Colin always felt that Marquis Garcia was not very smart in dealing with this matter. First, he pushed out Khan Sudwa to attract the firepower, and then in the name of smoothing things over, he was actually trying to get Marquis Garcia involved. He achieved his goal without leaving a trace, but he did not let himself get too involved in this whirlpool. The whole operation was very smooth, and he could advance and retreat freely. This was the quality and means that an old politician should have. And Marquis Garcia, this person who was the best in the northern frontier in terms of military talent, seemed to be a little naive. Just as Colin was thinking, the three of them arrived at the center of the Black Cavalry's camp and saw Marquis Garcia. "Uncle." "Marquis." Marquis Garcia nodded to the two of them, as if he was not surprised by their arrival. "Uncle, where are you going to hunt?" Vera looked at the Black Cavalry's army that was ready to go, and her heart was beating fast. At this time, Colin's mood had already sunk to the bottom. Although he had not started to persuade him, looking at the Black Cavalry, there was no way he could persuade him. They were ready to fight. In Colin's desperate eyes, Marquis Garcia raised his horsewhip and pointed to the north. "Sky Ice Field." "Sky Ice Field?" "Yes." Marquis Garcia smiled and said affirmatively, "I am going to hunt in the Sky Ice Field." Vera was still in a daze, but Colin had already reacted. They had been deceived, the entire northern frontier had been deceived. No, not only the northern frontier, even the trolls had been deceived. Marquis Garcia deliberately created a tense situation with the Duke of St. Hilda in order to confuse the enemy. He wanted everyone to think that the Black Cavalry was going to cause civil strife in the northern frontier. However, from the beginning to the end, Marquis Garcia's goal was only one: the trolls. Colin thought that he had just criticized Marquis Garcia's political incompetence, but now it seemed that the other party was simply acting. He had been deceived from the beginning to the end like a fool. "Knight Colin." Marquis Garcia suddenly turned to Colin. "Someone told me that you were born to be on the battlefield. Do you dare to hunt in the Sky Ice Field with me?" Colin only felt blood rushing to his head, and the figure of Marquis Garcia became so tall in his eyes. He was indeed the god of war in the northern frontier, he was indeed the guardian of the human race, he was indeed the idol of all the young people in the northern frontier. How could such a person get caught up in the whirlpool of internal strife and deceit? His journey would always be the same, the Sky Ice Field. Thinking of this, Colin replied loudly, "Why wouldn't I dare?" Marquis Garcia laughed heartily as he waved his long whip and gave an order. "Go." The 50,000 cavalrymen were like a black tide that covered the sky and the earth, rolling towards the north. Colin originally thought that the northern frontier of the Radiant Empire was cold enough. But now he realized that compared to the Sky Ice Plains, the northern frontier was like a giant greenhouse. It was almost the end of May. If it was the northern frontier, it would already feel like summer. But in the Sky Ice Plains, it was actually snowing. No wonder the northern frontier didn't continue to expand their territory to the north even when they had the absolute advantage. The people of the northern frontier really didn't want to come to such a bitter and cold place. Amidst the howling northern wind, the swirling snow quickly dyed the world white. The 50,000 black cavalry were like a surging black tide, galloping north in the snow. The hoofs of the horses trampled on the ground, shattering the snow and turning up the cold, hard soil. The rumbling of the horses' hooves mixed with the clashing of armor, accompanied by the whistling of the wind, created a strong and murderous melody. It had been more than half a month since they left Icestone City, but they hadn't encountered a single troll army along the way. This wasn't strange. When the troll army had started to retreat, the black cavalry had been slow in their pursuit. Plus, they had been delayed in Icestone City for so long that the troll army had retreated a long time ago. However, the troll army had reaped a great harvest from the northern frontier this time. They definitely wouldn't be able to leave quickly with the loot they had plundered. Based on the speed of the black cavalry pursuit, Colin estimated that they would be able to catch up to the troll army's tail in a few days if they didn't chase in the wrong direction. Marquis Garcia seemed to have realized this as well. In the past few days, the number of scouts he had sent out had increased significantly. But the Sky Ice Plains was still too big. The troll army of 300,000 seemed like a lot, but when thrown into this vast ice plains, it was like a drop in the ocean. Plus, in this kind of wind and snow, the tracks left behind by the army would be quickly buried. It was basically a fool's dream to try to track them down. Therefore, the first difficulty of this pursuit was to find the troll army's tracks in the vast ice plains. This required one to be extremely familiar with the geography of the ice plains and be very clear about the possible retreat routes of the troll army. In any case, Colin was completely at a loss. He had never been so deep into the Sky Ice Plains, so he knew almost nothing about this place. Luckily, he had a powerful backer by his side, Marquis Garcia. This was the true Ice Plains war god. Yes, this title was given to him by the troll army. To be able to make the enemy give him such a title was enough to prove how terrifying Marquis Garcia was on the battlefield. With such an awesome person by his side, Colin certainly wouldn't waste such a great opportunity. Upholding the principle of asking questions whenever he did not understand, Colin would approach Marquis Garcia from time to time and ask questions. And Marquis Garcia. With such patience, not to mention Colin, even some of the high-ranking generals in the Black Guards were envious. Garcia. Does Uncle have a lover? Vera hid her small face deep inside the fox fur shawl and only a pair of puzzled big eyes could be seen. Yes. Colin had a gossipy look on his face. I know that the Marquis has never married, but does he not have a lover? Yes, the black cavalry officers were always looking at him strangely. Colin was starting to doubt his origins. No. Vera shook her head. As far as I know, my uncle has never been overly affectionate with any woman. Furthermore, I've never heard of any related rumors in all these years. It feels like Uncle is an ascetic. All right. Colin was a little disappointed. Originally, he thought that since he was the protagonist of this world, it was normal for him to have a bizarre background. He had an awesome person like Marquis Garcia as his father and an awesome elven princess as his mother. If his grandfather, whom he had never met, suddenly passed away and left him with a country to inherit, cough cough. The howling cold wind poured into Colin's mouth, interrupting his daydream. At this moment, he suddenly realized that Marquis Garcia had no children. Moreover, if what Vera said was true and this Marquis lived like an ascetic, then he probably wouldn't have any children in the future. Then, who should inherit his title and territory? Could it be that he wanted to find an adopted child? This was a possibility. However, there was another possibility. Colin suddenly realized that he might have guessed the basis of the trust between Marquis Garcia and the Duke of St. Hilda. Previously, he had been very puzzled. Why did these two brothers dare to put on such a show? One had to know that under that situation, everyone thought that the two brothers were really going to fight. But who would have thought that it was actually a feint in the end? It was hard to believe that this kind of tacit understanding and trust would appear between these two brothers. This was because if Marquis Garcia really wanted to change the ruler of the northern frontier, he would not have led the Black Cavalry into the Sky Icefield. At that time, the Golden Lion Legion had suffered heavy losses and the lords of the northern frontier were dissatisfied with the Duke of St. Hilda because of Marquis Charles's mistakes in command. When they were in Icestone City, Marquis Garcia could have easily taken down Frostwinter City if he had led his army south. He had the ability to do so. Of course, the Duke of St. Hilda knew that his brother had the ability to do so. So, was he not afraid that his brother would make a false promise, unless Marquis Garcia had given him some kind of promise? Of course, this promise was definitely not a verbal one. It was a substantial promise that could not be broken. Perhaps Marquis Garcia had promised his brother to have no descendants. If there were no descendants to inherit the title, what was there to fight for? This, perhaps, was the basis of their mutual trust. Just as Colin was letting his imagination run wild, a scout suddenly sent back a message. They had discovered traces of the troll army ahead. They had finally caught up. Colin could clearly feel that the soldiers were instantly excited. These soldiers who had trekked thousands of miles in the wind and snow did not have the slightest bit of slack or cower. They only had a monstrous will to fight. This was the strongest army in the northern frontier, the Black Cavalry. However, Marquis Garcia's military order came, ordering the entire army to stop advancing and set up camp on the spot. This was normal. After all, it was impossible to rush forward as soon as they discovered traces of the enemy. That was not marching to war, that was called recklessness. A calm general would understand the situation of the enemy in detail before making further decisions. Colin followed Marquis Garcia for a few kilometers and came to the place where the scouts had discovered traces of the enemy. He carefully looked at the faint traces on the snow and judged, it seems that this should be the main force of the troll army, and it was only a day or two ago. Over this period of time, Colin had been influenced by what he saw and humbly asked for guidance. He had already mastered many tracking skills in the icy plains. Marquis Garcia nodded and agreed with Colin's judgment. He then asked, do you think we should continue chasing? Why not? Colin was somewhat puzzled. Wasn't this the reason they had trekked thousands of miles in the cold? But Marquis Garcia shook his head. No. This is not our goal. When night fell, the snow finally stopped. But this didn't mean that the most difficult time had passed. In fact, it wasn't cold when it was snowing, but it was truly frightening after the snow. Under the orders of Marquis Garcia, the Black Cavalry set up camp and started a bonfire. If they didn't warm themselves up and eat something warm, this army would probably suffer non-combat casualties. Colin didn't squeeze into the tent, but instead huddled under the belly of the warhorse and warmed himself up by the fire. In fact, the inside of the tent wasn't much warmer than under the belly of the horse, and it was more comfortable to be alone. At least, no one would notice that he was drinking blood. The blood was fox blood, which he had saved from an unlucky snow fox he had caught. Of course, when Colin drank the blood, he also took out some hard jerky and took a few bites, so that no one would notice that he didn't eat normal food. As he ate and drank, he thought about what Marquis Garcia had said. At that time, Colin didn't really understand, but the Marquis didn't explain in detail. Colin didn't pursue the matter. After all, he couldn't ask about everything. That would make his students seem silly. That's right, at this moment, Colin already considered himself as Marquis Garcia's student. Just as he was thinking about Marquis Garcia's true intentions, a figure came over. Do you want some wine? With the help of the fire, Colin saw who it was. It was Count Farron Dawson. Of course. Colin took the wine bag from Count Dawson's hand and took a big gulp. With one gulp, it was as if there was a fire burning from his throat to his stomach. That taste made him feel energetic. Refreshing. Good wine. Count Dawson laughed loudly and said proudly, of course, we dwarves don't dare to say that our wine is the best in the empire, but it's definitely the most powerful. It's especially suitable to drink in this damned weather. Compared to the 5 major races in this world, the dwarves weren't considered a big power. They were scattered all over the Radiant Empire, and their total number was about 1 million. Because they weren't strong, the dwarves had always been hugging the thighs of the humans, and considered themselves as a vassal race. There were even some rumors that dwarves were actually a subspecies of humans. However, this statement did not receive much approval. This was because dwarves could not be baptized by the church's priests and become knights like humans. Moreover, knight was the exclusive profession of the human race. Although the dwarves had always claimed to believe in the god of light in order to better integrate into the human race, it was clear that the god of light did not bestow his glory upon the dwarves. As a result, the common warrior class became the only choice for the dwarves. This profession, which was naturally limited in potential, made it impossible for the dwarves to produce real powerhouses. Therefore, this was not a race known for their strength. However, they were good at forging and brewing wine. Especially forging, this skill made the dwarves very popular in the logistics department of the army. However, the military merits of the logistics department were definitely not comparable to those of the soldiers who fought on the front lines. Therefore, very few dwarves could rely on military merits to become nobles. Not to mention a great noble like the Count. Thus, this Count Dawson was particularly eye-catching. More importantly, his title was conferred by Marquis Garcia. Marquis Garcia's foundation was in the Black Cavalry, and his vassals were all high-ranking generals in the army. However, he had conferred the title of count to a dwarf. Moreover, this was the only count he had conferred. This was very unusual. The Black Cavalry was a pure cavalry army, and the dwarf's height limited their possibility of becoming outstanding cavalry. Moreover, according to Colin's understanding, although Count Dawson was a warrior, his rank was not high. Therefore, Count Dawson's military merits did not depend on his strength. In the Black Cavalry, Count Dawson seemed to be Marquis Garcia's shadow. Marquis Garcia was the soul of this army, and the flag on the surface. Count Dawson, on the other hand, was the manager behind the scenes, maintaining the logistical support of this army as well as the tedious daily affairs. Although Count Dawson's work was mostly unknown, he was able to be conferred the title of Count by Marquis Garcia. From this, one could see how important he was to the Black Cavalry. Thus, after Colin entered the Black Cavalry, apart from Marquis Garcia, the person he paid the most attention to was Count Dawson. Because Marquis Garcia looked at Colin in a different light, Count Dawson, who was the Marquis' shadow, was also very friendly towards Colin. Thus, the two gradually became familiar with each other. At this moment, Colin and Earl Dawson were curled up under the belly of the horse, each of them drinking wine and chatting about everything under the sun. Count Dawson had followed Marquis Garcia for half of his life, and had experienced all kinds of storms. He had always been successful in bragging. But he did not expect that this time, Colin would steal the limelight. Colin told Earl Dawson all kinds of myths and legends from the other world in a completely different way, scaring the dwarf Earl to no end. When Count Dawson asked him where he had read these stories, Colin said that he had heard them from a bard who had passed by Greycastle town when he was a child. Count Dawson obviously could not verify this, so he could only continue to listen to Colin's lies. After a round of bragging, Colin felt much better. Now I understand why Marquis Garcia values you so much. Why? Because you can brag. Colin laughed heartily. He obviously knew that the other party was joking. However, his expression changed as he asked, Count Dawson, do you really think that Marquis Garcia values me because of this? Seeing Colin's serious expression, Count Dawson knew that he was asking sincerely. Thus, he stopped joking and asked, why do you think? Colin drank a mouthful of wine and thought for a moment before he said. It is either because of the battle at the Rapids River or because of Miss Vera. But I don't think these two reasons are enough for Marquis Garcia to take care of me like this, right? Indeed. The Angeli family was the vassal of the Duke of St. Hilda, so Colin was simply an outsider to the Black Cavalry, who was completely under Marquis Garcia's system. No matter how outstanding Colin's war talent was during his escape, and no matter how good Miss Vera's impression of him was, it was not enough for Marquis Garcia, who was the god of war on the northern frontier, to take care of an outsider like him. Hearing this, Count Dawson nodded. Then, he shook his head and said mysteriously, hee hee. You will know in the future. Colin was depressed. This kind of answer that left him hanging was the most annoying. Before he could continue to ask, Count Dawson had already stiffly changed the topic. Do you know why Marquis Garcia did not continue to pursue the troll army in front? In fact, this was the question that Colin had been thinking about. And he already had some ideas. At this time, when he heard Count Dawson's question, he replied. I think that the troll army in front should not be our priority target. Then, what is it? The wolf cavalry. Colin exhaled a breath of wine and said confidently. In this flat and wide terrain, only cavalry can deal with cavalry. Therefore, the troll wolf cavalry is the only threat to the Black Cavalry. As long as we find and eliminate them first, the rest of the troll army will be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Count Dawson clapped his hands and praised with a smile, Knight Bliss is right. Knight Bliss is right. You are indeed born for the battlefield. In the next few days, the Black Cavalry's movements confirmed Colin's conjecture. Under the command of Marquis Garcia, they carefully maintained a certain distance from the main troll army while continuously searching for traces of the wolf cavalry. Since the main troll army was here, then the wolf cavalry must be nearby as well. Right now, the Black Cavalry's most important mission was to discover them before they discovered him. Finally, on the third day, the Black Cavalry discovered traces of the wolf cavalry's main force. The situation at the time was actually quite dangerous. Because when the Black Cavalry scouts discovered the Wolf Cavalry's tracks, the two armies were only 15 kilometers apart. This was an extremely dangerous distance for a cavalry army. If it was a normal battle, then this should be the edge of the scouts' detection range. It could be said that the two sides had practically brushed past each other. It was no wonder that the Wolf Cavalry was careless and didn't discover the Black Cavalry who was so close. Because they didn't even realize that there was a pursuing army behind them. This was the reason why Marquis Garcia had purposely put on a show earlier. The trolls were completely paralyzed. In their eyes, the Black Cavalry should still be in Ice Stone City right now and might have already started fighting with the Duke of St. Hilda's Golden Lion army. Even if the trolls really did have spies in Ice Stone City, they wouldn't be able to send the Black Cavalry's movements to the troll army in time. Because the fastest method of communication in this world was carrier pigeons. However, carrier pigeons could only find their way home based on magnetic field changes, so they could only be used to send messages to a fixed location. The troll army that was on the move definitely wouldn't be able to receive the carrier pigeons. The second fastest method of communication was the human flesh delivery on horseback. However, the Black Cavalry himself was a cavalry, so his speed wouldn't be slower than a messenger on horseback. Not to mention, they would also pay attention to the situation behind them and wouldn't let a messenger pass by so easily. Thus, Marquis Garcia had actually made use of the time difference in obtaining information to put on a show with his brother, and then relied on the amazing mobility of the Black Cavalry to catch the trolls off guard. However, even though the enemy was right in front of him and was defenseless, Marquis Garcia did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, he ordered the army to follow the path taken by the Wolf Cavalry and chase after them. As an excellent general, patience was one of the basic qualities that one must have. After that, the two sides maintained a distance of 30 to 40 miles until night fell. The Wolf Cavalry stopped setting up camp to rest, and the Black Cavalry also stopped advancing at the same time. The north wind whistled, and snow began to fall. This made it easier for the Black Cavalry to hide their tracks. That night, no fire was allowed in the Black Cavalry's camp. Without a bonfire, Colin was finally unable to withstand the cold wind outside and entered Count Dawson's tent. Count Dawson was very enthusiastic, and he once again took out a bottle of liquor and chatted with Colin as they drank. Perhaps it was because the enemy was right in front of them, but the atmosphere in the camp was a little tense and anxious. Of course, this did not mean that the soldiers of the Black Cavalry were afraid. This kind of tension was a natural reaction, and it meant that the soldiers were already vigilant. On the other hand, their impatience represented their impatience to start a massacre. Such a victorious army had completely eliminated the fear of battle from their bodies. Count Dawson and Colin did not talk for too long that night. They also knew that the battle was imminent, and in order to preserve their energy, they went to bed early. Although it was the Count's tent, there were still 7 or 8 people squeezed inside. These were all the Count's squires. In order to maintain mobility, the Black Cavalry would definitely bring as few tents as possible. Even the Count could only squeeze with his squires for the time being. In the entire army, only Marquis Garcia and Miss Vera were qualified to have their own tents. Colin did not dare to squeeze into their tents. Although he really wanted to squeeze into the latter's tent, in fact, Count Dawson's tent was already very big. Those ordinary soldiers' tents could even squeeze 20 to 30 men. With so many men squeezed into one tent, it was inevitable that the smell would be a little pungent, and the sound of snoring would come one after another. However, Colin, who had been trekking for an entire day and was almost freezing, did not care about these things. He almost fell asleep immediately. However, before he could sleep enough, he was woken up by Count Dawson. "What's the matter?" When Colin woke up, he realized that it was only past midnight. He was a little upset. "Marquis' military order. In 1 hourglass, the entire army will set off." When he heard that it was the Marquis' military order, Colin, who was still a little upset, could only get up obediently. In the other tents, the sound of the officers waking up the soldiers could be heard. However, these officers were not as gentle as they used their feet to wake up the soldiers. "Bastard! Why are you sleeping so soundly? I have already squeezed into your tent for so long and you didn't even notice me. Where is your alertness? Ah, don't kick, don't kick. I will get up now." After a short period of chaos, the black cavalry quickly gathered and followed the trail of the wolf cavalry. "Are you preparing for a night attack?" Colin moved to Count Dawson's side and asked softly. "Night attack?" Count Dawson looked at Colin with a strange look in his eyes. He then realized that the other party was still young and did not have much experience in leading troops. Therefore, he patiently explained the situation to Colin. After listening to Count Dawson's explanation, Colin finally realized that he had been deceived by those unscrupulous novels. Don't look at the plot of attacking a camp in the middle of the night in novels. In reality, very few generals dared to do so. Even if there was really a night attack, it would generally be a small-scale attack. A large army would never fight at night. The reason was simple: the risk of fighting at night was too great. Borrowing the darkness of the night could indeed catch the enemy off guard, but it was also very easy for one's own side to fall into chaos due to improper military orders. If one was not careful, both sides would suffer. For cavalry, a night battle was even more impossible. This was because the darkness of the night restricted the warhorses even more. Let's talk about the terrain. Although the Sky Ice Plains was a large plain with flat terrain, it was a flat terrain. No matter how flat the terrain was, it was inevitable that there would be some ups and downs, and there would be many potholes. These small ditches were not a problem during the day, and the warhorses could easily gallop through them. However, at night, they were extremely dangerous. If one was not careful and the horses' hooves were to be injured, then the joke would be huge. Therefore, for a cavalry army, it was still possible to hold torches or use the moonlight to slowly march. However, if they wanted to charge into battle, then their brains would be muddled. Marquis Garcia naturally would not make such a low-level mistake. Therefore, at this moment, his orders were only for the black cavalry to use the darkness of the night to carefully approach the wolf cavalry camp, and not to attack in the darkness. It was no wonder that Colin did not understand this. Although he had followed his father Baron Angeli to the battlefield, the Angeli family's army did not have organized cavalry. Cavalry was an expensive troop type, and normal nobles could not afford to raise them. Therefore, he knew very little about cavalry warfare. Under the bright moonlight, the black cavalry approached the enemy step by step. The spare horses and supplies were left in place, and the hooves of the warhorses were also wrapped in cloth. The whole process of the march was not completely silent, but it could definitely be considered secretive and quiet. It was as if he was an experienced hunter quietly approaching his prey. The moment the prey noticed, perhaps the arrow would have already been shot in front of him. After an unknown amount of time, Colin finally saw the dots of light in the distance. It was the bonfire of the troll camp that had not been extinguished. Colin took a deep breath and held the long sword in his hand tightly. At this moment, the Marquis military order came again. All troops, rest and reorganize. At this moment, it was the darkest time before dawn. The whole black cavalry was completely hidden in the darkness, quietly waiting for the moment when the sun rose. The moment when the slaughter began. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the ice plains, the snow suddenly stopped. Colin, who was dozing off, felt someone nudging him. "What's the matter? Are we going to fight?" Colin instantly woke up. Yes. Count Dawson, who was beside him, had a resolute expression as he looked forward. At the same time, the messenger ran back and forth in the army formation, passing on the Marquis orders. "Everyone, get on your horses and prepare for battle." Following this order, the black cavalry gradually woke up. The soldiers began to check their armor, horse gear, and weapons. Then, under the urging of the officer, they got on their horses and got into formation. As the sky gradually brightened, rows of cavalry in black armor were already neatly arranged on the ice plains. The aura of slaughter began to spread in the army formation. Faint traces of blood slowly appeared in each and every pair of eyes. All the exhaustion and coldness disappeared without a trace at this moment. All that was left was surging hot blood and unconcealable tyranny. Colin, who was in the middle of it, could not help but be infected by this atmosphere. His breathing gradually became heavy, and his rationality gradually faded. A primitive and bloody impulse that was rooted in the blood of all living creatures began to flourish. At this moment, he suddenly understood what a real army of tigers and wolves was, an invincible army. On the other hand, the troll camp was still as quiet as before. They simply did not know that the scythe of the Grim Reaper had quietly descended and was almost at their necks. Among the black guards, everyone's gaze turned to where the black lion flag was. They looked at the figure of the man under the flag. Like countless times in the past, there was no stirring speech before the battle. Marquis Garcia slowly pulled out the sword at his waist, raised it high above his head, and pointed it forward abruptly. In an instant, the low sound of a bugle horn sounded. Woo! The army began to surge forward. First, they slowly jogged, then gradually increased their speed. Finally, at a suitable distance, they entered the state of galloping and charging. As the most elite cavalry in the northern frontier, the Black Cavalry could be said to be the Black Cavalry's most elite cavalry. This kind of battle rhythm was completely integrated into the blood of every Black Cavalry soldier. They did not even need to be commanded by their generals. The rumbling of horse hooves reverberated across the icy plains, finally becoming the only sound in the world. At this time, the giant demon was finally alarmed. However, most of the trolls hadn't even woken up from their slumber. Even if they had woken up, they hadn't had time to eat breakfast, let alone weapons and armor. Countless trolls ran out of their tents in a panic, shouting and asking their equally confused companions what had happened. The commander of the Wolf Cavalry, General Quake, also woke up from his dream and immediately realized that something was wrong. Just as he raised his saber and rushed out of the tent, he saw a guard rush over with a panicked expression. "General, it's not good. The enemy is coming." Quake kicked the guard over, then jumped onto the back of his wolf mount and looked in the direction of the sound. Then, his eyes instantly widened to the extreme, as if they were about to split open. Because he realized that a lot of cavalry, were charging towards them, Quake's first reaction was that it was impossible. He had led troops in battle for so many years, but he had never let so many cavalrymen get so close to him before he realized it. Such a strange thing almost subverted his understanding of the world. But in the next moment, Quake threw all of his inconceivable thoughts aside. Because he had already seen the Black Lion flag fluttering in the wind. Black Cavalry. In an instant, all the blood in Quake's body froze. He suddenly calmed down. It was as if at this moment, the leader of the Wolf Cavalry had foreseen his inescapable fate. The light in his eyes completely disappeared, leaving only a deep, deathly stillness. Quake immediately grabbed a guard by the collar and roared in a low voice. "Immediately lead a team of Wolf Cavalry and run southwest. Run all the way, don't look back. No matter what, you have to inform His Highness Prince Gamber that Black Cavalry is coming." Then General, the guard was still hesitating, but Quake had already pushed him far away. "Get out of here, get out of here." After that, Quake pulled out his scimitar and rushed in the direction of the black guards without hesitation. The desolate sound of a horn finally rang out from the troll camp. As the most elite warriors of the troll race, these Wolf Cavalry were caught off guard, but under Quake's leadership, they quickly organized themselves and prepared for the upcoming battle. But it was still too late. The Wolf Cavalry didn't even have time to speed up before they discovered that Black Cavalry's vanguard had already crossed the short distance and rushed in front of them. The human cavalry, full of murderous intent, raised their sabers at an angle. Under the morning sun, they looked like a surging silver wave. Then, this surging wave instantly rushed into the troll camp, bringing with it a spray of blood and flying limbs. Quake roared at the top of his lungs, trying to maintain the loose formation and not let it be completely destroyed. At the same time, he gathered a group of Wolf Cavalry and turned around to run away from Black Cavalry. This wasn't an escape. The moment he saw the Black Lion flag, Quake was prepared to die in battle. Quake didn't feel humiliated to die at the hands of Marquis Garcia. Instead, he felt honored. But he still had some regrets. Because he felt that he wasn't ready. Even if he lost, he still hoped to make the most powerful attack and let Marquis Garcia know how powerful he was. He understood that the most important thing in a cavalry battle was speed. And speed required distance. So, he planned to lead his troops in the opposite direction. After a certain distance, he would wait for an opportunity to counterattack. This was indeed the wisest move. But unfortunately, Black Cavalry wouldn't give him this opportunity. In this battle, the Troll Wolf Cavalry was destined to be extremely aggrieved. They actually had more people than the Black Cavalry, but they had already lost the initiative. The flag in Quake's hand and the conspicuous armor on his body were quickly targeted by the Black Cavalry. Quake's running speed wasn't slow, but in front of the Black Cavalry who had already entered a state of rapid charge, he was still frighteningly slow. A team of Black Cavalry arrived in the blink of an eye and surrounded Quake. The surging saber light whistled. There was no such thing as a fair duel. This was a battlefield of life and death, and there was no room for chivalry here. As a 5th-grade warrior, Quake could be considered a famous expert among the trolls. But no matter how powerful an expert was, he couldn't withstand the siege of an army. What's more, there were many high-level knights among the Black Cavalry. After creating a terrifying record of killing hundreds of people, the leader of the Wolf Cavalry was finally beheaded by a human knight. With Quake's flag broken, the Troll Wolf Cavalry completely collapsed. The Black Cavalry passed through the field, leaving behind a ground full of corpses and flowing blood. This was a complete massacre. The setting sun was as red as blood. The slaughter that had lasted for an entire day finally subsided. This Wolf Rider camp had become a graveyard in the truest sense of the word. Dense black dots hovered in the sky. They were vultures that had been attracted by the smell of blood. Wherever there was death, there would be their shadows. Of course, the Black Cavalry also had casualties. However, the corpses of these soldiers could not be left in the wild to be ravaged by wild beasts like the trolls. Instead, they were gathered together and burned. When he saw the corpse of a high-ranking knight being consumed by fire, Colin's heart ached. What a waste, however, no matter how much Colin drooled, he did not dare to desecrate the corpse of his fellow soldiers in front of the Black Cavalry. Unwilling to give up, he even went to find Count Dawson and requested to bury these dead soldiers. Count Dawson rolled his eyes and said, "Why don't you try digging a hole in this ice field?" Colin really did try. He was half dead from exhaustion. The frozen ground here was too hard to dig. No wonder the Black Cavalry chose to cremate them. Helpless, Colin could not continue to pester him and could only give up. After cleaning up the battlefield, the results of this battle were estimated. The trolls had left over 30,000 corpses here. Of course, there were even more Wolf Cavalry that had fled in the chaos. Therefore, the battle was not over yet. What followed was a bloody and cruel pursuit. The trolls' commander's tent had now become the Black Cavalry's temporary command post. Marquis Garcia expressionlessly gave out battle orders. Under his command, the Black Cavalry was like a precise mechanical octopus. It stretched out its tentacles and tightly wrapped around the Wolf Cavalry that were trying to escape until they were all strangled to death. Colin hid in a corner, carefully observing and learning. This was a rare opportunity. Although he did not understand why Marquis Garcia would allow him, an outsider who did not belong to the Black Cavalry, to observe and learn without restraint, Colin did not feel embarrassed. Not everyone had the opportunity to learn the art of war from the world's most outstanding general. Finally, the military order was issued. The Black Cavalry officers walked out of their tents in silence. There were no questions or objections. This army was used to obeying Marquis Garcia's orders. Because as long as they were absolutely obedient, they could win one victory after another. It worked every time. This was how prestige was built. When a commander could lead his men to victory after victory, he would be a god in the hearts of his soldiers. In fact, this was the reason why famous generals were always suspected by monarchs. In a special group like the army, everything was based on victory. Even if he was a monarch in name, if he could not lead his soldiers to victory, then his orders would not be carried out. The reason was very simple. These soldiers did not understand politics, nor did they understand loyalty. However, they understood a simple principle: people would die if they lost a battle. Moreover, it was very likely that he would be the one dying. Therefore, in order to survive, they had to win. If they could win the rebellion, they would not hesitate to follow their commander and rebel. Colin adjusted his armor and stretched his muscles. Of course, he did not receive any military orders. After all, he was an outsider. In addition to him, there was actually another outsider here, Vera. The female mage was already dozing off. Her head was nodding off, and she looked very cute. However, it was not her fault. After all, she was woken up in the middle of the night last night. Today, she had been fighting for the whole day. She did not understand much of the military meeting just now. Therefore, it was inevitable that she would start to doze off. Hey, wake up. Colin leaned over and nudged Vera with his elbow. Ah? What's wrong? Vera raised her head in confusion. When she saw Colin's mischievous smile, she suddenly blushed. Marquis Garcia was still discussing something with Count Dawson in a low voice. It seemed that he did not notice the small movements of the two outsiders. Is this battle over? Vera glanced at her uncle. When she saw that he was not paying attention to her, she was secretly relieved. It's not completely over yet. Next, we have to chase after the defeated wolf riders. We cannot let them regroup, and we cannot let them join up with the troll army in the southwest. Oh. Vera frowned slightly, but soon the expression on her face became firm again. She did not complain at all. To be honest, this adopted daughter of the Duke was indeed very determined. She was not spoiled at all. The physical body of a mage was weak, but she still insisted on not falling behind. It was indeed commendable. Vera. Marquis Garcia looked at her and said softly, later, you will follow Count Dawson and stay behind to clean up the battlefield. I will lead the army and continue to chase after them. Okay. Vera understood that her uncle was being considerate of her. Therefore, she obediently agreed. After that, Marquis Garcia looked at Colin and said, Knight Colin, do you want to follow me or Count Dawson? Colin immediately straightened his chest and said, I am willing to follow you. Although it would be safer for him to stay behind, and he could also cultivate a relationship with Vera, Colin knew what was important and what was important. How could he give up such a good opportunity to learn? At this time, Marquis Garcia was more attractive than Vera. Okay. Marquis Garcia nodded and strode out of the tent. Colin quickly followed behind him. Even though the Black Guards had set up an inescapable net to prevent the remnants of the Wolf Riders from joining the main troll army, it was impossible for no one to escape on this icy plain that stretched in all directions. Most of the remaining Wolf Riders were purposely driven away in the opposite direction by the Black Knights. However, there were still a few Wolf Riders that managed to break through the Black Knights' encirclement and regroup with the main troll army. Therefore, the news of the defeat finally reached here. In the commander's tent, the atmosphere was oppressive and dignified. The tall troll sitting on the main seat looked a little absent-minded at this time. His name was Gombik Woken. He was the southern prince of the Troll Empire. The trolls' ruling system was very similar to that of humans. In fact, this was the result of their efforts to learn and imitate the Empire of Light after being repeatedly defeated. The highest ruler was the Troll Emperor, Modolf Woken. Under him were the 4 princes of the East, South, West, and North. Their status was similar to the Duke of the 4 territories of the Empire of Light. Among the 4 princes, the southern prince was the most powerful in terms of prestige and strength. The reason was very simple. The southern part of the Troll Empire was the northern frontier. This direction was not only the greatest threat to the Troll Empire, but also their ancestral land. Guarding the southern part of the Sky Ice Field, if one did not have a certain level of strength, he would have already been killed. Therefore, generally, when fighting against the northern frontier, unless the Troll Emperor personally led the army, the southern prince would be the supreme commander. This time was of course no exception. Gombik Woken, the number 2 figure of the Troll Empire, could be considered an old acquaintance of Marquis Garcia. The two of them had fought for more than 10 years, and Gombik had never won. But even so, his reputation in the Troll Empire was growing day by day. The reason for such a strange situation was that although Gombik had always lost, he had lost the most beautifully. Sometimes, he could even exchange blows with Marquis Garcia. As for the other generals of the Troll Empire, as long as they met the Black Cavalry, they would lose without exception. Therefore, Gombik Woken became the only troll general who could contend against Marquis Garcia. In this southern expedition, Gombik took advantage of the fact that Marquis Garcia was transferred away from the front lines and used victory after victory to announce to the world, it was not that Gombik was incapable, but that Marquis Garcia was too abnormal. If you don't believe me, take a look. Once Marquis Garcia is no longer around, no one in the northern region will be his match. But he did not expect that Marquis Garcia would actually return. Moreover, he had used such a quiet method to deal him such a ruthless blow. Gombek stared blankly for a long time before finally opening his mouth. His hoarse voice echoed in the commander's tent, "Everyone, what should we do now?" However, the troll generals in the tent looked at each other in silence. The entire tent was deathly silent. The midday sun shone on the icy plains, bringing some warmth. However, all the troll soldiers felt was a bone-chilling cold. No one knew when it started, but squads of black cavalry scouts appeared around the army. They looked at them from afar as if they were staring at their prey. Compared to the 200,000 troll army, the black cavalry scouts were like ants beside an elephant's foot. They were weak and insignificant, as if the elephant could casually stomp them to death. However, the ones who were truly nervous were the troll army, this bloated elephant. The 200,000 troll army that had won the battle had inevitably spread out during the long march. In particular, the army at the back responsible for transporting the loot had long since disappeared from sight. However, when the news of the wolf cavalry's main force being attacked by the black cavalry came back, the troll army was like a school of fish that had been startled and immediately gathered together. Moreover, under the orders of Southern Prince Gamber, the 50,000 human slaves stolen from the northern frontier were directly abandoned on the icy plains. That's right, before the black cavalry main force could even be seen, the troll army had already taken the initiative to spit out what they had eaten. Prince Gamber was very clear that these human slaves would only become a burden to the army. It was better to just throw them away. As for whether or not these 50,000 human slaves would freeze to death on the ice field, that was not his concern. If the black cavalry took these 50,000 human slaves, perhaps Prince Gamber would wake up laughing in his dreams. The black cavalry scouts did indeed discover these 50,000 abandoned human slaves, but when they passed the news to Marquis Garcia, he did not hesitate at all and chose to ignore them. Cold-blooded and heartless, but this was the decisiveness of a commander. The black cavalry was traveling light and did not bring much food. If they took these human slaves, everyone would starve to death on the icy plains. At this moment, the black cavalry did not have the time to pay attention to the troll army. They were still chasing after the remnants of the defeated wolf cavalry. Marquis Garcia's strategy was very clear. He wanted to first completely annihilate the wolf cavalry and destroy the enemy's only means of resistance. Then, he would slowly bleed the troll army. The pursuit of the wolf cavalry lasted for 5 days and 5 nights. According to the black cavalry's preliminary calculations, including the attack on the camp, close to 70,000 wolf cavalry had been killed. Yes, there were only kills, no prisoners. When Marquis Garcia learned that the troll army had abandoned the human slaves, he gave the order not to take any troll prisoners. At this point, the wolf cavalry had completely lost the ability to fight, and the remaining few deserters were no longer a threat. Marquis Garcia also began to gather the black guards. After a short rest, he began to approach the location of the troll army. The final stage of this battle had officially begun. The troll army that was slowly advancing suddenly realized that the sentries of the black cavalry that had been following them around like gangrene had suddenly vanished without a trace. This made the troll soldiers feel somewhat at a loss. However, Prince Kambik immediately became nervous, because he understood that the disappearance of the sentinels could only mean one thing. The black cavalry's main force had arrived. As expected, the snow on the icy plains suddenly began to tremble, and the sound of hooves could be faintly heard. The troll soldiers looked around them and were shocked to discover that the cavalry units of the black cavalry were attacking them from all directions. Woo! The sound of a horn immediately sounded, and after a brief moment of chaos, the troll army began to get into formation to meet the enemy. However, panic still spread uncontrollably through the troll army. Even though they had the advantage in numbers. That black lion flag seemed to have some sort of soul-stirring magic. Every time it appeared in the sky above the icy plains, it would give the trolls a great sense of pressure. The black cavalry came very quickly. Accompanied by the thunderous sound of hooves, a dozen cavalry units surrounded the troll army from all directions. Each unit of black cavalry had around 1,000 people, and there were less than 20,000 in total. Compared to the 200,000 troll army, they were like ants trying to shake a tree. However, looking at the aggressive manner in which the black cavalry units surrounded them, it was as if they were the rulers of this battlefield. When they got close, the black cavalry units immediately changed directions and swept past the troll army's flank. They knocked arrows on their bows, and then the buzzing of bowstrings filled the air. The black rain of arrows was like a swarm of locusts that covered the sky, surging toward the troll army. Don't panic. Raise your shields. Raise your shields. Archers, get ready. Spearmen, get ready. Don't move. Don't retreat. Maintain formation. The sounds of military orders rang out continuously in the troll army, instantly drowning out the thunderous sound of hooves. Arrows rained down like a torrential rain, clanging against the shields. However, there were also the sounds of arrows piercing flesh. Large swathes of troll soldiers fell to the ground, their cries echoing through the army. There was no mercy, no hesitation. The black cavalry used the crudest and cruelest method to cleanly kick off the prelude to this battle. The troll army had already shrunk into a round turtle shell, and the black cavalry units were like tangents to this circle. They galloped past the troll army's flank, constantly firing arrows like a torrential rain. When the 20,000 cavalry passed by, a clear line was drawn through the troll army. It was like a wheat field blown by a gale, leaving behind countless corpses and wailing wounded. However, the troll army was not without counterattack. The archers and spearmen in the army calmed down after enduring the first wave of attacks. Under the command of their officers, they began to fire arrows and spears at the black cavalry. For a moment, arrows and spears flew back and forth in the air, constantly reaping the lives of humans and trolls. However, the black cavalry still had the absolute advantage in mobility. They spread out in the midst of the troll army's counterattack, pulling apart the distance and circling the troll army like a pack of wolves. Once they discovered an opening, they would immediately charge forward to tear it apart. Before the troll army could react and organize a defense or counterattack, they would use the advantage of their warhorses to quickly flee, not giving the troll army a chance to counterattack. This textbook cavalry harassment battle lasted for an entire morning. Only after the 10-odd black cavalry units had retreated did the trolls finally catch their breath. In truth, this attack didn't cause too many casualties to the massive troll army. However, this immense psychological pressure caused every troll to be mentally and physically exhausted. The moment the black cavalry left, they immediately set up camp, starting a fire to cook and licking their wounds. However, before they could even take an afternoon nap after eating, the trolls were shocked to discover that the black cavalry had once again appeared all around them. It was almost a repeat of the morning. The black cavalry had once again split into 10-odd cavalry units, each about 1,000 men, and charged at the troll army once more. The troll generals who were familiar with the black cavalry's organization also keenly noticed that the group of black cavalry in the afternoon was clearly not the same as the one in the morning. This was a war of attrition. The northern winds howled, and snow once again fell from the sky ice field. However, no matter how heavy the snow was, it could not stop the battle from continuing. It had been 9 days since the Black Guards caught up and began to attack the tortoise shell of the troll army from all directions. For 9 days, the 50,000 black cavalry were split into 3 groups, taking turns to attack the troll army. In these 9 days, the troll army had only advanced 50 kilometers. At this rate, there was no telling how long it would take for the troll army to return to their settlement in the northern half of the Sky Ice Plains. Moreover, they had already left behind 30,000 troll corpses in this short 50 kilometers journey. Perhaps this number of casualties was not a serious blow to an army of over 200,000. However, this pressure of not being able to escape was destroying the troll army's weak nerves day by day, pushing them to the edge of a cliff. The troll army's formation also began to reveal more and more flaws under this constant attack. However, the black cavalry still did not launch an all-out attack. They were like seasoned and cruel hunters, constantly leaving small wounds on their prey, watching it bleed, struggle, and grow weaker by the day. Marquis Garcia was very patient. Colin was also very patient. In fact, Colin even hoped that the troll army could hold on for a while longer. This was because he had learned a lot about cavalry warfare from following Marquis Garcia. This was not something that could be learned from military books or novels. It was also not something that the Angeli family's military education could compare to. In Colin's memory, the family's military education was almost all about infantry warfare. There was no helping it, the Angeli family could not afford cavalry. But now, after witnessing the terrifying might of the black cavalry, Colin could not help but want to sell everything he had to create a cavalry of his own. Once this thought was born, it was deeply rooted in Colin's mind and could not be dismissed. In order to better experience cavalry warfare, Colin had personally participated in several black cavalry attacks after receiving permission from Marquis Garcia. Although he didn't have a detailed count, Colin estimated that he had killed around 30 to 40 troll soldiers. He did not care about this bit of military merit. After all, Marquis Garcia was not his master. No matter how well he performed, he would not be rewarded by Marquis Garcia. However, Colin felt that what he had learned from Marquis Garcia was actually more valuable than money, territory, or even a noble title. He didn't even understand why this Marquis was treating him so favorably. However, he would not let go of this excellent learning opportunity. Lord Marquis, can the scale of each cavalry unit be a bit larger during the assault? As a matter of fact, Colin found the right opportunity and began to ask for guidance. Marquis Garcia had long been accustomed to this. The key to determining the scale of a cavalry battle is to grasp the balance between mobility and offense. If the scale of a cavalry unit is too small, their mobility will naturally be excellent, but their offense will be weak. However, it is not always better to send a larger cavalry unit. Once the cavalry exceeds 10,000, the commander will have to be especially careful. Military orders cannot be complicated, and cannot be changed too much. This is because changing military orders on the spot will cause chaos. Therefore, a cavalry unit is usually controlled at a scale of 1,000 to 3,000. Mobility and offense can be considered to be well balanced. As for the specific deployment, it will be decided on the spot based on the target of the battle, the state of the enemy, and other factors. Colin kept nodding as he listened. It was now close to noon, and the black cavalry soldiers who had gone out to attack in the morning had returned to camp one after another. However, Colin was still keenly aware that the attack in the morning had ended a little early. Originally, he did not pay too much attention to it. After all, after so many days of continuous battle, even if the black cavalry soldiers were made of iron, it was impossible not to show some signs of fatigue. However, the more and more solemn atmosphere in the camp made Colin realize something. After hurriedly stuffing some food into his mouth and drinking some blood to replenish his strength, Colin came to Marquis Garcia's tent. The guards outside the tent did not stop him. They were already very familiar with this baron's son who was valued by Marquis Garcia. "Marquis, are you preparing for the decisive battle?" Colin looked at Marquis Garcia, who was wearing his armor with the help of his squire, and immediately asked with some excitement. Marquis Garcia smiled. "Yes, it's about time." After saying that, he walked out of the tent. Colin hurriedly followed him. Outside the tent, the black cavalry soldiers had already begun their pre-battle preparations. Moreover, Colin noticed that the soldiers who had participated in the attack in the morning were also making their preparations. In addition, the 3,000 heavy cavalry soldiers who had not participated in the attack had also finally put on their armor and were ready to go. These fully armored cavalrymen were like steel monsters. Their bodies exuded a terrifying aura, as well as an extreme thirst for slaughter. They had waited for too long and were already unable to endure their thirst. In fact, there had always been a lot of controversy about the heavy cavalry, because its advantages and disadvantages were equally prominent. It was expensive, cumbersome, and it was not suitable for many situations. However, these disadvantages could not cover up the heavy cavalry's greatest advantage, which was its extremely terrifying impact force. Therefore, the heavy cavalry had become the best weapon to break through the infantry formation. At this moment of the decisive battle, Marquis Garcia had finally brought out the black cavalry's ultimate weapon, the 3,000 heavy cavalry soldiers. However, while Colin was excited, he was surprised to see that Marquis Garcia had also put on his full body armor and held his lance as he walked to the front of the heavy cavalry formation. You want to personally lead the charge?" "Of course." Marquis Garcia's matter-of-fact appearance made Colin somewhat astonished. He really did not understand why Marquis Garcia, as the highest commander of the black cavalry, would personally take the risk. It must be known that the heavy cavalry charging at the infantry formation, under the cover of their terrifying attack power, had a terrifying casualty rate that could not be ignored. Count Dawson smiled as he said to Colin, "Every time the heavy cavalry attack, the Marquis personally leads it." Just as Colin was shocked speechless, Marquis Garcia suddenly smiled and asked, "Knight Colin, do you dare to charge with me?" "Of course." Colin replied without the slightest hesitation, "It would be my honor." "Good." Marquis Garcia laughed heartily, "Then you will be my flag-bearer." "Yes." Colin immediately stepped forward to receive the heavy black lion flag. The flag-bearer patted Colin's chest heavily, using so much force that Colin could not help but suspect that the flag-bearer was jealous of him. Woo, the hazy bugle horn sounded once more. The slaughter had begun. When the horn sounded on the icy plains, the trolls immediately got into formation. After so many days of battle, the trolls had gradually gotten used to the black cavalry's harassment rhythm. After being terrified for so long, they became numb. They were numb to the point that it was as if they were dealing with an errand. At this time, the trolls who had skillfully spread out their formation and were preparing to face the enemy did not realize what was waiting for them. Looking down from above, the black cavalry's entire army was mobilized within a radius of dozens of kilometers, faintly surrounding the troll army. Prince Cambique looked at the black guards that were closing in from all directions, and he gradually realized that something was amiss. There were too many. This was not an ordinary harassment battle. However, even though Prince Cambique had realized that the black cavalry's attack was coming, he could not come up with a plan to deal with it. This was because he did not know where the black cavalry's main attack was. From the very beginning of this battle, the black cavalry's initiative was firmly grasped in their hands. The troll army looked huge, but it was actually extremely bloated. As long as they revealed a weakness under the harassment of the black cavalry's light cavalry, the heavy cavalry hidden in the shadows would attack like lightning and completely tear this weakness into a fatal wound. And this weakness was not difficult to find. After 10 days of continuous harassment, the troll army was already exhausted. Today, the black cavalry's entire army had attacked and increased the intensity of their harassment, causing the pressure on the trolls to suddenly increase. Under this huge pressure, an opportunity naturally appeared. Marquis Garcia slowly raised his arm, and the 3,000 heavy cavalry behind him began to slowly advance. Their target was the troll army's rear right flank. The biting cold killing intent was almost tangible, pervading the air above the heavy cavalry formation. The thunderous sound of horse hooves echoed on the icy plains, rejecting all other sounds. The ground began to tremble, as if a small earthquake was occurring. With such a terrifying momentum, the trolls quickly noticed something strange. However, it was too late to adjust their formation. The black cavalry's heavy cavalry began to slowly accelerate. The black lion flag in Colin's hand fluttered in the wind. Marquis Garcia lowered his mask, leveled his lance, and leaned forward slightly. The 3,000 heavy cavalry behind him also did the same in unison. 3,000 fast-moving steel monsters, each holding a 7 to 8 meter long spear, swept towards the right rear flank of the troll army like a whirlwind of death. In the face of such power, it was as if nothing could stop it. Colin had previously felt that Marquis Garcia's action of personally leading the army was somewhat reckless. After all, as the commander-in-chief of an army, it was somewhat unwise to personally take the risk. But at this moment, he was in the middle of such a terrifying cavalry. Colin had already tossed such thoughts out of his mind. He did not know what level of knight Marquis Garcia was, but even a knight who had entered the sanctuary realm would not be able to escape death if he was trapped in an army of tens of thousands of soldiers. However, Marquis Garcia was not alone. Behind him, there were 3,000 elite heavy cavalry who had pledged their lives to follow him. These 3,000 fanatical and fearless warriors, under the lead of their idol, gradually gathered into a single entity. At this moment, every single one of them seemed to have transcended the insignificance and limitations of mortals, condensing into an indestructible collective, an omnipotent god. Such a terrifying aura, even before charging to the front of the troll army, had already caused an uncontrollable panic and chaos. "Raise your shields! Raise your shields! Don't move, kill anyone who moves!" The troll officers roared at the top of their lungs, trying their best to maintain the formation without falling into chaos. They were very clear that in the face of such a charge, the infantry's only hope was to maintain a complete formation. If the formation was broken, it would immediately turn into a one-sided massacre. However, in the face of the fearless charge of 3,000 heavy cavalry, in the face of such a terrifying charge that did not seem to belong to the mortal world, no one could remain calm and resolute. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the thunderous sound of horse hooves seemed to become the only sound in the world. The heavy blows struck the hearts of every troll soldier, causing them to tremble in fear, causing them to want to turn tail and run without regard for anything else. Sparse arrows and spears shot out of the troll army, but when they struck the armor of the heavy cavalry, they were unable to cause any damage. Colin raised the Black Lion banner high, almost able to see the faces of the troll soldiers right in front of him. Fear and panic were written all over their faces. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a series of loud bangs, the heavy cavalry in the front row had already crashed into the shield wall that was like a porcupine with their horses. Instantly, the shields broke and the spears snapped. Countless giant demon soldiers were sent flying by the terrifying impact like wooden puppets, spurting blood from their mouths. The defensive line here was like a thin piece of paper that was torn open in an instant. Countless ferocious steel monsters rushed in unscrupulously. After breaking through the formation, the heavy cavalry of the Black Cavalry was like an extremely sharp knife, ruthlessly stabbing into the right rear flank of the giant demon army and quickly advancing deeper into the formation. Everywhere they passed, there was a rain of blood, and the ground was a mess. This terrifying scene was like hell on earth. The Black Cavalry that had been roaming in the surroundings took this opportunity to swarm in, burrowing into the gap created by the heavy cavalry and beginning their massacre. At this point, there was no longer any troll general who could stop the collapse of the army. The entire scene clearly illustrated what it meant to be defeated like a landslide. In truth, while the heavy cavalry charging into the troll army was bloody and terrifying, the direct damage they caused was very limited compared to the 200,000 troll army. However, the heavy cavalry had completely destroyed the troll army's formation, causing a terrifying panic. Once this panic spread, it would lead to an irreversible collapse. The troll soldiers that had been crushed at the front lines scrambled to escape, causing an avalanche. Like dominoes, the entire army completely collapsed. The sound of horse hooves, shouts, pleas for mercy, screams. The area within 20 kilometers was completely enveloped by the sonata of war. The Black Cavalry was like a flood that had broken through a dam, killing the troll army until corpses were strewn all over the field, and blood flowed like a river. At this moment, whether it was the soldiers, generals, or even Prince Cambique, they could not change all of this. Anything that stood in the way of the Black Cavalry would be completely crushed. Prince Cambique closed his eyes, unable to bear to watch. All of this was like a nightmare. His personal guards pulled him, wanting to escort him to escape. However, Prince Cambique did not move. Why was he running? The 300,000 troops had been reduced to ashes. Even if he escaped, he would be better off dead. Prince Cambique broke free from the other princes, raised his sword, and got on his horse, charging in the direction of the Black Lion flag. He shouted, "Come, Garcia! My head is here." The setting sun was as red as blood. It coldly and mercilessly reflected the horrifying and bloody scene on the icy plains. When the formation of the 200,000 troll army was completely destroyed by the Black Cavalry, it meant the end of the battle. The fate of the defeated troll army was already sealed. Even if they managed to escape temporarily, they would be caught up to sooner or later. Many of the defeated troll soldiers knelt and surrendered under the blades of the cavalry. This time, the Black Cavalry actually let these surrendered soldiers go. As long as they put down their weapons, they would be spared from death. This obviously sped up the collapse of the troll army. More and more troll soldiers began to learn from their comrades and surrender to the Black Cavalry. Groups of cavalry began to disperse, chasing after the deserters and collecting the surrendered soldiers. The heavy cavalry that had dealt a fatal blow to the troll army stopped at the edge of the battlefield. Only 1,000 of the 3,000 heavy cavalry were left. More than half of them were dead or injured. They had paid a terrifying price in order to destroy the troll army. The remaining 1,000 were all covered in blood. At a glance, they looked like a group of red steel sculptures. Colin took off his helmet and let out a long sigh. This battle was awesome. It seemed like a difficult and dangerous mission, but it was completed very easily. Of course, he knew that this was actually an illusion. Looking at the casualty rate of the heavy cavalry, he knew that this battle was definitely not easy. However, the feeling of being invincible on the battlefield was as addictive as Poppy, and he couldn't stop himself even if he wanted to. The only thing that made him feel a little sluggish was that Prince Cambique charged head-on without any regard for his life when he passed by the troll army. Colin did not know what level of warrior Prince Cambique was, but he dared to charge at the heavy cavalry who were at their peak. Haha, the outcome, he did not even have a complete corpse. Colin looked at Marquis Garcia, who was also covered in blood, and shouted excitedly, "We won." Marquis Garcia was not as excited as Colin. It was as if such a great victory was as common as eating and drinking to him. "Do you know why we won?" "Of course, it's all thanks to your unparalleled strategy and wise decision." Colin took the opportunity to flatter him. Of course, his flattery came from the bottom of his heart. Marquis Garcia was definitely worthy of such praise. However, the Marquis shook his head and said solemnly, "No, I rely on them." His gaze slowly swept across the battlefield, his face full of pride as he looked at the black cavalry soldiers who were still galloping on the battlefield, chasing down the remnants of the troll army. Colin also put away the smile on his face. He seemed to understand Marquis Garcia's meaning. Marquis Garcia retracted his gaze and looked at Colin again. Tactics are not unimportant, but if a general relies too much on tactics and tricks, he will fall one day. Marquis Garcia smiled when he saw that Colin was still somewhat puzzled and unconvinced. A fox's wisdom is laughable in the eyes of a lion. I don't want to deny the importance of tactics. I just want to tell you that the most crucial secret to victory on the battlefield is still a powerful army. That's why I said that in this battle, I relied on them, the black cavalry. Looking at the first half of my life, the secret to not losing for more than 20 years is the same, the black cavalry. Colin fell into deep thought. He finally understood the true meaning of Marquis Garcia's words. Marquis Garcia was actually reminding him not to rely too much on tactics. The implementation of tactics also required strength as a foundation. Previously, he had indeed attached too much importance to these tactics, or even to conspiracies. Knight Bliss must have already told Marquis Garcia everything that had happened on the way to escape. Even if Knight Bliss did not see it clearly, Colin did not think that Marquis Garcia could not see through his little schemes. It had to be said that Colin was indeed somewhat complacent after the Battle of the River Bend. He thought that he had grasped the secret to victory on the battlefield. Moreover, coming from the era of information explosion, he had always thought that he was experienced and knowledgeable. He knew a little about Sun Tzu's art of war, the 36 stratagems, and so on. Relying on these and some of his own cleverness, it would not be difficult to move unhindered on the battlefield. But fortunately, Marquis Garcia reminded Colin at the right time. Conspiracies and machinations were never the right way. The most mainstream victory on the battlefield was in the end an upright army, the strong defeating the weak. Although this time the trolls were actually the strong side, under Marquis Garcia's careful planning, he kept making the black cavalry stronger on the local battlefield, so that he kept defeating the weak with the strong, and finally defeated the seemingly strong enemy. Moreover, thinking carefully about the tactics that Marquis Garcia had used before. In fact, they were not complicated. First, he pretended to be at odds with the Duke to confuse and numb the trolls. Then, he suddenly led the army to the north, found the location of the Troll Wolf cavalry's main force, and succeeded in the surprise attack. Later, he kept harassing the troll army that was tired and had lost the protection of the cavalry. Finally, he used the heavy cavalry to find a flaw and defeated them in one blow. The entire plan was not complicated, and could not even be considered outstanding. It probably did not even have the qualifications to be recorded in a military book. But Colin, who had personally experienced all of this, was very clear. These steps seemed simple, but they were aimed at the troll army's vital points. Moreover, they pressed on step by step, not giving the enemy the slightest chance to breathe. From the beginning to the end, no matter how the trolls struggled, they could not escape the fate of defeat. Of course, more importantly, Marquis Garcia's elite troops, the number 1 cavalry on the northern frontier, the Black Cavalry. In other words, Marquis Garcia was not only an outstanding commander, but even more amazing, he was probably a talent at training troops. It was because he had personally trained the Black Cavalry that he had the most fundamental foundation for this series of victories. At this point, Colin could no longer suppress the thought that had been hovering in his mind. Marquis Garcia was invincible because of his Black Cavalry. Then, where was my Black Cavalry? The wind and snow were still howling, as if countless wronged and sorrowful spirits were crying. On the icy plains, a large number of troll-surrendered soldiers were gathered together. They were surrounded by the covetous black cavalry patrolling the area. A few troll-surrendered soldiers could no longer take it, and couldn't help but shout at the patrolling black cavalry soldiers, "Sigh. Brothers! We're really hungry, can't you give us something to eat?" His shout immediately attracted the agreement of his companions. Thus, the scene immediately became noisy. "Yeah, I'm so cold, give me something warm. And my leg. The blood is almost dry, can you treat it for me?" But the surrounding black cavalry soldiers turned a deaf ear to the pleas of the troll-surrendered soldiers. Only when some of the surrendered soldiers tried to leave would they be warned and berated by the black cavalry, or even arrows and swords. Helpless, the trolls could only wait patiently. This wait went on for who knows how long. Many of the troll-surrendered soldiers who could no longer endure had already lost their breath. But those who were still breathing did not get the result they were hoping for. Marquis Garcia's military order finally came down. Kill all troll-surrendered soldiers. The noon sun shone lazily on the Troll King's city. This huge city made of ice gave off an enchanting glow. The various ice buildings in the city were simple and crude in style, completely portraying the personality of the trolls. To a human's aesthetic, this city was too ugly. There was nothing praiseworthy about it. But to be honest, the trolls clearly didn't put too much effort into building this city. In fact, 10 years ago, the trolls hadn't lived so far into the sky ice plains. At that time, they lived next to the humans on the northern frontier. At that time, the Troll King's city was only 800 kilometers away from the northern frontier. Based on the Blackguard's marching speed, such a distance would only take them about 10 days. Thus, after Marquis Garcia rose to power on the northern frontier, he would stroll around the Troll King's city every once in a while. Every time he came, the nobles of the giant demon clan would tremble in fear and panic. Although they knew that Marquis Garcia wouldn't waste his most precious black cavalry in a siege, the trolls couldn't accept the humiliation of having their city repeatedly attacked. After being attacked by the black cavalry for the nth time, the Troll King finally made up his mind 10 years ago to move the capital. As the Troll King's city moved north, the trolls' military strength also gradually moved north. The trolls in the southern part of the Sky Ice Plains naturally couldn't continue to stay where they were and foolishly wait for the black cavalry to attack at any time. Thus, they all moved north. As a result, the trolls in the southern part of the Sky Ice Plains were abandoned one after another. This also caused an uninhabited buffer zone of several thousand kilometers to appear between the Troll King's empire and the northern frontier. Now, the Black Cavalry's troops could no longer easily threaten the Troll King's city. The Troll King's empire also obtained a rare opportunity to breathe. Because the capital had been moved too hastily this time, and because they had been forced to move by the enemy, the construction of the new Troll city was very sloppy. The trolls believed that the Black Cavalry wouldn't be able to be arrogant forever. One day, the great troll warriors would move the king's metropolis to the south and occupy chilly winter, making it the new troll capital. Therefore, the current giant demon king city was only a temporary capital city, so there was no need to worry too much about it. As for when this wish would come true, none of the trolls knew. But now, the trolls had no choice but to face a cruel truth. Prince Kambik's army of 300,000 had been completely wiped out. It was as if a cold current had struck, and the entire giant demon king city had been completely frozen. Fear and panic were written all over the faces of the trolls. They were afraid that when they woke up one day, the black lion flag that had brought them countless nightmares would once again appear in front of the capital. Within the royal city, the place with the most tense atmosphere was naturally the giant demon imperial palace. The palace was not built in the center of the city, but in the western suburbs. The construction of the imperial palace was also not built with ice, but with huge rocks piled up. It stood on the mountainside, overlooking the entire royal city. A luxuriously decorated carriage slowly entered the imperial palace after going through several strict checks. The tightly shut doors slowly opened and then closed again. There was a dull sound behind the carriage, as if it wanted to seal this place forever. The carriage stopped in a courtyard paved with marble, and a middle-aged man in a loose black robe walked out. Yes, the author wasn't wrong. It was a middle-aged man. He wasn't a troll. The appearance of such a human in the giant demon imperial palace was very abrupt. Especially at this tense moment. However, the guards in the palace seemed to take it for granted. "Mr. Chong, His Highness is waiting for you in the hall." Mr. Rui nodded at the guard and then walked to the hall alone with ease. When he entered the hall, he saw a young troll writing on a table. When he heard footsteps, he put down the quill in his hand and stood up to welcome him. "Mr. Chong, please have a seat." A group of goblin merchants brought spirit tea from the Radiant Moon Forest. "Would you like to try it?" "Thank you, Your Highness Okamoto." Mr. Chong smiled and took the teacup. He took a sip and nodded slightly to express his admiration. If it was in the past, the two of them would definitely give this elven spirit tea a good evaluation, but today, they weren't in the mood. "His Majesty has already decided that I will inherit the position of Southern Prince. The coronation ceremony will be held in 3 days." This young troll named Okamoto was the son of Southern Prince Gambik Valkin, who had just died in battle. However, he was actually Gambik's second son and had an older brother. Logically speaking, Gambik's throne should have been inherited by Okamoto's older brother. However, even though the Southern Prince was the second most important person in the giant demon empire, he was a hot potato in the current situation. Okamoto's older brother didn't have the courage, nor did he have the ability. Therefore, the throne fell on Okamoto's head. "Then I must congratulate Your Highness." Mr. Chong didn't seem too surprised, as if he had already expected this outcome. Okamoto nodded slightly, but there wasn't much excitement on his face. He only handed a scroll of parchment to Mr. Chong. "The latest news from the front lines is that the Black Cavalry didn't continue north. Instead, they retreated to the northern frontier." Mr. Chong took the parchment and quickly scanned it. "The current giant demon king is a tough nut to crack. The humans who have eaten so much in the northern frontier won't be interested in this place." There was nothing wrong with this statement. The humans of the northern frontier couldn't even be bothered to occupy the southern part of the sky ice plains that the trolls had abandoned, much less cross the 1,000-mile ice plains to attack the giant demon king's capital. A bitter smile appeared on Okamoto's face. Even though he let out a sigh of relief, he also felt a deep sense of humiliation. The vast and fertile land of the northern frontier originally belonged to the trolls. If possible, why would they be willing to hide in this bitter cold land and struggle at death's door? But soon, he put away these useless complaints, opened a square box on the table, and took out a bloody head from it. "Marquis Garcia even sent my father's head." "Hee, how considerate." Okamoto raised his father's head in front of him and looked into his eyes. He asked, "Tell me, what should I do now?" Of course, a dead person wouldn't answer a question. Mr. Chong knew that this question was for him. "Your Highness, what you should do now is to go to Coldwinter Castle and crawl at the feet of the Dukes of the North and beg for his forgiveness." Bang! Okamoto threw the head at Mr. Chong's feet. Coincidentally, that pair of eyes, which had not closed in death, was staring at Mr. Chong. "Mr. Chong, look into my father's eyes and repeat what you just said." "Your Highness, what you should do now is to go to Coldwinter Castle, crawl at the feet of the Dukes of the North, and beg for his forgiveness." Mr. Chong repeated his words again. There was no hesitation, no worry, and he did not feel that such words were not suitable for him to say because of his identity. As a human, Mr. Chong's situation among the trolls was somewhat awkward. Generally speaking, Mr. Chong had to show his loyalty to the trolls and draw a clear line with his past. His attitude toward humans had to be hatred. He even had to appear to hate humans more than the trolls. This was called convert fanaticism. In reality, many Chinese devils who were more extreme than foreigners and crazily slandered China were born from this mentality. But now, facing a troll prince who had just died on the battlefield, Mr. Chong was persuading his own son to beg for forgiveness from the enemy. However, Okamoto suddenly laughed. It was as if he was not angry at all, nor did he suspect Mr. Chong's intentions. "Mr. Chong, you should have persuaded my stupid father earlier. If he had been willing to bow his head to the northern frontier, he would not have ended up like this." Then, he spat a mouthful of thick phlegm at the head on the ground and said disdainfully, "There's an old saying among humans that makes sense. If you don't have the ability to fight against a bull, then don't wave the red cloak. Haha, look at my stupid father." He knew that he was no match for Marquis Garcia, but seeing that the other party was not at the front line, he felt that there was an opportunity. But why didn't he think about it? How could the Black Cavalry sit by and watch him invade the northern frontier and not care? Mr. Chung did not speak. He would not take the initiative to agree with Okamoto to slander Prince Kambik. That would be ungrateful. Okamoto scolded for a while and seemed to have vented his anger. He picked up the head and put it back in the box. The entire process was full of filial piety. Okamoto picked up the teacup and took a big gulp before he regained his composure. Mr. Chung, is it too late for me to beg for mercy from the Dukes of the North now? But this is your only choice. This time, the Troll Empire's war potential has almost been wiped out by the Black Cavalry. They won't be able to organize a decent army to resist the northern frontier for at least 10 years. If I were the Dukes of the North, I would send troops to sweep the area every once in a while. Even if they couldn't conquer the capital, they had to interrupt the giant demon empire's recovery process so that they would never be a threat to the northern frontier. Therefore, if you want a chance to recuperate, you must beg for peace from the northern frontier. Okamoto's fingers gently tapped on the wooden box, making a knocking sound. After a long while, he spoke again. Then, will the Dukes of the North agree to negotiate with me? Mr. Chung nodded. As long as you put on a low enough posture, the Dukes of the North will think that you're not a threat. Then, his gaze will naturally turn elsewhere. Think about it, if the trolls are no longer a threat, then what is the greatest threat to the Dukes of the North? Okamoto's eyes lit up. The Black Cavalry. That's right. Mr. Chung nodded. Although we were played by the two brothers before, I don't believe that there is no grudge between Marquis Garcia and the Duke of St. Hilda. I'd rather believe that it was the trolls' threat that made them put aside their differences and temporarily unite. However, this kind of alliance is extremely fragile, especially this time. Marquis Garcia returned to the northern frontier with a great victory. How will the Dukes of the North reward his good little brother? How will he be able to sleep peacefully under the terrifying attack power of the Black Cavalry? Hearing Mr. Chung's words, Okamoto excitedly paced back and forth in the hall with his hands behind his back. It was as if he had finally grasped a ray of light in the endless darkness. Therefore, the key to our next step is to sow discord between the Dukes of the North and Marquis Garcia. That's right. However, it's not just the two brothers who are at odds. Mr. Chung's eyes flashed with a sinister light. Okamoto was stunned and asked, "What do you mean?" From what I know, the House of St. Hilda's Golden Lion Legion is still gathered outside Ice Stone City, and the armies of the various lords of the northern frontier are still entrenched in Ice Stone City. The two sides are faintly facing each other. Okamoto didn't know about this either. Clearly, Mr. Chung had his own eyes on the northern frontier. Okamoto was also aware of this. Of course, he wouldn't force Mr. Chung to find out who his eyes on the northern frontier were. Even now, he still didn't know Mr. Chung's true identity. However, this Mr. Chung had already received the approval of the Troll Emperor and the former Southern Prince. It was hard to say how loyal he was to the trolls, but his hatred for the northern frontier was undeniable. Therefore, Okamoto chose to believe in Mr. Chung. At this moment, when he heard this news, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Mr. Chung with bright eyes. Could it be that the conflict between the Duke of St. Hilda and the lords under his command has already reached this point? From the looks of it, that is indeed the case. The Duke's good son sent 200,000 troops of the northern frontier to their deaths. It's impossible for such a crushing defeat not to cause the lords of the northern frontier to retaliate. Moreover, there's still the Black Cavalry in front of them to attract the Duke's hatred. Also, don't forget that Marquis Garcia's surname is also St. Hilda. Perhaps a change in leadership of the northern region isn't something unacceptable to these lords. When he heard Mr. Chung say that Marquis Charles sent 200,000 troops of the northern frontier to their deaths, Okamoto felt a sharp pain in his heart. He couldn't help but look at the square box. Obviously, Okamoto felt the same way about this. So, the northern frontier is going to be chaotic? Yes. Mr. Chung looked very confident. The northern frontier is now like a bow that has been stretched to the extreme. As soon as the external threat subsides, the internal conflict will immediately erupt. Good. Okamoto punched the square box, causing cracks to appear on it. After the king conferring ceremony, I will resign from His Majesty and personally go to the northern frontier. Your Highness is wise. Okamoto touched the cracks on the wooden box and suddenly remembered something. He turned around and asked, "By the way, I heard that the Dukes of the North suddenly have an adopted daughter?" "Yes, her name is Vera St. Hilda. I met her at the Mage Tower in Yevil and I knew that she had a mysterious origin. However, I didn't expect her to be the adopted daughter of the Dukes of the North." "What does she look like?" "She is very beautiful." Okamoto nodded with satisfaction and suddenly suggested, "If I ask the Dukes of the North to marry Miss Vera, do you think they will agree?" "Of course, I believe that the Dukes of the North would be very happy to have a troll prince as their son-in-law, especially now that they need external help to solve their internal conflict." Ha ha ha. Okamoto's proud laughter echoed in the hall, as if he was determined to win the heart of a certain beauty. At the end of the 6th month, the victorious Black Cavalry finally returned to the northern frontier. The army followed the route they took to the north and returned to the camp outside Ice Stone City. Colin looked at the familiar scenery in front of him and vaguely felt that 2 months ago, when he came with Vera to try and dissuade Marquis Garcia, it was just yesterday. The scenery was still the same, but the people had changed. At least, the 300,000 troll army had been annihilated. However, this didn't mean that the northern frontier had calmed down. Even though Colin hadn't entered the city yet, he could already feel the heavy atmosphere that enveloped Ice Stone City. Summer on the northern frontier has always been stormy. Beside him, Count Dawson looked at the gloomy sky and said meaningfully. Colin took the wineskin from the other party, took a big gulp, and handed it back. "Say, between Ice Stone City and the Golden Lion Army, which side do you think will send people to our camp first?" "I think it will be Ice Stone City." "What do you think?" "I also think it will be Ice Stone City." "Boring." Count Dawson rolled his eyes. Colin glanced at the dwarf count beside him in amusement and said with a playful expression, "Then, let's guess again. Which side will the Marquis accept the invitation?" "I'm not guessing." Count Dawson rolled his eyes again. He was very wary of the cunning Baron's son beside him. Colin wasn't discouraged even though he couldn't find out Marquis Garcia's inclination from Count Dawson. He rolled his eyes and probed again. "Then tell me, how will the Duke reward the Black Cavalry for making such a great contribution?" Count Dawson chuckled. It wasn't clear if he understood Colin's probing intent. He stroked his beard and said, "The Marquis has no more rewards." "Lord Marquis, there's nothing more to reward. I reckon that Lord Duke will distribute this merit to the various generals of the Black Guard. Perhaps another Marquis will appear among us." When he heard the other party say the sensitive words, "no more rewards," Colin carefully looked at the dwarf count's face. However, he couldn't find any clues, as if it was just an ordinary word. "Then I have to congratulate you in advance. If you want to reward a Marquis from the generals of the Black Cavalry, it will definitely be you." Colin smiled and congratulated him. Count Dawson shook his head and smiled, but didn't reply. It was unknown if he was pretending to be humble or if he didn't care about the possibility of the reward. However, Colin already understood Count Dawson's intentions. The Marquis of the Marquis of the Marquis of the Black Cavalry of the Marquis to divide and draw him to his side. If Earl Dawson really became a Marquis, although it would be a great honor, it also meant that he would be independent of the Black Cavalry. In addition, as fellow Marquises, the Dawson clan definitely wouldn't be able to continue to be loyal to Marquis Garcia. Their allegiance would be to the Dukes of the North. In that case, perhaps the Black Cavalry would be split into two. Since Earl Dawson was able to guess what the Duke was up to, how could Marquis Garcia not be able to? How would he deal with it? Colin suddenly felt that the great victory did not eliminate the haze that shrouded the northern frontier. Instead, it made the hidden storm even more violent and dangerous. "Sir Marquis." Colin was still looking at the dark clouds in the sky, deep in thought. Suddenly, he was woken up by Earl Dawson's call. They turned around and saw Marquis Garcia leading a group of people behind them. "Sir Marquis." Colin hurriedly turned around and bowed. Marquis Garcia nodded towards the two of them. Then, he pointed to a middle-aged man behind him and said to Colin. "Colin, this is Knight Xiar. He and the other 27 warriors behind him suffered heavy injuries in this battle and are about to retire. However, I hope that you can provide them with a job, so that they won't waste their remaining lives in the fields." Of course. It would be my honor." Colin only felt an intense joy rushing to his head, making everything in front of him seem unreal. The value of veterans, especially those who retired from the Black Cavalry, couldn't be measured with money. Previously, Colin had already realized that if he wanted to have a place in this world, he needed an elite army. And after the baptism of this battle, Colin had already been deeply infatuated with cavalry. However, although Colin had followed Marquis Garcia all this time and had some experience with cavalry, Colin was still at his wits' end when it came to cavalry training. And at this time, Marquis Garcia had presented him with such a huge gift. Although these 28 veterans couldn't go to the battlefield, they were qualified to be cavalry instructors. They would be the seeds of the cavalry that Colin yearned for even in his dreams. Until Xianxia swore his loyalty to Colin under Marquis Garcia's instructions, Colin was still immersed in his excitement and hadn't completely recovered. Only now did he notice that Xianxia's right thumb had been cut off. This injury wasn't particularly serious, but to a knight, it meant the end of his career. Because he didn't have his thumb, he couldn't hold any swords. Clang! Colin pulled out his sword and gently tapped Xianxia's shoulder to accept his loyalty. He wasn't disappointed that Xianxia couldn't hold a sword anymore. On the contrary, in his opinion, this knight's value was completely immeasurable. Even if there were a group of 4th and 5th order knights standing in front of him now, he would still rather choose Xianxia. Earl Dawson looked at all of this quietly, his eyes full of deep thoughts. After Colin comforted Xianxia and the rest of the 27 retired soldiers, he finally calmed down. At this time, the thought that had been bothering him before emerged again. This time, he could no longer suppress this thought. Instead, he directly asked Marquis Garcia, "Marquis Garcia, I can't repay you for your help. However, I would like to know. I am just the son of a baron, how can I be taken care of by you?" Hearing this question, Earl Dawson, Xianxia, and the others tactfully retreated. Marquis Garcia looked at Colin's serious face and suddenly smiled. He said something completely unrelated. "Vera has a good impression of you." Huh? Colin was stunned. "I saw that she had a diamond earring in your hand before. Did she give it to you?" Colin blinked and remembered that he had taken out that pair of earrings to play with when he was marching with the Black Cavalry. He didn't expect that Marquis Garcia would see it. Obviously, Marquis Garcia had misunderstood. However, Colin wouldn't tell Marquis Garcia that the earring was a souvenir that he had taken from Vera when he was about to die. It wasn't a love token that Vera had given to him. Seeing that Colin didn't answer, Marquis Garcia thought that he had acquiesced. So, he asked, "Do you like her?" Colin was a little confused. He never thought that the god of death who had just buried 300,000 trolls with his own hands would suddenly care about such a trivial matter. Thinking that Marquis Garcia was Vera's uncle, Colin nodded and said, "Miss Vera is born in a noble family, and she has a kind heart. I naturally admire her very much." The smile on Marquis Garcia's face was a little complicated as he said faintly, "I am Vera's biological father." Huh? Rumble, there was a muffled thunder in the sky and Colin was shocked. Of course, the timing of this muffled thunder was too coincidental. It was hard to tell whether Colin was frightened by the thunder or by Marquis Garcia's words. He suddenly hesitated. Should he explain the true origin of the earring to Vera's biological father? Originally, Colin thought that it would not be a big deal if Marquis Garcia misunderstood his relationship with Vera. After all, they were only uncle and nephew. But now, he suddenly felt a little panicked. It was as if he had just hooked up with a girl but was stopped by her father at the door. However, he finally understood why Marquis Garcia looked at him so differently. It was not because of his military talent, nor was it because he was a secret illegitimate son of the Marquis. It was because of Vera. The earring had obviously made Marquis Garcia misunderstand that his daughter had a deep affection for Colin. It was even possible that they had secretly agreed to marry each other. Therefore, Marquis Garcia was actually grooming his future son-in-law by taking care of him along the way. However, Colin knew that Vera only had a good impression of him at the moment. She had not reached the point where she would only marry him. If he were to be exposed in the future, Marquis Garcia raised his eyebrows when he saw the stunned look on Colin's face. He asked, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" "No, no. How could it be? I was just a little surprised." Colin did not dare to tell the true origin of the earring at this time. What if Marquis Garcia thought that he was deliberately hiding the truth and became angry out of shame? Moreover, Colin's brain must have been struck by lightning if he did not know how to hug such a big leg. Rumble. A flash of lightning crossed the sky, followed by the sound of rolling thunder. It was as if he was warning someone. Colin was shocked again and quickly changed the topic. Marquis, does Miss Vera know that you are? She doesn't know. Marquis Garcia shook his head and gave Colin a warning look. Don't tell her, and don't tell anyone else. Yes, yes. Colin repeatedly promised. After a while, he could not help but ask curiously, then, who is Vera's biological mother? Marquis Garcia frowned and snapped, what are you asking about? You won't benefit from knowing. Colin's head shrank back, and he didn't dare to ask again. Although he didn't dare to ask, it didn't mean that Colin didn't dare to think about it. At this moment, he was already imagining a melodramatic drama in his mind. Moreover, Colin found that he was increasingly unable to understand the relationship between the Duke of St. Hilda and Marquis Garcia. The relationship between the two brothers was already very complicated and tangled. Now that Vera was added into the mix, Colin was completely dumbfounded. Although Marquis Garcia refused to tell him the identity of Vera's biological mother, Colin was certain that she was a noble. Otherwise, the Duke of St. Hilda would not have agreed to adopt Vera. After all, Vera was an illegitimate daughter, and it was extremely disgraceful. However, there were differences between illegitimate daughters and illegitimate daughters. If both of her parents were noble, then her bloodline was still noble, and she just lacked an identity. The adoption by the Duke of St. Hilda was equivalent to giving Vera this identity. But, was he doing this to help his younger brother? Or was he trying to use Vera as a hostage to control his younger brother? In addition, why didn't Marquis Garcia marry Vera's biological mother? Since she was willing to give birth to a daughter for Marquis Garcia, it meant that the two of them must be in love with each other, so it could only be that external conditions did not allow it. With Marquis Garcia's identity and status, there was no woman in the entire Radiant Empire who was not worthy of him. Even if it was a royal princess, it would not be a disgrace to marry him. So, what else could stop the two of them from getting together? Could it be? Colin suddenly thought of a possibility. What are you talking about? Just as Colin's gossiping fire was burning, a clear voice suddenly sounded. Colin turned around and saw Vera standing behind him. The female mage was wearing a light blue dress today. Her golden hair was tied up with a hairpin, and it was obvious that she was wearing makeup. The purple eyeshadow and sparkling red lips made her look even more beautiful. Ahem, I was talking to Knight Colin about the difference between a lance and a spear. Marquis Garcia lied without blushing. Vera was obviously not interested in this straight man's topic. After a short she stopped talking about it. Instead, she pointed in the direction of Ice Stone City and said, Uncle, look, the nobles of Ice Stone City are coming out. They should be here to welcome us. Only then did Colin notice that a team of about 100 people had left Ice Stone City and were heading in the direction of the Black Cavalry's camp. The corner of Marquis Garcia's mouth curled into a cold smile, and he returned to his unapproachable state. Then let's go too. After saying that, he went out to welcome them. Vera stuck out her tongue playfully and smiled at Colin. Colin, let's go. Okay. Colin looked at Vera's bright smile, but his heart could not relax. After all, the other party's father was right in front of him. Of course, he could not get along with Vera like he used to. Moreover, Marquis Garcia had already misunderstood the relationship between him and Vera. He had even trained him for so long without any reservations. So, if Colin could not marry Vera in the end, what would Marquis Garcia think? You just put on your pants and turned your back on me. Thinking about the terrifying scene of the Black Cavalry slaughtering people on the ice field, Colin suddenly felt that he must marry Vera, otherwise, no matter how many lives he had, he would not be able to survive Marquis Garcia. However, the final decision of Vera's marriage was in the hands of the Duke of St. Hilda. After all, after the adoption, Vera was legally the daughter of the Duke. Therefore, if Colin wanted to marry Vera, he would have to get the approval of the Duke. However, if the Duke of St. Hilda really fought with Marquis Garcia, then, which side should Colin stand on? Moreover, according to the current development of the situation, the probability of the two brothers fighting was very high. Colin looked at the gloomy sky and felt that his future seemed to be bleak. Uncle. Welcome back victorious. Marquis Charles's loud voice and emotional words could be heard from afar. He seemed to have completely forgotten that just 2 months ago, his good uncle had forced him to give up the title of Marquis in front of everyone. Respected uncle. I have also heard about your glorious battle in Ice Stone City. Boom. Lightning flashed and the heavy rain finally fell. Marquis Garcia took the opportunity to interrupt his nephew's flattery. It is raining. Let's not bother about the welcoming ceremony. Let's go directly into the city. Good, good, good. Of course, the nobles who came together with him certainly did not dare to oppose. At this time, Marquis Garcia, who had returned with a great victory, had become the most prestigious person in the northern frontier. Even his brother might not be comparable to him. Only Marquis Charles stood aside with a constipated expression on his face. Colin resisted the urge to laugh and suddenly felt a little sympathy for the film emperor. It seemed that every time he wanted to perform, an accident would always happen. But soon, Colin did not have time to sympathize with the film emperor. Because, accompanied by a burst of fragrant wind, a beautiful figure suddenly rushed out from the welcoming party, and then threw herself into his arms. Suddenly, the blood in Colin's body froze. Colin hugged the soft and fragrant body, but he did not have any romantic thoughts. This was because the two gazes that seemed to have materialized caused him to feel as if there was a blade at his back. One came from Vera, and the other came from Marquis Garcia. Especially the latter, Colin could almost feel the murderous intent hidden in the other party. Brother, I am so happy to see that you are fine. Fortunately, the woman in his arms shouted and saved Colin's life. That's right, the woman who threw herself at him was Colin's sister, Caitlin Angeli. The two sharp gazes immediately moved away from Colin, but he did not feel relaxed at all. The excessive enthusiasm of the woman in his arms made Colin very uncomfortable. On one hand, it was because he was not the real Colin, but a transmigrator who lived in this body. On the other hand, Colin always suspected that his sister Caitlin was the murderer who participated in his murder. Patting his sister's back lightly, Colin comforted her, "Sister, I am fine. The rain is so heavy, let's go into the city first." Okay. Caitlin raised her head from Colin's arms. Her tear-stained face made Colin wonder if she was also an award-winning actor. This small interlude did not make the welcoming party stay for long, and they quickly entered the city. Because the Suduo family's castle had a limited capacity, and there were too many nobles gathered in Ice Stone City, it was naturally impossible to let everyone stay in the castle. Therefore, Colin found the hotel he stayed in the last time he was here. As soon as he entered the room, a blue figure jumped out from the corner and threw itself into Colin's arms. This time, it was not a person, but a cat. Hee, I didn't think you would still be here. Colin patted Little White's head, a little surprised. Meow. Little White whimpered a few times, as if complaining that its owner wanted to abandon it. When did you raise a cat? Caitlin looked at her brother with a smile and poured 2 glasses of water. I picked it up from the roadside not long ago. I'm just taking care of it. Colin sat down at the table but did not touch the glass of water. Little White seemed to be thirsty. It went to Colin's cup and licked it. Caitlin frowned and wanted to chase Whitey away, but Colin stopped her. It's okay. Let it drink. You spoil it too much. Caitlin shook her head helplessly. Colin didn't mind. Instead, he stared at Little White, who had finished drinking the water, and carefully observed its reaction. I heard from Steward Amon that you were assassinated in Grey Castle. Yes, it was Knight Carter who did it. I've already killed him. That treacherous bastard. Father used to think so highly of him. Caitlin's anger did not seem to be fake. What happened after that? Why did you suddenly leave without saying goodbye? Why did you follow the Black Cavalry to the icefield? Colin looked at the normal Little White and wondered if he was being too sensitive. Now that he heard his sister's question, he briefly recounted what happened after that. As Colin narrated, Caitlin was sometimes worried and sometimes amazed. She was completely like a sister who was concerned about her brother's safety. After Colin finished, Caitlin said in a lecturing tone. You were too risky when you left Grey Castle alone. Although you said it was to lure out the assassin hiding in the dark, it was still not appropriate. You should have contacted me immediately. Yes. I didn't think it through. Colin immediately pretended to be an obedient child. Seeing how obedient Colin was, Caitlin let him off the hook and asked, "Do you have any leads on the mastermind behind your assassination attempt?" Colin shook his head and then observed his sister's every subtle expression. Caitlin frowned, as if she was thinking about who could be behind the assassination of her brother. But after thinking for a long time, she still had no clue. She could only say seriously, "Although I don't have any clues for now, your guards must be strengthened. I'll contact Knight Raymond and ask him to bring more people to the hotel." "Knight Raymond is here as well? Where is he now?" "The private armies of the various lords are all gathered in the barracks in the west of the city. Raymond brought more than 500 people this time, all of them are Angeli family's private army." Hearing this, Colin immediately frowned. Caitlin clearly misunderstood Colin's meaning and explained, "Don't worry, although there aren't many soldiers left in Grey Castle, with the Knight of Rigo, there shouldn't be a big problem. Most of the Angeli family's army was brought to the battlefield by Colin's father, and naturally, they were all wiped out. This time, Raymond brought another 500 people." According to the memories of Colin's predecessor, there were probably less than 100 soldiers left in Grey Castle. But in reality, what Colin was worried about wasn't Grey Castle's safety. Who told Raymond to bring people to Icestone City? It was the son of Sue Duo's viscounts, the Knight of Con. There's no way he could order Raymond around. At that time, I had already returned to Grey Castle. After I received the letter from the Knight of Con, I ordered Knight Raymond to bring people to Icestone City. I'm very worried about your safety." Colin really wanted to say that she didn't have the right to order Knight Raymond around, but when the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them back down. Caitlin's expression was too natural. He couldn't tell at all whether she was truly worried about his safety or was using this as a pretext to drag the Angeli family down with her. Right now, Icestone City was an extremely dangerous political whirlpool. Although all the lords of the northern frontier had brought their troops here, Colin really didn't want the Angeli family to get involved. "All right. I'll go find Raymond myself. You don't need to worry." Of course, Colin wasn't going to find Raymond himself for his own bodyguard. In reality, he couldn't wait for someone to assassinate him. This time, he had to leave someone alive so that he could interrogate the mastermind behind the scenes. The reason he was going to find Raymond himself was to warn him that no matter what happened in Icestone City in the future, the Angeli family's army could only listen to his orders. No one else, including Caitlin, had the right to mobilize this army. He had a feeling that these lords of the northern frontier had gathered their troops in Icestone City because they were preparing to cause trouble. And the mastermind behind the scenes was obviously not that coward Knight of Con who didn't even dare to step onto the battlefield. He was nothing more than a puppet pushed to the front of the stage. Just like at the banquet where he forced Marquis Charles to give up his title, the Knight of Con who stood out was nothing more than a hothead who didn't know the gravity of the situation. And standing behind him was, Colin thought of one of the suspects who had plotted against him, Count Amon. "Oh right, is there any news on my brother-in-law's whereabouts?" Colin suddenly asked. When they met at the Mirror Lake camp, Knight Raymond had told Colin that his sister's husband, Knight Vala, who was Count Amon's illegitimate son, had followed Baron Angeli to battle, but had been separated after the defeat. Caitlin's eyes instantly reddened, and she choked out, "Not yet. Don't worry, brother-in-law will be fine. We will find him." Colin was confused. What was going on? From what he could see, Count Amon's motive for assassinating him was to give this illegitimate son of his who didn't have the right to inherit the family business. But he didn't expect, was Knight Vala really unlucky, or was he also acting? On the second day after entering the city, Colin received an invitation. Suzerain's meeting? Colin read through the contents of the invitation and immediately realized that the suzerains gathered in Icestone City were preparing to cause trouble. Caitlin didn't seem to realize the hidden meaning behind the invitation. She was only happy for her brother. In her opinion, even though her brother hadn't officially received the title of Baron from the Duke, he had already received the recognition of all the suzerains in the northern frontier. "You need a Baron's ceremonial robe," Caitlin suddenly said seriously. Then, she ran out in a hurry, "I'll go make one for you right now." "Hey, wait, don't I have to go with you?" Caitlin turned around and smiled dotingly, "Silly brother, do you think I don't know your size?" Colin was stunned. Looking at his sister's back as she left, the memories of the past couldn't help but surface in his mind. Those beautiful memories kept reminding Colin how close the relationship between him and his brother was. Would the sister in his memory really plot against him for the title of Baron? Colin suddenly felt uncertain. Moreover, if it really was her, would she still be able to face him so calmly and naturally? Colin didn't believe that his sister was such a scheming person. At least, the sister in his memory wasn't. Perhaps, the assassination had been planned by Count Aldman in secret from the start, and he only wanted to give his illegitimate son a family property. His sister, on the other hand, was probably kept in the dark. But this was only a possibility. Colin sighed and stopped himself from making wild guesses. Even though he didn't want the sister who had cared for him since he was young to become an enemy, he couldn't completely trust Caitlin before the truth came to light. 2 days passed in a flash, and it was time for the suzerain's meeting. Colin left the inn under his sister's nagging and came to the Duo family's castle. He saw the butler who tried to throw him out last time. This time, he welcomed Colin with a smile. However, Colin did not feel much sincerity from this smile. Entering the conference hall, Colin was led to an inconspicuous corner by an attendant. It couldn't be helped. Since this was a suzerain's conference, the participants were all real nobles with titles. As for Colin, who hadn't really inherited the title of Baron, he could only sit in the corner. If it wasn't for the fact that he represented the Angeli family, he wouldn't have been able to enter the venue as a knight. The lords entered the venue one after another, and like Colin, they were led to their respective seats by the attendants. The meeting this time was very formal, so everyone's seats were arranged according to their status. No one was allowed to sit randomly. The atmosphere in the venue was also very solemn. Basically, no one spoke. When it was almost time for the meeting to start, the venue was almost full. There was only one empty seat left in the front row. Just as Colin was guessing who the last seat was reserved for, an old acquaintance appeared at the door. Earl Dawson. The dwarven count was led to the last seat by his attendant. Everyone was present. Sitting in the front row were 4 counts. Aside from Earl Dawson, who was loyal to Marquis Garcia, the other 3 were all vassals of the Duke of St. Hilda. They were the people with the highest status in this conference. However, neither of the 2 marquises of Ice Stone City were present. Earl Dawson could represent Marquis Garcia, but what about Marquis Charles? Colin seemed to have guessed the purpose of this conference. Ahem. Earl Oman cleared his throat and announced, "All right, since everyone is here, let's begin." After speaking, he looked around. Seeing that the other 3 counts nodded in agreement, Earl Oman picked up a piece of parchment and said, "This conference is mainly to discuss the matter of Marquis Charles." Colin thought to himself, as expected. Even though the Black Cavalry had annihilated the invading Troll army and taken revenge, it was clear that the lords of the northern frontier were not prepared to let Marquis Charles go. In other words, these lords were still unwilling to let the Duke of St. Hilda go. They needed an explanation. 200,000 northern frontier soldiers died on the battlefield and a dozen cities were plundered. Someone has to take responsibility for such a disastrous defeat. After Earl Oman finished criticizing Marquis Charles's crimes, he pointed at the parchment in his hand and said, "Thus, in accordance with the will of Marquis Garcia, I have drafted this petition, requesting His Excellency the Duke of St. Hilda to immediately strip Marquis Charles of his title. Lords who agree with this decision, please sign it." After saying that, Earl Oman was the first to sign his name and handed it over to Earl Dawson. Earl Dawson smiled and signed without hesitation. Colin noticed that after seeing Earl Dawson sign his name, many lords secretly heaved a sigh of relief, their gazes becoming resolute. Evidently, the addition of the Black Cavalry had greatly increased their courage. As long as Marquis Garcia was on their side, then changing the master of the northern frontier was not impossible. The 3rd Earl also signed his name and the parchment was passed to the 4th Earl. This white-haired old Earl slowly brought the parchment to his eyes and looked at it for a long time. It was as if he was carefully considering every word. At the start, everyone was very understanding. After all, he was an old man, and it was understandable that his eyesight was not good. But after 10 minutes, this old Earl still had not finished reading it. Everyone was obviously impatient, and many people began to whisper to each other. "Count Morrison, are you done?" Count Almond couldn't help but ask. Oh, wait a moment, Count Morrison replied casually as he continued to read the book. After another 10 minutes, he finally put down the parchment. Are you done reading? I'm done. Do you have any objections? Yes. The atmosphere in the hall immediately became heavy. Please speak. Earl Oman's expression sank slightly, but he still maintained his poise. Count Morrison chuckled and asked, Do you know what I see in this petition? What did you see? I only saw 2 words. Count Morrison's gaze suddenly sharpened. He no longer looked as frail as he did before. Betrayal. The old but loud voice echoed in the hall. This caused the expressions on everyone's faces to become somewhat unnatural. Especially the other 3 earls who had just signed their names. After a long while, Earl Oman said calmly, Since Earl Morrison does not agree with our decision, you can choose not to sign it. Earl Morrison snorted lightly and threw the parchment into the hands of an attendant at the side, saying disdainfully, Can I leave now? The aura here makes me sick. Of course you can leave, Earl Oman gave him a look. Knight of Khan, send Earl Morrison away. I can walk on my own. Count Morrison ignored Khan, who was trying to help him, and walked straight out. TCH. However, before Count Morrison could reach the door, a sharp sword pierced through his back. Ah! Earl Morrison screamed as he turned around, angrily rebuking, Coward! Didn't your father tell you to sneak attack a knight from behind? TCH. Knight of Khan stabbed him again. This time, he stabbed him from the front. Pfft! Earl Morrison spat a mouthful of blood on Khan's face and cursed. Everyone in the Suduo family will die a horrible death. Asterisk bang. Asterisk as Count Morrison's body fell to the ground, everyone in the venue seemed to have reacted. Cries of shock sounded everywhere. Murder, moreover, the one he killed was a count, the Knight of Khan, whose face was covered in blood, had a calm expression. It was as if he had just killed a chicken. Completely ignoring the strange gazes around him, the Knight of Khan calmly sheathed his longsword and returned to his seat. Colin looked at him, feeling as if he had become a completely different person. The coward who hid in Fallen Eagle City and did not even dare to enter the battlefield had now become a ruthless thug who killed without batting an eye. However, Colin was not surprised. Cowardice and brutality, 2 seemingly unrelated extreme personalities, were actually twins. A normally cowardly person, once forced into a desperate situation, would erupt with brutality that would often make people gasp in amazement. Moreover, Colin had already realized it. In fact, Knight Khan had already run out of options. When Khan was the first to stand up and angrily rebuke Marquis Charles, asking him to give up his title to atone for the deaths of his soldiers, he could not turn back. The Suduo family could only walk this path to the end. If he could not make the Duke bow his head this time, or even change to another Duke, then perhaps Count Oman could still protect himself, but the Suduo family would definitely become the target of the Duke's anger. Thinking of this, Colin could not help but sympathize with this pitiful fellow. After all, he was just a small pawn that the old fox, Count Oman, had pushed to the front to test him. But now, he had really become a small pawn that could only advance, not retreat. The thick smell of blood filled the entire venue, causing everyone to feel uneasy. Continue. Count Oman ordered the attendant holding the parchment. Yes. The attendant immediately passed the parchment to the next lord. Count Morrison's corpse was left lying on the ground, unattended by anyone. Fresh blood slowly flowed, and the scene became even more solemn. After seeing the consequences of not signing, the lords behind naturally did not dare to object and all signed their names. Soon, the attendant arrived in front of Colin. Colin looked at the paper and pen in front of him and sighed in his heart. He could only obediently sign his name. There was no other way. If he didn't sign it, he wouldn't be able to walk out of here alive. Khan probably couldn't wait to kill him. Finally, the signing was completed. Apart from Count Morrison, who had already turned into a corpse, all the nobles present signed their names on the parchment. At this time, they were all in the same boat. As for whether this ship would sail to the Sea of Stars or sink halfway to the bottom of the sea, that would depend on the arrangement of fate. Very good. Count Almond stood up and received the signed parchment. Next, I will arrange for someone to deliver this petition to the Duke of St. Hilda. Today's meeting ends here. Thank you, everyone. After that, he strode out of the venue. Everyone left one after another. Colin was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stepped forward and stopped Count Dawson. Before he could speak, Count Dawson used his eyes to stop Colin and then motioned for him to follow him. Colin obediently shut up and followed Count Dawson through a long corridor. They arrived in front of a room deep in the castle. Looking at the familiar layout, Colin felt as if he had been here before. Where is this? Hey, Colin? Why are you here? Before Count Dawson could answer his question, Colin heard Vera's voice. As soon as he turned his head, Colin saw the female mage who was dressed particularly valiantly. She was wearing a kite-plate chiffon shirt and white tight-fitting breeches. On her feet, she wore a pair of brown high-riding boots. This outfit was very tight, and it perfectly outlined Vera's beautiful figure. LSP Colin stared at her several times. Count Dawson brought me here. Are you going out dressed like this? Yes. Uncle wants to take me hunting. Vera said excitedly. Uncle? Colin realized why he felt that the layout of this place was very familiar. This was because this was the residence of Marquis Garcia. 2 months ago, Vera had brought him here. At that time, the two of them were preparing to dissuade Marquis Garcia from having a conflict with the Duke of St. Hilda. Moreover, at that time, Marquis Garcia was not in the castle, but he was preparing to hunt. However, at that time, his prey was not an ordinary beast. It was an army of 300,000 trolls. Now, the conflict between the two brothers was imminent, and Marquis Garcia was going to hunt again. This time, what was his prey? Colin, you came at the right time. Marquis Garcia also came out and invited him with a smile. Let's go hunting together. Colin blinked and said with a smile, okay. At the same time, a messenger was riding a fast horse out of Ice Stone City, heading towards the Golden Lion Army's encampment. Eastern District of Ice Stone City, Tulip Chamber of Commerce's encampment. Earl Oman was led by Oliver to a secret room. He's inside? Yes, Earl. Earl Oman waved his hand, indicating for Oliver to leave. Oliver's chubby face was filled with a flattering smile that was about to overflow. Yes, my lord. If you need anything else, please let me know. After speaking, he quickly left. Earl Oman opened the door alone and walked in. He closed the door. The room was empty. Earl Oman did not find it strange, but sat down on a chair and waited. After an unknown period of time, a figure suddenly appeared in the room, as if he had been there from the beginning. Earl. Earl Oman looked at the black-robed man who appeared like a ghost and was not surprised. He just nodded and asked, "Why are you in such a hurry to see me?" "I have a message from Mr. Count Oman frowned, then said calmly, "Speak." "Mr. Wang hopes that you can abort the original plan." Haha. Count Oman laughed. He stood up and walked in front of the black-robed man. He looked down at the other party and said coldly, "Then help me send a message to Mr. Feng. I'm not his servant, so I don't need to listen to his orders." "Your Excellency, you can't do this. That would spoil Mr. Chang's plan." Count Oman grabbed the black-robed man by the neck, cutting him off. Huff. Huff. The black-robed man struggled to catch his breath. As he struggled, the hood on his head slipped down, revealing a panic-stricken face. "Remember, you're just a messenger. You only have one mouth and one pair of ears. Go back and relay whatever you hear. Everything else has nothing to do with you, understood?" "I understand." Boom. Count Oman threw the black-robed man to the ground, then turned and prepared to leave. "Lord Count, there is one more thing." The black-robed man suddenly spoke again. "Speak." "His Highness Okamoto has already inherited the position of Prince of the South, and will be on a diplomatic mission to the northern frontier." Count Oman suddenly turned and stared at the black-robed man with bright eyes. There was an undisguised killing intent in his eyes. The black-robed man was so frightened by the other party's gaze that he took a step back, his expression wary. But Count Oman did not do anything rash. He just stared coldly at the black-robed man for a while, then said calmly, "Understood." And then he left. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows were shot out. One of the arrows hit the hare that was trying to escape and the arrow missed. Da-da-da, the two men quickly caught up with the hare and one of them shouted excitedly when he saw the arrow mark on the hare's leg. Haha, Colin, I shot it again this time. The other man shook his head in annoyance and said, Miss Vera's archery skills are really getting better and better. Vera raised her head proudly and then motioned the cavalry behind her to come forward and take her prey. Oh, it is still alive. The hare that was shot in the thigh by the arrow was still struggling in the hands of the servant at the moment and it seemed as though it did not want to accept its fate. Colin was about to go over and give the stubborn little fellow a quick death so that Vera would not be so kind as to kill it. Da-da-da, there was another sound of horse hooves and Marquis Garcia came over with a team of cavalry. Vera exclaimed in surprise when she saw the other party's expression. Wow, uncle, you have a big harvest. Marquis Garcia smiled indifferently and glanced at Colin. Of course, after all, no one on our side went easy on you. Colin did not seem to hear the ridicule in Marquis Garcia's words and he smiled. It seems that we can have a good meal tonight. That's great. Vera cheered and excitedly went to check on Marquis Garcia's prey. Halfway through, she suddenly thought of something and she turned around and said to the servant, Let's set the hare free. Anyway, it is too small and it does not have much meat. Yes. The servant helplessly carried the hare that was still struggling. At the same time, he could not help but curse in his heart. One deliberately went easy on them to please them and the other was too kind to kill them. Fortunately, Marquis Garcia was around. Otherwise, they would have to go hungry tonight. As night fell, the servants lit a campfire and began to prepare food. Vera looked at Colin as he took out a lump of black mud from the fire. She frowned and asked, Is this really edible? Of course. Colin said confidently as he peeled off the outer layer of charred soil and skin. This is the beggar's chicken. Oh no, I used a deer leg, so it's the beggar's chicken. There was once a chef named Huang Rong who used this dish to conquer a Saint Realm expert. Huang Rong? What a strange name, Vera asked curiously as she rested her chin on her hands. What is the name of the sanctuary powerhouse? I forgot. Colin couldn't continue lying. The saint-level combatants in this world were all famous. If he continued to lie, he would be easily exposed. Alright, let's not dwell on the details. Come and taste my flower, dear. Colin cut a piece of deer leg and handed it over to Vera. Vera carefully took a bite. Then, she had a strange expression on her face. Is it not delicious? Colin saw this and put a piece into his mouth with a guilty conscience. Then, he immediately spat it out. Bah! It's not cooked. He. Vera looked at Colin's embarrassed expression and suddenly laughed. Just as Colin was thinking about what he had done wrong, the crisp sound of horse hooves suddenly came from outside the camp. A cavalryman quickly approached and handed a letter to Marquis Garcia. When Colin saw this, he immediately realized that it should be news from Ice Stone City. So, he also went over. Marquis Garcia did not avoid him and directly handed the letter to him after reading it. Colin took it and hurriedly glanced through it. What's wrong? Vera was also a little curious and turned around to ask. Before Colin could speak, Marquis Garcia said first, Nothing, Earl Dawson wrote a letter to report the distribution of the Black Cavalry's spoils of war. Oh. Vera was obviously not interested in this and turned around to focus on saving the deer leg that Colin had destroyed. Colin did not say anything and silently threw the letter into the fire to destroy the evidence. Marquis Garcia lied. The content of the letter was not about the distribution of the spoils of war at all. Instead, it was about the feudal lord's petition. This petition to strip Marquis Charles of his title had already been sent to the Duke of St. Hilda. However, the Duke of St. Hilda directly rejected the feudal lord's request and ordered all the feudal lords to immediately go to the Golden Lion Army's encampment to pay him a visit. Colin did not think that the Duke of St. Hilda's attitude would be so unyielding. He did not have any intention of backing down at all. This was simply forcing the feudal lords to rebel. Colin glanced at Marquis Garcia again, but he could not see any emotions on his face. Sir Marquis, are we preparing to return to Ice Stone City? Colin asked tentatively. They had already been out for 3 days. Moreover, this hunting trip seemed to be really about hunting. But now, the situation in Ice Stone City had reached a point where it could be triggered at any moment. It was time to return. No need, Earl Dawson will take care of everything. Marquis Garcia calmly rejected. Colin was immediately confused. Was this Marquis planning to stay out of this? You too, come and try my roasted deer leg. Dara seemed to be completely unaware of what was happening in Ice Stone City at this time and was still smiling without a care in the world. Okay. The two men immediately revealed smiles and went to enjoy the delicacies personally cooked by the beautiful girl. It was as if the matters in Ice Stone City really had nothing to do with them. The night was getting darker, and most of the people had already gone to bed. Colin could not sleep, so he got up and slipped into the forest far away from the camp and caught the owl that had been crying non-stop. Crack! After breaking the owl's neck, Colin used his dagger to cut its main artery and then put his mouth on it. Gulp, gulp, after drinking his fill, Colin wiped his mouth and buried the owl's body before returning to the camp. Just as he was about to enter his tent, Colin saw Marquis Garcia also walk out. Sir Marquis, you can't sleep either? Yes. The Marquis nodded at Colin. Let's walk together? Okay. Colin hurriedly followed him. The two walked out of the camp. The surrounding guards also quietly followed, but they were all scattered far away. Are you worried about your sister in Ice Stone City? Marquis Garcia was the first to speak. Actually not. Colin was speaking the truth. However, Marquis Garcia clearly did not believe him and comforted him. Don't worry, Count Dawson will take good care of her. The same goes for the army the Angeli family left behind in the city. Thank you, Sir Marquis. You're welcome. After all, I was the one who pulled you out, so I should be responsible. Sir Marquis, actually, I am very grateful that you brought me out. Why? Because I also did not want to be involved in that fatal whirlpool in Ice Stone City. Marquis Garcia glanced at Colin and smiled. You are a smart person. Then, if you were in Ice Stone City right now, which side would you be on? Colin's heart instantly tightened. Marquis Garcia's straightforward question put him in a bit of a difficult position. He did not know whether this was a test or not. As his mind whirled, Colin played a little trick. Sir Marquis, the Angeli family will always be loyal to the House of St. Hilda. It was a very clever answer. It was basically the same as not answering at all. Being loyal to the House of St. Hilda didn't mean that he was loyal to the current Duke of St. Hilda. Marquis Garcia was also a member of the House of St. Hilda. In Colin's opinion, no matter what happened in Ice Stone City in the end, the master of the northern frontier would still only be born from the House of St. Hilda. And the most important person was actually Marquis Garcia. Because the Black Cavalry's terrifying army had the power to make the final decision. No matter if it chose to help the Golden Lion Legion or the allied suzerains, it would leave the other side with no room for resistance. Now, it was up to Marquis Garcia to continue being loyal to his brother or to sit on the throne of the northern frontier. From all the previous signs, Marquis Garcia seemed to be leaning towards the latter. After all, he first accepted the invitation of the suzerains of the northern frontier and entered Ice Stone City. He even sent Count Dawson to attend the suzerains' meeting and sign the petition. This clearly showed that Marquis Garcia supported the suzerains group. However, Colin didn't dare to be certain. Because 2 months ago, when everyone thought that Marquis Garcia was going to fight with his brother, he led the Black Cavalry on a 1,000-mile raid and directly destroyed the Trolls' army of 300,000. Who knew if the two brothers were putting on an act again this time? Crafty. Marquis Garcia laughed lightly, clearly not satisfied with Colin's clever answer. Thus, he changed the way he asked, if you were me, which side would you stand on? Colin felt a headache coming on. He felt that Marquis Garcia was really hard to please tonight. Why did he keep asking these kinds of life-threatening questions? Also, this time, he didn't seem to be able to pull any tricks. After struggling for a long time, Colin could only choose the most honest answer. If I were you, I would choose to be loyal to my oath. Marquis Garcia's footsteps paused and he looked seriously at Colin, as if he wanted to confirm whether the other party was sincere or not. The so-called oath was naturally Marquis Garcia's oath to be loyal to the Duke of St. Hilda. Thus, Colin's answer basically chose to stand on the Duke's side. Oh? Is that so? Marquis Garcia continued to ask, both? I've seen too many betrayals, and I don't believe in oaths anymore. Colin, you have to give me a better reason. Colin was very regretful now. Why did he have to come out for supper for no reason? He must be a fool now. Moreover, he felt that Marquis Garcia was very abnormal tonight. Why did he keep asking him such questions, unless Marquis Garcia himself hadn't made up his mind, which was why he kept interrogating Colin. In fact, if Colin really stood in Marquis Garcia's position, he would definitely choose to betray his brother. He wouldn't put up with the Duke's bullshit, endure the endless suspicion, and face the constant suppression. If he could control the Black Cavalry, then he definitely wouldn't give up the position of Lord of the Northern Frontier to others. But he didn't dare to say this out loud. From the looks of it, Marquis Garcia seemed to be thinking the same thing. But Colin's intuition told him that if he really said this, then he would definitely lose the favor of Marquis Garcia. Colin suddenly realized that perhaps this was the Marquis' ultimate test for him. There is no better reason, Lord Marquis. Colin decided to take a gamble. In his opinion, among all the superiors, no one would want their subordinate to be someone who didn't keep his oath. Betrayal was always the most taboo and the most vigilant thing for the superiors. Therefore, Colin stopped and continued righteously, no matter what kind of burden I have to bear, no matter what kind of fate I have to bear, I will never go back on my oath. This is my basic integrity as a knight, and also the greatest honor of the Angeli family. Marquis Garcia also stopped and looked at Colin with bright eyes. Colin also returned a calm gaze without fear. The moonlight shone coldly in the forest, the wind blew gently, and the leaves rustled. After a long time, Marquis Garcia finally withdrew his scrutinizing gaze and continued to walk forward. Colin blinked his sore eyes and hurriedly followed. Did he pass the test? He was somewhat doubtful. Marquis Garcia didn't say anything and just kept walking forward. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the two gradually went deep into the forest. Just as Colin was thinking about whether to suggest going back to sleep, Marquis Garcia suddenly spoke again. The Black Cavalry will stand on the Duke's side, and those reckless lords will pay the price for their betrayal. As expected, Colin's heart trembled. He made the right bet. It was another trap this time. Those lords who tried to cause trouble were fooled by these two brothers again. That's right. All traitors deserve to die. Colin immediately agreed. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he didn't follow those people to cause trouble, or else he would have died without a burial ground. Then, he started to gloat again. Because Earl Amon was among those lords who caused trouble, and it looked like he was the leader of the organizers, who asked you to send someone to assassinate me, who asked you to covet my family's title. Let's see how you die this time. Just as Colin was secretly pleased, Marquis Garcia spoke again. However, I made this choice not only because of the oath I made back then. Then why? Colin's curiosity was piqued. Marquis Garcia stopped again and looked up at the crescent moon in the sky. He said in a low voice, actually, this was a plan that was made long ago. It has been implemented since 3 years ago. 3 years ago? Colin immediately thought of the major event that happened 3 years ago. Marquis Garcia was transferred back from the front lines, and the Black Cavalry was put into hiding. Could it be? That's right. Marquis Garcia seemed to have guessed what Colin was thinking. When I retired from the front lines, it was actually part of the plan. Colin's mouth was wide open. This secret left him dumbfounded. Furthermore, he had finally pieced everything together. At this moment, he finally figured out the things that he didn't understand before. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Because such a huge plan, or perhaps a conspiracy, was actually at the cost of 200,000 Northern Frontier soldiers, and its target was the Trolls, as well as the feudal lords of the Northern Frontier, Colin could understand dealing with the Trolls. However, dealing with the feudal lords who were loyal to him, Colin couldn't quite understand. Unless, the House of St. Hilda was unwilling to share the Northern Frontier with the feudal lords, that Duke wanted to take back his power. I didn't expect the Duke of St. Hilda to be such a far-sighted person. Colin hesitated for a moment, but still used a compliment. But in fact, he only felt a deep fear towards this Duke whom he had never met before. This plan wasn't made by the Duke. Marquis Garcia denied Colin's guess. Then who was it? Colin asked curiously. He felt that it shouldn't have been made by Marquis Garcia. From their previous interactions, Colin knew that this Marquis wasn't a person who liked to scheme. Marquis Garcia softly said a name that Colin would never have thought of. Earl Oman. What? Colin was once again dumbfounded. The schadenfreude hidden in the bottom of his heart immediately disappeared without a trace. Instead, it was replaced by a deeper fear. Winter 3 years ago. It was a snowy night. Marquis Garcia hurried back to Winter Castle. Along the way to Lion's Roar Castle, the Marquis didn't even change his clothes and went straight to the Duke's study. Knock knock. Come in. Marquis Garcia pushed open the door and entered. There was only the Duke of St. Hilda in the study. It must have been hard on you. Have a seat and have a cup of ale to warm yourself up. Marquis Garcia took the cup of ale handed by his brother and drank it in one gulp. The wind and frost of the journey were completely expelled from his body. Why did you call me back in such a hurry? What's the situation at the front line? It's the same as before. Gombik is scared of me and is hiding in the castle, not daring to come out for field battles. Hee, that old tortoise. Marquis Garcia poured himself another cup of ale and sipped it while waiting for his brother to continue. He was clear that the Duke didn't call him back in such a hurry just to ask him a few questions. Someone suggested to me a plan that can help you lure Gombik out of the turtle shell. Oh? Tell me about it. Marquis Garcia was immediately interested. First, you have to withdraw from the front line. I'm afraid that's not enough. Yes, your black cavalry should also withdraw. Then who will be responsible for the defense of the front line? Charles. Hearing this, Marquis Garcia suddenly frowned. He hesitated for a long time and said in a deliberative tone, Charles. I'm afraid he still lacks experience. If I don't send a brat to the front line, how can I lure Gombik out of his shell? But war isn't a child's play. If you do this, it's very likely that you'll overreach yourself and bring about a crushing defeat to the northern frontier. There's always a price to pay for success. The Duke of St. Hilda's eyes were unusually firm. This time I'm prepared to bury an army. What? Marquis Garcia was inexplicably horrified, almost thinking that his brother had gone crazy. But the Duke of St. Hilda's serious expression didn't seem to be joking at all. Let me ask you, if black cavalry were to encounter Gombik's troll army in the wild without any preparation, how confident are you in winning? If Cambuc is not prepared, and if there are no castles nearby that we can hide in, then I have full confidence. Marquis Garcia's tone revealed a strong confidence. Good. Then let's finish it in one fell swoop. The Duke of St. Hilda slapped the table hard and declared resolutely, I've had enough of those haunting trolls. I'm going to completely cut off their claws that extend into the northern frontier, so, you come down and take Charles's place. Let him lose this round and let Gombik have a good taste of victory. After the trolls have wantonly plundered the northern frontier, they will naturally return to the troll capital with their wealth and glory. At that time, you can lead the black cavalry to chase after them and catch them off guard. Marquis Garcia was still frowning. Even if you're willing to bury an army and let the trolls loot the northern cities, how can you guarantee that the trolls will be unprepared when they retreat? This requires us to put on a show. How? If I transfer you away from the front lines, in the eyes of others, they will definitely think that I'm starting to fear you. So, you can also show some dissatisfaction with me at the right time. In addition, the army that Charles will bury will have a large number of private armies. This will definitely arouse the dissatisfaction of the various families in the northern frontier. When the time comes, someone will instigate it, and it will easily create a situation where you try to gather the dissatisfied lords to fight against me. At this time, the trolls will definitely think that we can't take care of ourselves and won't be on guard. Have you forgotten an important problem? Marquis Garcia suddenly interrupted. What problem? Will I really be dissatisfied with you? Marquis Garcia's eyes flickered. If Charles really loses at the front lines and buries an army in the northern frontier. At that time, won't my black cavalry be even more unstoppable? You know, when Talos Oman suggested this plan to me, I also considered the possibility that you might pull it off. Sandhild suddenly smiled. You know, when Talos Oman suggested this plan to me, I also considered the possibility of you pulling it off. This is Count Oman's plan? Alright, then what do you think? Will I turn the act into reality? The Duke of St. Hilda did not directly answer this question. Instead, he continued, at that time, I was thinking that if Talos did not think that you might turn the act into reality, it would be fine. But if he thought of it, but deliberately left it out, then, either he is extremely confident in our relationship and feels that we won't turn against each other, or he is harboring evil intentions and pretending to deal with the trolls, but in reality, he wants to cause internal strife in the northern frontier. Marquis Garcia was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head to look at the wine cup in his hand, as if pondering Count Oman's true intentions. But the Duke of St. Hilda did not give his brother more time to think, and directly said his thoughts. No matter what Talos Oman's true intentions are, I know that you will not betray me. You are that confident? Marquis Garcia's expression was cold. When I have the power to influence the situation on the northern frontier, how can you be sure that I will not be tempted? Of course you will be tempted. But betrayal only means that the price of loyalty is not enough. So, I will increase the price of your loyalty. Increase what price? After Charles is defeated, he will be stripped of his Marquis title. That's it? Of course not. The Duke of St. Hilda smiled and continued, Vera will inherit the title of Marquis. Marquis Garcia's eyes narrowed. He was finally moved. But immediately, he felt deeply puzzled. In order to eliminate the threat of the trolls, you are willing to pay such a huge price? No. The trolls are not the only threat. The Duke of St. Hilda shook his head with a serious expression. Who else? Do you know where the biggest threat on the northern frontier comes from? Is it not the trolls? The Duke of St. Hilda shook his head again and said in a deep voice, external threats will only make us stronger and more united, but they will not destroy us. Only internal threats can really corrode the foundation of the House of St. Hilda's rule. Marquis Garcia was stunned for a moment before he realized what his brother was talking about. You mean the lords of the northern frontier? Yes. The Duke of St. Hilda gritted his teeth and said, do you know how many territories the House of St. Hilda has under its name? Do you know how many years the family has been unable to make ends meet? Do you know why I have been unwilling to ban the trade with the trolls? Do you think I don't know that this trade is actually helping the enemy? But what can I do? The family needs these profits. It may seem that the entire northern frontier belongs to me, but I am hesitant to even confer a title to a small baron, and you, my good brother, of course, it is a good thing that you have blocked the trolls from the northern frontier. However, this has also completely blocked the replacement of the lords of the northern frontier. If the trolls cannot invade, no one will be deprived of their title because of losing their territory. Therefore, there are more and more nobles in the northern frontier, but the land under the family's name is getting smaller and smaller. You always complain that I am not willing to reward your meritorious subordinates, but why don't you think about it? What can I do? Why don't I give you the title of Duke? You take care of the northern frontier. Marquis Garcia looked at his angry brother and did not know what to say for a moment. In the silence, the Duke of St. Hilda's face flashed an abnormal dark red, which was caught by Marquis Garcia. Brother, your injury, I won't die for the time being. The Duke of St. Hilda gasped for breath, but I won't be able to live for long. Marquis Garcia's expression was gloomy. Brother, help me this one time, I will bear all the costs, all the infamy, as long as you are willing to help me. The House of St. Hilda will definitely rise from the ashes, and this northern frontier, which is about to be renewed, will also be handed over to your biological daughter. Marquis Garcia did not speak. The Duke of St. Hilda still stared at his brother's eyes, as if he would not give up until he agreed. The room fell into a long silence. Only the crackling of the firewood could be heard from the fireplace. After an unknown period of time, Marquis Garcia finally let out a long sigh. All right, I will help you. Back to the present. The air in Ice Stone City was filled with anxiety, unease, and excitement. The ignorant commoners didn't know what was going on, but all the nobles knew that it was time for them to fire their arrows. The Duke of St. Hilda's rejection left the nobles with no way out. Orders were passed down, and the army made the final preparations before the battle. A somber atmosphere enveloped the entire city. Tonight, it would be hard to sleep. Knight Consudo was one of those who couldn't sleep. He could only feel his heart beating so fast that it was frightening. After tossing and turning for a long time, Khan decided not to sleep. After putting on his clothes and leaving the house, Con subconsciously walked towards his uncle's room. "Good evening, Lady Penny." Con hurriedly greeted the female housekeeper of the Oman family. "Good evening, Knight of Con. Are you looking for the Count as well?" "No, no. I'm just looking around." Con hurriedly denied. He knew that Lady Penny was the housekeeper of the Oman family on the surface, but in reality, she was Count Oman's lover. And she wasn't just any lover. It was said that Count Oman had taken a liking to Penny not only because of her beauty, but also because of her wine-red pupils. The pupils of humans in this world were usually blue, black, or green. Wine-red pupils were rarely seen. As for Count Oman himself, his eyes were of the same color. To Count Oman, who didn't know much about genetics, although Penny was of low birth, for her to have pupils of the same color as his, she might be the descendant of some ancient bloodline. Regardless of whether this rumor was true or not, Penny's position in the Oman family was very high. This was a fact. Even the illegitimate child she gave birth to, Vala, was more important than other illegitimate children. Not only did Count Oman allow him to be baptized as a knight, he also spent a great deal of effort to help him marry the daughter of a baron, Colin's sister, Caitlin. That was why Con was so respectful to a housekeeper. Moreover, he realized that Lady Penny was most likely going to the Count's room too, thus, Con tactfully chose not to disturb the Count's mood. After bidding farewell to Con, Penny went to Earl Oman's room and entered. When Count Oman saw Penny enter without even knocking, he didn't reprimand her. "Has everything been arranged?" "Yes," Penny answered casually. Then, he stepped forward to help Count Oman undo the buttons on his shirt. Earl Oman kissed the woman's forehead, and then began to help her undress. The Count's wife had been dead for many years, and he had never remarried. Instead, he acted more like a couple with his lover, Penny. If outsiders saw this scene, they would probably be very confused. How could a count treat a lowly lover like this? Even if Penny used to be a peerless beauty, now that she was over 40 years old, it was impossible for her to still be so attractive to the Count, right? Or were those wine-red pupils really that noble in the eyes of the Count? If that was really the case, then all the commoner girls with wine-red pupils in the northern frontier would probably gather in Fallen Eagle City. However, Count Almond did not seem to feel that there was anything wrong with his treatment of a commoner. Penny also seemed to be taking it for granted. "What are you worried about?" Count Oman saw the worry on Penny's face and suddenly asked. "Nothing." Penny avoided the Count's eyes. Count Oman reached out and pinched Penny's chin, turning her gaze to him. "You have to believe me. This is our best and only choice. But you are helping the House of St. Hilda consolidate its rule." Penny's eyes were filled with reluctance. "There's no choice. Back then, when Marquis Garcia chose to pursue the trolls in the north instead of going south to Winter Castle, our plan had already failed. I don't know what agreement the two brothers reached, but Marquis Garcia actually resisted the temptation of becoming the lord of the northern frontier and was willing to be his brother's sword. Moreover, it's that idiot Gombek's fault, an army of 300,000 was wiped out by 50,000. What a disgrace. In this situation, I have no choice but to follow the Duke of St. Hilda's secret order and cooperate with him to clean up the disobedient lords." Penny did not speak, only silently helping Count Oman unbutton his clothes. Seeing this, Count Oman was unhappy and asked again, "Did someone come looking for you?" Penny's hand paused, then she nodded lightly. Count Oman's eyes flashed, and he said in a low voice, "Don't believe those trolls. Remember, we are only using them, and they are also using us. Don't treat them as your own people. It's not the trolls." Penny shook her head, staring into Count Oman's eyes. "It's a letter from my brother." Count Oman's eyes narrowed. "What did he say?" "He said." Penny's eyes flashed with a hint of scrutiny. "He said, you are betting on both sides, nonsense." Count Oman snorted coldly, placing his hands on Penny's shoulders and pulling her in front of him. "Don't tell me you don't believe me either?" Penny stared at her man for a long time before softly spitting out two words. "I believe you." Count Almond felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders as he hugged Penny tightly. "Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised you." Go to sleep." The next morning. The atmosphere in Ice Stone City had reached its peak. Groups of soldiers passed through the streets and gathered outside the south gate. At this time, even the slowest commoner realized that something was about to happen. They immediately ran home and shut their windows, not daring to go out again. At the same time, 5 kilometers south of Ice Stone City, the silhouettes of an army appeared. The Golden Lion flag shone brightly under the sunlight. That was the House of St. Hilda's direct army, Golden Lion Army, and to the west of Ice Stone City was a black ocean. There was also an army there, the Black Cavalry. Dense killing intent filled the fields, causing the temperature in the air to drop. Count Dawson stood in front of the Black Cavalry formation, looking at the Golden Lion Army and the feudal Lord Alliance Army in the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. At 9 o'clock in the morning, after the last round of negotiations had failed, an ear-piercing bugle sounded. The vanguard of the Golden Lion Army and the feudal Lord Alliance Army gradually approached each other. Then, battle cries echoed through the fields. Count Dawson looked at the two sides fighting in the distance with a calm expression. He was waiting. When the main forces of both sides were completely entangled, they would not be able to easily break away. Finally, when it was almost noon, the battle between the Golden Lion Army and the feudal Lord Alliance Army had reached its climax. Overall, the feudal Lord Alliance Army had the upper hand. After all, they had the advantage in numbers. And at this time, Count Dawson, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, finally gave the order to attack. The wildly galloping warhorses caused the earth to shake. The thunderous sound of horse hooves struck everyone's hearts, causing them to involuntarily turn to look at the cavalry that had suddenly entered the battlefield. Those who had never faced the charge of the Black Cavalry would never be able to imagine what kind of scene it was. In the past, the Black Cavalry's targets had always been the trolls, but this time, there were finally humans blocking their path. When the soldiers of the feudal Lord Alliance Army saw this scene, they immediately shouted in excitement. Because the Black Cavalry was charging towards the Golden Lion Army's formation, however, before they could be happy for long. They saw the Black Cavalry's path suddenly turn, and then, like a flood breaking through a dam, they charged towards the right wing of the feudal Lord Alliance Army. Boom! The situation was instantly reversed. Outside Ice Stone City, the thick smell of blood had yet to dissipate. Countless vultures were having their own carnival here. It had been 3 days since that tragic battle, but the atmosphere in Ice Stone City was still extremely stifling. In the plaza in the center of the city, corpses were gathered together and prepared to be burned. They were once important figures in the northern frontier, noble and elegant nobles, lords who ruled over a region. But now, they were being dragged around like dead dogs and thrown into the fire. This is the fate of the traitors. In the plaza, an officer was loudly reading out the crimes of these lords and nobles. The surrounding citizens watched all of this with fear and excitement. They couldn't understand why these nobles would betray the Duke of St. Hilda, whom they were loyal to. But, when they saw the high and mighty nobles being beaten to the ground, their hearts were filled with an indescribable joy. Colin stood in the middle of them and looked at the strange and familiar faces in the plaza. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The two brothers of the House of St. Hilda were truly ruthless. Nearly 100 feudal lords were slaughtered like chickens. Colin, let's go. The knighting ceremony is about to begin, you can't be late. Caitlin urged from the side. She wasn't used to the smell of blood here and kept covering her nose. All right. Let's go. Some people were sad, while others were happy. It was as if this world was always maintaining a balance. When the old lords died, new lords would naturally be born. Perhaps to dilute the somber atmosphere and calm the people, the Duke of St. Hilda decided to hold the knighting ceremony in Ice Stone City today. Logically speaking, the knighting ceremony in the northern frontier should be held in the Lion's Roar Castle in Winter City. But at this time, no one dared to oppose the Duke of St. Hilda, who was in the middle of a killing spree. The knighting ceremony was held in the main hall of Ice Stone City's Radiance Church. Colin had come here once before to buy holy water. But now, for this conferring ceremony, this place had obviously been redecorated. The colorful glass had been polished until it was exceptionally bright. Under the sunlight, it reflected a gorgeous luster. All kinds of murals were hung on the walls of the hall. In the center, the statue of the God of Light stood majestically, as if watching every noble present. When Colin came in, the place was already filled with nobles who had come to watch the ceremony. Although there were quite a lot of people and it looked quite lively, Colin knew that most of these nobles were the generals of the Black Cavalry. They were all vassals of Marquis Garcia. There were only a few vassals who were truly loyal to the Duke of St. Hilda, because most of them had become corpses in the square. Apart from Colin, the only ones who could attend were the nobles led by Earl Oman, who had defected at the last minute. However, Colin knew that Earl Oman did not betray at all. This guy was a spy that the Duke of St. Hilda had placed in the allied suzerains. His goal was to incite the suzerains' dissatisfaction and lead them to fight against the House of St. Hilda. In the end, he was buried by the two brothers of the House of St. Hilda. Since 3 years ago, these few true bigshots of the northern frontier had already begun to plot, eliminating all external and internal threats along the way in the northern frontier. Today, it was finally over. Colin sighed in his heart. It seemed that the biggest suspect who had plotted against him was still at large. He did not know when he would be able to completely eliminate this threat. Accompanied by the melodious sound of a bell, the Duke of St. Hilda walked into the hall. All the nobles immediately stood up and bowed to welcome the Duke's arrival. It was Colin's first time meeting the master of the northern frontier. He looked to be about 50 years old, and was very fat. His hair was slightly white. Although he tried his best to straighten his back when he walked into the hall, Colin could see that he was not as strong as he wanted to be. Logically speaking, this was not the state that a knight in his prime should be in. However, Colin knew that although the Duke of St. Hilda had once been the champion of the northern frontier, and was even hailed as the 6th-level knight who had the highest chance of entering the Saint realm among the current generation of St. Hilda's knights, however, 5 years ago, after a duel with the previous giant demon emperor, the Duke was severely injured. From then on, not only did he lose all hope of entering the Saint realm, he was unable to recover from the setback. His hair started to turn white, his back started to bend, and his body became fatter by the day. The powerful knight of the past had become a fat middle-aged uncle. Honorable lords, brave knights. The Duke of St. Hilda stood on the stage and said in a loud and clear voice. Recently, the northern frontier has not been peaceful. The giant demons have invaded, and the lords have rebelled. However, under the protection of the God of Light, and with everyone's full support and valiant fighting, we have achieved the final victory. Victory! Victory! Timely cheers came from below the stage, and all the nobles applauded and celebrated. The Duke of St. Hilda pressed his hands together and continued, in order to commend those who have contributed greatly to this victory, I will confer titles to them one by one. Naturally, there was another round of cheers from below the stage. It had been a long time since a new noble had appeared in the northern frontier, and this time, it seemed that a large number of new nobles would be born. After all, so many old nobles had already vacated their positions and lands. Whether it was to appease the people or to better govern the northern frontier, the Duke of St. Hilda had to reward them generously. The first person to receive a reward was indeed the second most important person in the Black Cavalry, Earl Dawson. This trusted subordinate of Marquis Garcia was conferred the title of Marquis by the Duke. He was also the second Marquis by the northern frontier. From now on, Marquis Dawson would also leave the vassals of Marquis Garcia and pledge allegiance to the Duke of St. Hilda. This also indicated that after the Duke of St. Hilda had eliminated the two major threats in the northern frontier, he had finally begun to deal with the third threat, the Black Cavalry. And his method was not out of Colin's expectations, to divide and recruit. After that, as expected, a large number of corps generals of the Black Cavalry were conferred titles by the Duke. These new nobles born from the Black Cavalry, would they continue to listen to Marquis Garcia's orders in the future? Or would they change sides and pledge allegiance to a new master? Finally, Colin's name was announced. His sister, Caitlin, clapped excitedly, as if she was the one receiving the title. Amidst the cheers, Colin strode to the center of the hall and knelt on one knee in front of the Duke of St. Hilda. The Duke raised his long sword in front of him and said with a solemn expression, Colin Angeli, you have used your courage, wisdom, and faith to prove your loyalty and value to the God of Light and me. Here, in the name of the Duke of St. Hilda, on behalf of the God of Light and His Majesty, I confer upon you the title of Viscount Angeli. I hope that you will use your loyalty and your life to protect this honor. After saying this, the Duke's sword pointed at Colin's head and shoulders. I, Colin Angeli, swear on the souls of my ancestors that I will be loyal to the God of Light and the Duke of St. Hilda. Your will is my direction, your. As Colin recited the oath, he was pleasantly surprised. Viscounts? It was actually a viscount. How difficult was it to be promoted from a baron to a viscount's? The Angeli family's baron title was obtained by Colin's great-great-grandfather after he fought on the battlefield for half of his life. Since then, even though 3 generations of the Angeli family's barons had fought on the battlefield, and 2 of them had even died on the front lines, they were still unable to promote the family to a viscounts. Of course, this was because there were too many feudal lords in the northern frontier, and their metabolism was too slow. However, it also showed how difficult it was to be promoted. This time, Colin did not expect that not only would he inherit his father's baron title, but he would also be promoted to a viscount's. While he was pleasantly surprised, Colin also realized that his promotion was actually the result of a combination of factors. Firstly, most of the old feudal lords in the northern frontier had been wiped out by the 2 brothers of the House of St. Hilda, and a large amount of land had been recovered by the House of St. Hilda. This naturally made it easier for him to be promoted to a viscount. Secondly, Colin had also participated in the battle against the trolls, and he had gained a lot of credit. Although Colin's role in the battle was very small, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he was just a bystander, the Duke of St. Hilda obviously did not want to give all the credit to the generals of the Black Cavalry. Therefore, Colin was the only noble who was loyal to the Duke of St. Hilda, other than Marquis Garcia, and of course, the Duke would take special care of him. Thirdly, he did not know if Marquis Garcia and Vera had played any role in this matter. If the 2 of them had mentioned Colin in front of the Duke, then it would not be difficult for him to be promoted to a viscount's. In short, this time, Colin was awesome. The Angeli family had taken a big step forward under his leadership, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he had brought honor to their ancestors. Among the crowd, Caitlin was so emotional that tears were streaming down her face. She clenched her fists in front of her chest. She was probably comforting her dead father and asking him to rest in peace. After Colin finished his oath, an attendant walked up with a brand new set of viscount's formal attire. It was a dark red velvet coat and black trousers. The coat was embroidered with the Angeli family emblem on the chest. Below the emblem were 2 silver stripes, which were the symbol of the title of viscounts. Colin took it with both hands. Then, the attendant handed over the viscount's rings and ribbons, as well as a piece of parchment with the seal of the Duke of St. Hilda. On the parchment, it was written that the new territory was conferred to the Angeli family. Colin held the pile of items and bowed to the Duke of St. Hilda again before leaving. Caitlin ran excitedly to Colin's side. She could barely contain her joy. But she knew that she had to pay attention to the situation. She only whispered in Colin's ear. "Colin. That's great. Father will be proud of you when he knows. The Angeli family has worked hard for so many years, and we've finally become a viscount's family. Quick, quick, let me see where the new territory is." Colin looked at his excited sister, but his heart did not waver. After all, he did not have a strong sense of belonging to the Angeli family. Moreover, he wanted to know if his sister was really happy for him, or if she was just pretending. Just as Colin stared at Caitlin carefully, he suddenly noticed that the joy on her face froze. It was replaced by shock and confusion. "What's wrong?" Colin blinked and asked softly. Caitlin unfolded the parchment in front of Colin and asked in disbelief, "Look at the family's new fief. How could it be here?" Colin looked at the parchment in confusion, and then he was stunned. How could it be here? Did she write it wrong? Just as Colin and his sister looked at each other, the conferring ceremony continued. This time, Khan Sudwa's name was called. This eldest son of the Sudwa family, who had some grudges with Colin, walked excitedly to the center of the hall and knelt down on one knee. In the past 2 months, the situation at the northern frontier had changed drastically. To be honest, Khan had been at a loss and fearful. Fortunately, he remembered his father's last words and followed in the footsteps of his uncle, Earl Aldman. That was how he managed to survive this crisis. He had even made a great contribution. In Khan's opinion, if that annoying Colin could be conferred the title of viscounts, then wouldn't the Sudwa family's title be promoted? However, just as Khan was waiting expectantly for the conferring ceremony, the Duke stabbed his longsword into the marble floor and questioned Khan. Knight of Khan, tell me, what is loyalty? What? Khan raised his head and looked at the Duke of St. Hilda blankly. The crowd suddenly quieted down. Khan's sister, Cynthia Sudwa, who Colin called crazy woman, was also shocked by the Duke's question. She clenched her fists and instinctively realized that something was wrong. Colin held the parchment in his hand and looked at the stunned Khan. He seemed to have suddenly realized something and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Loyalty, of course it's, what is it? The Duke of St. Hilda's expression was cold, and his sharp gaze seemed to have pierced through the pitiful knight kneeling in front of him. Under such a gaze, Khan only felt that his mind was blank, and he was not even sure what he was saying. The Duke of St. Hilda's tone was extremely cold. You asked Charles to give up the title of Marquis in front of everyone. Is it out of loyalty? It's over. The Sudwa family is over. This was the thought of all the nobles present. Obviously, the Duke of St. Hilda was digging up old scores. When Khan was pushed out by Earl Oman to stand out, many people guessed that he would pay the price for it. Now, the price had really come. Khan thought that by switching sides with Earl Oman, he would be able to write off his previous offense. But obviously, the Duke of St. Hilda did not intend to let the Sudwa family off so easily. The face and glory of the House of St. Hilda was not something that a small noble could casually trample on. Of course, the real reason why Charles voluntarily gave up his title was because of the pressure from Marquis Garcia. But Marquis Garcia had enough confidence to prevent the Duke's anger from pouring down on him. As for Khan Sudwa, he did not have this ability, so he could only become the Duke's target. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Looking at the cowardly Khan, the Duke of St. Hilda laughed coldly and suddenly said loudly, Viscount Colin, tell me, what is loyalty? Everyone's eyes suddenly turned to Colin. Colin was stunned for a moment, but he quickly strode forward. He seemed to have some premonition about this. Duke, I believe that loyalty is to give everything you have unconditionally, without asking for reasons, without distinguishing between right and wrong, without considering gains and losses. Without asking for reasons, without distinguishing between right and wrong, without considering gains and losses. The Duke of St. Hilda carefully digested Colin's answer, a hint of admiration and deep meaning flashing in his eyes. Then, he threw the long sword in his hand directly to Colin and ordered, Good. Then I order you to kill Khan Sudwa immediately. Yes. Before the nobles present could react, and even Khan himself was still kneeling on the ground in a daze, Colin had already caught the long sword thrown by the Duke. Then, he swung it without hesitation. Swoosh! A silver light flashed. Blood splattered everywhere. Thump! Thump! A round head rolled onto the ground. The spurting blood dyed the marble floor with a layer of gorgeous color. The entire place was silent. No one would have thought that a proper knighthood bestowment ceremony would turn out like this. The Duke of St. Hilda's order was very abrupt. And, Colin's execution was even more abrupt. In reality, Colin had already expected the Duke of St. Hilda's order. Because, the Angeli family's new fief had the name Ice Stone City, since the Sudwa family's fief had already been bestowed to the Angeli family, Colin naturally wouldn't be surprised that the Duke would settle the score with Khan at this time. But in the eyes of outsiders, the Duke and Colin seemed to have discussed this beforehand. It was a sudden attack on Khan. Even when Khan's head rolled onto the ground, the confusion in his eyes didn't even have time to turn into fear. No! A shrill cry broke the silence in the arena. Cynthia Sudwa charged forward like a madwoman, as if she wanted to avenge her brother. After Colin swung his sword, he immediately knelt on one knee towards the Duke of St. Hilda. At the same time, he raised the long sword high above his head with both hands. Colin completely ignored Cynthia, who was charging at him from behind. As expected, before Cynthia could reach Colin, she was stopped by a group of guards. Why? Why? Your Grace, why? Colin. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. After the crazy woman was carried out of the hall by the guards, the Duke of St. Hilda smiled at Colin and said, Very good, Knight Colin. I like your interpretation of loyalty. This sword's name is Blade of Judgment. 5 years ago, I used it to cut off the head of the last troll emperor. Now, I'm giving it to you. I hope you treat it well and live up to its name and the glory it represents. Colin's heart shook. He put away the longsword in his hand and said loudly, "Thank you, your grace, for your reward. I hereby swear that where your will points, is where I swing my sword." The Duke of St. Hilda nodded in satisfaction and indicated that Colin could leave. Then, the knighthood bestowment ceremony continued. However, everyone's gaze was intentionally or unintentionally glancing in Colin's direction. If Colin was promoted to viscounts, at most, he would receive some envious gazes. Now, when he was given the blade of judgment by the Duke, everyone looked at him with unconcealable jealousy. Who would have thought that Duke St. Hilda would place such importance on a newly promoted viscount? Only Marquis Garcia, who had been silent all this while, furrowed his brows slightly when he saw the long sword in Colin's hand. When the last batch of new barons received their titles, the knighthood bestowment ceremony finally came to an end. However, the Duke of St. Hilda did not seem to have any intention of ending the ceremony immediately. Everyone present was not surprised. They were all holding their breaths as they waited for something. Charles. Finally, the Duke of St. Hilda read out his eldest son's name. Charles, who had been hiding in the back, trembled slightly when he heard this. Then, he walked to the center of the hall as if he was going to the execution ground and knelt down on one knee in front of his father. "I heard that you want to atone for the 200,000 soldiers who died in battle." The Duke of St. Hilda's voice was emotionless. Charles lowered his head and sobbed, "Yes, father. I have let down your expectations, and I have let down the people of the northern frontier and the 200,000 soldiers, therefore, I am willing to give up my title as a marquis to atone for my mistakes." The Duke of St. Hilda did not speak. He only looked at his eldest son with a cold gaze. Charles did not raise his head, but he seemed to have understood his father's intentions. He slowly took off his marquis ring and removed his belt. Finally, he took off his ceremonial robes, folded them, and placed them in front of him. "Father, please forgive me for my sins." Charles prostrated himself on the ground, waiting for his father's judgment. After a long silence, the Duke of St. Hilda finally spoke. "Charles, from today onwards, the glory of the House of St. Hilda has nothing to do with you. You will head to the northern frontier as an ordinary soldier and fight on the front lines against the trolls for the rest of your life. Until the day the troll city is captured." "Yes, father," Charles cowed out in a daze and stumbled as he retreated. The former first in line to the throne of the northern frontier left dejectedly. The nobles observing the ceremony continued to remain silent. They did not dare to do anything to attract the Duke's attention. Although the Duke's expression was calm, those who were familiar with him knew that the Duke must be full of anger at this time. No one would feel good if they were forced to abolish their chosen successor, not to mention the Duke of the Northern region, who was a man of his word. Obviously, this matter was a great provocation to his authority. However, he could only grit his teeth and swallow it. The atmosphere in the hall gradually became heavy. The ceremony was not over yet. The Lord of the Northern Frontier could not be without an heir. Since Charles had been deprived of his title, naturally, someone had to inherit the title of Marquis. And this person, who could it be? Colin quietly raised his head and glanced in the direction of Marquis Garcia. When they were hunting outside the city, Marquis Garcia had already told Colin about his deal with the Duke of St. Hilda. Therefore, he was very clear that the person who would inherit the title of Marquis should be Vera, although according to the law, Vera should be ranked after the other two sons of the Duke. If the Duke insisted on making Vera the first in line of succession, no one would dare to object. Oh no, the only one who dared and was qualified to object was Marquis Garcia. However, Marquis Garcia obviously would not object. As for the imperial aristocratic Senate, perhaps they could have a strong binding force on ordinary nobles, but they did not dare to interfere with the succession of the House of St. Hilda. Even if Vera's succession was not legal, as long as the Duke of St. Hilda gave a reasonable reason, they would definitely accept it. This reason was very easy to find. For example, the second son was too weak and the third son was too young. In short, when the Duke of St. Hilda and Marquis Garcia reached an agreement, there was nothing in the northern frontier that they could not decide. However, just as Colin was looking forward to hearing Vera's name, another name came out of the Duke's mouth. Adams. Colin suddenly raised his head and looked at the figure in the middle of the hall in shock. What is going on? Shouldn't it be Vera? When the Duke's second son, Adams St. Hilda, heard his father's call, he suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and strode forward, kneeling down on one knee in front of the Duke. "In the name of the Duke of St. Hilda, I hereby confer upon you the title of Marquis. I hope that you will not disappoint." Colin was not interested in listening to the rest of the words. He quickly looked in the direction of Marquis Garcia. Then, he saw Marquis Garcia's cold eyes. Betrayal. This was the betrayal of Luo Luo. Marquis Garcia had faced many temptations, but in the end, he kept his loyalty to his brother. However, he did not expect that he would be betrayed by his brother. The nobles who did not know anything were still celebrating for Marquis Adams. Even the ignorant Vera was happy for her brother. However, only Colin quietly lowered his head. The chaos in the northern frontier was far from over. After the conferring ceremony, everyone left the church one after another. Most of the nobles were overjoyed. After all, this conferring ceremony was the largest in the northern frontier in recent years. The Duke of St. Hilda's generosity had calmed the nobles in the northern frontier. They all believed that the northern frontier would be even better in the future. Colin ignored his sister, who was chattering non-stop, and purposely stayed behind to chat with Marquis Garcia to test the thoughts of this big shot. Although Marquis Garcia did not flare up on the spot, Colin knew that the Duke of St. Hilda had completely angered Marquis Garcia because he did not keep his promise to make Adams his first successor. If the two brothers were putting on an act before, then the rift between them was real now, and it could no longer be easily mended. To be honest, Colin did not understand why Duke of St. Hilda would break his promise. It was not because Colin thought that Duke of St. Hilda should abide by the virtues of a knight. He was not that naive. Duke of St. Hilda was an old politician who had ruled the northern frontier for decades. Expecting him not to lie was like expecting a man not to cheat. What Colin did not understand was why Duke of St. Hilda would choose to fall out with his brother in such a way at this time. Duke of St. Hilda was too impatient and lacked political wisdom. If Colin was in Duke of St. Hilda's position, even if he did not want to pass the title to Vera, he would not kick Marquis of St. Hilda's position so quickly. At the very least, he would give the title to Vera first and recognize her as the first successor. He would then stabilize Marquis Garcia's position. Then, whether it was slowly weakening the Black Flag Army or building up another military force that could compete with them, it would be easier for him. After all, Vera would inherit the title of Marquis of St. Hilda's position and would not immediately become one of the Dukes of the North. She could still be stripped of her title in the future. Why be so impatient now? Of course, Colin didn't think that Marquis Garcia would dare to rebel at this time. After all, most of the feudal lords in the northern frontier had been eliminated, and the remaining ones had been pacified by the Duke. And the Black Flag Army's previous act of betrayal had already caused Marquis Garcia to bear the infamy of betrayer. Now, even if he stood out to deal with his brother, no lord would respond to his call. As for the Black Cavalry, he had already been roped in by the Duke with the tacit approval of Marquis Garcia. For example, Marquis Dawson, a vassal who was once loyal to Marquis Garcia, would he still admit that he was a member of the Black Cavalry after swearing allegiance to the Duke? Would they still choose to follow Marquis Garcia's orders without hesitation like before? What's more, the matter of the Duke of St. Hilda going back on his word was actually only known to a very small number of people. After all, the deal between the Duke of St. Hilda and Marquis Garcia was originally a secret. If Colin hadn't been regarded by Marquis Garcia as his future son-in-law, and thus learned of the details of this deal, he probably wouldn't have realized that the Duke of St. Hilda had betrayed his brother. If Marquis Garcia chose to rebel now, wouldn't the people of the northern frontier view it as a betrayal of his brother? Would Marquis Garcia be willing to bear this kind of infamy? "Sir Marquis." Colin moved to Marquis Garcia's side, and greeted him in a low voice. Marquis Garcia shot a glance at Colin, but didn't say anything. His footsteps didn't stop, and he continued to walk outside. Colin knew that this big shot was in a bad mood, so he didn't dare to say anything more, and followed him out of the church. When they were outside, Marquis Garcia immediately mounted his horse, and then looked at Colin, who had followed him out, and said in an indifferent tone, "Tell me, is your loyalty really regardless of reason, regardless of right or wrong?" Colin's heart trembled, and he cursed inwardly. Previously, when faced with the sudden attack of the Duke of St. Hilda, Colin had deliberately interpreted loyalty as unconditional obedience in order to curry favor with the Duke. He didn't expect that Marquis Garcia would misunderstand this. But there was no other way. At that time, how could Colin have predicted that these two brothers would fall out again? At that time, he thought that the Duke of St. Hilda, who had cleared the internal and external threats of the northern frontier, had undoubtedly become the real master of the northern frontier. If Colin wanted to continue to mingle in the northern frontier, develop the Angeli family, and even marry Vera, he must obtain the approval of the Duke of St. Hilda. Therefore, Colin took the initiative to flatter him. Moreover, when he saw his new fief, he had already realized the Duke's plan, and he also had a grudge against the Suduo family, so he was mentally prepared to become a knife in the Duke's hand. But who would have thought that the Duke would actually break his promise to Marquis Garcia at this time? This undoubtedly caused the northern frontier, which had just calmed down, to once again have a turbulent hidden worry. Therefore, Colin was once again faced with the choice of side. And this time, he really didn't know which side to choose. Although in his heart, he was more in favor of Marquis Garcia. This was not only because the Marquis had taught him almost everything in the Battle of the Icefield, but also because the Marquis had given him the retired black cavalry soldiers to help the Angeli family form a cavalry. He was really training Colin as his son-in-law. Moreover, from a moral point of view, this matter was indeed the Duke of St. Hilda's fault to his younger brother. He had broken his promise, however, at this moment, facing Marquis Garcia's questioning, Colin didn't know what to say for a while. Should he directly admit that what he had just said was nonsense? In this way, wouldn't his character setting collapse immediately? Who would dare to trust a person who could abandon his oath so casually? Just when Colin was stunned, Marquis Garcia had already left on his horse. Before he left behind one last sentence: go and understand the origins of the blade of judgment in your hands, and then reconsider what true loyalty is. Looking at Marquis Garcia's departing figure, Colin stood there blankly for a while, not knowing what to do. Until his sister, Caitlin, walked over with a puzzled expression and brought Colin back to the inn. In the next few days, Ice Stone City was peaceful. Marquis Garcia didn't do anything drastic, as if he had completely forgotten his brother's betrayal. However, on the night of the bestowment ceremony, Marquis Garcia left Ice Stone City. It was as if he didn't want to stay in this city for another second. Marquis Garcia's departure didn't attract too much attention. After all, this Marquis was used to being alone. Moreover, the true master of the northern frontier was still in the city. However, the Duke of St. Hilda didn't stay in Ice Stone City for too long. On the third day after the bestowment ceremony, he set out to return to Winter City. As the new master of Ice Stone City, of course Colin had to go see him off. It was a sunny morning, and a large group of northern frontier nobles gathered outside Ice Stone City's south gate. The one at the front was naturally the Duke of St. Hilda. Beside him was the newly promoted Viscount Angley. "Colin, are you satisfied with the new territory I bestowed upon you?" "Your Grace, of course I am extremely satisfied." Colin's words weren't completely flattery. Because the Angeli family's current territory was indeed very large. Originally, the Suduo family's territory was Ice Stone City and the surrounding area of about 30 kilometers. However, this territory wasn't directly connected to the Angeli family's original territory. There were also two barons' territories in between. However, these two barons had been beheaded in the previous rebellion, so the Duke simply bestowed these two territories to Colin as well. Thus, including the original Greycastle town, Colin's current territory was the size of the original Viscount's territory and three barons' territories combined. This definitely exceeded the size of a normal Viscount's territory. If it wasn't for the fact that there was too much land in the northern frontier and too few lords, the Duke of St. Hilda wouldn't have been so generous. "Haha, so, are you satisfied?" the Duke of St. Hilda asked with a smile. Colin blinked and also smiled. Of course not. No lord would be satisfied with the size of their territory. The Duke of St. Hilda laughed loudly, as if he was very satisfied with Colin's answer. After laughing for a while, the Duke said, "Did you know? My grandfather once said something similar." He raised his whip and pointed to the east. "There is no point in going to the ice field in the north. It is too cold and barren. However, if you want to expand your territory, you can try to go to the east." After saying that, he didn't wait for Colin's response and immediately whipped his horse and left. Colin froze in place, wondering what the Duke's last words meant. At this moment, a gorgeous carriage passed by Colin. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing a beautiful face. Colin. Miss Vera. My coming-of-age ceremony is in a month's time. Will you come? Of course, it would be my pleasure. Vera smiled sweetly and put down the curtain. The convoy slowly moved forward and gradually disappeared into the horizon. Colin stood outside the city gate for a long time, but he didn't watch the Duke's convoy leave. Instead, he looked to the east, where the Duke of St. Hilda had just pointed. That was the eastern border of the empire. There was also a small country sandwiched between the northern frontier and the eastern border. The half-elf kingdom. Following the departure of the Duke of St. Hilda, the rest of the lords of the northern frontier also left one after another. Ice Stone City also became deserted. Of course, this kind of desertion was only relative. Compared to the Angeli family's former fief, Grey Castle town, Ice Stone City was clearly much more lively. The lives of the citizens of the city seemed to have returned to their original trajectory. Although the lord of the city had changed, it didn't seem to affect them much. Compared to who was the lord of Ice Stone City, these citizens were more concerned about whether they had enough food to eat and whether they had enough clothes to wear. However, for some people, this was an earth-shattering change. These people were, of course, the former lords of this city, the Suduo family. After being stripped of their title and fief, the Suduo family could only choose to leave quietly. Colin didn't plan on killing the people of the Suduo family. After all, the unspoken rule of this world was to be lenient towards the losers. Of course, these losers had to be nobles. No one cared about the lives of the commoners. These failed nobles would become wandering knights, using their strength and loyalty in exchange for the lord's shelter. They looked forward to the day when they could use their military exploits to regain their fief and title, restoring their family's glory. This was the world's leniency towards nobles who had lost their power. Because in the eyes of the people of this world, failure was only temporary, but bloodlines were passed down from generation to generation. Only noble bloodlines could give birth to great heroes. And these heroes who could turn the tide were the foundation of the human race in this world. Today, a family was exterminated and the legacy of a noble bloodline was severed. Perhaps, because of this, a hero who could save the human race in the future was killed. Of course, this was not allowed. Therefore, even if it was the Duke of St. Hilda, after executing the rebellious lords, he could only strip them of their titles and fief, but he wouldn't exterminate their family members. Colin obviously didn't dare to break this unspoken rule, unless he didn't want to continue living in the Radiant Empire. However, although he wouldn't exterminate the Suduo family, there was one person among them that Colin didn't plan on letting go so easily. This person was, of course, the crazy woman who had caused trouble for him time and time again, Cynthia Suduo. Still can't find them? Yes, Lord Viscounts. Obviously, Cynthia seemed to have expected that Colin would not let her off. Once the ceremony was over, she ran away without a trace. Colin frowned. He also felt that it was a little tricky. If a Tier 3 knight wanted to escape, it would be hard for him to catch him. What about that Suduo family servant called Sar? I'm sorry, my lord. I didn't find it either. Colin snorted, feeling somewhat helpless. However, he didn't blame Knight Raymond too much. After all, the Angeli family had only recently taken over Ice Stone City and could be considered a standard external force. In addition, Raymond didn't bring many soldiers with him from Grey Castle, so sealing off the entire city was simply unrealistic. Forget it, let's not look for it for now. Send someone to Fallen Eagle City to investigate, perhaps Cynthia and Sar will appear there. Don't act recklessly after you find them. Just send someone to keep an eye on them. Yes, Lord. Colin felt that the most likely lord for the Suduo family to rely on was Count Oman. After all, they were related by marriage. As for how to get them from Count Oman, Colin couldn't think of a way at the moment. Speaking of Count Oman, Colin still hadn't forgotten about the suspect who tried to kill him back then. Even now, he still hadn't figured out who it was. However, the biggest suspect right now was still Count Oman. As for his sister Caitlin. After interacting with her for a few days, Colin felt that she was less suspicious. After all, no one could act so realistically. Moreover, there was still no news of Caitlin's husband, Knight Vala. In Colin's opinion, that guy might have really died in some unknown corner of the battlefield. However, Caitlin obviously wasn't willing to accept this fact. She continued to inquire about Vala from every caravan that came back from the icefield. She even personally made a few trips to the icefield to look for her husband. This was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Colin couldn't persuade her, so he could only let her do as she wished. He was also very busy right now. There were a lot of things in the new territory that he had to deal with. At this time, the person Colin looked forward to the most was the old butler of the Angeli family, Eamon. If he was in Ice Stone City, he would definitely be able to help Colin take care of these things in an orderly manner. Where are Eamon and the others now? When will they reach Ice Stone City? Colin asked this question almost every day. Soon. Probably tomorrow, at the latest the day after tomorrow. Knight Raymond was also somewhat helpless. With this world's communication methods, he couldn't grasp Eamon's exact location in real time. Got it. Go do your work. Colin sighed and didn't make things difficult for Raymond. Yes. After Raymond left, Colin once again buried his head in the pile of documents on the table. After an unknown amount of time, the candles on the table had almost burned out. Colin rubbed his sore eyes and ordered loudly, "Change the candles for me." However, the servant outside the door didn't respond. Colin waited for a moment and called out again, but still didn't receive a response. He frowned, thinking that the guy outside was dozing off again, so he got up and walked towards the door. Click. The moment he pulled open the door, Colin suddenly realized that something was wrong. But just as he was about to quickly retreat, a longsword suddenly pierced through the door, stabbing towards his heart. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Colin immediately leaned back and fell to the ground, dodging the sword. The dazzling holy light surged like a tide, and the wooden door exploded with a bang, sending wood shavings everywhere. Colin hurriedly rolled and quickly got up from the ground. Without looking back, he rushed towards the blade of judgment hanging on the wall. However, the assassin was even faster. Before Colin could touch his weapon, a sharp pain came from his back. Thump. The injured Colin fell to the ground. However, there wasn't much panic on his face. He struggled to turn his head, leaning against the wall to look at the intruder. It was indeed that crazy woman, Xianxia. Cough cough, did you come to kill me yourself? Or did someone order you to come? Colin asked seriously. Huh, do I need someone to order me to kill you? Xianxia slowly approached Colin, gritting her teeth. Colin was a little disappointed, as if hoping that she was ordered by someone. But he didn't expect that this woman was really a lunatic who didn't care about the consequences. If you kill me, you won't live either. Xianxia laughed coldly, not caring about Colin's threat. Gee. The longsword pierced through Colin's chest. Cough cough. Colin's face was twisted in pain, but he still didn't give up and asked, "Is there really no one who ordered you to kill me? Not even Earl Oman?" Xianxia obviously didn't expect Colin to be concerned about this before he died. She shook her head and laughed coldly, "No. Crazy woman." Colin laughed coldly and scolded. Faced with Colin's scolding, Xianxia actually laughed excitedly. Xianxia, who was immersed in the thrill of revenge, didn't notice that Colin's eyes were gradually becoming fierce and bloodthirsty. He completely ignored the long sword that pierced through his chest and rushed forward, grabbing Xianxia's neck. Then, he bit her. Could teeth bite a person to death? If it was a lion, tiger, or other beasts, perhaps it could. But if it was a human, then the threat would be greatly reduced. Especially if it was a human with a sword in his chest. Xianxia thought so too. So when she saw the struggling Colin biting her neck, she did not panic at all. She even felt disdain. As Colin's actions were rushed and sudden, it was completely out of Xianxia's expectations, so when she wanted to dodge, it was already too late. Since she could not dodge, then she would not dodge. Xianxia allowed Colin to bite her neck, while she frantically twisted the sword in Colin's chest, trying to crush his heart. However, no matter how she twisted the sword, Colin did not show any signs of exhaustion. Instead, he bit even harder. At this moment, Xianxia finally started to panic. And she realized that Colin was actually sucking her blood, this lunatic. But before Xianxia could try to break free from this crazy man, a tremor from the depths of her soul instantly made her lose consciousness. And Colin was still lying on Cynthia, who was gradually falling to the ground, sucking continuously. Ah, such a sweet taste, he could not extricate himself. Actually, when Cynthia lost consciousness, Colin already knew that the danger was over. But he did not want to get up from her body. A primitive instinct from the depths of his blood made him unable to stop. Suck, suck, suck her dry. Previously, when Colin drank blood, although he enjoyed it quite a bit, but he did not have this kind of addictive feeling. But at that time, Colin drank the blood of the dead. Unlike now, he was completely gnawing on her raw. Could it be that this was the correct way to be a vampire in this world? The last bit of rationality in his mind told Colin that he must stop sucking immediately. Otherwise, Cynthia would really be sucked dry. Of course, he was not worried that this crazy woman would die. In fact, based on what this crazy woman did to him, Colin could totally kill her without any psychological barriers. However, he definitely wouldn't use such a method, although Colin had guessed that he would become a creature similar to a vampire from the beginning of his transmigration. He did not wish to become an inhumane demon, a wild beast that was crazy for blood. Stop, stop, Colin tried to leave Cynthia's neck with the last shred of rationality in his mind. However, he was horrified to discover that he couldn't break free at all. This wasn't just because of the feeling of addiction that he didn't want to break free. Objectively speaking, there was an inexplicable force that tightly bound him and Cynthia together, making it impossible for them to separate. What's going on? Colin began to panic. Large amounts of blood flowed into his mouth, causing his stomach to swell. On the other hand, Cynthia, who was on the ground, had turned extremely pale, and her body was visibly shriveling. Gulp. Gulp. In the dark and quiet room, there was only this eerie sound. Just when Colin thought that he was going to suck Cynthia dry, he suddenly realized that he could no longer suck any blood. Just when he finally heaved a sigh of relief and was about to get up, he suddenly realized that he was still unable to break free from Cynthia's body. What's going on? Just when Colin was bewildered, a strong suction force suddenly came from the wound on Cynthia's neck. This woman actually started to suck Colin's blood. This time, Colin was scared out of his wits. He frantically struggled, trying to break free from Cynthia. However, it was all in vain. It was as if a mysterious ritual was in progress, and there was no way to interrupt it. Colin was extremely regretful at this moment. Why did he have to bite this crazy woman for no reason? Now, he wouldn't be sucked dry by her, right? Also, what the hell was this world's vampire setting? Why was sucking blood so dangerous? Just as Colin was infuriated, Cynthia's shriveled body slowly became plump again. As for Colin's face, it was obvious to the naked eye that he was turning pale. At this moment, Cynthia was a veritable juicer concubine. What was worse was that what she was sucking was not the blood in Colin's stomach that originally belonged to her, but Colin's own blood. Colin had already given up on struggling. He realized that the two of them were in the middle of some kind of ritual, and this ritual, even he could not interrupt it. Not knowing how long had passed, just when Colin thought that he was about to become a dry corpse, the suction force in Cynthia's body finally disappeared. Colin quivered and quickly pulled out his teeth. Then he quickly moved away from Cynthia, afraid that he would be sucked again. Phew, phew, Colin gasped for air. A feeling of relief after surviving a disaster spontaneously arose. After this near-death experience, he immediately swore he would never eat raw again, although when he first sucked Cynthia's blood, the addictive pleasure made him intoxicated. But later on, the feeling of being sucked back was like going through purgatory. Colin checked his body with lingering fear. Other than the harmless long sword in his chest, the only threat was that he had lost too much blood. In that inexplicable ritual just now, Cynthia had actually sucked away close to half of the blood in his body. The large amount of blood loss made Colin's already pale face even paler. At a glance, he did not look like a human at all. But what made Colin slightly relieved was that there was a lot of Cynthia's blood in his stomach. The amount seemed to be about the same as what Cynthia had sucked away. Could it be that this was actually a blood exchange ritual? If he had a choice, Colin would definitely not want to exchange blood with this crazy woman, Xianxia. If he knew that such an uncontrollable thing would happen, Colin would definitely pretend to be dead first, and then when the other party was not paying attention, he would counterattack. As long as Cynthia was dead, sucking her blood again should not cause such a situation. But it was too late to regret now. Colin had never thought that such an accident would happen to Ra Na. Since it had already happened, Colin did not have any more meaningless regrets. He started to check his body to see if sucking the blood of a high-ranked knight had allowed him to successfully advance. But he was quickly disappointed. This high-ranked female knight's blood did not give Colin any signs of advancing. No, not only did he not advance, after Colin carefully checked again, he was shocked to find that he had actually regressed. He, who was originally a knight of the second rank, had actually regressed to the first rank. Colin was so angry that he almost vomited blood again. What kind of ritual was this? But, when Colin calmed down again, he found that there was an inexplicable mysterious connection between himself and Xianxia, who was still lying on the ground. It was as if he could control that crazy woman. So, he tried to wake up Xianxia, who he did not know if she was dead or alive. "Get up. Get up." Then, the originally silent Xianxia suddenly opened her eyes. She quickly climbed up from the ground and knelt on one knee in front of Colin. There was no longer any hatred on her face, and in its place was complete obedience. She opened her red lips and said to Colin in an incomparably respectful tone, "Master. Sir Viscounts. Are you all right?" Knight Raymond's anxious voice came from outside the door. But before he could rush into the room, he heard Colin's voice, "Guard outside, don't come in." Raymond stopped in his tracks. But when he saw the corpses of the guards and the broken door, he worriedly asked again, "Sir Viscounts, are you really all right? Did an assassin break into your room?" "I'm fine. The assassin has been subdued by me. Guard outside the door, don't let anyone come near." "Yes." Raymond heaved a sigh of relief and concentrated on guarding outside. After sending Raymond away, Colin turned his attention back to Xianxia. Everything that happened just now was too strange. His mind was still in a mess. "What did you just call me?" "Master." "Who am I?" "You are my master." "No, I asked for my name." "Colin Angelo." "Your name?" "Xianxia Pseudo." "Why are you here?" "I tried to assassinate you, master." Hearing this, Colin confirmed that this Xianxia still had her memories. "But, why did it suddenly become like this? Why did you try to assassinate me?" "Because you are my brother's murderer." "Then do you still want to kill me now?" "No." "Why?" "Because master's safety is more important than anything else." Colin blinked, as if he realized something. Legend says that vampires can create descendants that are infinitely loyal. Could it be that he just created a blood descendant by accident? "Stand up. Kneel. Crawl." Colin issued a series of orders, and he was surprised to find that Xianxia followed all of them meticulously. Even the last extremely humiliating order, she did not hesitate at all. Looking at Xianxia crawling on the floor like a bitch, Colin's heart was filled with joy. "Who asked you to always go against me? Who asked you to kill me? This is your end. Bark like a dog. Woof woof woof." "Haha." Colin was overjoyed. However, in the process of laughing, he pulled on his wound, and a sharp pain caused him to be unable to laugh. Only then did he realize that he had not pulled out the sword from his chest. "Come here and help me pull out the sword," Colin ordered Xianxia. "Chi." Pulling out the sword, Colin let out another miserable howl. "Lord Viscounts. Are you all right?" Raymond, who was guarding the door, was alarmed by the scream and hurriedly asked. "I'm fine, don't come in." "Yes." Although Raymond was puzzled, he still stood guard outside the door out of loyalty and trust for Colin. Colin leaned against the wall for a while. Looking at Xianxia, he suddenly ordered, "Come, stab me with your sword." This time Xianxia didn't move. "Why aren't you stabbing?" "I can't hurt master." This answer made Colin understand that his safety took precedence over his orders. "Then stab yourself." "Chi." Xianxia didn't hesitate to stab herself in the chest. Then she let out a groan. "Pull it out." Xianxia pulled out the sword again. Colin carefully looked at her and found that other than the small amount of blood at the beginning, there was no major bleeding. It seemed that she also had the ability to control her own blood. Moreover, this kind of injury that would be fatal to a normal person didn't seem to affect Xianxia too much. In addition, her muffled groans and pained expression showed that she could feel pain. These characteristics were almost exactly the same as Colin's. Colin's interest was suddenly piqued. Previously, in order to understand the settings of this world's vampires, he thought of a few extreme experiments. However, he didn't dare to do it on his own body. He was afraid that he would accidentally kill himself if he wasn't careful. Now, he felt that he had found a perfect experimental subject: beheading, bleeding, stuffing garlic. Leather whip dripping wax. Colin was thinking about which experiment to start with, but suddenly hesitated. After all, this was his first blood descendant. It would be a waste to play with her to death so quickly. Moreover, death might even be a form of release for this woman. So, Colin decided to play with her a bit more. When he's done, he'll send this crazy woman down to meet her brother. At this time, he suddenly realized another problem and asked, "Will you tell anyone about what happened tonight?" "I won't." "Why?" "The secret of the blood descendant's inheritance cannot be leaked." Colin was completely relieved. But, he was surprised to find that Xianxia actually knew the term blood descendant. "How much do you know about the blood descendant?" "The blood descendant is a race created by Master." "What else?" Xianxia shook her head. Obviously she didn't know any more information. Colin was a bit disappointed. After thinking for a while, he asked, "What level are you now?" "3rd level." It didn't change. Colin was a bit confused. Why was he the only one who dropped a level? "Give me your blood," Colin ordered again. Xianxia didn't hesitate to use her sword to cut her wrist, and dripped the blood into a cup on the table. When the cup was almost full, Colin ordered again, "Okay, give it to me." Xianxia then controlled the bleeding on her wrist, and passed the cup to Colin. Gulp, gulp, Colin drank it all in one gulp. After waiting for a while, there was no reaction. "Give me another cup." Xianxia let the blood continue to flow into the cup, and gave it to Colin after it was full. After another cup, Colin found that there was still no reaction. Colin didn't give up, and let Xianxia fill another cup. After 3 cups, there was still no sign of advancement. Colin looked at the pale Xianxia, and swallowed the words "one more cup" that was about to come out of his mouth. If she drank any more, she would probably die. But, what was going on? Wasn't the blood of a high-level knight supposed to help him advance? Why didn't it work? Could it be that the blood of a blood kin had no effect on him? Colin thought for a moment, and then shouted towards the door, "Raymond, come in." "Yes, Sir Viscounts." Raymond quickly walked into the room, and first checked on Colin, and after seeing that he was fine, he stared at Xianxia with vigilance. The smell of blood in the room, and the bloody sword in Cynthia's hand, made this loyal knight's heart tighten. "Raymond, the castle's defense still needs to be strengthened. How could you let someone sneak in?" In fact, this matter couldn't be blamed on Raymond. After all, this castle originally belonged to the Suduo family, and Xianxia knew this place like the back of her hand. Raymond, on the other hand, had just moved in here, and wasn't familiar with the environment. To prevent a third-step knight like Xianxia from sneaking in was really too difficult. "Yes. Sir Viscounts, you are right. This is my fault. Please punish me." Raymond didn't explain, and only knelt on one knee in front of Colin, willing to accept the punishment. "Yes, you should be punished." Colin actually nodded, and then ordered Xianxia, "Knock him out." Bang! Raymond didn't have time to react, and the scabbard in Cynthia's hand had already smashed into the back of his head. Colin looked at the fallen Raymond and hesitated for a moment. Then he ordered Xianxia, "Let's go. Bite him." If someone were to barge into Colin's room, they would see a scene that would make their blood boil. A man and a woman were entangled on the ground. The woman's teeth were biting the man's neck, greedily sucking on it. Colin, on the other hand, was sitting on the side with his legs crossed, admiring this strange and bloody scene with great interest. At the same time, he also guessed that the accident that happened when he was eating Xianxia was probably some kind of inheritance ceremony of the blood breeds. Perhaps it should be called the embrace. And after Xianxia was embraced by him, she became his blood descendant. As a blood kin, she could not harm Colin. She also had to listen to Colin's orders unconditionally. She also could not reveal the secrets of the blood breeds to outsiders. These 3 iron rules that were engraved in Cynthia's mind made Colin feel completely at ease with her. The only thing that made Colin disappointed was that after becoming his blood kin, Cynthia's blood could no longer help him advance. Moreover, creating a blood kin seemed to require a drop in rank. This made Colin a little depressed. But at the same time, he also understood that this godly skill that could turn an enemy into a loyal servant, if there were no necessary costs and restrictions, then it would be too invincible. If that was the case, Colin would only need to bite anyone he saw, and it wouldn't be long before the whole world would become the blood-breed's paradise. However, he still had to continue experimenting with what kind of setting the embrace was. Now, he was testing whether the blood kin could create another blood kin through the embrace. At this time, Xianxia and Raymond's embrace ceremony was nearing its end. "What rank are you now?" Seeing Xianxia let go of the wound, Colin quickly asked. "Second rank." This was a drop in rank. Colin nodded, then looked at Raymond. "Raymond?" Knight Raymond opened his eyes. After a short moment of confusion, he immediately woke up. "Master." Hearing Raymond call him master and not Lord Viscounts, Colin knew that the embrace was a success. He pointed at Xianxia and asked, "Then who is she?" "She is also my master." Colin frowned and continued to ask, "If my orders conflict with hers, who will you listen to?" "I'll listen to you," Raymond said to Colin. "Why?" "Because you are her master." Colin stroked his chin. He suddenly felt that this blood tribe inheritance was quite interesting. It was as though a blood race genealogy had been imprinted into their minds, allowing them to distinguish who was the true ruler. "What's your level now?" Colin asked again. "Second rank." This was Raymond's original rank. Colin could basically confirm now that the vampire who performed the embrace would pay the price of losing one level of strength, while the vampire who received the embrace would maintain the same strength. "Give me your blood." Colin passed over a cup and ordered Raymond. "Yes." Without any hesitation, Raymond cut his arm open, and fresh blood flowed into the cup. "All right, that's enough." Seeing that the blood was about to spill out of the cup and Raymond showed no signs of stopping, Colin hurriedly called for him to stop. He didn't want his own vampire to die from excessive blood loss. Drinking Raymond's blood in one gulp, Colin carefully felt the changes in his body. However, the surprise didn't happen. Other than replenishing stamina, Knight Raymond's blood couldn't help Colin level up. Colin completely gave up. It seemed that this shortcut wouldn't work. After understanding the price and limitations of the embrace, Colin knew that creating a vampire without limit wouldn't work. Taking out the parchment he kept, Colin prepared to record these new discoveries. But just as he was about to write, Colin realized a problem. The two vampires he developed were both knights. Then, could other professions be developed into vampires? What about non-professionals? Thinking of this, Colin immediately had Raymond make a trip to Icestone City's prison. Soon, Raymond came back with 2 death row prisoners. One was a rank 1 warrior, and the other was a normal person who didn't have any profession. When the 2 death row prisoners saw Colin, they thought that they were about to be executed and immediately begged for mercy. Colin felt that they were too noisy, so he had Xianxia knock them out one by one. Then, his gaze hesitated between Xianxia and Raymond, and finally chose Raymond. "Raymond, go bite him." Colin pointed at the rank 1 warrior. Raymond didn't mind the stench of this guy who had just been fished out of prison and directly bit him. After a long time, Raymond had almost sucked the death row warrior dry, but the expected backlash still hadn't come. Colin rubbed his chin, feeling that the warrior profession probably couldn't become a vampire. Before, when he used the embrace on Xianxia, and when Xianxia used the embrace on Raymond, there was a backlash when they were halfway through sucking the blood. And now this, Colin didn't call for a stop, wondering if a miracle would happen. However, the miracle didn't happen. The death row soldier was directly sucked dry by Raymond, turning into a dried corpse. The embrace failed. Although he didn't have much hope, Colin still wanted to give it a try and let Raymond use the embrace on the non-professional death row prisoner. If even a warrior couldn't do it, then this guy who wasn't even a warrior probably couldn't become a vampire. Another round of sucking. Poor Raymond, because he had sucked too much blood, vomited a few times along the way, but still, he didn't succeed in using the embrace on the non-professional death row prisoner. Colin also couldn't find other professions for the time being, such as mages, warriors, rangers, etc., to do this experiment, so he could only give up. Currently, it seemed that only knights could receive the embrace and become a vampire. Colin wrote down this strange setting on the parchment, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why did it have to be a knight? Moreover, the blood of a high-level knight and the holy water of the church could help him advance. This was a very strange point. Could it be that the blood breeds of this world had some kind of relationship with the Church of Glory? Colin shook his head and temporarily put this thought aside. The current him didn't have the right to investigate the mystery behind this. When he was strong enough to drink pure holy water like it was water, maybe he could test the relationship between the God of Glory and the blood breeds. However, the most important thing now was to develop his own territory and build an army loyal to him. Originally, Colin wanted to use the embrace to obtain an army of absolute loyalty, but after discovering the harsh conditions of the embrace, he gave up. Vampires were destined to be precious and rare. Therefore, they had to be used in the most appropriate place. Thinking of this, Colin immediately ordered Xianxia, immediately head to Fallen Eagle City and pledge your loyalty to Earl Oman. Yes. The previous 3 chapters have been modified, and the setting of the clan tribe has also been changed. Please read the old version, which is the version before 202157. Go back and read it again. Sorry. Lord Charles, are you all right? The maid saw Knight Charles, who was walking unsteadily and almost fell, and hurriedly went forward to help him. I'm not drunk. Generally speaking, 70 to 80% of those who said this were really drunk. The maid was already used to Knight Charles's drunken state. She knew that Knight Charles would go to the tavern to drink almost every day and would not return until he was completely drunk. This retired officer of the Black Cavalry, after switching allegiance to Colin under the orders of Marquis Garcia, it was as if he had become a different person. The iron-blooded knight who had once galloped on the battlefield and killed trolls until they cried like ghosts and howled like wolves had completely disappeared. Only an alcoholic who could not hold a sword steadily and had nothing to do every day could only rely on alcohol to numb himself. The maid struggled to help the dizzy Knight Charles onto the bed and asked softly, "Sir, do you need some water?" Knight Charles did not respond. After the maid heard the other party's thunderous snoring, she shook her head helplessly. She could only carefully take off the other party's coat and shoes, cover him with a blanket, and then get up and leave. The door was gently closed. But after a while, it was opened again. Colin walked in. "Charles? Knight Charles?" Colin called out twice and even pushed Charles's arm. But there was no response. "Hey, Charles! I order you to get up immediately." Colin raised his voice and even pinched the other party's nose mischievously. Huff, huff, Charles's breathing was obstructed. After struggling for a while, he opened his mouth and gasped for breath. But he still did not wake up. Colin rolled his eyes. Colin originally had high hopes for this retired officer of the Black Cavalry. In his opinion, Knight Charles and the dozen or so retired soldiers of the Black Cavalry with him were excellent candidates for instructors. They were the cavalry seeds he had always dreamed of. However, it was a pity that not everyone could accept the cruel reality and stand up again after suffering a heavy blow. This was especially true for soldiers like Knight Charles, who valued glory as much as his life. His retirement from the Black Cavalry was a huge blow to him. It almost completely destroyed this tough guy. Originally, Colin was almost ready to give up on this guy. But now, he had a better idea. Colin slowly revealed his 2 sharp canine teeth and was about to bite down. But he still stopped. If he guessed correctly, the complete embrace ritual should be able to create conscious spawns. Then, how would he explain this to Knight Charles? Colin rubbed his chin. He felt that he couldn't forcefully convert her while she was asleep without her consent. In that case, he might not be able to get a loyal subordinate. Thus, Colin sat down on the chair in the room again, thinking about what to say later. When Knight Charles woke up again, it was already close to noon. "Shui, someone come. Give me water." The moment Charles woke up, he yelled for the maids. Soon, a cup of water was handed in front of Charles. Charles took it and put it in his mouth. But from the corner of his eye, he saw the person standing in front of his bed. Not a maid. Pfft. Charles spat out all the water he had just drunk. Then he hurriedly got out of bed and bowed. "Sir Viscounts, why are you here?" Colin sat back on the chair and waved at Charles with a smile. "Don't be nervous, I'm just here to see you." Charles was embarrassed. "You can send someone to summon me, you don't have to come here personally." "I sent someone, but they didn't seem to be able to wake you up, so I came here myself." Charles was even more embarrassed and apologized repeatedly. "I'm sorry, Sir Viscounts, I drank a little too much last night." "Only last night?" Colin smiled. "Please rest assured, I will control my drinking in the future. This won't happen again." Hearing Charles's promise, Colin was not relieved. If Marquis Garcia stood in front of Charles and asked him to make such a promise, perhaps Charles would really carry it out meticulously. But if it was Colin himself, he felt that he did not have such prestige. So, Colin followed the plan he had thought of last night and asked, "Knight Charles, I can understand your pain, and I've found a way to help you return to the battlefield." "Really?" Charles suddenly raised his head, his eyes finally shining. But at the same time, a trace of disbelief flashed through his heart. In order to heal his injuries, Marquis Garcia had also approached the Church of Glory. But the answer he received was that only a priest above the level of a cardinal could perform the healing technique of limb regrowth. A cardinal? There were only 3 cardinals in the entire Church of Glory. How could such an important person be willing to waste his divine power to heal a small knight like him? So, Charles was in despair. But now, Colin had given him a glimmer of hope. "I can't guarantee success. Also, this method has a certain price." Colin's cautious attitude not only did not disappoint Charles, it made him trust Colin even more. "As long as I can hold my sword tightly again, I'm willing to pay any price." "Are you sure? This treatment method may make you lose your mind and turn you into a muddle-headed beast." Charles laughed bitterly. "Lord Viscounts, I'm now a muddle-headed beast. Leaving the battlefield, I'd rather die." "Have you thought it through?" Charles knelt on one knee in front of Colin and nodded solemnly. "I've thought it through. As long as you can help me recover my fingers, I swear in the name of my ancestors to the God of Glory that I'll be at your disposal for the rest of my life." Although Charles had already sworn loyalty to Colin, he had done it under the orders of Marquis Garcia. But this time, he was willing to do it. Colin felt Charles's determination and handed him a mug. "There's a knockout drug in this water. The treatment ritual later requires you to be unconscious because the process will be painful." After hearing about the knockout drug, Charles still took the mug and drank it in one gulp. He did not even listen to Colin's explanation. Colin raised his eyebrows. He was moved by Charles's determination and trust. After a while, Charles fell asleep under the influence of the knockout drug. Colin walked over, revealed his sharp canine teeth, and bit Charles's neck. Sure enough, just like when he first embraced Cynthia, after Colin sucked for a while, he noticed a suction force coming from Charles's wound. This time, Colin did not run away. He suppressed the panic in his heart and allowed his blood to flow into Charles's body through his canine teeth. Slowly, wisps of blood-red smoke floated out of the 2 of them. The smoke was like a living creature, drawing regular curves on the ground. It was like a magic circle. There were more and more curves, more and more complicated, more and more mysterious. In a trance, low murmurs that sounded like sleep talk echoed in Colin's ears. The voice grew louder and louder, as if it was announcing something. "The condensation of blood is my spirit. Lord of blood, immortal and indestructible. With my blood, I bestow thee my inheritance. Knock knock knock. Come in." Raymond walked into the room and bowed. "Sir Viscounts, Steward Aemon and the Knight of Rigo have successfully arrived at Icestone City." "Yes, I understand." Colin had just completed the embrace on Knight Charles and his face was a bit pale. "Let them settle down and meet me in the study." "Yes." After Raymond left, Colin looked at the still unconscious Charles and tried to order, "Get up, Charles, get up." However, Charles didn't respond. Colin frowned. He wasn't sure if the embrace ceremony was considered a success. Furthermore, he was shocked to discover that his cultivation level had actually decreased. Colin was originally a rank 2 knight, but after this embrace ceremony, he actually dropped to rank 1. He just didn't know if this drop in rank was temporary or permanent. However, he was still somewhat mentally prepared for this. A complete embrace ceremony probably wouldn't come without a price. Colin was already very surprised that he could create blood thralls without paying a price. If it wasn't for the fact that blood thralls couldn't continue to create the next generation of blood thralls, he would have been very surprised. If the blood thralls couldn't produce new blood thralls, Colin estimated that he could even create a vampire version of Resident Evil in this other world. Originally, he wanted to wait for Knight Charles to wake up before doing further experiments, but considering that Steward Eamon and the Knight of Rigo were still waiting for him, he didn't delay any longer and got up to leave Charles's room. When Knight Charles wakes up, have him meet me in the study. Colin ordered the maid guarding the door. Yes. Arriving at the study, Colin had just taken a sip of water when he saw Raymond walk in. Behind him was the Angeli family's old steward, Eamon, and the family's knight, Rigo Morben. Master. Sir Viscounts. Haha, you're finally here. Come, sit. You've had a hard journey, what would you like to drink? Coffee will be fine. The Knight of Rigo rubbed his big bald head and hesitated for a moment before following behind Eamon and saying, same for me. Colin glanced at Leg with a smile. He had noticed Leg's hesitation just now, so he ordered the attendant at the door. Go prepare 2 cups of coffee and a glass of ale. Yes. Then, Colin turned to look at Leg. If you want to drink, just say it. We haven't seen each other in a while. Why are you being so courteous with me? Hee, thank you, Lord Viscounts. Leg grinned, his ugly face smiling like a chrysanthemum. Leg was Raymond's elder brother. These 2 brothers of the Morben family became wandering knights when their family declined. They later pledged their loyalty to Baron Angeli and had a good relationship with Colin. Especially Leg, this tall and strong man was very talented in martial arts. When Baron Angeli was not at home, he was the one who acted as Colin's martial arts teacher. Therefore, when Colin saw this old acquaintance, although he was no longer the youth from before, he still instinctively felt a sense of familiarity. The 3 people in the study, Eamon, Leg, and Raymond, could be said to be the core of the Angeli family. As for the members of the side branches of the Angeli family, they were not outstanding people. Colin would only provide them with good food and drink and give them some simple things to do, but he would not rely on them too much. Perhaps when Knight Charles woke up, he could also join this core circle. The attendant quickly brought in coffee and ale. Colin exchanged a few pleasantries with everyone, then got to the main topic. Eamon, I need you to immediately take over the daily affairs of the territory. Also, find a few candidates for clerks and tax officers. Make a list and give it to me. I will finalize and assign them to each town. Yes. Although the family territory has expanded a lot this time, the family's financial situation will probably go through a difficult period. Also, Ice Stone City has just been ransacked by the trolls and needs to rest. I don't want to raise taxes at this time. Therefore, other than the daily necessities, do not do anything extravagant. Everything will be simple. Yes, Master. You are truly a wise and benevolent lord. Butler Eamon said in a gratified tone. However, the old butler thought for a moment and still asked, however, Master, do you want to renovate the castle you are currently living in? After all, the things here were left behind by the Suduo family. No need, I don't care about these things. Colin waved his hand. Eamon then suggested, do you want to change the color of the castle's outer walls? This way, it won't cost much, but it will also give off a new atmosphere. Colin thought for a moment and felt that this idea was not bad. Changing the skin of the castle would not cost much, but it would let the citizens know that there was a new master here. All right. Then let's change it to red. Is this dye easy to get? Colin felt that as a member of the blood breed, red was his lucky color. Red. The old butler thought for a moment and nodded, it's convenient. The coastal areas of the empire's southern border produce a dye made from coral. It can be used to dye the castle's outer walls red. The price is not expensive either. Very good, then let's do that. Yes, Master. The old butler nodded and then asked, do we need to change the castle's name? Name? Colin rubbed his chin. He suddenly realized that he had never paid attention to the name of the Suduo family's castle. However, this was no longer important. Let's call it Red Castle. The genius at naming Colin immediately made a decision. The corner of Eamon's mouth twitched. He was speechless at this name. The old butler was already resentful that the Angeli family's original Grey Castle was called Grey Castle. He did not expect that there would be another Red Castle now, thinking about the names of other castles, Frostmoon Castle, White Dew Castle, Fontaine Castle, only this could reflect the self-restraint that an elegant noble should have. Don't you need to think about it again? Eamon carefully suggested. Is the name Red Castle not nice? Colin blinked and looked at the Mobin brothers. The knight Raymond immediately nodded. This knight had always been obedient to Colin. The knight of Rigo also nodded frantically. I think this name is very good. Eamon glanced at him and found that this silly fellow's expression did not seem to be fake. It seemed that he really liked this name. For the family's style, I must first make the Viscount stay as far away from these two ignorant and incompetent fellows as possible, the old butler secretly thought to himself. Okay, then it's settled. Colin immediately decided on the castle's name. He really could not think of a better name. Eamon secretly sighed. He suddenly realized that there was still a long way to go to improve the Angeli family's style. Oh, that's right. Why don't we change the family crest too? Colin suddenly suggested. Colin did not like the roaring white bear emblem of the Angeli family very much. In his heart, he had some ideas about the new emblem. Butler Eamon reminded him, Master, changing the family emblem requires the approval of the Empire Senate. Okay, then let's go through the process. Colin casually replied. But, to go through the process of the Senate, cough cough, Master, you know, Colin was stunned. Only then did he realize what Eamon meant. They actually wanted to bribe him. Going through the memories of his predecessor, Colin indeed found that the Empire Senate was really like that. Without money, there was basically nothing that could be done, especially for a small family like the Angeli family. If they did not bleed once, the elders of the Senate would not even look at them. Then forget it, let's talk about it later. Colin would not give money now. He had a lot of money now. An army, the most important thing now was to raise money to build an army. Rigo, how many people are left in the family's army? Including the soldiers Raymond brought to Icestone City, there are about 600 people in the family's army. 600. Colin rubbed his head, feeling a bit depressed. Actually, this was all his dead father's fault, who had buried most of the family's army on the front lines. Now, the Angeli family only had this little bit left. We need to expand the army. Colin clenched his teeth. He was very clear that in this dangerous alternate world, only the army was his foundation. If he could have an army as terrifying as the Black Cavalry, then whoever the master of the northern frontier would be would have to ask for Colin's opinion. Therefore, Colin left the daily affairs of the Lord to Eamon, while he focused most of his energy on the construction of the army. Yes, Lord Viscounts. How many soldiers do you need? Colin took a sip from his mug. The coffee inside was already cold, and the bitter taste cleared his mind. First, replenish the regular army with 1,000 men, then form a reserve force of 1,000 men. I'll give you a month's time, is that enough? Yes. The two brothers thumped their chests loudly. Colin nodded, believing that the two brothers should be able to complete this task well. However, the soldiers Colin and Raymond recruited and trained were all infantry, while the cavalry that Colin truly desired would have to be found elsewhere. Raymond, go see if Knight Charles is awake. If he is, tell him to come see me immediately. Yes. Raymond left, and Colin sat behind the desk again. He waved at Eamon and began to hand over the mountainous pile of official documents. There were a lot of things to do in the territory. Fortunately, Eamon came, otherwise Colin would have to deal with them for a while. The Knight of Rigo sat on the side in a daze. However, he was originally someone who couldn't sit still. After drinking all the ale, he began to scratch his head and look around. Colin didn't have time to pay attention to him at this time. Not long after, Legg took the initiative to speak. Lord Viscounts, I have a small request, speak. Colin did not even raise his head. Legg touched his bald head with an embarrassed expression on his face. I heard that your new fief includes a place called Ice Lake Town, right? Yes. The previous lord there was Baron Billy, but this idiot participated in the Lord's rebellion and was executed by the Duke. The Duke has also bestowed the territory to me. Yes, it's there. Leg rubbed his hands and said hesitantly, do you know that it used to be the fief of the Mobben family? Hearing this, Colin put down the document in his hand and raised his head to look at Leg, his eyes carrying a trace of scrutiny. Why do I remember that the fief of the Mobben family was Cotton Town? Yes, you didn't remember wrongly. Cotton Flower Town was indeed our family's fief. However, before becoming the Lord of Cotton Flower Town, our family's fief was actually an Ice Lake Town. That was a long time ago, even Baron Angeli doesn't know about it. The real place where the Mobben family rose was actually Ice Lake Town. The scrutinizing look in Colin's eyes disappeared, and he said with a smile, I see, it seems that your family has really experienced many ups and downs. Just now, Colin almost thought that Leg was lying. If Leg did not explain it clearly later, Colin was afraid that he would really re-evaluate the loyalty of this seemingly honest knight. Yes. Leg could not help but touch his big bald head again. Colin could not help but wonder if this guy's hair was being rubbed by him like this. Colin now understood Leg's meaning. This guy probably wanted him to keep Ice Lake Town for the Mobben family, and reward them after they made a contribution. However, Colin suddenly wanted to tease this silly big guy. Do you want to go back and have a look? Leg was stunned, then quickly nodded, yes. I do want to go back and have a look. After all, it's been so many years, I don't know how it's developing now. Of course you can go, I'll give you a few days off. But when you go, you have to greet the Lord there and pay attention to etiquette. Lord? Leg was dumbfounded. Have you already conferred Ice Lake Town to someone else? Colin held his chin and looked at Leg's dumbfounded look, feeling quite amused. Yes, I've already decided on a good candidate, but it hasn't been officially conferred yet. Leg was so anxious that his face turned red. Then who did you confer Ice Lake Town to? Colin leaned against the back of the chair with a smile, and felt that he had played enough with this silly big guy, so he told the truth, Raymond Mobben. Raymond? Leg realized that Colin was teasing him, and he immediately felt relieved. He stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and said solemnly, thank you for your kindness to the Mobben family, my brother, and I will always remember it in our hearts. What? You don't blame me for giving the title to your brother and not you? Of course not. I already know of the contributions my brother has made along the way with you. He deserves to be rewarded. That's good. When you two help me train the first batch of troops, I will confer Raymond the title of Baron of Ice Lake Town, and let you go back with him to take a look. Thank you, sir. In fact, Colin had already planned to confer Raymond the title of Baron. After all, Raymond had been on the run with him, and had indeed worked hard and contributed a lot. Moreover, he was loyal and devoted. If he were to confer the title of Baron now, it would definitely be Raymond. However, Raymond's fief was something Colin had decided on the spot after hearing Leg's story and learning that Ice Lake Town was the old fief of the Mobben family. Knock. Come in. The door opened again, and Raymond led Charles in. Sir Viscounts. Knight Charles bowed respectfully to Colin, as if there was no difference from before. However, Colin still felt that there seemed to be some kind of indistinct connection between the two, as if it was a kind of bloodline resonance. Moreover, although Knight Charles's rank was higher than Colin's, Colin felt that he could completely suppress the other party. This was not a suppression of strength, but a suppression of bloodline. Colin felt that Knight Charles, a clan member created through the embrace ceremony, could not be called a blood thrall. It would be more appropriate to call him a blood descendant. Leg, Raymond, you two are dismissed. The recruitment and training of the troops will begin immediately. Yes, Sir Viscounts. The two brothers bowed and left. Aemon, you should leave as well. You take care of the daily affairs of the territory, and discuss with me if there's anything you can't decide on. Yes, sir. After Aemon left, the study suddenly quieted down. Colin looked at Knight Charles, hesitating on how to greet his first blood descendant. However, Knight Charles had already knelt on one knee, his left hand clasped in front of his chest, and said with a sincere expression, Sir God's chosen one, thank you for the grace you have bestowed upon me. Colin was confused. What did you just call me? God's chosen one. Colin blinked and seemed to understand something. Then, he quickly sat up straight and pretended to be shocked. You actually saw through my identity. After taking a deep breath, Colin asked in a serious tone, You're right. Knight Charles, how did you recognize me as a God's chosen one? Charles raised his right hand and showed the section of his thumb to Colin. Sir, I can already feel the Lord's divine power repairing my body. To be able to cast such a divine spell and not be a priest, you must be a God's chosen one. Moreover, although I was unconscious during the healing ceremony, I still felt a trace of divine aura. That must be the aura of the God of Light. Even now, I can feel an irresistible power from you. You must be an apostle of an angel, you must be a God's chosen one. There were indeed God's chosen ones in this world. At least, that was what the Church of Light promoted. The most famous God's chosen one was, of course, the founding emperor of the Empire of Light, Garner San Lorenzo. The Church of Light recognized this legendary paladin as the angel of strength under the God of Light, Michael's apostle. And now, Colin suddenly realized that this God's chosen one setting was very suitable to fool his own blood descendants. Blood descendants created through a complete embrace ceremony obviously had their own consciousness. Although bloodline suppression could force the blood descendants to obey him, this method of control had hidden dangers. After all, loyalty under the threat of violence could not stand the test. Therefore, Colin had to use a clever method to control the other party. Then, what could be more suitable than religion to brainwash people? Knight Charles, you guessed right. I am indeed a God's chosen one. Sir, which archangel's apostle are you? After receiving Colin's confirmation, Knight Charles trembled with excitement. Colin leaned forward slightly and said seriously, Blood Angel, Dracula. Blood Angel? Knight Charles was puzzled. Please forgive my ignorance, but I don't think I've heard of this archangel's name. You must have heard it before. Of course you haven't. Colin did not panic at all. With a mysterious look, he said, This blood angel is a secret servant of the God of Light hidden in the darkness. He's responsible for carrying out secret missions. Of course, we can't let his name spread to the world. I understand. Now that you know who I am, to ensure the success of this secret mission, you must promise that you will never tell anyone about my real identity and what happened today, not even His Holiness the Pope. Yes, my lord. I will never divulge any information about you. Colin looked at the fanatical Knight Charles and nodded with satisfaction. The deception was a success. In order to heal your severed finger, I instilled the Blood Angel's divine power into your body. Therefore, in the following period of time, your body may undergo some changes. But don't panic and don't make it public. Just record these changes and tell me. Understood? Yes, my lord, I understand. Knight Charles nodded without the slightest doubt. Then, Colin picked up a cup of water and handed it to Knight Charles. The grace of God requires a price. You've heard of this before, haven't you? Of course. Yes, the price for the grace of the Blood Angel this time is your loyalty and a cup of fresh blood. All right. Knight Charles cut his wrist without hesitation and let the blood flow into the cup. You're level 3 now, right? Colin asked again. Yes, my lord. There was no drop in level. Colin was a little depressed. He was still level 1. It seemed that the price of the embrace was not temporary. However, he was not too worried. Now that he had Knight Charles's blood, he should be able to recover quickly and even advance to level 3. For Colin to become a level 3 knight at such a young age, he could definitely be considered to have amazing talent. What? You said he cheated with the blood breed's characteristics, but the blood breed's characteristics were Colin's talent. After Knight Charles filled the cup, Colin asked him to stop. My lord, I think I can control my blood flow. Knight Charles looked at Colin in surprise. Colin waved his hand casually and said calmly, I said that your body will undergo some changes. These are all the grace of the Blood Angel. Praise the Blood Angel. Knight Charles did not doubt him and prayed with a sincere expression. All right, back to business. Colin put the cup of blood aside. I need you to help me train a cavalry. Of course, you have to control your alcohol consumption first. It's okay to drink a little occasionally, but don't let me see you drunk again. Yes. Milord. I'll stop drinking immediately. Knight Charles agreed without hesitation. At this moment, he swept away his previous decadent attitude and was full of energy. Although he did not know what Colin's mysterious mission was, this did not stop Knight Charles from being determined to help this blood angel apostle. He would not hesitate even if his body was crushed. How many people are you planning to recruit for the first batch of cavalry, Sir Viscounts? How many people do you think are suitable? Colin was not sure either. I don't think there should be too many in the first batch. Around 100 people would be the most suitable. Alright, 100 then. I'll give you priority in recruiting soldiers. If you're interested in the active soldiers of the family army, you can also apply to transfer them to me. Yes. What else do you need? Colin did not hold back his support for the cavalry. Charles thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "My lord, to build a cavalry, there are 3 important requirements: soldiers, war horses, and armor. I believe that with your support, there shouldn't be a problem with the first one. But for the last 2, if you want a truly powerful cavalry, you can't be careless." Colin touched his chin and agreed with Charles's words. If he only wanted a normal cavalry, then normal horses would be enough. As for armor, he could just give them bows and sabers. Why would he need armor? But this was not what he wanted. What he wanted was a powerful cavalry that could match the Black Cavalry. The Black Cavalry's war horses were the best horses in the northern frontier. As for armor, not to mention the heavy armor that the heavy cavalry wore, even the light cavalry had chainmail, half-body armor, and leather armor according to the soldier's rank. This was the guarantee of the Black Cavalry's battle power. If I go to Marquis Garcia, do you think he will help me? If it was before the conferring ceremony, Colin was confident that Marquis Garcia would definitely help him. But now, Knight Charles shook his head. "My lord, I suggest you find someone else." "Who?" "Marquis Dawson." The study was very quiet. Only the sound of writing could be heard. It was Colin writing a letter to Marquis Dawson. After being reminded by Knight Charles, Colin immediately realized that if he needed war horses and armor, rather than Marquis Garcia, he might as well look for Marquis Dawson. This dwarf Marquis was actually the head butler of the Black Cavalry, or at least he used to be. Colin did not know if Marquis Dawson was willing to help him, but he had to try. After writing a sincere letter, Colin dripped wax on the seal of the letter, stamped it with the Angeli family badge, and handed it to Charles. "Send your men to deliver this letter to Iron Forge." "Yes, sir." After Knight Charles left, Colin couldn't wait to pick up the cup and drink the blood in one gulp. Then, he waited patiently. However, after waiting for half a day, he still did not feel the familiar warmth. What was going on? Could it be that the blood of a blood descendant was the same as a blood slave, and could not help him advance? Colin was a little depressed. But then, he remembered that he still had 2 high-ranking knights who weren't from the blood clan under his command. Moreover, he was a 3rd-step knight. As long as he could get his blood. Colin paced back and forth in the study, thinking of how to borrow some blood from this big idiot. Soon, he had an idea. Opening the door, Colin called the guard at the door and ordered, "Go inform the Knight of Rigo to accompany me to hunt in the suburbs tomorrow morning." "Yes, sir." After giving the order, Colin returned to the study. For a moment, he did not know what to do. After all, the task had been assigned, and he only needed to take care of the overall situation. Being a leader was great. Colin leaned on the back of the chair, crossed his legs, and looked around the study. Finally, his gaze fell on the judgment blade hanging on the wall. Since he had nothing to do, Colin stepped forward and took the sword that the Duke had bestowed upon him. He examined it carefully. This was a typical knight's sword. The sword was about 80 centimeters long, and it was completely black. The sword was covered with flame-like patterns, which were engraved with an arcane spell that had a burning effect. The blade was sharp and triangular. Under the sunlight, it emitted a chilling white light. The handle could only be held with one hand, and there was a large ball. It was believed that it could be used in a horse battle. Looking at this knight's sword, Colin suddenly remembered what Marquis Garcia said to him after the Marquis ceremony. At that time, Colin had just been conferred the title of Viscounts by the Duke St. Hilda, and he was given the Judgment Blade. At that time, Colin swore an unconditional loyalty oath to the Duke in a fit of anger. This obviously irritated Marquis Garcia, who had just been betrayed by his brother. Now that he thought about it, Colin suddenly felt that the reason the Duke St. Hilda treated him so well was probably to sow discord between him and Marquis Garcia. Of course, there was no point in regretting it now. Colin was now thinking about the last words Marquis Garcia said to him. Go back and understand the origin of the Judgment Blade in your hands. Reconsider what true loyalty is. The origin of the Judgment Blade, Colin's interest was suddenly piqued. Sheathing the sword, Colin immediately left the study. He remembered that there was a special library in this castle. After the trolls attacked this place, they looted all the wealth of the Suduo family, but they did not touch the books in the library. Obviously, books were not attractive to the trolls. Sir Viscounts. After arriving at the library, an old man with white hair and a white beard immediately stood up and bowed. You are the caretaker here? Yes, you can call me Quincy. Is there anything I can help you with? Colin weighed the knight's sword in his hand and asked, do you have any books about the origin of famous swords? The Judgment Blade? Oh? You actually recognize this sword? Colin was a little surprised. Quincy nodded and explained, yes, I was fortunate enough to see this sword in Winter City. At that time, it was still the sword of the Duke St. Hilda. Colin narrowed his eyes. To recognize the sword of the Duke St. Hilda, one would definitely not be able to squeeze into a crowd and watch from afar. One would have to be very close to it. Colin did not believe that a mere caretaker of the library in the Viscount's castle would be able to get so close to the Duke St. Hilda. Have you always been a caretaker here? No, I used to be the tax officer of Icestone City. Only then did Colin feel relieved. In this world, the most important task for nobles to govern their territories was to collect taxes. To be able to become the tax officer of Icestone City, Quincy could already be considered a core retainer of the Suduo family. Of course, this was before he was transferred here to be the caretaker of the library. Then why were you transferred here? Because I offended the Viscounts of Suduo. How did you offend him? Quincy hesitated for a moment, but still spoke the truth. I once suggested to the Viscounts of Suduo to reduce the business tax of Icestone City. The Viscounts of Suduo was furious, so he stripped me of my position and transferred me here. Reduce the business tax? Colin was suddenly interested. The nobles wanted nothing more than to increase the tax every day, but this former tax officer of Icestone City actually wanted to reduce the tax. No wonder he was fired by the Viscounts of Suduo. However, Colin felt that he might have found a treasure. Then tell me, why do you want to reduce the business tax? A glimmer of hope flashed through Quincy's eyes, and he said somewhat anxiously. Sir Viscounts, if you have seen the tax documents of Icestone City in the past, you will understand that in this city, the agricultural tax is not the biggest source of income, but the business tax. Icestone City is located at the northeast corner of the northern frontier, so a large number of caravans traveling between the northern frontier and Sky Ice Plains will pass through here. This is the main reason why Icestone City is so prosperous. However, Icestone City is not without competitors. There are still 2 or 3 cities on the northern frontier that have the qualifications to compete with us. Therefore, if you want more merchants to pass through here, then you must give them more benefits. In other words, reduce the business tax. Colin smiled and asked in return, but this way, won't my tax revenue also be reduced? No. Although the tax rate is reduced, the base of the tax revenue will increase. The total amount of tax revenue won't necessarily decrease. I have calculated before, as long as you do it properly, you don't have to worry about your tax revenue decreasing at all. Moreover, more caravans will also mean that the hotels in Icestone City will be full, the taverns will be bustling day and night, and food, clothing, medicine, and so on will be in short supply. The local merchants will make a lot of money from these passing caravans, and the entire city will become more prosperous because of this. Please believe me, there is not much potential left for the agricultural tax to be excavated. However, the business tax is very promising. If I were to do it, I am confident that I can double Icestone City's business tax revenue within 3 years. Within 10 years, this city will become the most dazzling jewel of the northern frontier. Colin looked at the flushed Quincy and didn't say anything else. Quincy also gradually calmed down from his excitement. Colin's silence made him think that he had failed again. However, he was already used to it. Asking the nobles to reduce their taxes was even more unbearable than killing them. My apologies, Sir Viscounts. Let me take you to find the books. Just as Quincy was about to give up, Colin's voice suddenly rang out, "All right, I will give you this chance." Colin's words caused Quincy to freeze on the spot. After a while, he came back to his senses and asked in disbelief, Sir Viscounts, why you mean, that's right, I'm giving you this chance to return to the position of tax official in Ice Stone City. Thank you so much. Your kindness and wisdom are as dazzling as the sun, as bright as the ocean. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me, Colin waved his hand and interrupted the overly excited Quincy, if you mess it up, then I'll guard the library for you for the rest of my life. Quincy said loudly. Colin rolled his eyes. He didn't expect this old man to be so crafty. At his age, who knew how many more years he had left to live? If he messed it up and came back to guard the library, it wouldn't be a loss no matter how he looked at it. Instead, it would seem like Colin was taking care of him in his old age. No, it's not just you. If you mess it up, your son, oh right, you have a son, right? Colin saw Quincy nod before continuing, your son will also come and guard the library for the rest of his life. Quincy's expression finally changed. What? Scared? Could it be that all your bold words from before were just boasting? Colin saw this and began to provoke him. Of course not. Good, then you choose. Either you continue to guard the library for me, or you take this chance I'm giving you and take a gamble. Quincy's chest rose and fell violently. After a while, he clenched his teeth and said fiercely, Sir Viscounts, if I can really make Ice Stone City the most dazzling city on the northern frontier within 10 years, can you agree to a request of mine? Tell me. I hope you can bestow me with a surname. Colin's eyebrows twitched. In the Radiant Empire, only nobles were allowed to have surnames. Of course, Quincy didn't make this request to have Colin bestow him with a title. Because this was not allowed. According to this world's noble laws, commoners were not allowed to be granted titles. Because they didn't have noble bloodlines, they didn't deserve it. However, it wasn't true that commoners couldn't change their social class. And the only way to make this leap was to marry a noble's daughter. As long as this noble's daughter gave birth to a descendant, then this descendant of a commoner and a noble would have a noble bloodline. Although it wouldn't be so pure, it would still be able to enter the eyes of the nobles. Thus, he would have the qualifications to accept the title of nobility. After being granted a title, the descendant could ask the lord to give him a surname, if he didn't inherit his mother's surname. This surname could be shared with his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. This was truly bringing honor to their ancestors. And that was what Quincy's current request meant, to ask Colin to help him. He probably wouldn't be able to marry her. It should be to help Quincy's son marry a noble's daughter, so that their family could achieve a social transition. Okay. Colin nodded. Not only did he not think that a commoner like Quincy, who had not made any contributions yet, was being tactless, he felt that it was a manifestation of self-confidence. One's ability was generally proportional to one's temper. Compared to a mediocre person with a good temper, he preferred a capable person who had a temper and personality and dared to make requests. If this former tax collector could really make Ice Stone City the wealthiest city on the northern frontier, then Colin felt that this person had the qualifications to enter the ranks of nobles. Seeing that Colin had agreed to his request, Quincy first showed an expression of disbelief, then ecstasy. In the end, he decisively knelt in front of Colin and swore his loyalty. Colin used Judgment Blade to tap Quincy's shoulder, accepting his loyalty. Okay, the tax collector's matter is settled. Now, you should help me look for any records related to this sword. Of course, of course. Please wait a moment. Quincy still hadn't recovered from his excitement, his body trembling nonstop. For a commoner, there was nothing more glorious than entering the ranks of nobles. Even if there was no sign of it yet, Quincy seemed to have seen his family's bright future. Colin didn't have to wait long before Quincy walked out, trembling as he held a thick tome in his hands. After flipping through it for a while, Quincy said respectfully, "Sir Viscounts, the records related to Judgment Blade are all here." Colin nodded and sat down to carefully flip through the book. In reality, there was no such thing as a divine weapon in this world. It was impossible to dominate the world with just a blade or a sword. Perhaps the gods had such things in their hands, but they had never entered the mortal realm. Judgment Blade was just a well-made knight's sword, forged by a famous dwarf blacksmith. It was sharp and tough, but it wasn't invincible. The arcane array carved on it would indeed greatly increase its value, but that was it. It was obviously impossible to rely on this sword to challenge those of a higher rank and kill everyone. If it really had such power, the Duke of St. Hilda wouldn't have casually given it to Colin. What truly made this sword famous was still to see who wielded it and what great things it had done. According to the records, this sword was originally the sword of Duke St. Theon. The most amazing thing that Duke St. Theon had done in his life was to kill the Emperor of the Radiant Empire with his own hands, and the weapon he used at that time was the Judgment Blade. This matter had a great impact at the time, almost causing the Radiant Empire to fall apart. After the Kingslayer Duke St. Theon killed the Emperor, he became the target of public criticism and was spurned by all humans. The entire human empire was in a state of panic, and the lords all raised their troops, preparing to suppress this Kingslayer. But then something happened that changed this Kingslayer into a judge. Not long after the Kingslayer incident, the Pope of the Radiant Church declared Duke St. Theon innocent in front of everyone and announced an oracle: "Those who have darkness in their hearts will be judged." Thinking back to the situation at the time, this oracle clearly said that the Emperor had darkness in his heart, and Duke St. Theon was judging him. This oracle had saved Duke St. Theon. Even the Radiant God had given an oracle, so naturally, no one dared to continue condemning Duke St. Theon. All the curses immediately shifted to the Emperor who had been killed. Because of the words "those who have darkness in their hearts" in the oracle, the poor Emperor was called the Dark Emperor. The public opinion changed instantly, and the Dark Emperor became the most foolish and evil monarch in the history of the empire, while the judge Duke St. Theon became the hero of the empire, and the limelight was unparalleled. So, the knight's sword he used to kill the Dark Emperor was called the Judgment Blade. After Colin finished reading this part of history, he had even more doubts in his heart. Why did Marquis Garcia want him to know these things? Was he hinting something to Colin? The former Duke St. Theon used this sword to kill his own monarch. Could it be that Marquis Garcia also wanted Colin to use it to kill his own monarch, the Duke St. Hilda? It can't be that straightforward. Colin suddenly remembered that when Marquis Garcia asked him to understand the history of this sword, he was discussing the topic of loyalty. So, the message that Marquis Garcia wanted to convey should have something to do with loyalty. What was loyalty? Was Duke St. Theon's king killing considered loyalty? If it was betrayal, then why was he pardoned by the Radiant God? Colin thought for a while, then suddenly asked Quincy, who was beside him. "Go and find the detailed records of the Dark Emperor's life for me to see." Dark Emperor? Quincy thought for a while, then shook his head. "I'm sorry, Lord Viscounts, there are no records of this Emperor's life here." "No?" Colin looked up in surprise. The confusion in his heart deepened. How could there be no records? The Dark Emperor did not leave behind any records. This was a very strange thing. As the former ruler of the Empire of Light, he should have been recorded in history. Moreover, this emperor was so special. He was killed by his own vassal and even attracted the oracle of the God of Light. This kind of person should have left a strong mark in history. Even if he was notorious, he should have left something behind. So, what evil things did the Dark Emperor do that he did not leave behind any records? Colin suddenly asked. Quincy shook his head and lowered his voice, as if he was afraid of something. "Lord Viscounts, the truth about that part of history has always been shrouded in a fog." What did the Dark Emperor do? Why did the Duke of St. Theon kill him? Why did this matter attract the oracle? These things are not recorded in detail. In all the history books I have seen, the descriptions of these two people are very simple and vague, as if deliberately hiding something. Colin nodded in agreement. He felt that there were too many suspicious points in this part of history. Then, why did Marquis Garcia suggest that he understand this part of history? After thinking for a while, Colin suddenly asked, "Right, the history of the House of St. Theon should be here, right?" "Yes." Quincy ran to the bookshelf and took out a book. "Lord Viscounts, please take a look." Colin flipped through it again. Actually, Colin had some understanding of the House of St. Thean. After all, this was a paladin family, definitely a great noble. Other than the imperial family, there were only 6 such families in the entire human empire. Of course, only 4 of the 6 paladin families could be passed down to the present day. The other 2 disappeared. The House of St. Thean was one of them. Thinking about it carefully, this was actually a very unreasonable thing. Because according to the unspoken rules of the nobles in this world, it was very rare for a family to be destroyed. Just like when the Duke of St. Hilda executed the rebellious lords, he also spared their families. Therefore, these families only lost their titles and territories, but the family did not disappear because of this. They were still considered nobles. No matter how destitute they were, they still had surnames and were fundamentally different from commoners. Once they achieved enough military merits, they could immediately receive rewards and rise again. Therefore, very few noble surnames were lost. Especially for a noble surname like St. Thean, which had the word St in it, it was strange that it disappeared in the long river of history. After skimming through the history of the St. Thean family, Colin was still puzzled. According to the book, the fief of the House of St. Thean was in the east of the empire. However, at that time, the eastern region of the empire was not as monolithic as it was now. Instead, it was divided into 2 territories, one in the south and one in the north. The southern part of the eastern region was the territory of the House of St. Prospero, while the northern part was the territory of the House of St. Thean. The territories of these 2 families were close to each other. Of course, there was no lack of conflict and friction. There were even several large-scale wars. However, what was interesting was that in the end, the crucial war that caused the House of St. Thean to lose the northern part of the eastern region was fought with the House of St. Hilda on the northern frontier. In the war that took place more than 300 years ago, the Dukes of the North led the army to defeat the main army of the House of St. Thean and even killed the judge, Duke St. Thean. In this war, the Blade of Judgment became the trophy of the House of St. Hilda. However, the real winner of that war was the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, the St. Pros family. They took advantage of the defeat of the House of St. Thean and the heavy losses of the army of the north and invaded the northern part of the eastern region. In the end, they completely destroyed the remaining army of the House of St. Thean and became the only master of the eastern region. However, that was the strange thing. In this war, although the House of St. Thean lost its territory and its army, the family members did not suffer too many losses. Whether it was the House of St. Hilda or the House of St. Prospero, after killing the judge, Duke St. Thean, they would not break the unspoken rules of the aristocracy and kill the House of St. Thean. However, the nightmare of the House of St. Thean began. Without the protection of the castle and the army, the members of the House of St. Thean were repeatedly assassinated, and the killers could not be found. This incident even alarmed the imperial family of the empire. The San Lorenzo family took the initiative to mediate and severely reprimanded the Duke of St. Hilda and the Duke of St. Prospero, asking them to maintain the demeanor of the winners and forgive the losers. At the same time, His Majesty at that time also took the surviving members of the House of St. Thean into the palace for strict protection. However, this still did not stop the members of the House of St. Thean from dying one by one for various strange reasons. Later, even the Church of Light was enraged by this act of breaking the rules. His Holiness the Pope personally stood up and declared that a noble bloodline like the House of St. Thean would not be allowed to die out. 2 cardinals even went to the northern frontier and the eastern region in person, sternly asking the Duke of St. Hilda and the Duke of St. Prospero to stop this act of breaking the rules. Of course, the 2 dukes kept protesting. In order to clear their names, they even announced the whereabouts of every knight under their command and allowed the church personnel to monitor and search their territories at will. Under the gaze of all kinds of people, the 2 biggest enemies of the House of St. Thean seemed to be closely watched and had no chance to act. Even so, it still could not stop the members of the House of St. Thean from dying one by one. Who was behind the scenes and insisted on killing the House of St. Thean? As for this strange incident, the history books did not give an answer. In the end, this once illustrious paladin family disappeared from the empire without a trace. It was not known whether the family had really been completely cut off, or if they had quietly hidden away. After reading this part of history, Colin's doubts did not lessen. Instead, they increased. In his opinion, the history of the Judgment Blade must have hidden the most important information. And this information might be the real hint that Marquis Garcia had given him. However, this clue could not be found in the history books. This was not strange. The things that were written down were usually what the superiors wanted their descendants to see. The real key was something that only a few people knew. The bloody, dirty, and ugly things that were covered by the fog of history were often the truth of the matter. Closing the book, Colin suddenly turned to Quincy and asked, "What do you think of the demise of the House of St. Thean?" Quincy hesitated for a moment and carefully chose his words. "Lord Viscounts, I think they deserved it." "Oh? Why?" "No matter how they cover it up, Duke St. Thean's killing of the Dark Emperor is an unforgivable betrayal." Colin did not expect Quincy to see this matter this way. However, after thinking about it carefully, Colin suddenly felt that this old man seemed to be referring to something else. Unforgivable? To whom was the most unforgivable act of regicide? Of course, it was the Empire's royal family, the San Lorenzo family. Duke St. Thean's regicide, regardless of the reason, was an unforgivable betrayal to the San Lorenzo family. It severely damaged the prestige of the Empire's royal family. No wonder the House of St. Thean was assassinated after escaping into the palace. So this was the situation. The House of St. Hilda and the House of St. Prospero were probably just hired thugs on the surface. The one who really wanted to end the House of St. Thean was probably the Empire's royal family. A reindeer suddenly darted out of the lush forest. It ran very quickly, as if it was hiding from an enemy. Whoosh! A sharp arrow pierced through the layers of leaves and accurately pierced through the reindeer's body. Footsteps sounded, and 3 hunters appeared beside the reindeer's corpse. "Sir Rigo, your archery skills are too exquisite. You hit every shot." An attendant carried the reindeer's corpse on his shoulder and praised loudly. The Knight of Rigo curled his lips. "It's just a reindeer, what's there to be surprised about? Hurry up and help me find where there are wild boars in this forest. Today I want to treat Sir Viscounts to roast pig trotters." "Yes, yes." The 3 continued to walk forward. Suddenly, the Knight of Rigo stopped. Because a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The person was tall and thin, wearing a half-body chainmail with a long sword at his waist. He wore a tight helmet that hid his face. The Knight of Rigo frowned, feeling that this person's appearance was a bit strange. He cautiously asked, "I am a knight under Viscount Angley of Icestone City, Rigo Morben. May I ask who you are?" The strange person in front of them didn't answer Rigo's question. Seeing this, one of the attendants instantly became angry. "Hey! Rude brat, which mercenary group are you from? Why aren't you answering Sir Rigo's question?" The other side was still silent. The attendant became even angrier and immediately strode forward, trying to take off the strange person's helmet. Rigo didn't stop him, but instead reached for the knight's sword at his waist. "Hey! Do you understand what I'm saying or not?" "Ah!" Amidst the screams, the attendant stepped into the trap, and his right foot was instantly pierced until it was a bloody mess. Clang! Rigo immediately pulled out his sword and said angrily, "Brat, this is the last warning. Take off your helmet, throw down your sword, and tell us your identity. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." However, the strange person was still unmoved by Rigo's warning. Rigo didn't speak anymore. He held his breath and focused, holding his sword with both hands as he slowly approached the strange person. But before he could reach the strange man, he heard a scream behind him. Leg abruptly turned around and saw that the other attendant following him had also been ambushed. "Bastard!" Leg roared angrily and was about to go back to save the servant. At this moment, the tall and skinny freak suddenly moved. "I've been waiting for you." Leg didn't panic at all. It was as if he had been prepared for this. He turned around and slashed at his opponent. Clang! The 2 swords clashed. Leg was shocked. "You're a knight." The tall and skinny freak didn't answer. He swung his sword again. The uneasiness in Leg's heart grew stronger. An unfamiliar knight that had suddenly appeared in the outskirts of Icestone City, and a third-rank one at that. This obviously alerted Leg. Could it be that there were other lords targeting the Angeli family? Leg immediately recalled that the mastermind behind the assassination of the viscounts in the Kingdom of Grey Castle had not been caught yet. Could it be? Boom! Leg swung his sword heavily, forcing the mysterious knight to retreat. Then, he did not chase after him. Instead, he turned and ran. The other party had planned this beforehand. This was probably a trap. The viscounts must be in danger as well. Leg didn't dare to stop. He didn't even care about the two attendants behind him. He broke into a run and ran in the direction of Colin. That mysterious knight also chased after him. With one running and one chasing, the two ran quite a distance. Just as the mysterious knight chased after Leg's footsteps and jumped over a small stream, Leg suddenly stopped in his tracks. Then, he abruptly turned around and swung his sword just as the knight landed on the ground. The mysterious knight didn't dodge and was stabbed in the stomach by Leg's sword. Haha. You didn't expect this, did you? A sly smile appeared on Leg's fierce face. However, this smile quickly froze. Because the other party actually didn't care about the long sword in his stomach and swung his sword again, this reckless action caught Leg off guard. In order to prevent his forearm from being cut off, he could only let go of his sword. Which family's knight are you? Are you crazy? Seeing the mysterious knight with a sword in his stomach and still chasing after him as if nothing had happened, Leg felt that this world was too crazy. Now that he didn't have a weapon, he didn't dare to look back and could only continue running forward. Whoosh! A sharp arrow shot over, but Leg narrowly dodged it. Not good, this guy has a helper. Leg was scared out of his wits. He realized that he was going to die today. Then, a few more arrows shot out from the forest, causing Leg to be tired of dodging. Soon, the mysterious knight behind him caught up. Gee! Leg screamed in pain. His thigh was cut by the other party. Wait, who are you? At least let me know who killed me? Leg fell to the ground and panted. Unfortunately, the other party didn't care about Leg. Pung! The mysterious knight swung his scabbard and heavily smashed the back of Leg's head. Leg screamed in pain again. Are you trying to knock me out? Can you use more strength? Pung! Another hit. This time, Leg finally fainted. Leg. Wake up. Leg opened his eyes in a daze and saw Colin's face. Sir Viscounts? Leg's consciousness didn't seem to be fully awake. After a while, he finally woke up and hurriedly asked, Sir Viscounts. Are you okay? I was attacked by a mysterious knight just now and almost couldn't see you again. Colin held back his laughter and comforted him. I'm fine. Luckily, I heard your screams and brought people over in time. The knight who attacked you must have heard our movements and ran away. Ran away? Leg had a look of pity. He felt that he couldn't take revenge. Are you okay? You look so pale. Colin asked with concern. I'm fine. My leg is a little injured. It's not a big deal. However, I'm a little dizzy. I probably lost too much blood. Then you should quickly stop the bleeding. Colin waved at a servant behind him, indicating for him to bandage Leg's wound. Sir Viscounts, that mysterious knight is probably a woman. Leg suddenly said. Oh? You saw her face? Colin asked expressionlessly. I didn't. However. Leg rubbed his big bald head. He seemed to have touched the injured area and grimaced in pain. However, when she tried to knock me out, she didn't succeed. With such little strength, she should be a woman. The corner of Colin's mouth twitched. He was a little speechless. Is that so? Then this is indeed a useful clue. Yes. Also, Sir Viscounts, I suspect that this person might be related to the mastermind who tried to assassinate you in Grey Castle. Yes. How about this? It's not safe here. Let's return to Ice Stone City first. You'll be in charge of investigating this matter. All right. Leg gritted his teeth. I must catch that damned female knight. And then smash her head. The night deepened. There was no moonlight in Ice Stone City tonight, only a few stars. Colin stood on the balcony of the Red Castle and looked into the distance. To the north was the cold and barren sky ice field, and to the east, he could see the edge of the forest. Who knew how many wild beasts were hidden in the dark forest? After passing through the dark forest, he would enter the territory of the half-elf kingdom. Footsteps sounded, and Knight Charles appeared behind Colin. "Sir, you were looking for me? Have a seat." Colin turned around and pointed at the glass of red wine on the table. "Have a drink." Knight Charles was a bit hesitant. "Sir, I've already prepared to stop drinking." "It's fine, just drink less," Colin insisted. Only then did Knight Charles raise the wine glass and lightly touch it with Colin before sending it to his mouth. Colin drank the red wine while paying attention to Knight Charles's reaction. The red wine he gave Charles had poison in it. Of course, this wasn't Colin purposely tricking his blood descendant. It was just that he was doing an experiment. And he had already experimented on blood thralls before and found that they were all immune to poison. Therefore, he felt that higher-level blood descendants should also be immune to poison. "How is it? Are there any changes in your body these past few days?" Colin put down the wineglass and asked. Charles put down the wineglass and excitedly reported his findings to Colin. Through the other's description, Colin learned that Knight Charles's current changes were very similar to his. Photophobia, bloodthirsty, immortality, yes. After Charles discovered that his severed fingers had grown back, he began experimenting on his own body. Then, he discovered that there were no longer any fatal wounds on his body. Of course, unlike the blood thralls, Charles could still feel pain. Colin rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Right now, he really wanted to know if a blood descendant could also level up by drinking the blood of a high-level knight. However, Charles was already a third-level knight, and Colin didn't have the blood of a fourth-level knight to experiment on. "Can you control your canine teeth?" Colin asked again. "Tiger Fong?" Puzzled, Knight Charles opened his mouth, revealing two inconspicuous canine teeth. "I don't think so." Colin guessed that if a bloodline couldn't control the lengthening of its canine teeth, then it probably wouldn't be able to release blood poison through its canine teeth and create blood thralls. Of course, it would be even more impossible to complete the embrace and create the next generation of blood descendants. After that, Colin chatted with Knight Xianxia about some matters related to the construction of the cavalry. Seeing that Xianxia's expression remained the same, completely unaffected by the poisonous wine, Colin confirmed the fact that the blood descendants were immune to poison. "Oh, by the way, do you like hunting?" Colin suddenly asked. Knight Charles froze for a moment and nodded. "I like it. Well, the last time I went hunting with Knight Leg, this guy met a mysterious knight and was beaten up. He didn't have enough fun. I was going to go with him again, but I've been too busy recently. If you have time, accompany him to have some fun." After borrowing blood from Rico last time, Colin had successfully advanced to the second level. However, he felt that Rico's blood should be able to help him advance to the third level, so he wanted to borrow it again. However, Colin didn't plan to bring Rico out to hunt again. That would easily arouse the other party's suspicion. If he was attacked every time he went hunting with Colin, then no matter how stupid he was, Rico would suspect that the attacker was related to Colin. Therefore, he planned to let Knight Charles lure the Knight of Rico out. "Okay." Knight Charles didn't suspect anything and naturally nodded in agreement. After sending Knight Charles off, Colin picked up the other party's wine cup and poured the remaining poisonous wine into his mouth. If blood thralls and blood descendants were immune to poison, then he shouldn't have any problems either. Colin thought so. Just as he was carefully feeling the changes in his body, footsteps sounded again. Butler Eamon appeared on the balcony. "Master, you were looking for me?" Colin nodded. "Have a seat." The two sat down on the balcony. Colin clapped his hands and had the maid bring in 2 more cups of red wine and some dried fruit. Of course, there was no poison in the wine this time. The maid quietly placed the things on the table and then quickly left. "You changed all the servants in the castle?" Colin took a sip of red wine and asked. "No, I just changed your personal servants. This is also for your safety, and it didn't cost much." Eamon hurriedly explained. Colin nodded and didn't say anything. The servants in the Red Castle were mostly left behind by the Suduo family. Colin originally didn't plan to change all of them. After all, the recruitment and training of new servants required money, and the Angeli family's current financial situation wasn't that great. He needed to save as much money as possible and use it in crucial areas, such as the construction of the army. However, he also knew that the old butler had good intentions, so he didn't reprimand him. "How is the new tax officer, Quincy, doing?" "Very good." Eamon smiled and nodded. "Master, you found a very outstanding tax officer." That's good. However, you have to keep an eye on him. I can't completely trust him yet." "I understand." Seeing that Eamon understood his intentions, Colin was relieved. He took out a letter from his shirt pocket and handed it to the old butler. "I just received a reply from Marquis Dawson. He agreed to provide us with warhorses and armor. However, the price is a little too high. See if it's suitable." Eamon carefully read Marquis Dawson's reply and thought for a moment before saying, "Master, we can get Marquis Dawson to provide a batch of samples. If the quality of the samples is as he said, and isn't inferior to the standard equipment of the Black Cavalry, then the price isn't too high." "Alright, then let him send over a batch of samples first." Colin rubbed his forehead and was somewhat vexed. "But with our family's finances, can we afford this expenditure?" "It's very difficult," Eamon said truthfully. Seeing that Colin was deep in thought, Eamon advised, "Master, forgive me for being blunt, but isn't it a little too hasty to form a cavalry now?" Colin was silent. He understood that Eamon's words made sense. He was indeed a little hasty. If he waited for a year or two, for the territory to recover and for the taxes to be plentiful, it might be more appropriate to form a cavalry. However, Colin couldn't wait that long. He knew that the Duke of St. Hilda and Marquis Garcia had already formed a rift. Although Marquis Garcia didn't seem to have made any moves, as though he had endured his brother's betrayal. However, who knew when a crisis would appear on the northern frontier? At that time, would the Black Cavalry still stand unreservedly on the side of the Duke of St. Hilda, just like the previous 2 times? Thus, Colin felt a deep sense of danger. He had to quickly develop his own forces. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the right to choose a side and could only go with the flow and be trampled on. Thinking of this, Colin clenched his teeth and said fiercely, "We can borrow money." End of chapter 81. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.